42. Go to sea. Ian. Womack came worried and left happily. Yes, he didn't even stay for a meal. This time, not only was the task of purchasing the sea tower stone completed, but he actually became a partner with the Beast Pirates. Therefore, there is no time to get carried away now. Womack must go back as soon as possible to prepare a fleet to transport the Beast Pirates' goods. At the same time, he must mobilize all his resources to help the Beast Pirates in the four seas, looking for partners with the park. Ian is certainly happy to see this happen. In this case, excess production capacity can also be converted into wealth. Wealth itself is not important, but wealth can bring many things. Ian has always been very concerned about the development of Wano country in the past 5 years. Womack left on the front foot, and Teacher Kai sent someone to call Ian on the back foot. To be honest, Ian was a little surprised. Mr. Kai doesn't care about the Beast Pirates business. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Ian's turn to take charge of all foreign trade. This teacher is a pure hands-off master who is only interested in powerful things, whether weapons or enemies. So, why did you call yourself over this time? Do you want to beat yourself up on a whim again? Ian set off to the top floor of the main building, where Mr. Kai's room was. To his surprise, Jin and Quinn were also here. Maha boy. Seeing him coming, Quinn couldn't wait to laugh and said, "Another deal?" The Beast Pirates' income has increased significantly in the past few years, and Quinn has certainly benefited a lot from this. Many of the materials he wants can be purchased without any scruples. Therefore, at first, he was a little bit critical of Ian's behavior, but now Uncle Quinn has learned to shut up. A very crucial cooperation was negotiated. Ian briefly recounted the transaction with Umit. Being able to sell our weapons to all over the world has another benefit besides making money. Ian said, "You can rely on financial connections to build a network with powerful people in various sea areas." What network? Of course, it is a network of interests. No matter where they are, those who can engage in the arms trade are of course ruthless characters who are as ruthless as local snakes and local tigers. If Mr. Kai really starts a war that sweeps the world in the future, then these guys can always come in handy. This kind of thing is fine no matter what. However, Teacher Kai didn't seem to care much about this. He just took a sip of wine and said, "When I was in the Rocks Pirates, there was a guy who took good care of me." Ian raised his eyebrows. "You mean Charlotte Lingling?" The relationship between that woman and Teacher Kai is really fascinating. The ruthless Teacher Kai would also cry because of Charlotte Lingling's defeat, and Charlotte Lingling did take good care of Teacher Kai when she was young. In addition to what they learned from reading comics before time travel, Ian and Yamato have also asked Mr. Kai about his time in the Rocks Pirates over the years. Although Teacher Kai is too lazy to talk most of the time, occasionally he is willing to share stories about his past with the kids when he is happy. In Teacher Kai's narration, Rox is a selfish and unreliable scumbag, Whitebeard is a naive but powerful fool, and Golden Lion is an arrogant, domineering, and stubborn idiot. Only Charlotte Lingling, although Teacher Kai scolded her for being greedy and addicted to pleasure after that, she showed a complicated look while drinking and said, "I don't hate that woman, get along with that woman, and not a memory that bores him." Ian actually wanted to ask at that time whether among the many children of Charlotte Lingling, there was any contribution from Teacher Kai. But I was afraid of being beaten, so I gave up. Now that Teacher Kai mentioned the person who took care of him in the Rocks Pirates, the first thing Ian thought of was, of course, Charlotte Lingling. No. Teacher Kai shook his head. "It's another guy. I thought he was dead long ago, but I just found out he's still alive." Ian nodded and waited for Teacher Kai's next words. However, Teacher Kai actually has friends other than Charlotte Lingling. He said he was going to die soon, and only his son and daughter were worried. Teacher Kai looked at Ian and said calmly, he said he hoped to entrust his daughter and son to me. Ian raised his eyebrows. Oh, as soon as I said that, I remembered. Runty and Peggy Wan, right? Their father is an old acquaintance of Teacher Kai, and they were indeed entrusted to Teacher Kai. "I'll leave it to you, kid." Teacher Kai burped. "Go and bring those two brats back." Ian was immediately shocked. "Teacher Kai, you mean I can go to sea? It's impossible for the two siblings to be in the country of Wano, right? Since we want to bring them back, of course we have to go to sea." Uh-huh. Teacher Kai smiled meaningfully. "Boy, of course you're now qualified to explore the sea." It was really hard for Ian not to look forward to this. Ever since he was picked up by Teacher Kai when he was 2 years old, he has never left Wano country for 11 years, and even spent most of his time on Onigashima. He has long been bored. "So," Ian asked, Where are they? Teacher Kai spit out a place name, Beehive Island. Beehive Island. Ian was stunned. The base of the Rocks Pirates back then, the Beehive Island. This place sounds so familiar. If I remember correctly, it's now the territory of that bastard Wang Ji. Teacher Kai said casually, my old acquaintance stayed on Beehive Island when the Rocks Pirates split up and got married and had children there. Wang Ji, a former member of the Rocks Pirates, a famous pirate in the New World. Ian thought for 2 seconds. Teacher Kai, this shouldn't mean that I should go to fight with Wang Ji, right? Didn't I say that? You just need to pick up those 2 little ghosts. Teacher Kai glared. Although Wang Ji is a fool, it's too early for you to fight him. Ian nodded gently. I understand. Then make preparations. Let's go now and have people at the dock and the harbor to prepare the boat for you. Teacher Kai grinned. Enjoy it. This is a school trip for the little ghosts. Leaving now. Are you in such a hurry? It seems that Teacher Kai's old friend will not live long. I originally said to ask who I can take with me, but it seems that I don't need to ask. Is it finally time for us to appear? Ian thought. Then I will go to find Yamato and the others. Ian said goodbye. After he left, Quinn said with some worry, Boss Kaido, is it really okay to let the little ghosts go out on their own? Otherwise, let that bastard Jean follow them quietly? It's not that he is worried. It's really that these little ghosts are the future of the Beast Pirates, especially Ian and Yamato. No need. Without going through wind and rain, the little ghosts can't grow up. Teacher Kai just drank. Besides, Ian, that kid, no longer needs protection, unless that bastard Wang Ji takes action himself. But that guy knows very well that if he dares to take action against my little ghost, I will crush him into powder. Over the years, Mr. Kaido has really changed a lot. Jean sighed silently. At least Ian and Yamato are already the people he cares about the most. Ian quickly found Yamato, who was exercising on the beach. The little girl turned into a white wolf, spewing cold air to freeze the sea. Yamato, go pack your things. We're going to go out to sea. Go out to sea? White Wolf turned around. Are we going inland? No, I said we were going to go out to sea. Ian said, where we're going is the world. It's time to see this world. Yamato's eyes lit up instantly. The world. 43, Golden Dragon. Set sail. Please read more. Brother Ian, Sister Yamato, did Boss Kaido allow you to go to sea? Jack almost yelled in surprise. Ian took out his ears, and the earwax was loosened by his shouting. Not only is this kid big, he also has a ridiculously loud voice. It's us. Yamato was not as excited as Jack at all. She clenched her little fists and said repeatedly, Dad said let the 4 of us go together. Out to sea. Black Maria also had expectations in her eyes. She has never left Wano country. Very good, Jack shouted excitedly. Boss Kaido recognizes us. He thinks we are qualified to represent the Beast Pirates in the sea. What could make him more excited than Boss Kaido's approval? That's pretty much what it means. Ian didn't think Jack was wrong. Even Black Maria is almost at the level of a pillar, not a level that can be called a miscellaneous fish. Yamato excitedly waved his little fist. Then let's go. She was so excited that she was ready to run to the port. Don't worry. Ian rolled his eyes and grabbed the girl's ponytail. Are you ready to go to sea empty-handed? Ah. Yamato's scalp was painfully pulled by Ian, and she turned back angrily. Ian, what are you doing? Go back and pack your things first. Ian said earnestly, Teacher Kai should prepare other supplies for me, but at least a change of clothes must be prepared. Yes. Yamato suddenly realized. Each go back and pack your things that we will meet at the port later. Ian said, Good. The 3 of them answered at the same time. Later, on Agashima port, on a small sea ship, Ian looked at Jack, who ran onto the ship humming. Brother Ian, it's time to go. Jack, who was carrying a big bag, shouted excitedly. Let's go. Yamato had already run to the mast early and was waving his little fists happily. She was the first one to come over. After all the clothes were of the same style, so there was no need to think about matching. Then let's go. Ian nodded. The ship gradually sailed out of Onigashima Pier and headed towards Basu Port. Ian stood on the deck, looking at the end of the blue sea. I have sailed from Ghost Island many times, but this time it is different. I really want to leave Wano country and see the world for the first time. How to say? The heartbeat is speeding up. It's really hard not to have expectations for this world. Ghost Island, top floor of the main building. Uh-huh. Kaido, who was drinking, felt something and suddenly laughed. Go ahead, kiddos. He said, it's time to start fooling around. Baspo Port is a port located in the Whitemai area of Wano country. Of course, this port only serves ships sailing in the inland sea. Ian and the four disembarked here. The next step is to take a bus to Chingang. Master Ian, Miss Yamato, I have been waiting for you for a long time. A man met them at the port. This man is tall and strong, with a thick beard on his chin. The most eye-catching thing is the two sharp teeth that protrude upward. Babanuchi, Ian knew this man, the future warden of Rabbit Bowl Prison, and he was considered to be something of a figure among the mainstays of the Beast Pirates. Lord Kaido asked me to accompany you all to go to sea. Babanuki, who was more than half taller than Ian, bowed in front of Ian. The ship, supplies, navigator, ship's doctor, cook, and sailors are all ready to sail at any time. Why is this like this? Yamato immediately looked disappointed after hearing this. I thought there were only 4 of us. Idiot, what are you talking about? Ian couldn't help but hit her on the head. None of the 4 of them have experience going to sea, and without experienced sailors to accompany them, they may not be able to sail very far, and they will have to discuss the matter of returning home. Especially, this is still the new world with the worst navigation conditions. Come on, Babanuki, lead the way, Ian said. Yes. Babanuki raised his head and said, please follow me. He had already prepared the dragon carriage outside the port. The so-called dragon cart refers to a cart pulled by a dragon. The dragon here is a characteristic creature of Wano. It is a creature similar to a velociraptor. After being domesticated, it can be used as a mount. There are even people in Wano who use them to cultivate land. The speed of the dragon cart was not too slow, and it pulled the 5 people towards the harbor. Sitting on the dragon carriage, Ian looked out at the scene through the window. What attracted his attention the most was, of course, the arsenal not far from the port. The continuous high towers, billowing smoke, and the huge scale of a small town, appearing in such a backward country, simply give people a magical feeling. And there are many such factories in Wano country. The dragon cart gradually moved away, leaving the factory far behind. It wasn't that far to begin with, and soon the dragon carriage had stopped outside this heavily guarded port. There's nothing much to say about the port on the ground. Ian has been here many times, but this is the first time he has taken the huge elevator down, all the way to the bottom of the huge cave, where the real port is. Oh, Yamato had already exclaimed at that time. In front of him is a waterway in the cave, extending to the end of the mountain wall. This waterway is the passage from Wano to the overseas. Arriving at the port at the bottom of the cave, Ian saw the ship they would take to sea this time. Oh, he was a little surprised. This ship is quite large, with a scale of over 300 meters. Even if it is placed among the piles of giant ships in the pirate world, it is definitely not small. But size is not the point. Ian doesn't care about the densely packed gun bays on both sides of the ship and the huge main gun on the bow. The key is that the sculpture on the bow looks familiar. Ian. Yamato elbowed Ian, pointed at the bow of the ship and said, just like you. To put it simply, it can be seen at a glance that the sculpture on the bow of the ship is based on the form of Ian's winged dragon. The head of the ferocious golden flying dragon is inlaid on the bow of the ship. There are wing carvings on both sides of the hull, and even the main color of the hull is a luxurious golden yellow. The name of this ship is the Golden Flying Dragon. Sir Ian, this is a sea ship specially prepared for you. Babanuki said respectfully, it took 2 years to build, and it has been 2 years since it was completed. IT has been parked here. No, Teacher Kai, you prepared a surprise for me, right? The corners of Ian's mouth curled up slightly. In the original work, Jack also had his own exclusive ship, so it seems that it is not incomprehensible to build an exclusive ship for himself. Is it for Ian? Yamato immediately looked at Babanuki. What about me? She pointed her slender fingers at herself. Where's my ship? Babanuki immediately said, Sir Yamato, your ship is also being built. Does that mean Yamato doesn't deserve a ship of his own yet? Is that why her ship was not built at the same time as her own? Ian guessed. Oh. Of course, Yamato's mind couldn't think of that much. She just said expectantly, I don't know what my ship is like. I guess there's a wolf head. Ian said casually, the color scheme should be white. How do you know, Ian? Yamato was shocked. Ian rolled his eyes. You guess. Black Maria covered her mouth and chuckled. Yamato, who is stupid, is actually very cute. Jack, on the other hand, just looked at the ship with bright eyes. Is this the treatment of a senior cadre? Sooner or later, I will have a ship like this. Become a leader of the Beast Pirates. Okay, let's board the ship, Ian said, ready to go. Okay. Amid Yamato's cheers, everyone boarded the ship. The wide deck that could take off and land aircraft made Ian couldn't help but have an idea. Otherwise, let Uncle Quinn study airplanes? A ship of this size can be used as a bankrupt aircraft carrier. The sailors on the ship were already in place. Following Babanuki's order, the anchor was pulled up, the sailors rowed their long oars in the cabin, and the ship slowly began to move towards the front of the waterway. Okay? This waterway is located under the inland sea of Wano Country, extending from the southern interior of Wano Country to beyond the high wall. The length is, of course, exaggeratedly long. It wasn't until more than half a day later that the long waterway finally reached the end, and light came from the front. Are you finally going out? Yamato jumped out of the deck in excitement. Ian, I'll wait for you in front. She turned into a white wolf and ran forward on the water, leaving only a frozen road of ice. This girl must be too anxious. Ian shook his head. The golden flying dragon moved forward, and soon it drove out of the huge cave entrance, with a huge waterfall in front of it. After going around a gap next to the waterfall, the blue sea finally appeared in front of Ian's eyes. Oh, Ian couldn't help but sigh. The sea I saw this time was finally endless. However, everyone knows that the coastal waters of Wano are full of turbulent eddies and huge whirlpools. Fortunately, the golden flying dragon is large enough to avoid the intrusion of undercurrents to the greatest extent. Ian, ha ha. Laughter came from below, and Ian lowered his head. In front of the boat, Yamato turned into a white wolf running happily on the sea. This is the real sea. It's so beautiful. Ian smiled and said, don't be too excited. It feels beautiful now, but maybe you will feel bored in a few days. Would not. Yamato retorted loudly. I'll never get tired of watching it in my lifetime. 44. Yamato Senpai wants to play. Chapter 44. Yamato Senpai wants to play. I am bored. Yamato lay weakly on the side of the boat, staring blankly at the endless sea. She looked weak, like a cabbage that had been exposed to the hot sun for 2 days, and her whole body was shaking. So boring. Like a naughty kid visiting relatives during the new year, but without a mobile phone to play with. Didn't you say that you will never get tired of watching it in your lifetime? On the deck behind Yamato, under an open parasol, Ian was wearing a floral shirt and beach pants, with a pair of yellow-toed glasses on the bridge of his nose, looking like a young man on vacation on a cruise ship in the south. He was flipping through a book and took a leisurely sip of the ice-cold orange juice specially prepared for him by the ship's chef. The cold and sweet liquid slid down his throat, along his esophagus, and into his stomach, bringing a refreshing coolness. It's only been a week. Oh. Today is already the 7th day since leaving Wano Country. Yamato was really excited the past few days. He wished he could wave and say hello to a seagull flying by in the sky. He would run on the sea like a wild dog for 2 hours every day. However, this momentum only lasted 3 days. From the 4th day onwards, Yamato began to feel bored. There is no way that's how it is when sailing on the sea. All you can see is the endless blue usse, and no matter how beautiful the sea is, you should get tired of looking at it. Fortunately, this is a new world, and usually there will be a violent storm or even snow and hail within a few hours, so she can experience the refreshing challenge of nature. Otherwise, Yamato would get bored faster. It's just boring anyway. Yamato puffed up her face. She turned around and looked at Ian with burning eyes. Ian, come fight. When she was really bored, she would want to fight Ian to pass the time. Never. Ian rolled his eyes. It's boring. Why? Yamato was puzzled. Sister Yamato. At this time, Jack, who was working hard on the deck on the side, stood up and volunteered, sweating profusely. Let me fight you. Never. Yamato did not hesitate. It's boring. Jack is too weak. Jack staggered and sat on the ground as if he had been shot in the chest. Too weak. He gritted his teeth. I also want to become stronger. He hammered the iron even more crazily. Ian. Yamato rushed to Ian's side and grabbed his recliner. Come on. Why don't I want to come? Didn't you just tell me the answer? Very boring. It's difficult to deal with Yamato, who uses abilities without using abilities. But with abilities, Yamato can't even hurt himself. Frustrated, Ian shouted at the top of his lungs, Babanuchi, Lord Ian. Babanuki hurried over and asked, What are your orders? How long until we get to Beehive Island? Ian asked. Yamato also immediately turned to look at Babanuki. She couldn't wait even more. We're probably halfway through the voyage now. Babanuki immediately said, it should take another week to reach Beehive Island. Is it that long? Yamato immediately dropped his face. Are there any islands nearby? Ian said. Yamato's eyes lit up instantly, and she stared at Babanuki again. Babanuki was sweating from her aggressive eyes. If he couldn't give an answer that satisfied Miss Yamato, he wouldn't be killed by her, right? Yes, yes. Babanuki said quickly, there is a small island about 80 nautical miles ahead on the right. There is a small town on the island. Many pirates will use it as a supply point. Then go there and have a look, Ian said. A mere 80 nautical miles is not a long detour. Teacher Kai probably wouldn't have any objections either. Besides, I will be outside, and I will not accept your orders. No, I am the monarch of Wano country. Yes. Babanuki nodded. I'll ask the helmsman to turn around immediately. Great. Yamato cheered and threw himself directly on Ian. Ian, I like you the most. I know. Ian's expression was dull. The tangy fragrance and the girl's soft body didn't even make him raise his eyelids. It's commonplace to say yes. The name of the island is Banana Island, because the island looks like a banana when viewed from above. Even the color is exactly the same as a banana, because there is no vegetation on the island, just bare yellow rocks. In the middle of this big banana, on the small plain under the Rocky Mountain, a small town is located here. The town is not big, but it is well equipped with taverns, grocery stores, docks, weapon stores, and hospitals. Although they are all simple, they are enough for the pirates who will appear on this island. There are also some pirates fishing on the pier, enjoying the rare leisure time for pirates. It was at this time that the golden flying dragon approached the dock. Hey, look! The first people to notice the arrival of this ship were these pirates fishing on a pier. What a big ship! The golden ship, with a length of more than 300 meters, is like a mobile fortress on the sea, and no one can ignore it. More importantly, that's it. A pirate holding a telescope suddenly turned pale. The flag of the Beast Pirates. It's the ship of the Beast Pirates. What? There was an instant uproar on the pier. But there is no mistaking it. Hanging on the mast of that huge sea ship is a skull pattern with a pair of bighorns. That is indeed the flag of the Beast Pirates. The Beast Pirates are here. The Beast Pirate ship has docked. The news spread throughout the town like the wind. Some pirates heard the news and fled. However, many pirates gathered at the port. That's the Beast Pirates. How could you not see it with your own eyes? The golden flying dragon slowly docked at the dock of the town. Arrived. In the expectant eyes of the pirates gathered on the dock, a little girl jumped down from the deck of the big ship and was cheering excitedly. What fun places are there on this island? Very young. He is simply a brat who has not been weaned off. This is the first impression the pirates have after seeing Yamato. It's just a small town. Don't expect too much. Another young man slowly walked down the stairs lowered from the deck. Behind him were two tall and outrageous brats, a man and a woman. 4 brats? Sir Ian, Miss Yamato, I will guard the ship here. Please feel free to play. But at this time, the man on the deck who respectfully shouted to the kid made the pirates feel like a strong man. With his strong body, dark skin, and rough appearance, this is the real pirate. Ian didn't look back. He just raised his right hand and waved it, which was a response to Babanuki. Let's go take a look inside the town. Yamato couldn't wait to hold Ian's hand and move forward. Come on, Ian. I've had enough of staying on a boat. There are so many people. Black Maria followed them and looked at the people on the dock curiously. Are they all pirates? Babanuki said this is where the pirate group gathers. This is the first time I have seen pirates from overseas. Jack is concerned about another thing. When I asked, there anyone among these pirates worth fighting? Ian didn't speak. He just observed silently. Hey kid, are you pirates from the Beast Pirates? Among the pirates who came to watch the Beast Pirates, a group of people came out and stood in front of the 4 of them. The leader was a muscular man carrying a big hammer, more than 4 meters tall, taller than the 2 Ians. He looked down at Ian and Yamato, grinning maliciously. It's Hammer. His bounty is already close to 40 million, right? The pirates behind were talking a lot. What does he want to do? Did he want to join the Beast Pirates? I don't see it. Yamato raised his head blankly and then nodded matter-of-factly. That's right. I'm Yamato. Ian rolled his eyes. No one asked you to introduce yourself. Ah, Is he really the kid from the Beast Pirates? The hammer pirate laughed loudly and tightened his hand on the handle of the big hammer. Okay, great. In other words, as long as I kill you, I can become famous in the world, right? Without hesitation, when Yamato was unprepared, the huge hammer crashed down. Ian raised his eyebrows. Oh, here comes the so-called bloodthirsty pirate unique to this world. With his arrogant eyes, arrogant words, and unknown smile, it is known that he is the best among the minions. No matter whether the opponent is a Navy admiral or a pirate emperor, he will do it when he gets the chance. The exclamations of exclamations from the surrounding pirates started to ring out. The heavy hammer in the hand of the man known as the Heavy Hammer has been directly broken. A white, tender, delicate little fist was wrapped with invisible waves. It shattered the heavy hammer with one punch, and then as the owner of the fist jumped up, the fist was imprinted on Heim's face as superior. The face of the man with a bounty of nearly 40 million was sunken in an instant. His facial bones were shattered, and he flew into the sky in a spin before falling heavily to the ground. The pirates at the dock had their eyes flying out of their sockets. Second, instant kill? After all, that guy Heim is also a pirate with a bounty of nearly 40 million. Such a young girl. The local pirates are so unfriendly. Yamato landed happily, eagerly looking at the astonished pirates, and stretched out his hand towards the mace behind his back. But do you want to fight us? Great. Then come and have fun. The girl ejected and rushed towards all the pirates in front of her. Although I think that's probably not what they meant. But it doesn't matter, as long as this girl doesn't cry bored anymore. At the same time, in the town bar, the door of the bar was pushed open by a hand, and a man rushed in. Boss scored. The ship from the Beast Pirates has landed. 45. The giant spider scored. The whereabouts of Kazuki Toki. Please read more. The town's pier was now in chaos. A large number of pirates were running outside crying, wishing they had 2 more legs. Don't run. A little girl wielding a mace chased after them like a gust of wind. Let's fight. Sacred Foot, a white snake drive. The little girl suddenly disappeared, and in the next second, she had rushed into the fleeing pirates. Large number of pirates behind her instantly flew into the sky like flowers. It was originally a high-speed moving move. After mastering the 6 moves, Yamato incorporated the shave into it. At this moment, her speed was already terrifyingly fast. The pirates' eyes could not even capture her figure. They only felt that there was someone around them. Invisible people are constantly attacking them. She was flashing continuously, and every time she flashed, a group of pirates were blasted into the sky. Suddenly, on the pier, there were screams, begging for mercy, and the most frequent sounds of flesh being hit and then shattered. It was a lot of fun. Ian and the other 3 slowly walked out of the dock, looking at Yamato wreaking havoc among the pirates. Black Maria covered her mouth and chuckled. Yamato's vitality is finally back. Sure enough, the energetic Yamato is the cutest. Cute. Ian turned his head and glanced sideways at Black Maria. This woman was seriously saying something terrible. Do you call that guy who laughs, ignores the other parties begging for mercy, and swings an iron rod to beat the pirates one by one until their bodies are twisted and flying in the sky? You call him cute? Ian heard Yamato calling him. The little girl wiped the blood from her face and waved to him with a smile. Let's play together. Oh, what a child with a sharing spirit. I would like to ask, how many children can share their beloved toys with others? How cute, Ian thought. I don't need it, you can play by yourself, Ian said. Jack, who couldn't hold himself back, lowered his head after hearing Ian's words. He also wanted to join the war. He also felt bored during the days on the boat. But are there more and more pirates? Black Maria took advantage of her height and looked ahead, saying with some surprise. The pirates who were fleeing in the distance changed their direction at this time. Many pirates from the rear came this way and directly joined the battlefield against Yamato. Don't think that just because you are the Beast Pirates, you can do whatever you want. Let's show you our backbone. Kill them. We will be famous across the sea. Shouting incomprehensible slogans, the pirates joined the battlefield. Ian just felt baffled. Did they also misunderstand something? Time goes back to earlier times. Facing Yamato's attack, the first batch of pirates who reacted quickly escaped from the port. Naturally, their anomalies were questioned by other pirates on the island. As a result, rumors spread that the pirates of the Beast Pirates were going to massacre the pirates on the island. Some pirates immediately ran away, but there were indeed as many tough guys as there were. Many people dreamed of becoming famous in the sea after killing the Beast Pirates. Then, this is what Ian and others see now. Okay, The more people there are, the more interesting it is. More and more pirates were besieging her. Not only did Yamato not feel any pressure, but she was even happier. Let's have some fun. Along with her laughter, her violent spirit instantly swept across the audience. A large number of pirates foamed at the mouth and fainted. Many pirates also collapsed on the ground with sore bodies, not even having the strength to stand up. There were not many pirates left who could still stand, and without exception, their faces were full of shock. Overlord Color. How is that possible? Such a brat? Hockey is not uncommon in the New World, but hockey is still something that exists in legends, and they have never seen it before. Continue. The number of people decreased a lot. Yamato laughed, and the battle continued. Outside the pier, on a private house, a man held a telescope in one hand and was observing the battlefield. The white-haired girl and the black-haired boy both looked to be 13 or 14 years old. The two children mentioned by Mrs. Sher are exactly the same age. There is no mistake. They are Kaido's daughters and disciples. The man put away the phone bug. You can see that he has a spider-like pattern on his forehead. His hair is very long, but the hair on the top of his head is very sparse. There was a huge long knife on his shoulder, which was half as long as his whole body. There was also a samurai sword on his waist. The teeth were very sharp, and the long tongue was licking his lips like a snake. Hey, Locke. The man jumped from the roof. Boss Skeward. A pirate answered his call. Contact Dad. The man said, just say that I have seen the two children that Madame Sher mentioned, and I will go and take them back to see him now. There won't be a better opportunity. How dare that guy, Kaido, send out such a brat? Since we met by chance, don't blame me for bullying the kid. As for whether doing this will anger Kaido or something, what are you afraid of when your father is here? Before his subordinates could answer, the man had already pulled out the huge blade on his shoulder. Others follow me. Yes. Man, the great vortex spider scared. Attack. Mingdi. Yamato waved the iron rod vigorously, and the invisible wave turned into a spear and roared out, directly piercing the pirates blocking the front. Now, there were not many pirates who could stand in front of her. Those who had not lost consciousness were also slumped on the ground, shivering and not daring to move. Ah, is it over? Yamato looked around the battlefield with some disappointment. Is there anyone left who can fight? Not satisfied yet. Whoosh. Her wish was immediately fulfilled, and the sound of breaking through the air came suddenly. Yamato. Behind him, Ian's voice sounded simultaneously. Yamato suddenly waved his mace. When there was an explosion and the sound of steel clashing, and a flying sword flew back. The next second, Ian had appeared next to Yamato, looking at the man holding the flying sword with some surprise. It looks a bit familiar. The broadsword and this way of appearing are Momochi Zabuza. That's you. The man put the knife on his shoulder and looked at Ian and the two with stern eyes, as if he was confident. Kaido's daughter and disciple. Behind him, a group of pirates who followed him had their swords unsheathed and their guns loaded, watching eagerly. The pirates who were slumped on the ground stared at Ian, and the two in stunned silence. Kaido's daughter and disciple? No way. Such a big shot? Are they involved in something terrible? Ian. Yamato was quite surprised. He knows us. Ian looked at this man and thought about it carefully, but didn't remember his identity. That IT couldn't really be Zabuza, right? Hello. He kicked a pirate next to him who was cowering like a quail, shivering and wishing he could bury his head in the soil. Do you know him? They all operate on this island. These pirates should know this guy, right? The pirate who was asked trembled and said quickly, he is the captain of the Great Maelstrom Spider Pirates, the Great Maelstrom Spider Skeward. He is a pirate group under the Whitebeard Pirates. Oh, Skeward. That said, it made an impression. The filial son who stabbed Whitebeard hard in the war on his head, right? That's right. This sea area is indeed close to the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, so it's not surprising that this guy appears here. Ian raised his eyebrows. So, are your Whitebeard Pirates going to go to war with our Beast Pirates? You don't think that Dad doesn't know what you did in Wano country? Squard said angrily. Ian wanted to laugh a little after hearing this. Because isn't this hilarious? Now that I know it, I haven't done anything for so many years. Although Kazuki Oden joined the hateful Roger Pirates, he's also Dad's sworn brother. Squard hated Roger because Roger once defeated his pirate group and left him with nothing. Dad was sad and shed tears for his death. Bastards, you are all to blame for your death. This man was extremely angry for the father he admired. But Ian wanted to laugh even more when he thought that in the future he would stab Whitebeard to the core. Skeward's long knife fell to the ground, and he dragged the long knife forward as he stepped forward. Sparks were pulled out from the ground. It's unlucky for you to meet me here today. Follow me to see Dad and Mrs. Sure. Ian immediately grasped the key point. You mean Mrs. Sure? You mean Light and Moon? The woman who didn't fly into the future in one breath to pursue the moment when the world turned upside down she'd been looking for? She one of the Whitebeard pirates? The great vortex spider had no intention of continuing to answer, but just raised his sword. Catch them. The big vortex spider pirates launch a charge. It seems that if you want to know more, you have to ask this guy. 46. Solidified flame armor. Okay, there's another fight to be had. Facing the menacing big maelstrom spider pirates, Yamato cheered directly. I'm just worried that I haven't opened my heart. Brother Ian, come on. Jack and the two approached, and he pulled out his special weapon from behind. They were two strange blades with straight lower ends and sickle-like upper sections. This guy was already eager to try. Black Maria also carried her weapon, which was more peculiar than Jack's. The top of an iron rod was connected to a wheel-like head, which looked like a special heavy hammer. In addition to looking strange, their weapons are actually unusual. They are all exquisite weapons made by Kazuki Sukiyaki, who was brought to Onigashima. If judged according to the standards of the sea, they are probably all good and sharp swords. Then let's fight, Ian said calmly. Great. With a cheer, Yamato was ready to be the first to charge. Hand over the guy with the big sword too. However, Ian directly pulled her ponytail and chuckled. No, leave that guy to me. Yamato turned around unhappily. Why? Have a test. Ian pushed the toad mirror to his forehead and stepped forward. The others are assigned to you. Apart from fighting against Teacher Kai, I haven't fought seriously in the past few years, and I lack a correct understanding of my true level. This large vortex spider is very suitable. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates basically have the same strength as the Vice Admiral. Of course, the gap between the upper and lower limits of the Vice Admiral's strength is ridiculously large. But in any case, it should be enough to be used as a target. Then I'll do it. Without waiting for Yamato to react, Jack transformed into his orc form and charged. Jack's orc form is the same as Maria's, which is a combination of the upper body of a human and the lower body of an animal. At this time, Jack is like a man and horse, charging forward with a rumble on four legs. Shave. His huge body was incredibly fast thanks to the shaved head. He dragged two long blades of light into the group of pirates, and with just one sprint, several pirates were dismembered. The pirates around him only had time to raise their weapons, and before they even swung their weapons at Jack, white spider webs flew over and covered all the pirates. The sticky spider webs tightly bound the pirates. Well done, Maria. Jack laughed and waved his two knives. Shanlon. Two blue slashes roared, and a large number of pirates were sent flying by his attack. Of course, Jack can't feel the breath of all things, but after mastering the 6 postures, he can also release Lanjia through the blade in his hand. I'm so happy to be praised. Black Maria wasn't going to watch the show either. She was also using Shaver, but her speed was much faster than Jack's. After all, she used 8 spider legs at the same time, as fast as a phantom, and a huge strange-shaped weapon brought out flames the moment she swung it. This was what she specifically requested from Kazuki Sukiyaki, a weapon that can emit flames. Furisode Rin Dao. Black Maria, who had a gentle and weak personality, was swinging the hammer extremely violently at this time. The pirates who were bound by the spider webs could not escape at all. They could only show their frightened eyes, and then they were all knocked away by the stick. Spider finger gone. While swinging the heavy hammer, the 8 spider legs also attacked one after another. While maintaining their standing position, they penetrated the bodies of the surrounding pirates like spears. In just an instant, the pirates of the Great Maelstrom Spider Pirates had already suffered heavy losses. Asshole, don't be so arrogant. The pirates behind raised their guns, and the next moment there was a burst of gunfire. But iron, Jack and Black Maria said in unison. The body that became harder than steel easily blocked all the bullets. However, someone stronger than bullets attacks. Go to hell, you little devils. A man dressed like a knight jumped up with a long lance pointed at Jack. The end of his spear was stained with darkness. The armed color is domineering and hardened. You two are just like Ian, so deceitful. Along with the girl's unhappy voice, a white shadow came from the sky. You are not allowed to fight with me. Horse phantom blade. What? The man turned his head in disbelief. The girl wielding the mace turned into a white werewolf and appeared beside him in an instant. How could it be so fast? No reaction at all. The iron rod wrapped in white mist and domineering force crashed down on the head. Kid, stop looking down on others. The spear turned suddenly and struck Yamato with a sweeping sweep. It's just a level of domineering power. I'm hardened. Click. The spear covered with domineering force broke directly, and the iron rod hit the man's head mercilessly, embedded deeply into the man's head, and froze his head into ice. The man's head was hit so hard that it almost sunk into his chest, making a crackling sound that made people's teeth hurt. His body suddenly fell down, and a big crater was instantly made on the ground. He is indeed more domineering, but there is a huge difference in strength. Domineering doesn't mean everything. Yamato took a deep breath nonchalantly. Hyoga no samurai. The laser-like breath swept across, and the surrounding pirates were directly frozen into ice. Sister Yamato. Jack was helpless. Can't we let him play, too? Let's just watch the show. Black Maria is really open-minded. Wouldn't it be nice to watch Ian perform? Dang, dang, dang. Compared to Yamato's crushing battle, Ian's battle with the Vortex Spider was quite anxious. Skeward's knife was exaggeratedly big, but in his hands it was extremely docile, like a tamed hound. It could move like an arm and dexterously attack any place he wanted to attack. The huge blade was simply waving. It can be described as gorgeous. In comparison, Ian's moves are much weirder. He met Skeward's blade with his bare hands. This is certainly not an easy task. After all, Skeward's domineering force is much stronger than him. If he really wants to catch the blade with his hand, the hand will be cut off in an instant. Without using his ability, his defense power is no different from that of ordinary people. Therefore, when Skeward's knife slashed down, Ian's hand would twist like a snake, then flick it, draw it on the side of the blade, and directly slap the blade away. Paper painting, snake fist. Although the two of them had a lively fight, in fact, Skeward's most threatening blade never even touched Ian, and Ian didn't even use his domineering force. While resisting Skeward's attack, he even had time to swing his hand and hit Skeward on the face like a whip. Forehead. Skeward was so struck by this blow that stars appeared in his eyes, and he immediately doubted his life. The power of this little devil is amazing. He couldn't suppress him at all. What is even more exaggerated than his strength is his fighting skills. There is no genre at all, but it is extremely terrifying. How could a kid of 13 or 14 be able to deflect every one of his slashes so easily? Even if he awakens to see and hear, he still can't do it. If Ian knew Skeward's surprise, he would probably laugh. Compared to Teacher Kai, your attack is as slow as a turtle crawling. If you can't even react to your attack, wouldn't you have been beaten in vain all these years? Skeward's face was already gloomy. Because Mrs. Sure said that these two brats are both capable, a user with Phantom Beast ability. If you are so strong without using your ability, drink. There was a loud shout, and the sword suddenly slashed down. Ian was like catkins in the wind, bending his body to avoid the blow. Duh. Skeward unsheathed another samurai sword at his waist, and pulled out a brilliant sword light with a killing blow. What a fast knife. Ian sighed. The blade struck him in the chest. However, before Skeward could reveal a delighted smile, the feeling as if he was chopping on a sea stone made his expression change drastically. How could it be so hard? It's amazing. Ian had already entered the orc form in an instant. His broad wings spread out and fanned out a wave of heat, causing Skeward to step back repeatedly. The knife just now almost hurt me. It was too late to dodge. The knife was really fast. Skeward didn't speak, but held a broadsword in his right hand and a samurai sword in his left hand, his face tense. With all his strength, he couldn't even break through this kid's defense. Ian looked behind Skeward. He saw ice sculptures all over the ground, and Yamato had finished the battle there. So, let's finish it here. Ian stretched out his right hand, and the flames condensed in his palm, stretching into a sword. The flames rose and wrapped around the domineering sword. The 5 years of life-returning practice have already begun to bear fruit. The flames can be condensed into various forms at will, which Ian calls the flame armor. Flame? It was difficult for Skeward to understand. Flame solidified into entities? And is that domineering? This kid can use hockey? What kind of monster is this? I'm coming. Ian chuckled and suddenly turned into a golden phantom. The next moment he appeared in front of Skeward, and the flaming sword fell. So fast. It's too late to escape. Even because the distance is too close, the sword is useless. Skeward gritted his teeth. There was only one thing he could do. Let go of the sword in your right hand, hold the katana in both hands, covered with dark domineering energy, and swing the sword to attack. Rub. There was a flash of fire. Oh. Ian stood behind Skeward. He looked at the flaming sword in his hand. So it's so sharp, it can't be cut at all when it cuts Teacher Kai. Sure enough, Teacher Kai should not be used as the standard for judgment. Playing. This was the sound of the blade falling to the ground. Forehead. Skeward's tall body fell to his knees slumped. The katana in his hand was broken in the middle, the fracture was melted, and molten iron was flowing down along the blade. And on his chest, a wound diagonally downwards was so conspicuous. But no blood flowed out of the wound, because the wound was instantly carbonized by the high temperature before blood could flow out. Ian turned back and looked at Skeward, who was kneeling on the ground with his back. What? I'm quite strong. I can kill 20 guys of this level in one breath. 47. Yamato's new clothes aboard Moby Dick. Skeward simply didn't understand. How could it be so strong? No reason. He's obviously just a kid. They all look less than 15 years old. And he is a big pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million. However, he was powerless to fight back in front of him. The chest and abdomen were cut open directly. The internal organs should have been cut open by the sword just now, and then roasted and carbonized. The entire belly had lost consciousness. Skeward raised his head with difficulty and looked at the golden-armored winged man who came to him. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to admit that the kid in front of him was a monster in the true sense. Answer me. Ian looked down at the man and asked calmly, what did Kazuki do in the Whitebeard Pirates? That woman is a hidden danger. You guess. The internal organs had been completely damaged, and Skeward had no strength to move, but he still showed a provocative smile towards Ian. Do you think I will betray my father? Ian did not speak, but casually raised the golden flaming sword in his hand and slowly pierced Skeward's right chest. Skeward instantly let out a shrill scream. His chest, pierced by the flaming sword, began to burn. It was obviously incombustible flesh and blood, but at this time it seemed to have turned into the fuel of the flames. The soft flesh was charred and carbonized in an instant until it was burned away. Such pain is definitely not something ordinary people can endure. Even a battle-tested seaman like Skeward could no longer control himself, with tears and snot flowing freely on his face. However, after howling in pain, the man suddenly gritted his teeth. He raised his head stubbornly and stared at Ian. Ian felt a little melancholy. It seems that I really don't have any talent for torture, that I really should study hard with Uncle Gene, an expert in this field. When the flaming sword was raised upward, Skeward's wailing stopped instantly. His body fell on his back, except for a charred mark extending from his right chest to his neck. Although this guy didn't say anything, the fact that the woman from Kazuki Toki went to the Whitebeard Pirates was already very bad. With her presence, will Whitebeard still stand like in the original work? If not, then sooner or later, there will probably be a war with the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard, who has not yet aged or suffered from diseases, is truly the strongest man in the world at this time. I wonder if Teacher Kai can withstand it. How about it, Ian? Yamato happily ran over to disrupt Ian's thoughts. She glanced at Skeward's body on the ground and asked Ian impatiently, is this guy powerful? Pitifully weak. Ian said bluntly, you should be sorry for not letting Lord Ian enjoy himself, Skeward. But there is nothing I can do about it. You are just an ordinary person born in the era I live in. Never mind. Ian returned to normal. Let's go to town and have some fun. Great. Yamato raised his hands with a smile. Go to the town and see if there are any enemies. Ian's eyes twitched. Not for fun. But forget it, as long as the child is happy. A group of 4 people were finally entering the small town, and they had already fought twice. Watching the 4 of them enter the town, the remaining pirates outside the dock dared to relax and breathe. Monster. Is this the monster from the Beast Pirates? After a brief silence, all the pirates stood up almost at the same time and then ran away. They wished their parents had 2 more legs. Some even jumped directly into the sea and swam as far as they could. Never stay on an island with such a monster. Run as far as you can. Behind a private house not far away, a man with a pale face was holding a trembling phone and dialing a number. His hands were shaking so much that he entered the wrong number several times. Fortunately, the call finally went smoothly, got through. Squard. Dad, Captain Skeward was killed. What did you say? Yamato's hopes were only dashed after all. She found out after walking into the town. Why is there no one? The white-haired girl stood outside the bar, using her hands as a loudspeaker, shouting to the sky. Where have everyone gone? Come out and play. Everyone had already fled. After the news spread that the beast pirates had started massacres on this small island, some pirates felt that they couldn't bear it at all, and they broke out with the beast pirates. Then he ran to blast Yamato. There are also some pirates who are more realistic and think that there is no way they can defeat the beast pirates, so they ran away as soon as possible and have now evacuated the town to take refuge. As a result, what appeared in front of the four people was an empty town. Yamato shouted for a long time, but no one shouted out. The little girl was very discouraged. It's really boring. Since there is no one, Black Maria said with a smile at this time, then we can take whatever we want, right? Ian glanced at Black Maria. $0 shopping, right? The name is really right. We can have whatever we want anyway. Jack snorted. Who dares to stop us? Let's go. Ian smiled. Since we're here, let's go shopping. Since we're here, we can't just go back like this, right? This town is small but complete, but a sparrow is still a sparrow. Although there are all kinds of shops, they're almost all unique. In half an hour, several people went around the town. Weapon shop, tavern, hospital, restaurant, and more. Oh, is this the overseas clothing? Inside the clothing store, Black Maria looked at the clothes hanging on the rows of hangers with surprise. They are completely different from the clothes of the pirates in Wano Country and the pirate group. Let's not talk about Wano Country, which is basically all kimonos. The aesthetics of the pirates of the Beast Pirate group are also in line with Teacher Kai, and each of them dresses like the savior at the end of the century. The clothes displayed here are particularly colorful and beautiful. Black Maria, who has never been overseas, is surprised by this. I really want to try these clothes, Black Maria said with regret. But unfortunately, the size difference is too big. These clothes are not like the pirate's special weapons, which can adapt to the size of the user. Jack has no interest in this. Compared with the special aesthetics of the beast pirates, these clothes are simply unsightly. He was too lazy to come in and sat outside the door, waiting like a tough guy. Suddenly, Black Maria's eyes lit up when she saw Yamato, who was not interested. Yamato, how about you try it? Me? Yamato pouted. It feels boring. Please, please. Black Maria put her hands together. I want to see the effect of these clothes on my body. Okay then. Yamato was reluctant. Great. Black Maria smiled excitedly. Then let me help you pick clothes. This guy treats Yamato as a doll, right? Ian actually thought it was okay. Yamato had been wearing the same style of clothes since she was a child, so it would be nice to change her look. So later. Clang clang. Brand new Yamato. Black Maria stepped aside, revealing Yamato behind her, literary style. Ian was stunned. The little girl wore a loose white cotton shirt on her upper body, a dark green pleated long skirt, and her slippers were replaced with white shoes. Even her ponytailed hair was let down and fell on her shoulders. Damn it. The semi-illiterate Yamato actually exuded an outstanding literary temperament at this time. She was almost glowing. I asked this chin one-win and looming phase eyes. Ian pursed his lips. He was indeed a brand new Yamato. Black Maria noticed Ian's eyes, and she immediately showed a meaningful smile. There was an unexpected gain. Oh, Ian seems to like it very much. Really? Yamato immediately got carried away and put his hands on his hips, looking at Ian's constantly raising eyebrows. After all, it's me. Ian is completely fascinated by me. Ian instantly had no expression on his face. Sure enough, Yamato is still Yamato. Then change into another set. Black Maria quickly pushed Yamato into the dressing room, and Ian heard her whisper, Yamato, don't talk casually later. What do you want to do? Ian suspected that Black Maria had ill intentions and wanted to see his fun, right? Who do you think Ian is? However, it should be said that he should thank her for her ill intentions. Next, Ian saw a completely different Yamato. Hot-style Yamato. The combination of a navel-bearing sling and ultra-short shorts shows the girl's snow-white long legs and gradually surging curves to the fullest. Ian didn't even notice that before he knew it, this girl could be described as sexy. Classic-style Yamato. The court dress made of satin fabric, decorated with gold thread and pearls, the hem embellished with lace and embroidery, plus the lady's hat and head. Ian looked at Yamato with a gentle and peaceful smile and exclaimed, "Who are you?" Girl Next Door style Yamato. The combination of short-sleeved t-shirt and short overalls, 2 long legs with over-the-knee white stockings, and even her hair was combed into twin ponytails. The girl showed Ian her signature silly smile. It's like the girl who lives next door grew up with him and always plays with him. Who doesn't want a childhood sweetheart like this? No. Yamato is his childhood sweetheart, right? Ian rubbed his eyes. It felt like he had traveled through several different world lines in a row. He couldn't help but look at Black Maria with an inexplicable smile on her face. You did a good job, Maria. Hey, Ian, how are you? The girl next door, Yamato, walked up to Ian, still looking very proud. Very good. You really should change your style. Ian was sincere. Hey. The little girl scratched her head and smiled foolishly. What about these clothes? Black Maria asked at the right time. Ian coughed twice, packed them all up, and take them away. So the entire clothing store was emptied. The 4 returned to the Golden Dragon and continued to the Honeycomb Island. Meanwhile, at the back of the New World, on the deck of a large ship with a whale-like shape, a man with a pineapple-like hairstyle said to the majestic man sitting on the wide chair, "Dad, I'll go there. 48, Beehive Island, a paradise for pirates. If you want to ask who is the most powerful pirate group in the world, then probably 90% of people will give the same answer. Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates are led by the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. After the Roger Pirates disappeared, Shanghai could no longer find a pirate group that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Whitebeard Pirates. Not even the Big Mom Pirates or the Beast Pirates. And now the world's strongest pirate group is about to take action. The world's strongest man, white-bearded Edward Newgate, sat in his large chair and turned to look at his son sitting cross-legged on the side of the boat. Marco? Skewered was killed by that kid. Of course, we cannot remain indifferent. The man with the pineapple head, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the great pirate who is famous in the sea, Marco, known as the Phoenix, has a pair of lifeless dead fish eyes, and his whole person exudes a lazy temperament because of this. But there was no hint of slightness in his words. Everyone in this ocean knows what will happen if you hurt our family. He said, I'm going to bring those 2 brats back. Marco looked at a woman on the deck and thought it was to collect some interest for Odin. The beautiful woman with green hair is a little thin, the flesh on her cheeks is somewhat sunken, and her cheekbones are prominent, but she is not ugly at all. Next to the woman stood a little girl who looked to be in her early 10 years, with short hair, a t-shirt and shorts, and 2 knives on her waist. Although she was not old, she could already see her future beauty. The girl stepped forward and said loudly, Uncle Marco, I want to go too. You're too young, Hayari-sama. Bista, the #1 swordsman of the pirate group with a mustache and captain of the 5th Division, said to the little girl with a smile. But I also want to avenge my father. The little girl argued loudly. Although she was still ignorant at that time, she has never forgotten that night when the flames were blazing. The captured brother, and that golden monster. Hayori. Her mother gently held her hand. The woman, Guanyuesher, shook her head slightly. Don't be willful, you will only cause trouble for everyone. The little girl listened to her mother's words and went back reluctantly with her lips pouted. This is it, Marco? Bista looked at Marco. Is it really necessary for you to go out in person? Marco is the #2 figure in the pirate group, the real second master. Does he need to take action personally to deal with the 2 brats? Is it enough to just send a few captains there? After all, Skeward's strength is not outstanding among the many captains under his banner, let alone compared with the captains. How strong could the kid who defeated him be? Their direction is towards Beehive Island. Marco said, if their destination is really there, they may encounter Wang Ji's intervention. If the destination is not there, it will be easier for me to search because I can fly. Reasonable and well-founded. Bista nodded lightly. Wang Ji, that is indeed not an easy man to deal with. You really need Marco to go there in person. Otherwise, you can't let Dad go out, right? Wait, Marco. At this time, someone spoke up, and a man dressed as a geisha stood up and said, I'll go with you. His name is Izo, a former Kazuki retainer who followed Kazuki Odin to the Whitebeard Pirates. When Kazuki Odin jumped ship to join the Roger Pirates, he stayed until now. That brat killed His Highness Momonosuke. How could I turn a blind eye to him? Izang's reasons were so good that Marco couldn't think of a reason to refuse. Dad, He looked at the father of everyone in their pirate group. Then go ahead, Marco. Whitebeard nodded slightly. Bring those two brats back. I will ask the pirate groups near Beehive Island to cooperate with you. If that idiot Wang Ji has any objections, let him come to me. Give it to me. Marco smiled confidently. And Izong solemnly said to Guangyue Shi, Mrs. Shi, please don't worry. I will bring those two sinners back. But Guangyue was a little worried. Be careful, Mr. Izo. That child is extraordinary. She still couldn't forget that brilliant flame. No matter how unusual it is not the reason for them to persecute the Kazuki family. Izong is decisive. The Whitebeard pirates start taking action. A few days later, on the blue sea, the golden flying dragon rides the wind and waves. On the deck, Ian and Yamato are fighting. Yamato started shouting boredom again, and in desperation, Ian could only fight. Yamato has transformed into his werewolf form, while Ian is in his human form. However, Yamato did not use the ability to freeze, and only used taijutsu and haki to fight Ian. In this case, it can be said that the strength of the two is almost the same, and the fight is very lively. So amazing. Jack, who was watching the battle, was so excited that he said, both brother Ian and sister Yamato are so amazing. No matter which one, he can't compete with it at all. Black Maria next to her had a completely different view. What a perfect match. Black Maria looked at the two people fighting nonstop, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Sure enough, no one is more suitable for each other than them, right? The fight between the two did not determine the winner, because Babanuki ran over in a hurry. Lord Ian, Miss Yamato, Beehive Island is coming. Yamato, who was fighting with Ian just now, turned back instantly. Really? Her sudden stop made Ian almost unable to react and punched her. Fortunately, Ian, who had studied life return, had excellent control over his body and stopped the attack in time. Yes, Miss Yamato. Babanuki said, it should arrive in 2 hours at most. Great. Yamato cheered. After a few boring days of sailing, they were finally going to reach their destination. Beehive Island, a famous pirate island in the New World. Since the Rocks era, this island has been a gathering place for pirates. Large number of pirates gather here. They abided by the order established by Rocks and regarded this place as a paradise. Although the Rocks pirates had long collapsed and Beehive Island had become Wang Ji's territory, the rules remained unchanged. Wang Ji did not reject the arrival of foreign pirates. As long as they abided by his rules, all pirates could land on Beehive Island. The most notable feature of this island is the skull-shaped building, which is dozens of stories high and stand in the center of the island like a mountain. When the golden dragon approached the island, the first thing Ian saw was the building. Finally here, Yamato, beside him, cheered. Yamato changed into a set of clothes, which was also chosen by Black Maria for her. IT was a combination of a slim white shirt and black suit pants, a tie, and her hair was braided, looking heroic. Ian always felt that her look was familiar, but the hair color was not right, and the golden pupils were not circle eyes. However, Ian thinks the reason why Black Maria chose this combination is very simple. Because he also wears a white shirt and suit pants. You have a lot of little thoughts, Maria. But Ian forgives you. Looking at the island that is getting closer and closer, Ian whispered, then go find someone. Even in Beehive Island, where pirates gather and Wang Ji is in command, the arrival of the Golden Dragon has caused a huge sensation. There is no way the flag hanging on the mast is too famous. The ship of the beast pirates is coming. This news spread all over the island in an instant. And someone in the skeleton building received a call at this time. Kaido, I want to see Kowloon Walled City today. I recommend it. The fight is very exciting. The boss's moves make me laugh. 49. Wang Ji's warning. 2 siblings. Please read more. The golden flying dragon slowly docked at the dock of Beehive Island. The stairs were lowered from the deck, and Ian and Yamato walked side by side from the ship. Jack and Black Maria followed Ian. Black Maria looked at the lively island. There are many people on the island. Where are we going to find the people Mr. Kaido wants us to find? Just ask anyone. Ian stepped on the soil of Beehive Island and looked around. It should be said that the Beast's Pirates are indeed a famous unicorn company in the New World. Their arrival makes the pirates from the surrounding small and medium-sized companies unable to help but come over to watch the fun. The pier was surrounded and almost impenetrable. Fortunately, the minions who wanted to become famous in one fell swoop did not jump out this time. This probably had something to do with Wang Ji's dislike of people making trouble in his territory. Seeing Ian and others, the pirates were also talking a lot. Kid, are they all brats? Are they really members of the Beast Pirates? I've never seen them before. Are they fake? Have you lost your mind and gone crazy? What kind of madman would dare to go to Boss Wang Ji's territory and impersonate the Beast Pirates? Ian didn't pay attention to the discussions of these pirates at all. He just remembered what Mr. Kai said before that Babanuki recited. After the destruction of the Rocks Pirates, Mr. Kai's old friend formed a pirate group of his own, just like Mr. Kai and the others. But his strength is obviously slightly behind Whitebeard, Teacher Kai, and Charlotte Lingling, so he cannot expand his territory and establish his own foundation. He regards Beehive Island as his base camp. Wang Ji does not reject foreign pirates anyway, that as long as he pays him the protection fee on time, he can survive here. This is what Teacher Kai calls an old friend who has settled down here. Ian feels very subtle about this. To a certain extent, it is indeed possible to settle down and establish a career. Not long ago, Mr. Kai, an old friend, encountered a powerful enemy during a voyage. He was the only one who managed to escape, but he himself was seriously injured and died soon. Only then did he call Kai Teacher here. He also had a pair of young children who had no one to take care of them after his death. After all, I have lived on Beehive Island for decades. If I just ask any old man on the island, I can probably find out the whereabouts of the two siblings. However, before Ian could find anyone to ask, the pirates watching from the front parted ways, accompanied by exclamations one after another. A tall and thin man walked out of the passage. Ian looked at him. With a height of more than 3 meters, he is not very outstanding among so many pirates present, but his body is extremely thin, almost like a bamboo pole, and it seems that he will be blown away by the wind at any time. The cheeks are also quite long and slender. They are no longer at the level of a horse face. They can be called stick insects. The man who looked less than 40 years old looked at Ian and the others up and down without saying a word. Hey, what do you want to do? Yamato had already taken a step forward and said aggressively, Do you also want to fight with us? I don't think so. Ian deadpanned. Apart from members of the Wang Ji pirate group, Ian can't think of any other possibility for being so respected by the pirates on this Beehive Island. And the Wang Ji pirates happen to be the least likely people on this island to fight them directly. Sure enough, this cold-faced man said indifferently, Boss Wang Ji asked me to give you a warning. He doesn't care what you do, but remember, don't act recklessly on this island. After saying that, the man turned around and left without looking back, without any hesitation. Oh, cool, man. However, Wang Ji's attitude means that Teacher Kai has already said hello in advance. Otherwise, Wang Ji would have no reason to know how many of them there are, right? Ian is almost touched. Teacher Kai, you are so gentle now. What? This guy is so arrogant. Yamato was furious. You didn't take me seriously at all. All right. Ian held her hand and walked forward. Go find someone to ask for directions first. Who is the arrogant one? Isn't this attitude common? An uninvited guest came to the house, and even though he only came to give a verbal warning, Ian even felt that Wang Ji was a little weak. Anyway, can anyone answer a question for me? Ian looked around at the pirates and asked loudly. Runty ran anxiously in the alley. She is only 7 years old this year. This should be an age where she is carefree and pampered by her parents, but Runty is wearing a shabby dress, her body is full of stains, and she is carrying a nail with a lot of nails on her head. Nail sticks were running through the shabby alleys. The girl wearing a strange mask was breathing rapidly due to the continuous high-speed running, but she did not stop for a moment. Xiaopei, sister is here to save you. The little girl turned a corner quickly, and what appeared in front of her eyes was a scene that made her eyes split open. A thin little boy, who looked to be about 5 or 6 years old, was surrounded by several teenagers in their early teens. One of the boys grabbed the little boy's head and pressed him against the wall to rub him. The boy's face was touched by the rough wall. It was worn, and the walls were stained red with blood. Run, kid. Why don't you keep running? Xiao Pei. Rundy felt like she was going to explode. The little girl had never thought that her life would change so drastically before. When her father was still alive, she was carefree every day and never worried about anything. Although her father often had to go out to sea, when he came back, he always spent all his time playing with her and her brother. So even if her mother left early, Runty did not lack love. At that time, she took her brother to play crazy on the island every day. However, since her father died not long ago, the situation has changed drastically. The pirates who had conflicts with their father came to the door one after another and used various means to take away all the property left by their father, Runty and her brother could only live on the streets. And the revenge of these pirates is not over yet. Lord Wangji does not allow anyone to make trouble on the island, so they send their children over to constantly bully the siblings. Today, just a moment of carelessness, her younger brother Peggy Wan was snatched away by those bastards, and Runty hurriedly chased after them. You guys, go to hell. How dare you bully Xiaopei? Runty was furious. She had promised her dying father that she would protect Xiaopei. The little girl rushed forward quickly, jumped up, and smashed the homemade mace in her hand on the top of a boy's head before the other party was prepared. Wow! She screamed. She was just a 7-year-old girl, but she smashed the unfortunate boy's head. The boy fell to the ground after screaming, and it seemed that he was breathing, but not breathing. You killed him, the other boys exclaimed. Although I know that this girl is very strong, this is too exaggerated. They are not ordinary boys. They are all reserve pirates. After taking the weapon, is there such a big difference? You guys go to hell too. Runty's eyes were completely red, and she didn't think about anything in her heart, but just thought that these bastards who hurt Xiaopei must die. She swung the mace without any rules and beat the boys so hard that they screamed and ran away, and 2 more fell down immediately. Wait for us. The boys fled in a panic. Quick, Xiaopei, let's run. Runty did not continue to chase, but quickly carried her brother on her back and turned around to run. She was still too young to know what to do next. She only knew that she should run away now. Sister. The little boy, with a bruised face and blood all over his face, murmured weakly. Xiaopei, sister will definitely protect you, Runty said loudly. However, at the moment of rushing out of the alley, a big foot came towards her, and Runty was instantly kicked to the ground. Damn kid! What did you do? Several pirates surrounded Runty and her brother and sister, and they looked furious. The boys who had just escaped followed behind them. These children were not found anywhere randomly, but their own children. And now the children were killed by this guy. I'll kill you. The restraints of Lord Wangji were thrown out of their minds, and several angry pirates were desperate. And Runty's first reaction was, Run, Xiaopei, run. The little girl screamed, turned over, and rushed towards the pirates. Sister. The little boy named Peggy Wan raised his bloody face in a daze and watched his sister weakly being knocked to the ground by the pirates again in an instant. Even with such a gifted talent, there is still a big gap compared to the elite pirates who ventured into the New World. The pirates drew out their knives and guns, ready to kill the 2 siblings. Xiaopei. Runty fell to the ground and tried to reach out to grab her brother, but a pirate stepped on her back, making her unable to move at all. And the muzzle of the pirate's gun was already aimed at the back of her head. The next moment, he was about to pull the trigger. It's not good for adults to bully children. 50. Runty and Peggy Wan have a longer memory. The pirate was about to pull the trigger, but as the faint sound rang out, an invisible bullet came through the air and penetrated directly through his wrist. Ah! The pirate screamed and fell back as if he was electrocuted. As blood spattered, the pistol in his hand also flew into the sky. The flying pistol spun and fell to the ground, and then was kicked away casually by a black leather shoe. The frightened Runty turned her head and saw a young man walking towards the sun with his back to the sun. She was stunned and just looked at the person in a daze. Ian withdrew his right hand and looked at the little girl lying on the ground and the little boy lying not far from her, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What a critical moment. There is only one chance that the future Beast Pirates will lose 2 members. It should be said that the pirates on Beehive Island are quite friendly. After Ian asked the question and released his overlord color a little as a symbol of friendship, a pirate answered his question. He told Ian about the current situation of the Runty brothers and their recent activities. Ian rushed over immediately, and after grabbing a few pirates on the way and having a cordial and friendly conversation, he finally found this place. It should be said that he came just in time to save people. But is this the butterfly effect? If he had been a little later, Runty would have died. But the iron-headed girl in the original work is obviously alive and well. Wrong. Ian immediately thought of a truly reasonable explanation. The reason is that if you don't have yourself, then others will come. Without taking a detour, they will definitely come faster, right? Thinking of this, Ian couldn't help but glance at Yamato. If they didn't catch up and the 2 siblings died, this girl would bear the greatest responsibility. Of course, Yamato didn't realize this. She just looked at the two siblings on the ground curiously. My sister's hair was in strands. The thick ones were blue, and the thin ones were pink. They looked very strange. Her eyes were big and round. She was looking at Ian in a daze. The younger brother wore a mask like his elder sister, but he also wore a hat, which almost completely covered his appearance. Like Yamato and Black Maria, the two siblings have a pair of horns on their foreheads. Ian, are they them? Yamato asked. It should be, right? Ian stepped forward. You are the daughters and sons of Joseph. We were sent by your father's friends to pick you up. Come back with us. Runty's eyes instantly became rounder. She knows. Before he died, his father held her hand and said that he asked his friends to adopt them. Is this handsome big brother the one who came to pick them up? Kid, no matter who you are, these two little ghosts must die. The pirate whose wrist was shot through covered his hands and roared angrily. No one can stop me. I said so. Fuck them all. Kill them. Several other pirates were attacking Ian. Big brother, be careful. Runty subconsciously reminded her. Big brother just saved her. Ian just raised his hand, his right hand, and straightened one finger, his index finger. Use your right index finger to gently move the air. Snap, snap, snap. A few soft sounds. The pirates immediately fell to the ground. There was a wound in the center of their chests, as if they had been shot through by bullets. As I said, it's not good for adults to bully children. I'm also a child, only 13 years old this year. Finger gun. Jack looked in admiration. As expected of brother Ian, it's much more powerful than a real musket. This. The pirate who was covering his wrist turned pale for a moment. Who are you? He didn't notice that behind him, the little girl he had knocked down had climbed up, picked up a pirate's scimitar that had fallen aside, and stabbed him in the back from behind. Kid. The pirate suddenly turned around in pain and threw Runty away, but before he could do anything else, Runty picked up the musket from the ground that had been kicked away by Ian just now. Go to hell. She fired. With a snap, there was a bloody hole on the pirate's forehead, and his body fell softly. Ha ha ha. Runty was a little frightened, panting violently, her hands still holding the gun as if they were stiff, and she stared at the pirate, who fell to the ground. After finally confirming that he was dead, an excited smile appeared on the girl's face. Wow. The teenagers who led the way screamed out in surprise, peeing and crawling in an attempt to escape. You all go to hell. Runty rushed over with a knife and a pistol. 2 shots and 2 knives instantly made these noisy teenagers learn to be quiet. Ha ha. After Runty killed all the enemies, she couldn't help laughing. Anyone who wants to hurt himself or Xiaopei will die. Ian twitched the corner of his mouth. She's only 7 years old. Shouldn't it be said that she looks more like Mr. Kai's daughter than Yamato in the original work? This is the holy body of the innate beast pirates, with the bloodthirsty attributes fully charged. She is so interesting. Yamato commented with a smile. Fortunately, in terms of bloodthirsty, Yamato on our side doesn't lose either. So, Black Maria smiled and said, Are you the people we are looking for? Joseph. Runty sniffed, and her big eyes became smaller because of her lowered eyebrows. That's my father's name. Said he asked a friend to adopt me and Xiaopei. Then you are right. Ian pretended to believe it. Then just come back with us. The little girl nodded happily. She carried her weak brother on her back again and was finally safe. She looked at Ian and blinked. Brother, what's your name? I'm Runty. She shook her brother behind her. Xiaopei is Peggy 1. I'm Ian. Ian introduced himself, then patted Yamato on the shoulder. This is Yamato, followed by Black Maria and Jack. I'm Yamato. Yamato repeated with a smile. I'm Black Maria Shaoran. Maria seemed to like Runty's appearance very much, smiling. Jack was as cold as ever, just standing there quietly, saying nothing and pretending to be a master. Ian, the little girl murmured, then raised her little face and shouted happily, Brother Ian. Ian raised his eyebrows. Ian, brother. This is a completely new experience. And me. Tion came over shamelessly and pointed his finger at his face. I'm sister to he. She has never been called sister. Runty curled her lips. Brother Ian is the savior of Xiaopei and me. Who are you? Yamato blinked. What did I do wrong to make you disrespect me so much? Don't even want to call me sister. Anyway, Ian clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Go back. You want to go back like this? A cold voice came suddenly. Ian turned his head. On the wall on one side, the tall and thin man I saw just now stood quietly on it. The man looked down at Ian and the others and just said to himself, I should have made it clear just now that Boss Wang Ji doesn't want you to act recklessly here. So, kid, can you tell me, what are you doing just now? Ian turned back, looked at the scattered corpses, and then looked around at the strange-looking pirates. He raised his head and looked at the stick insect-like man. It's just self-defense. Wherever you go, follow the rules. Even children know this. The stick insect jumped lightly from the wall, as light as a willow leaf. Even if you are the beast pirates, that is not the reason for you to violate Boss Wang Ji's rules. Ian raised his hands and loosened the buttons on his collar. So, what do you want to say? For the disobedient brats, let them have a longer memory. 51. Ancient species of the snake fruit. Unexpected situation. Chapter 51 Ancient species of snake fruit. Accidents. Boss Snake is going to fix those brats of the beast pirates. On Beehive Island, pirates rushed to tell each other. In an instant, the entire island was boiling. As we all know, Boss Snake is the leader of the Wangji pirates. If he wants to attack the beast pirates, does that mean that the Wangji pirates are going to war with the beast pirates? Does this mean that Boss Wang Ji is going to war with Kaido? So exciting, so exciting. It's rare to see a battle between strong men. Even if you die this time, it will be worth the price of admission. With this thought in mind, the pirates on the entire island are gathering in one direction. Inside the skeleton building, in a dimly lit room, a conversation was unfolding. Boss Wang Ji, is it really okay to just ignore Snake? Kaido seems to attach great importance to those brats. What does that bastard Kaido think of me with just one phone call? He wants me to cooperate with the brats he sent here. Are you kidding me? Let Snake teach those brats a lesson. Kaido has to thank me. Can he still come to trouble me just because those brats were beaten up? Ian probably also knew that his affairs had attracted the attention of the entire island, because there are indeed more and more pirates watching. However, these spectators are not important. Ian just stared at the long-faced man in front of him. Listening to the comments from the pirates around him, he seemed to be called Snake. A familiar name, but fortunately, he is a pirate, not a lawyer. Everyone come together. The man named Snake, whose figure was indeed as slender as a snake, rolled up his sleeve slowly. Don't say I bullied the brat. This guy is so arrogant. Yamato was instantly angered and pulled out the mace from his back. I'm going to beat him, Ian. Don't interfere. I can't do this. Ian was also rolling up his sleeves. Yamato, can you hand this guy over to me? Although the strength of Wang Ji's pirate group is definitely inferior to that of the top pirate groups on the sea, it stands to reason that the strength of the cadres under his command is definitely not as strong as Uncle Jin's. It's just that there's only one difference. This guy is probably quite strong. He should be much stronger than a guy like Squard. It's probably very difficult for Yamato to defeat him at this time. I do not want it, Yamato retorted loudly. Then let's go together. Ian rolled up half of his sleeves, revealing his arms that were not too thick, but quite strong. The muscles under the skin slowly squirmed with his movements, giving people an inexplicable steel-like feeling. Maria Jack. Ian did not look back. Rundy and Peggy Wan are left to you. Protect them. I know, Brother Ian. Jack answered loudly. He knew that Brother Ian thought that neither the eldest nor the eldest sister could win against this man, so they would be even less able to help. Jack hated his weakness in his heart, but he assured Ian categorically. Brother Ian. Runty was carrying her younger brother on her back, looking at Ian's back, and suddenly said loudly, Be careful. I heard people say that Snake is a person with ancient abilities of the animal system. Noisy brat. The pale snake's eyes narrowed slightly, which made his eyes look even more clammy, as cold as a snake. Ancient species. Ian smiled half-heartedly. It seems very powerful. Thundered gossip. Yamato's reaction was much more direct. He ejected, jumped up with a mace in hand, wrapped the iron rod around Haki, rounded it, and hit Snake on the head. Lei Ming Bagua, are you worthy? Snake chuckled, leaned back, and then suddenly bumped his head forward. Iron head. The power is 80. When Yamato's iron rod hit Snake's iron head, and his dark forehead directly bounced away from Yamato's mace, and Yamato was also bounced away. However, Snake couldn't help being shocked. This stinky girl has so much strength. The shock lasted less than a moment, and Snake's pupil shrank to the size of a pinhead in an instant. Because the moment Yamato was thrown away, a sudden finger almost pierced his eye socket. Hell thrust. Iponite hand. Ian's right index finger was wrapped with Haki, so close that Snake could almost see his fingerprints clearly. The combination of shaving and finger guns can increase the power of the finger guns while getting close to the opponent through an instant burst of speed. At the critical moment, Snake's head, which had been tilted back, was smashed forward again. Boom. The air was shaking, and dark lightning was radiating. Ian fell back as if he was electrocuted. The domineering force is much stronger than that of Skewed. My index finger is a little numb. Therefore, at the moment of being repelled, Ian flicked his slender right leg. Lungekas. The blue storm roared out in an instant and swallowed Snake directly. Drink! Snake shouted loudly, and his whole body suddenly became dark. The flashy air blade storm fell on him like it was tickling. The whole body is armed with color, which is stronger than the iron block, but only a little. Those who like to use this move in the original game were basically cut off. However, this move is very useful for Ian, who is weak in dominance at this time. Mingdi. Before Yamato even landed, he had already swung the mace with all his strength. The domineering energy turned into a spear and stabbed Snake directly in the chest, causing the man to slide back. Soy mujer. Snake only had time to look up, and Ian was already close to him again. Finger gun, siege cannon. Snake raised his left arm to block and hit Ian's head with his right fist. Although you are very fast, you can still see things, boy. Iron Fist is about to smash Ian's head. Ian's head is indeed flat. The right side of the head collapsed inward, allowing Snake's fist to pass through. What? Snake's narrow eyes widened. Paper painting, boy. Ian punched Snake in the face with his backhand, knocking the guy away. It hurts. Snake was flying in the air, blinded, and his face was a little deformed. This boy's strength is even more exaggerated than that white-haired girl. Jung Sancher in Nai Luo. Yamato fell from the sky, and the iron rod hit Snake's chest directly, causing the guy to fall to the ground like a meteorite. No way. The pirates around him suddenly lost their composure. Boss Snake, was he actually suppressed? It's just those two brats? These two brats have such a tacit understanding. The attacks come one after another, without giving Boss Snake a chance to breathe. Yamato landed next to Ian and smiled. Ian, don't hold back. That's what I'm saying. Ian chuckled. And this is just the beginning. The smoke from Snake's landing was instantly blown away, and the behemoth rose up. Kid, how long are you going to keep fooling around? You are so proud of being able to push me to this point. The huge head looked down at the two Ians, with orange vertical pupils staring at them, but the farce is almost over. Wow, it's so big. Yamato raised his head in surprise. Bigger than Ian. It is indeed a huge exaggeration. A snake, a giant snake with a length of more than 100 meters, was entangled in front of Ian and the two of them. Even if only the upper body was raised, his height was already comparable to a tall building. Appeared, animal type, ancient species of snake fruit, Titanoboa form. A pirate was exclaiming. Not a stick insect, but a snake? Titanoboa? That body shape is not surprising, Ian thought. Brother Ian, be careful. Runty, who was hiding behind Jack and Black Maria to watch the battle, had already exclaimed nervously. After all, this was too big. Don't worry, Shaoran. Black Maria smiled gently and said, Ian, he is much stronger than you think. He is almost getting serious. Ian is indeed ready to transform. Lord Ian. Panic shouts came suddenly. Ian turned his head, and Babanuki squeezed through the crowd and rushed over. Something is wrong. Something bad happened. Is there any worse news than the fact that the Wangji pirates are about to fall out with themselves and others? Babanuki shouted, The Whitebeard pirates are coming. Ah. Ian was stunned. Really? Huh. Titanoboa was also stunned. You mean the Whitebeard pirates? 52 Marco is coming. Chapter 52 Marco is coming. Beehive Island port. Ian stood on the dock and looked into the distance. On the sea outside the island, several pirate ships were approaching quickly. With such a big deal like the attack of the Whitebeard pirates, Snake had no intention of fighting Ian and quickly went back to Wangji for advice. And Ian and others arrived at the port smoothly. Judging from the current situation, it shouldn't be that easy to leave. The Golden Flying Dragon is blocked in the port. Oh, pirates! Leiching pirates, octopus pirates. 3 pirate groups under the Whitebeard pirates came at once. Babanuki stood behind him and said worriedly, I'm afraid there is also the captain of the Whitebeard pirates on board. It was for my group of people. Ian is very conscious of this. Otherwise, he couldn't have come to start a war with Wang Ji, right? Maybe it's because you didn't clean up Skeered's pirates when you were on Banana Island before, right? There's also a fish that slipped through the net and reported his whereabouts to the Whitebeard pirates. This is really troublesome. Back in time, on the blue Qinghai Sea, a pirate group rides the wind and waves, and the outline of Beehive Island has emerged at the end of the distant horizon. Marco stood on the bow of one of the ships. Are you sure? It's confirmed. The man standing behind him is tall and thin, with a thin sword on his waist and two long beards that turn back and forth like lightning. His name is Makugai, Leiching Makugai, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the most famous pirate captains. I sent people to Beehive Island in advance to find out the news about half an hour ago. Those brats landed on Beehive Island. They were looking for someone. Finally found. An impatient voice came from behind. A man dressed as a geisha. Izo couldn't help but pull out his gun. He looked at Marco with eyes full of longing. Marco nodded slightly. Let's go find the imps. They put a lot of effort into finding those little devils. Because they only knew their approximate heading, several pirate groups sent many people to all the islands in this sea area just to prevent those few brats from escaping. Fortunately, now it seems that all the efforts were worth it. Found it. I want to speak to Wang Ji, Marco said solemnly. This time there is no room for him to meddle. The phone bug is ready. Makugai pulled out a phone bug and quickly dialed a number. Later, Beehive Island, inside the skeleton building. Bastard thing. In the dimly lit room, the man was furious. Marco, damn brat, how dare you talk nonsense in front of me? When I and his bastard father were roaming the sea together, he was still a fertilized egg. But Boss Wang Ji, in front of him, there was another man. We have no reason and should not get involved in the war between the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. Even if those brats were kidnapped by Marco, it was the Whitebeard Pirates that Kaido wanted to take revenge on, and it had nothing to do with us. And I think that if you have to offend one of them, Whitebeard is obviously a more formidable opponent than Kaido. Wang Ji in the darkness did not speak. There are few people on the sea who know Whitebeard and Kaido better than him. After all, they have been on the same ship for many years on this Beehive Island. This might be an opportunity. Wang Ji suddenly spoke quietly. The anger just now has completely disappeared. The war between Newgate and Kaido is of course an opportunity for us. After all, the new world is still too small, and there are too many monsters. Tell Snake. Time returns to the present. Or, Master Ian, what should we do now? The experienced Babanuki was also sitting on the wax at this time, sweating profusely and at a loss. Experience and wisdom are of no use when facing enemies that are completely beyond your ability to deal with them. Since they are coming for us, let's fight them. Jean Kwang Yamato was majestic, with his feet on the guardrail of the pier, and his mace pointed at the approaching ships in the distance. Destroy them. Fighting is fun. When Babanuki heard this, there was even more sweat on his forehead. Miss Yamato, now is not the time for you to be willful. He looked at Ian longingly. Brother Ian, is he a very powerful opponent? Runty, who followed him to the port, carefully pulled Ian's trouser legs. We have to find out who the person is looking at, Ian said softly. However, I think Yamato's suggestion may not be undesirable. Right? Yamato bared his teeth at Ian proudly. Lord Ian. Babanuki was about to scream. Isn't Lord Ian the most cautious? Why were you assimilated by Miss Yamato today? Ian didn't answer. He had gone through a round of thinking. The first thing that is clear is that Whitebeard is definitely not coming. Otherwise, it would be the Moby Dick that appeared on the sea at this time. In other words, the people who would lead the army would at most be big cadres like Marco, Josie, and Bista. Furthermore, facing the unknowns like himself, it was unlikely that these big cadres would come together. It might even be just an ordinary captain leading the team. The situation is not that bad. Although I don't want to fight, it is now a situation where it is impossible not to fight. If you don't fight, you can't survive. Lord Ian. Babanuki was still trying hard to dispel Ian's crazy idea. Maybe we can seek help from Wang Ji. Good idea, Babanuki. Ian applauded Babanuki's good idea. Go and call everyone on the boat. Maybe Wang Ji can at least help. If Babanuki and the pirates were allowed to stay on the Golden Flying Dragon, they would undoubtedly become the target of the other party. The Golden Flying Dragon was stuck in the port and couldn't escape. The Whitebeard pirates' fleet could blast it into the sky with just a few salvos. This ship was not like the Thousand Sunny, which could jet and accelerate into the sky. If we really want to fight, let's put the battlefield on Beehive Island. The key to victory or defeat lies in protecting one's own strength while reducing the opponent's strength. When they arrive at Beehive Island, due to Wang Ji, the Whitebeard pirates would restrain themselves no matter what. I see. Babanuki ran back to the ship and called all the crew members off the ship. However, as soon as everyone on the ship stepped down from the deck, a group of pirates came to the port. The leader was Snake. The man looked at Ian, and Ian looked at him. Also looked at the pirates behind him, all of them loaded with weapons and ready to fight at any time. TSK. You really can use the wind to steer the ship, Wang Ji. Feel sorry. Snake's face was expressionless. Kids, the adult amusement park is closed to you. Boss Wang Ji said it's time for you to go home. Oh. Ian put his hands into his trouser pockets. Is that so? Friendly reminder. Snake pursed his lips towards Ian's back. Your opponent is here. Ian turned around, and on the big ship in the distance, a blue flame bird spread its wings and flew towards this side. The second most troublesome guy in the Whitebeard pirates is here. Good news, Whitebeard really didn't come. Bad news, the worst of the good news. He should entertain you well. Snake showed a cold smile. Now, kid, get on your boat and get off this island. Ian turned around and said calmly, What if I say no? So, the corners of Snake's mouth gradually raised and finally settled into a teasing arc. I think you might need a little help. 53. Playing against Marco, please read it. The atmosphere at the port became tense instantly. Snake and Ian just looked at each other, and the air between them almost solidified. But not far away, the pirates watching the excitement were blushing with excitement. Stop staring at us with big eyes. Boring. Let us see the river of blood. The Beast Pirates, the Wangji Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates. This will be the climax of the horse-riding battle. Even our jobs have to be uprooted. Ian, beat this guy up. Yamato pulled out the mace, his face turned red with anger. I will definitely beat this guy to death. Ian. However, Black Maria turned back worriedly and looked at the blue firebird that was already very close. That's Marco the Phoenix, the second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and a great pirate whose reputation is known all over the world. Facing such a guy is already a headache, but if we fight against the Wangji Pirates again, the situation will not be good. If you understand, just get out. Snake took a step forward, and the next moment, his size suddenly expanded and turned into a huge python. The huge head like a cabin looked down at Ian and the others. The huge tail just slapped the ground, causing the whole body to tremble. The harbor was shaking. If you want to protect Babanuki and the others, you have to let them land on the Beehive Island. If you wanted Babanuki and the others to land on Beehive Island, Ian raised his head and looked up at the head of the huge python. You are in the way, Ian said. The more troublesome people have already arrived. Snake just sneered. That's you, right? The blue flame bird has already flown over the port. IT looks like it is the size of a person. IT is incomparable to Snake, who is over 100 meters long. IT even has eyes that look like a pair of glasses. The decoration seems a bit ridiculous. However, no one in the entire port could laugh out loud in front of this man. Just because he is Marco, the Marco of the Phoenix. He looked down at Ian Yama and the two people on the dock. Are you the ones who killed, skewered, and kidnapped Momonosuke? Ian looked up at Marco. Quite gorgeous. The tail also drags 3 long tail feathers, and there is a bunch of yellow flames burning brightly on the top of its head. Come back with me. Dad wants to see you. Marco flapped his wings and lowered his height. Everyone in this sea knows what price we will pay for attacking our companions. Marco, I've ordered these brats to leave. Snake stretched his neck and his scarlet forked tongue poked out of his mouth. Beehive Island is not a place where you can mess around. If you want to fight, go to the sea to fight. Rest assured. Marco's tone was a little lazy. It won't take up too much of your time. He is already logged in, and it only takes a moment to deal with these brats. It seems that there is no way to reconcile, so let me take some time first. Ian twisted his neck and shouted to the golden flying dragon next to him. Babanuki, get people off the ship quickly. Kid, I've made it very clear. Snake lowered his head angrily. Get off this island. I also made it very clear that you are in the way. In the deep voice, Snake saw a ball of fire. The golden flame exploded instantly, and a black shadow shot through the air. Wah wah. Snake's eyes instantly turned white, and his tongue popped out of his mouth and almost flew away. His huge body protruded violently from the middle to the back. Using this as a boundary, the upper 2 sections straightened and bent, forming a symbol. The terrifying force directly blew away the big snake with a body length of more than 100 meters, not to mention the pirates of the Wangji pirates who were following Snake, and even the pirates watching the excitement from further away, suffered a disaster. The giant snake swept through everything behind it, and the buildings and houses on the pier were completely swept away. Hey! Boss Snake was beaten away. The surviving pirates were stunned. They looked back and saw that in the ruins in the distance, the huge giant snake had lost its trace. Knocking Boss Snake unconscious with one blow? Even with the same use of abilities, how come the gap has widened to an unimaginable level? The battlefield is now free. Ian, who transformed into a golden god, retracted his right leg, flapped his wings slightly, and turned around. Dot. The expression on Marco's bird face changed slightly, visible to the naked eye. So fast, so powerful. Snake the Python is also a famous pirate in the New World, and as a result, he was kicked away by this kid before he even realized what happened. Lord Ian, Babanuki, who was taking people off the boat, looked at Snake, who was beaten away, and felt like crying. Is this called asking Wang Ji for help? Babanuki, go to the island, get ready for battle. Ian said so. Babanuki didn't understand. Do you still need to give up your login position to the other party? Is Lord Ian preparing to fight a noble war? On board the Whitebeard pirates' fleet that has rushed into the port. They abandoned their ship and landed. They were smart. We were still a little hesitant about landing on Beehive Island. If they were on the ship, we should have greeted them with cannonballs by now. Thunderlord Makugai put down the telescope and sneered, "Give us all the landing positions. Want to fight us fairly? You are courting death. Notify Aon Karma. Prepare to land. Cooperate with Marco to catch them all in one fell swoop." One ship after another rushed straight to the dock without stopping. Ian looked at these pirate ships that had slowed down and were ready to land. Oh, it's better to gather together. Hurry up and land and set up your formation. What are you still looking around for? The voice came from far away in an instant, and the blue firebird changed its shape as it flew in. This kid is very powerful. Izo and the others may not be able to beat him, but fortunately I came here by myself. Marco's orc form is also very special. His body and head are no different from those of humans, except that his arms have become wings of fire, his legs have become bird claws, and there are tail feathers behind his buttocks. Nonsense, stop it here. As if a meteorite fell from the sky, Marco just flew forward and pulled out a sonic boom cloud, and the sound couldn't even catch up with his speed. Crane claw? Without any hesitation, just a flying kick. Ian didn't hesitate at all. God's mighty flame cannon. The hot golden flame turned into a beam of light and spewed out of Ian's mouth. With the blessing of life return, the flame that was originally just a phenomenon became as thick as magma. Marco was engulfed by the flames in an instant. The next second, a blue firebird flew out from above the pillar of fire. It hurts, bastard. In just a moment, this guy's head and body were almost burnt. Who are you kidding? I think it doesn't work at all. No defense at all. Ian thought, however, this guy really doesn't need to defend himself. In just one sentence, the charred marks on Marco's body had completely disappeared, and he was completely back to normal. Blue flame goose. Marco suddenly swung his right wing, and a large ball of blue flames suddenly hit Ian. This is the power of the phoenix fruit. Even if the brain is shattered, the head is split off, and the heart is pierced, it can still recover these injuries completely. Wing attack of the pterosaur. Ian flapped his wings, throwing out a series of flame blades wrapped with domineering power, directly tearing the blue fireball that was smashed. Blue flames do not have temperature, but Marco can also give the flames a certain shape so that the flames have a strong impact. While fighting with Marco, Ian lowered his head. Yamato, Jack, prepare for battle. Maria, Runty, and Peggy Wan are left to you. Just take care of them. Of course. Yamato laughed. Or rather, he can't wait. Yes, brother Ian. Jack clenched his two swords, extremely excited. I understand. Black Maria also nodded gently. But Runty said, don't worry about us, Maria. Go help brother Ian. Black Maria was stunned. This girl? It depends on the situation. Black Maria looked up. Maybe it will be easier than expected. Ian has never let them down. The pirate ships of the Whitebeard pirates have approached the dock, and there are even pirates on the deck who have jumped off the deck and swam over from the water. Do you still want to fight to the end? Marco soared into the sky and rushed towards Ian again. fighting to the last. If you surrender right away, it would be too embarrassing. Let's fight again. Ian flapped his wings, and flames from all joints of his body sped up his speed. He casually avoided Marco's attack while raising his hands high, the brilliant flame of the pterosaur. The flames in his left hand and right hand mixed together to form a huge fireball, which smashed directly at Marco. Phoenix Seal. Marco crossed his claws and kicked forward at the same time. The blue flames mixed with invisible domineering shockwaves collided with Ian's fireball. A golden and blue fireball suddenly bloomed in the sky, dodging like the sun, and the strong wind mixed with heat waves instantly swept the whole place. The next second, the fireball was smashed. Marco flew up, bent his right foot, and hit with his knee. The iron fist of the pterosaur. Ian punched to meet it. Thunder exploded, and black lightning radiated. Ian was knocked out directly. This guy has such a strong hockey. Is it also at the external level? His defense is a little stronger than when he was a child, but he still can't block his attack, and his fists are swollen. He has to enter the ball form to block his attack, but that form loses mobility, and facing the highly mobile Marco, Chun-Chun can only take the beating. But at the same time, Marco was shocked at the same time, and he was also retreating. This kid's strength is exaggerated, right? It goes without saying that his hockey is weak, after all. It is only at the level of entanglement, but the strength is too strong. He can even block his own attack with his strength. Ian observed the bottom with the corner of his eye. The first batch of pirates who came from the sea have landed. Several ships had already docked at the port, and pirates were jumping off the deck like rain. Wait a little longer. Ian thought, wait until they all get ashore. 54, Phoenix and Phoenix, please read it. At the same time that the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates had landed on Honeycomb Island. Far away in the Navy headquarters on the other side of the Red Continent, there are many Marins. A naval officer hurriedly ran in the majestic headquarters building, and he pushed open the door of the marshal's office with some breathlessness. Marshal Kong, in the new world of Beehive Island, there is a conflict between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast Pirates. What? Marie, Joya. The 5 old stars also gathered together because of the war that took place on Beehive Island. Of course, it was not just because of Ian. That kid became the trigger after all. If those 2 brats are captured by the Whitebeard Pirates, Kaido will never give up. The war between the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates is inevitable. Good thing, let them fight. The more lively the fight, the better. They have been expanding in a tacit agreement for too long, and it's time for some internal friction. Beehive Island, in the skeleton building. That kid is also a fantasy beast. Wang Ji stood by the window, looking at the port with his height advantage. Is it no wonder Kaido attaches so much importance to them and puts the battlefield on my territory? You are a daring brat. However, he actually fought Marco without collapsing at the first touch. This brat, where did that bastard Kaido pick it up from? What kind of luck is this? He was a little jealous. At the port, Makigai jumped from the deck, and his ears were filled with noise. The pirates landed with cheers and shouts, waiting for an order. Makugai pulled out the rapier from his waist and shouted loudly, "Attack! Catch them!" Oh. The pirates surged forward like mad dogs. Not only the pirates under his command, but also the other 2 pirates from the AO Pirates and the Octopus Pirates who came together were also sprinting. AO, the captain of the AO Pirates, is a man with a fat body but slender limbs and a face like a hippopotamus. The captain of the Octopus Pirates, Karma, is really an octopus man. He was once a personal trafficker and almost kidnapped Kazuki Toki. Later, after being taught a lesson by Whitebeard, he joined the Whitebeard Pirates. These 2 guys were equally excited at this time, waving their blades and leading the pirates under their command to charge. The advantage in numbers is absolute. There were only a few hundred crew members on the opposite side, led by a few brats. And on their side, there was a queue of thousands of pirates. Isn't this easy to grasp? Someone rushed faster than the 3 captains. Oh. A man dressed as a geisha roared and sprinted forward. He clenched his 2 guns, and his face was filled with veins like a madman. Finally, it's time to take revenge on Lord Odin. Although they are just 2 brats from the Beast Pirates. Coming. In the open space at the port, which was still some distance away from the pirates, Babanuki drew his sword and roared angrily. Then come on. Yamato took a step forward. White hair instantly covered his body, and the wolf god girl appeared. Jack and Black Maria remained silent, but silently entered their orc forms and stood ready. At this time, in the sky, Ian is still fighting with Marco. Mysterious truth. Ian's body was covered in flames, and the flames spurted backwards. He instantly became like a character in Dragon Ball, with explosive energy flying forward. Red Lotus Phoenix Sword. The golden flame condensed around Ian's body and turned into a giant sword, a spiral sword. According to the color, it should be called Golden Lotus Phoenix Sword, but it doesn't sound very good, so let's stick with the original version. The sword was wrapped with domineering energy and was still spinning crazily. It's not so much a sword as it is a drill bit that breaks through the sky. Marco showed no fear, flapping his wings to speed up and hit with a flying knee. Boom! The spiral sword collided with the flying knee, and thunder surged in the clear sky. The drill bit that broke through the sky was directly smashed by Marco's kick, and Ian himself was knocked back. The domineering power is a bit too strong, and coupled with the Phoenix Fruit's cheat-like recovery ability, long-range consumption won't be much of an advantage. Not to mention close combat. If you haven't even awakened to see, hear, and feel, you will definitely get beaten all over your head. If I had known that I was going to fight this guy, I should have brought some Hey-Lushy weapons. Ian looked down again. The pirates from the 3 pirate groups under Whitebeard have all landed. AT this time. They are charging towards Yamato and others who are waiting for them. The darkness is like the tide. Finally, it's almost done. Then the fun ends here. Ian's body suddenly expanded. The next moment, the golden flying dragon spread its wings in the sky. Marco was suddenly stunned. The big one is a bit exaggerated. The wingspan has exceeded 50 meters, and the tail is even longer from head to tail. That IT is truly a giant. However, the power of the beast form will indeed be stronger, but this body shape will also be much bulkier. Does this kid think he can defeat himself with strength alone? You said that's the end of it. Are you ready to admit defeat, kid? Marco said leisurely. You are indeed far more powerful than a brat of this age, but you don't think you can defeat me, do you? Not to mention, even from below, we have a complete numerical advantage. Are you talking about numerical advantage? The golden flying dragon, which looked golden in the sun, sounded like a bell. Marco, you are called the Phoenix. What a coincidence. I also have a move. I also call it the Phoenix, the god Phoenix. Phoenix. Marco raised his eyebrows. What's your level? Also called by the same name as me. Do the counterfeiters still dare to call themselves gods? Fake. Shenlong nodded slightly, then try to stop the imposter in your mouth. Ian pointed down with his right hand. Next, I'm going to burn these guys down there. The golden flying dragon's body suddenly burst into flames. The sacred golden body melted into the flames, and the golden flames were dyed bright red. Well, Marco's eyes suddenly widened. What a terrifying high temperature. Even from such a distance, he felt the heat rushing towards him. And is this elementalization? This guy completely turned into flames? Is there such a kind of phantom beast? It makes no sense. Now you can stop me. Ian flapped his wings and without hesitation crashed into the pirates below. You're so disrespectful of people. Boy, Marco snorted. Being so elemental in front of yourself? Has this kid really never been beaten? Crane Claw. Without hesitation, Marco used a flying kick that was faster than Ian in beast form and kicked Ian directly in the back in an instant. This one blow will end the battle. But how come? Marco's expression suddenly changed. There was no feeling of hit at all, and he rushed straight into the flames. The terrifying flames immediately made him feel like he was in hell, and his skin, muscles, and bones seemed to be burned away. Fortunately, relying on inertia, Marco had already rushed out of Ian's body in the next second. He was already charred and black, and could not see the splendor just now. Marco had no intention of caring about his injury. Even though he didn't need to care, he realized something was wrong. Stop it! He reached out and tried to grab the firebird's tail, but he couldn't grasp the flames at all. Marco could only flap his wings and roar downwards. Phoenix Seal. A fireball mixed with domineering energy, and flames crashed down. However, it still penetrated Ian's body and could not touch him at all. The bird of fire is already very close to the earth. Can't stop it. There is no way to stop this guy. Domination has no effect on him at all. Marco's eyes were splitting. Be careful. Everyone be careful. Below, the pirates noticed the terrifying heat falling from the sky. They couldn't help but stop and look up. What caught their eyes was blazing fire. The flame bird spread its wings and fell from the sky like a brilliant comet. Boom! The golden and red flames suddenly exploded and instantly turned into a tsunami that spread in all directions. However, the raging flames were immediately restrained by a certain will, forming a huge fireball that only covered the area where the Whitebeard pirates and others were. The terrifying temperature made the sea water next to the pier boil. Lord Ian, Babanuki was so excited that he almost cried. At the critical moment, it has to be Sir Ian. The flames gradually dissipated. This area of the port has completely sunk, turning into a huge crater hundreds of meters wide and several meters deep. There is flowing lava everywhere in the pit, and it looks like a crater that has calmed down after an eruption. And in this magma, at this time, corpses were everywhere. Under the fire bombardment in Ian's phoenix form, the pirates of the three pirate groups suffered heavy casualties in an instant. Even if they survived by chance, they were still wailing in pain. This is the advantage of starting bombing on land. If you are at sea, just jumping into the sea can reduce an unknown amount of damage, not to mention that the octopus pirates are a pirate group composed of fishmen. In the center of the pit, Ian, who had entered the form of an orc and turned into a blazing fireman, raised his head. He looked at the cyan firebird in the sky and said loudly, "Marco, now the numbers are reversed. What do you say?" "Marco, it's time to start your show." I deliberately lowered the power of the flames and left some guys behind. Pineapple gravel. Marco didn't answer. He just flew across the sky, with large swathes of blue flames falling from his flaming wings. The flames fell on the people wailing in the lava and began to repair their broken bodies. Great. Ian smiled. Although his smile was not visible at all in this form, he was indeed happy. Pineapple gravel is a large-scale treatment move. Although it cannot make the treated person ignore any injuries like Marco, who is wrapped in cyan flames, it can still heal them quickly. But as a price, Marco has to pay a lot of physical strength. The strategy was a great success. "You bitch, look what you've done." A figure with a charred body ejected, roaring almost hysterically, and the slender sword in his hand pierced Ian's chest. Ian lowered his head and looked at the angry man in front of him. Lei Ching Makuga. He was so burnt that he was almost unrecognizable. "I'm going to blast your teeth out." Makugai, nicknamed Lei Ching, swung his rapier wildly, cutting off Ian's neck, tearing Ian's chest, and slicing Ian's waist. But it's useless. Ian reached out and grabbed Makugai's neck. The terrifying high temperature made the man tremble like his heart was torn apart. He wanted to shout, but he couldn't make a sound. He had no time to think about why he couldn't touch Ian, but Ian could touch him. "Stop it, Brad." The blue firebird flew down, and there was no trace of the calmness in Marco's words. "Then give it back to..." Ian was about to throw the man in his hand to Marco. But, boom. The sound of two objects, one light and one heavy, falling to the ground. Ian lowered his head. Makugai has become Makugai. Ian's hand melted his neck. To be honest, it's disgusting. It's mainly because I haven't used this form to fight anyone except Mr. Kai for a long time, so I can't estimate the damage I will suffer. Asshole. Marco was furious. His whole body was shaking. "I'm going to kill you." 55. The Last Samurai and the Swordsman of Destruction. Chapter 55, The Last Samurai and the Destroying Swordsman. Hey. What the hell is that, kid? In the skeleton building, Wang Ji pressed his hand on the windowsill and looked at the battle situation at the pier in astonishment. The huge fireball just now was as dazzling as the sun, and the hot wind blew even Wang Ji from far away. "I feel the burning heat." It was like this on his side. You can imagine how those unlucky pirates who were directly wrapped in that fireball would feel. Are they all going to be burned? The fact was just as he expected. The three pirate groups that came together were wiped out almost instantly, with only 100 or so people barely surviving. Will the outcome of this battle be tilted towards the little devils? Wang Ji simply couldn't understand it. What kind of monster is that kid? This side of the pier. "I'm going to kill you." No matter how gentle Marco was, his anger at this time was already like a volcano erupting. The claws were like a storm, beating Ian to pieces. Then Ian's body came together again. Crane claw. From top to bottom, the bombardment was like a meteorite chasing, directly piercing Ian's body, penetrating into the ground and smashing a bottomless hole in the ground. The flames gathered again, and Ian remained motionless. If you miss it, then you miss it. Who doesn't play with mechanics anymore? You bastard. I can't forgive you. Another angry roar, followed by the crack of a gun. Several holes were immediately punched out in Ian's head and chest. He turned around and saw Izo, who was also burned to black. Seeing that the gun was ineffective, Izo immediately threw away the weapon and rushed towards Ian with his bare hands. At the same time, the ground exploded and Marco rose into the sky. He saw Izo's charge. Pay the price for what you did to the Kazuki family. Iazong clenched his fist, and his right fist became darker. Don't come near him, Izo. When Marco saw this scene, he quickly spread his wings and flew down. But it was too late. Iazong punched Ian. Well. Ian's body was hit by the invisible cannonball, which turned into a burst of flames and exploded. It's an external weapon color again, right? So worthless? Fortunately, 5 years later, under his own advice, Teacher Kai and the others have also mastered this move, and at least the version is not lagging behind. Izo, come together. Marco fell, Phoenix Seal. This time, the combination of outward domineering energy and blue flames once again blew Ian's body apart. That's it. Marco felt he had grasped the key. Don't let him get back together. Clear. Izo shouted back. The two of them continued to release domineering shock waves, which kept Ian in a state of scattered flames, unable to gather them together. What a luxury, Ian thought. Is this a waste of dominance? No matter how domineering these two guys are, they can't withstand such indiscriminate bombardment. Then let you guys fight. I want to see how long your domineering power can last. As a result, Ian didn't bother to fight back and allowed the two to beat him to pieces until he was unable to unite his body. This bombing lasted for a long time until... Ian, we're here to help. Beside the big pit, Yamato and the pirates rushed over. The flames completely dissipated, and they could finally start the battle. Help? Ian thought, you two almost deserve it. There. The golden and red flames suddenly turned into a beam of light and expanded, swallowing Marco and Izo directly inside. The next second, on one side of the light beam, Marco grabbed Izo with his claws and flew out. The green flames covered Izo's body, treating his injuries. After the flames dissipated, Ian flapped his wings and flew into the air, looking down at Yamato and others. You go to the boat. Ian threw a huge ball of flame at Marco and Yamato with his backhand, and at the same time said to Yamato, set sail immediately. Yamato puffed up his face. Ian, do you just want to fight alone? How selfish. Selfish? What is this idiot talking about? Ian said seriously, now is not the time for joking. Marco has never been defeated so easily. Victory. A smooth exit is a victory. Yamato, just listen to Ian. Black Maria gently advised Yamato, and she also felt that now was the best time to leave here. The Whitebeard pirates have no power left to stop them. Ugh, damn it. Yamato stomped his feet unhappy. Let's go. I was very reluctant, but Ian was so serious about it. Babanuki was almost in tears. Sir Ian, I misunderstood you just now. You are indeed the most cautious man in the Beast Pirates. The group of people circled the pit and headed towards the golden flying dragon on the port. However, you guys don't even want to go anywhere. Two dark guys jumped up from the pit and stopped in front of Yamato and others. AAO, the captain of the AO Pirates, and Karma, the captain of the Octopus Pirates. He had been severely injured by Ian's flames just now, but after Marco's flame treatment, he had regained some mobility and now stopped in front of Yamato and the others. Ian. Yamato looked up. Ian was releasing a large amount of fire, forming a wall of fire, blocking Marco and Izo. He said casually, then kill them. Great. Ice Wolf Yamato cheered and charged at the lead. Kill them. Jack followed. Come on. Babanuki also showed the inherent recklessness of the Beast Pirates at this time. If he dares to block the way at this time, then go to hell. It was only then that Ian landed lightly, and he looked at Marco and the two men who were waiting in full formation. The two also looked at him. Izo gritted his teeth. You are a naturally evil brat of the Beast Pirates. Today, we're going to kill you here. Revenge for the Kazuki family. Avenge so many family members who died here today. Ian clasped his hands together and said softly, you should be ashamed of yourself, the remnants of the Kazuki family. Kazuki Odin has left the Whitebeard Pirates, but he still wants the Whitebeard Pirates to avenge you. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Izong was stunned for a moment. Shut up. Marco immediately shouted loudly, Odin is Dad's sworn brother and our family. Revenge for your family is only right. Izong was deeply moved and said categorically, "It is only right for a samurai to avenge his master." Is that so? Ian chuckled. Let me show you a very interesting move. He opened his clasped hands, and a sword almost as tall as himself, emerged between his hands. Marco was slightly startled. Sword? The flaming sword. The bright red sword body is covered with a layer of golden flames. Ian raised his sword and pointed it at Izo. Sarai, what an ancient title. There are no more samurai in Wano country. Let me, the king of Wano country, eliminate you, the last remnant of samurai here. King, there is no such thing in Wano. The soul of a warrior will never be extinguished. Domineering energy surges from Izong's fists. Izo, come together. Marco has already risen into the sky. Phoenix seal. Drink. Without hesitation, Izo released another domineering shockwave. The two hoped to repeat their old tricks and break up Ian again. Flames shot out from Ian's back, and the reaction force made him eject like lightning. Facing the domineering shockwave and flames coming from the front, Ian just waved his sword. The red line of fire flashed past. What? Marco and Izo were stunned at the same time. The domineering shockwave and the flame mixed with domineering shattered at the same time, and Ian had already flashed in front of Izo. Izo, be careful. Marco galloped down. Don't underestimate the power of a samurai, kid. Izo roared, and his fist wrapped in a strong and domineering spirit struck directly at Ian's sword. The body cannot be hit, but the sword used to cut people always has a physical body, right? Izo thought so. He felt his fist slightly hit some obstacle, and then smoothly passed through it. However, the feeling in the arm suddenly disappeared. No, not only my arms, but my body can't feel it either. Izo. Marco screamed at the top of his lungs. He saw clearly. There was no problem with Izong's judgment. His fist did hit the kid's sword. However, the sword easily cut open Izo's fist, and then his arm escaped from the elbow joint and cut off Izo's chest. Not only that, Izo's cut arm disappeared out of thin air, and a large part of his body that was divided into two parts disappeared starting from the crack. He only had time to move his lips before his body fell heavily to the ground. The last Wano warrior withered. What exactly is this? Marco didn't want to think too much. He only knows one thing. Kill this brat. This brat must be killed. Crane claw. Ian remained motionless, allowing Marco to penetrate his body again from back to front, and then stab Marco's chest with a sword. Well, Marco's eyes suddenly changed, and he subconsciously fluttered his wings to distance himself. What is that? What is this sword? The moment the sword penetrated his body, his internal organs disappeared. A huge hole was pierced through the chest and waist. Even the healing fire that wanted to heal those places disappeared the moment it touched the sword. It's called the Sword of Destruction. Ian flapped his wings and flew towards Marco and said calmly, "What do you think? It is not an exaggeration to say that the sword condensed with the fire of divine wrath is called the Sword of Destruction. Then I am the destroying swordsman. Let me see who is the dragon." Seeing Ian approaching, Marco subconsciously moved back. Huh? Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Ian smiled and said, "You can't kill me by taking the initiative to distance yourself." Marco gritted his teeth. This bastard brat. However, at this time, Marco was surprised to find that the flames that made up Ian's body began to solidify, and in the blink of an eye, he turned back into his previous appearance as the golden-armored wingman. The time has come. The Phoenix is like the more physical energy it consumes, the longer it lasts. In order not to affect the subsequent battle, Ian did not plan to open too long from the beginning. Anyway, the only way to kill Marco is to exhaust his physical strength. Or Shanghai Lucier. Ian thought for a while. If I say, I just think it's too unfair for you to continue to maintain the state of the god of Phoenix, do you believe it? Otherwise, let's stop here. Marco felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. Go to hell. That move has a time limit. Marco was even desperate for a time. Ian's move called the God of Phoenix was too exaggerated, and no matter what move he used, he couldn't do anything to him. Marco was even a little confused. Could it be that his own Phoenix fruit was fake? This guy is the real Phoenix? But now, Ian has returned to his original appearance. The time limit of that move is passed. In this case, this kid can be killed. Marco has never been as fast as this moment. He almost flew to Ian at the moment of flapping his wings. Endless anger burned in his heart. He just wanted to kill this kid. There's really no way, come on. Ian spread his wings and rushed forward. In any case, before Yamato and the others left, he had to stop this guy Marco. The next moment, Marco's flying kick hit Ian's waist, but at the same time, Ian's sword of destruction also cut Marco's chest. After realizing that there was something wrong with Ian's sword, Marco was no longer defenseless, but tried to resist Ian's sword with domineering power, but he was cut off along with the domineering power, and the sword blade still tore his chest, but the wound was not particularly deep. The wound was not deep, but the damage was not small at all. Wherever the blade passed, the flesh, bones, and internal organs disappeared out of thin air, revealing a creepy gully on Marco's chest. Ian flew backwards like a cannonball, only to feel that his stomach was hit by the dump truck again, and the food in his stomach was surging up. It hurts so much. Teacher Kai has never hit me like this before. No, Teacher Kai often hits me like this. With flames gushing from behind, Ian once again flew up like a scion. Come on, Marco, let's see if I can't bear the injury first, or you don't have the physical strength to recover from the injury first. Kid. After a brief shock, Marco attacked again, and the two of them immediately fought in the sky. Yamato, hurry up. 56. Angry Wang Ji. Parting fireworks, please read it. Thunder gossip. Yamato's iron rod, wrapped in white mist and invisible domineering force, suddenly hit a long sword. The owner of the long sword, Ao, who had a long face like a hippopotamus, staggered backwards. He was so badly injured that even after being treated by Marco's healing fire, the injury still existed. And the strength of this girl as his opponent should not be underestimated. However, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates will not admit defeat like this. Drink! Oh, roared and charged at Yamato with a sword. Facing his charge, Yamato just opened his mouth. Hyogo without a samurai. The white bolt instantly hit Ao's body. Forehead. The terrifying low temperature suddenly turned Ao into an ice sculpture. He worked hard to mobilize his domineering energy to resist the spread of ice into his body. But at this time, Yamato had already ejected. Horse Phantom Blade. The iron rod packed with more powerful freezing power hit Ao's head. The ice on the surface of the man's body suddenly shattered, his body suddenly spun, and his head hit the ground heavily. It's over. The third generation, Yinaraku. Yamato jumped up, spinning the iron rod quickly, and then smashed it down. Boom! The earth shattered, ice spread, and O was smashed into the depths of the ground. Yeah, get one. Yamato cheered and turned his head. Another one. The octopus fishman named Kalma should be said to be much more miserable than Ao. In the final analysis, Ao's opponent is just Yamato. But Karma's opponents are Jack, Black Maria, Babanuki, and the other pirates from the Beast Pirates. Karma, who was already severely injured, was entangled in the silk of Black Maria, was trampled by Jack the giant elephant, and was shot by Babanuki and the pirates several times. Now he is dead. Why is this happening? Yamato was disappointed. Anyway, Miss Yamato, Babanuki said quickly, let's board the ship quickly. He raised his head and looked at Ian, who was fighting with Marco in the sky. It's just like a dream. Lord Ian actually stopped Marco the Phoenix. Doesn't this mean that Lord Ian is also strong enough to fight Lord Jin? Lord Ian, you will always be a god. Yes, hurry up. Black Maria also said, Ian, it doesn't seem to be good now. Ian is indeed not very good. Drink. He swung his sword vigorously. However, Marco dodged down extremely quickly and kicked him away. The idea of exchanging injuries for physical strength is very feasible. It's a pity that Marco has changed his style of play. He realized that even hockey could not completely block Ian's sword. After being hit, the wound and the surrounding body parts would disappear, and even the healing flame would be wiped out. IT would take a lot more energy to recover from the injury. A very scary sword. So he started avoiding getting hit. After seeing the color, it finally started operating at full capacity. Ian's shortcomings in domineering were once again magnified. It was exactly the same as what Ian had judged would happen when the two of them fought in close combat. It was difficult for his sword to hit Marco, but Marco's claws could always hit him easily. What's even more troublesome is that even if he wants to distance himself, he can't distance himself, that Marco's speed is no slower than Ian's. It's broken. If this continues, I will be consumed to death. Therefore, Ian had no choice but to completely ignore Marco's attack, use his body to hit it hard, and then wait for an opportunity to counterattack with his sword. The shortcomings in armament and color are made up for with the Sword of Destruction. The shortcomings in sight and color are made up for with a strong body. Although Marco is not known for his strength, he is still a phantom beast. Coupled with his powerful domineering attitude, Ian was beaten all over the head with his constant attacks. It hurts. It hurts. Severe pain was felt throughout his body. As compensation for being beaten, Marco's body was inevitably cut with many wounds by Ian. Ian just didn't know what to do, and his ability to react and seize opportunities was not bad. Although Ian was beaten badly, Marco's body would be torn out with a huge gap every time he received a sword. Even if the injury can be recovered, Marco's energy is constantly being depleted. Not to mention that he was still maintaining Fingli Rue to treat the remaining pirates in the pit below. So I can still withstand it for the time being. Ian looked down while he was busy and saw that Yamato and the others had already begun to board the ship. This is good. So let's lure Marco a little further. Ian flapped his wings forward. Don't even think about running away. Marco gasped slightly. At a tea this time, he was too lazy to talk to Yamato and the others. This kid was the most dangerous and the most deserving of being dealt with. He flapped his wings and chased after him, hitting Ian in the chest with his kick and causing him to fall down. However, at the same time, a ravine was created in his chest with a sword. Brother Ian. On the deck of the Golden Flying Dragon, Runty looked over there worriedly. She quickly said, "Let's go back and help Brother Ian." "What are you talking about?" Yamato looked at her incomprehensively. "That's Ian." Runty was a little confused. "Ian's words will never be a problem." Yamato said matter-of-factly, "Babanuchi, let's sail the boat." "Yes, Miss Yamato." The ship set sail. This way. Ian fell outside the port like a cannonball, crashing directly through a building and creating a hole dozens of meters in the ground. Hiss. He sat up, taking in the cold air. It was so powerful, this big flying kick caused me to break my bones. In head-to-head confrontation, it's still a bit worse. "Kid." A roar came from the side. Ian was stunned, and a huge shadow suddenly enveloped him. He was a little confused. A big snake jumped out from the side, opened its mouth wide, and bit directly at Ian on the ground. "Snake." "No, you haven't finished filming yet." Snake had just been kicked unconscious by Ian with a big flying kick. "I didn't wake up until now." As a result, when he woke up, he saw Ian falling to the ground. The moment he was kicked away, although he could not react to Ian's attack, he could at least see his appearance clearly. This kid who made himself suffer humiliation must die. The anger made him lose his mind. Let him go to hell with the beast pirates. "That's scary. Don't do that next time." Golden fire shot into the sky, and a red sword light flashed away. The big snake's body stiffened and stopped in place. The next second, a black line appeared on his stomach, extending from the part touching the ground to the top of his head. Wow. The body of the big snake split in half and bloomed on both sides, like a flowering intestine. Inside the skeleton building. Snake. Wang Ji suddenly smashed the windowsill with his fist. That brat, how dare he dash? He froze. In the distance, on Beehive Island, Ian was shot down again, smashing a building into pieces. The next second, Marco chased down, and two figures, one blue and one gold, shuttled through the town, smashing another building. One house brought a natural disaster. "It hurts like hell, you bastard." Ian fluttered his wings and soared into the sky. Apart from fighting with Teacher Kai, he had never been injured like this before. He took a deep breath and said, "Divine Flame Cannon." The blazing pillar of fire struck diagonally downwards. Marco turned sharply in the air, easily avoiding the pillar of fire, and then flew up and kicked Ian away. The moment he flew out, Ian also used his strength to backhand his sword, and the tip of the sword drew a shallow line on Marco's face. Shallow ravine. The pillar of fire that Ian sprayed did not hit Marco, but it hit another target. Wang Ji lowered his head in shock. The pillar of fire penetrated the lower end of the skeleton building. The huge explosion suddenly shook the whole building and even started to shake. The brilliant flames of the winged dragon. Several more flames fell in succession, and the entire island suddenly exploded. Boss Wang Ji, one of his men, burst into the room. "This bastard brat!" Wang Ji roared and ejected in the next moment. Ian flapped his wings and flew high into the sky, his breathing already starting to become a little rough. After opening the Phoenix, he used the flame of God's wrath, followed by continuous injuries, and after a series of fierce battles with masters like Marco, Ian's physical exertion was considerable. He lowered his head, and the light of the flaming sword in his hand also dimmed. Even if you use your willpower to turn the flame into an entity and survive it, the energy of the flame is still physical and mental power. The energy is consumed in the constant destruction, and it will come to an end. But it's okay. Kid. Marco, who was chasing after him, was also panting. At any rate, Ian was only beaten. Marco, in addition to constantly repairing his own body, was also helping the pirates who were dying to die. The physical exertion may even be more than his own. Ian raised his lips. This is my battle plan, Marco. So the question is, should we start a second round of Phoenix? If I had the current physical strength to fight for a second long round of Phoenix, it would definitely be the final battle, and either I would die or Marco would die. But can Marco be killed? Kid. Unfamiliar sounds exploded in the air. Ian lowered his head. A figure jumped into the air. It was a man in a suit and tie, wearing a top hat and sunglasses. Who are you? Wang Ji. Marco knew the man. Is this Wang Ji? Ian raised an eyebrow. Whether it's reading comics or traveling to this world, this is the first time I've seen this guy. You guys should have had enough trouble. Wang Ji roared. Now get out of here. His right fist dragged dark lightning, and then he punched upward. Boom. The sky is exploding. Terrifying impact waves swept across the sky, and holes were blown out of the clouds in the sky. Both Ian and Marco were blown away by this domineering force, like birds in a hurricane. So exaggerated and domineering. Ian tried to stabilize his body and slashed the domineering force coming towards him with a sword. Much stronger than Marco. Isn't this the kind of domineering punch used by Garp? Super arrogant usage. Is 4. Ian looked down. Flames spread across the island. You can't blame me, can you? How can you care about anything else when you're fighting against a master like Marco? At this moment, the flaming sword in his hand finally shattered and turned into little sparks that dissipated. Ian turned his head. The golden dragon had sailed far away, and only a shadow could be seen. That was about right. I'm so sorry, Boss Wang Ji. I will compensate you. Please send the bill to Wano Country. Of course, Marco's bill should be sent to Whitebeard. Ian chuckled, and flames burst out behind him. He instantly chased the golden dragon like a meteor. Kid, don't even think about running away. Marco certainly couldn't let him leave like that, and immediately flapped his wings to chase him. Moreover, the troublesome sword of this kid was also broken. Asshole kid, don't even think about running away. The angry Wang Ji also started to chase. But the moonstep was too slow compared to the speed of Ian and Marco, and he could only watch the two kids go away. Asshole, Wang Ji was furious. But he couldn't catch up. Ian soon arrived above the port, then flew to the sea, and Marco followed behind. Still chasing, it's time to realize that although I can't do anything to you, you can't do anything to me either, right? Ian was a little distressed. That was really helpless. Part of his physical strength disappeared instantly, and Ian's body melted into flames again. Marco, who was chasing, stopped moving almost instantly, and PTSD was. Can this move be used a second time in a short period of time? It's almost here, Marco. Ian grabbed with his right hand, and a scarlet flaming spear condensed in his hand and swung it downward with his backhand. Marco was stunned for a moment. He lowered his head, and the spear was heading towards the big pit below. And at the bottom of the big pit, there were still many pirates receiving treatment. Enjoy the farewell fireworks, Marco. Ian laughed with a breath. Then he went away without looking back. This time, the Phoenix will not last too long. Fireworks? Marco's pupil shrank. Is that spear the same as the sword just now? After it escaped from Ian's hand, it began to twist. Without any hesitation, Marco immediately shot downward. He went down at full speed and finally caught the spear when it was about to fall. Ah, Marco groaned. His claws began to be destroyed when they touched the spear. Even with the added hockey, the hockey was also destroyed. He could only mobilize the hockey with all his strength while repairing it with a healing blue flame and make sure that the flame did not touch the spear. Grabbing the spear with great effort, he was ready to throw it away. But Ian, who'd already flown far away in this short time, looked back gently. Arta's explosion. Boom! The red fireball suddenly bloomed in the air, expanding continuously, almost engulfing the pier head below. compressing a large amount of flames together and then exploding instantly. Not bad. Really beautiful fireworks. Ian went straight away. As for what kind of flame is a phenomenon and how to compress it, why compressed flames will cause explosions, then I can only say that you should not care about the physics of the pirate world. Anyway, this is my last flame, Marco. Take it well. 57. The time of returning home and hardening of domineering. The red sun in the sky finally slowly dissipated. Ha ha. Marco flapped his wings and floated above the port. He was breathing extremely violently, and blue flames covered his body. The broken legs are being repaired quickly. The skin and superficial muscles that have been almost evaporated are also being regenerated rapidly, and even the burned hair on the top of the head is being resurrected. However, Marco had no time to pay attention to his injury. He looked down. Then, all he saw was a larger, spherical pit. There is nothing in the pit, not even melted magma. Seawater is pouring into it, and soon the place will be completely submerged. Damn you! Marco roared at the top of his lungs. He was already desperately trying to prevent the explosion from spreading downwards, and he was desperately trying to release the green flames downwards, so much so that he even relaxed his defenses. But there is still nothing. It's just him. Marco turned his head and looked at the sky in the distance, but he couldn't even see the shadow of the guy. He flapped his wings and wanted to pursue him. That's it, Marco. At this time, Wang Ji flew over with a bang in the air, but did not continue to attack Marco. It didn't take much effort to kill Marco in his current state. But after that, do you have to deal with Whitebeard yourself? Wang Ji just snorted coldly. What's the use of chasing after me? How much strength do you still have now? Marco didn't answer, just panting heavily. To be able to fight you to such an extent, where did that bastard Kaido pick up this brat from? He himself was not so strong when he first joined the Rocks Pirates. Wang Ji's anger had disappeared, or in other words, was hidden. He glanced at Marco lightly. What a disastrous defeat. How many years has Newgate not experienced such a defeat? It has nothing to do with Dad. Marco finally said, It's just my failure. Huh, really? Wang Ji laughed loudly. Then when the world sings about this battle, will they say that Marco was the loser, instead of saying that the Whitebeard pirates were loser? It's a mess, Marco. This play is a mess. It won't end like this. Marco was shaking all over, and he burst into tears. It will never end like this. Did you cry after being beaten? It's really ugly. Wang Ji hummed in his heart. Newgate still protects you very well. Of course it won't end like this. Rather, isn't this great? Newgate, this time, can you still pretend that it didn't happen? Don't let Snake's death and my destroyed port become meaningless. Wang Ji said to Marco again, I would like to remind you, Marco, if you want to go to war with Kaido, don't choose the battlefield in the country of Wano. That country is easy to defend but difficult to attack. This sudden encounter finally came to an end. But the aftermath is just beginning to spread. Beehive Island. That's it. Is it over? The pirates who risked their lives to watch the whole battle, and were lucky enough to survive, were dumbfounded. To be able to do this, what kind of monster is that boy? Marco didn't do anything to him. He even let him leave like this. It's not just that we didn't do anything to him. Marco was completely defeated in front of him. Everyone except him was killed. Ian, his name is Ian. I heard his companions call him this name. Remember this name. A new maritime legend begins today. Not only the pirates on Beehive Island, the results of this battle have also spread to all parts of the sea like the wind. Time returns to the present. The golden flying dragon was sailing at full speed on the sea, and the Beehive Island behind it could no longer be seen. Why isn't Brother Ian coming back? Runty stood on the side of the stern of the boat and looked back anxiously. Don't worry, that's Ian. Black Maria walked over with a smile, holding a tray with food and water in her hand. The ship's doctor is already treating Xiaopei's injuries. They are just superficial injuries and nothing serious. Xiaorun, would you like to eat something? This child must have not eaten normally for a long time. I do not want. The little girl shook her head vigorously. I want to wait for Brother Ian to come back. The girl was only 7 years old and didn't understand much yet, but she also knew that Brother Ian came here for the sake of the two siblings. Otherwise, he would not have encountered such a battle. Jack just snorted at the little girl's concern. This kid has no idea how powerful Brother Ian is. How could Brother Ian lose? Came back. Yamato's cheers suddenly came from above the cabin. She ran to the top of the cabin and looked behind. People on the deck looked up at the same time. In the sky, The golden-armored winged men approached quickly, driven by flames. Ian. Yamato jumped up happily, laughed loudly in the air, and rushed towards Ian, who was approaching, and rushed towards him. Welcome back. Ian looked helpless at the girl who rushed over, dispersed the flames used to accelerate, and then caught Yamato. Pain. Many of the bones were broken, and Yamato's injuries were severe. Ian gasped and bared his teeth. How was it? Did you kill that guy? Yamato grabbed the ring on the back of Ian's neck with both hands and hung on him, asking with bright eyes. It's not that easy. Ian slowly descended with Yamato. Not to mention killing Marco, that guy has already recovered from his injuries. Brother Ian. After landing on the deck, Jack was the first to run over. His tone was extremely admiring. That's Marco the Phoenix, a strong man on the same level as Brother Jin. He is truly worthy of Brother Ian. I'm afraid this time it will really make a splash in the sea, Ian. Black Maria also smiled and said. Ian just smiled softly. He felt a touch on his leg. He lowered his head. Runty looked up at him. Brother Ian, welcome back. Thank you, Shaoran. Ian also shouted like Black Maria, raising his hand and gently rubbing the little girl's head. Hey. The girl threw her head back and giggled. In short, the most important thing to do now is... Ian took Yamato out of his arms. His body suddenly deformed. His slender body became thicker, and he also had several shields. Ball form orc mode. Let's respond to the injury first. Transformed again. Runny looked at it for a while. Do animal devil fruits have so many transformations? Ian was lying lazily on the deck, spreading his limbs and closing his eyes to relax. He could finally take a rest. Although he was very tired, he still maintained his ball-shaped orc mode, so that the injuries on his body could be repaired quickly. In just a few minutes, he had almost recovered. Although this recovery ability is far inferior to Marco's, it is exaggerated enough. What are you doing? Ian opened his eyes helplessly. His sight was like a knife, stabbing him so hard that he couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. Yamato knelt down behind his head, bent over, lowered his head, and his eyes were almost touching Ian's, looking into his eyes. Unhappy. The girl, who was very happy, just now looked directly at him. Ian brushed the girl's hair away from his face. Why? I should have stayed and fought alongside you. Yamato puffed up his face. Ian is so selfish. Is it my fault? Ian's mouth twitched. Snored. Yamato straightened his back, looked down at Ian, and said loudly, I will become stronger. Then when facing a strong enemy, I will also say, Ian, you go first, then stay and deal with the enemy alone. Ian chuckled. Don't you understand everything? Then you have to work hard, after all, look. Ian smiled proudly and raised his right hand. Yamato looked at Ian's hand in confusion. She saw an invisible domineering force emerging from Ian's hands. Isn't that just domineering? Huh? Yamato was suddenly startled. The invisible domineering energy shrank for an instant, condensing on Ian's hand, showing a dark color. However, it only took a moment, and the domineering power collapsed again. Yamato grabbed Ian's hand in surprise. Is that hardening? Ian, when did you learn it? I learned it during the battle with Marco. Ian said easily, but it's still a little bit close. IT still needs a little practice. There was something else he didn't say. The long-delayed awakening of seeing and hearing was showing signs of awakening, and it probably needed a little stimulation. No wonder teacher Laylee said that domineering can evolve the fastest only in fierce battles with powerful enemies. Isn't the effect coming out now? Hateful. Yamato shook Ian's hand unwillingly. Teach me, Ian, teach me. Even if you say that, I don't know how to teach you. Ian sat up, his ability was released, and he regained his refreshing young appearance. His injuries had been fully recovered, but his clothes were a little tattered. In the final analysis, no matter which technique of armed color hockey, it requires control. The theory is very simple, but in practice, you can only explore it yourself. Anyway, Ian smiled and patted Yamato on the head. Just keep working hard. Well, the girl puffed up her face and said, Ian, you are evil. Ian laughed. Lord Ian. At this time, Babanuki ran over quickly, holding a phone bug, Boss Kaido's phone number. Kid, you did a good job. After answering the phone, Teacher Kai's voice was still full of energy. I've heard what Babanuki said. That kind of thing is fine no matter what. Ian breathed a sigh of relief and stretched his body. Teacher Kai, I'm afraid there will be a war next, and Whitebeard is not easy to deal with. Even though Whitebeard was unwilling to let more family members die for the sake of his dead family members, Too many people died this time. All 3 pirate groups were wiped out, and Captain Izo died. If we don't do something, what will the other pirate groups think of Whitebeard? Let them die in vain. It will be a fierce battle between Whitebeard, who is still at his peak, and Teacher Kai, who is also at his peak. I just don't know how the Whitebeard pirates will attack. Isn't that perfect? Let that guy come. 59. Return to Wano Country. Communication Charlotte Lingling. Seeking follow-up reading. Chapter 59 Return to Wano Country. Communication Charlotte Lingling. Please read it. Wano Country. After 2 weeks of sailing, the Golden Dragon arrived at the countries overseas again. The turbulent currents and reefs here even made Ian feel the joy of returning home. Wano Country, your emperor is back. The big ship slowly sailed into the channel of the submerged port. Passing through this long waterway, the submerged port was revealed in front of Ian again. And the moment the Golden Dragon docked, Lord Ian is back. The whole port was boiling in an instant. All the pirates in the port were cheering for Ian's return. Lord Ian, you fought so beautifully. Lord Ian insulted Marco. Lord Ian is invincible in the world. This is the Beast Pirates. Only the strong can be respected, and respected by all pirates from the bottom of their hearts. The cheers even made Ian's ears itch. His status in the Beast's Pirates was already high enough, and after the battle on Beehive Island, his status in the eyes of the pirates should be comparable to that of Uncle Gene and the others. Brother Ian, you are so popular. Runty held her brother's hand with one hand and Ian's trouser leg with the other hand, looking down at the boiling pirates in the port from the side of the ship. Of course. Jack also looked as if it was a matter of course. That's Brother Ian. Yamato puffed his face a little gloomy. Ian certainly knew what this girl was thinking, and he said casually, "One day they will cheer for you too." Of course. Yamato raised his chin. This girl's talent is also unquestionable, although it didn't come in handy in the battle on Beehive Island. But that's not her problem, it's Marco's problem. Marco is too strong, which makes Yamato have little sense of existence. She is only 13 years old, with a configuration of Conqueror's Haki and Mythical Beast, plus her outstanding talent. She will almost certainly be able to reach the level of a top powerhouse in the future. Let's go back to Onigashima. Take the huge elevator back to the inland of Wano. Take a car to Renwu Port to change ships, and soon arrive at Onigashima. In the main building of Onigashima, Ian and his 4 companions took Runny and his sister to meet Teacher Kai. Ian of Burning Sky, isn't this a good name? As soon as he entered the door, Teacher Kai's laughter came towards him. Dad, we're back. Yamato waved to Teacher Kai with a smile. Teacher Kai looked Yamato up and down, and snorted after confirming that his daughter was intact. It sounds pretty good, but it's a pity. Ian shrugged. I can't team up with Uncle Gene and the others. The format of the nicknames is different. What nonsense are you talking about? Teacher Kai sneered. Why are you teaming up with them? He looked behind Ian. Are these 2 brats Joseph's children? Yes. Ian stepped aside so Kaido could see Runty and his brother clearly. The elder sister is Runty, 7 years old, and the younger brother is Peggy 1, 5 years old. Lord Kaido. Runty bowed to Kaido very seriously. Thank you. If it weren't for this lord, the 2 siblings would have died long ago. Thank you. Peggy 1 also followed suit. There's nothing to thank you for, just repaying your father for taking care of you back then. Teacher Kai said casually. Little brats, remember one thing. If you want to survive in the Beast Pirates, don't be a weakling. You are actually imparting life experience, Teacher Kai. You are so gentle now. I know. Runty responded loudly. Little Peggy and I will definitely become very strong. Yes. Peggy 1 also mustered up the courage. Okay, Black Maria, take the little devils away. Teacher Kai waved his hand. Maria knew that she had to talk about business next, so she took the 2 siblings away. Even Yamato ran away consciously. This guy really had no interest in the meeting. Only Jack stayed and watched silently. So, what do you think? Teacher Kai asked Ian with interest about the next war. I don't have any opinion. Ian scratched his head. Anyway, it's not my turn to deal with Whitebeard. Apart from Whitebeard, the others are almost the same. Having fought with Marco, Ian felt that the other members of the Whitebeard Pirates were just so dio. The value of the initial bounty of 800 million? He. Teacher Kai laughed loudly. You're right, Whitebeard is my opponent. You're a little too early, but The teacher smiled even more, leaned forward slightly, and looked down at Ian. You kid, don't make me wait too long. Ian's mouth twitched. Teacher Kai, your eyes scare me. Anyway, get ready for the battle. Teacher Kai suddenly laughed again. Defeat the Whitebeard pirates. Who else in the new world can stop me? Teacher Kai, are you a little inflated? Is it so easy to defeat the Whitebeard pirates? In order to ensure victory, Teacher Kai, Ian said, can we find foreign aid? The war between pirates is never fair. Foreign aid? Teacher Kai raised his eyebrows slightly. Who do you want to talk about? For example, Ian said, don't you have a very good relationship with Big Mom? Teacher Kai's reaction was a bit strange. He raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. You mean Ling Ling? No matter how powerful the Whitebeard pirates are, Ian said, they are absolutely no match for our joint efforts with the Big Mom pirates. The Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates still have a basis for joining forces. Charlotte Lingling and Mr. Kai teamed up to fight for world domination in the original work, but unfortunately they were crushed by Luffy. Interesting. Do you think so? Teacher Kai gave a weird smile and took out a phone book. Okay, then I'll give you a chance. He dialed a number. You just convince her yourself. Shall I convince Charlotte Lingling? Ian raised his eyebrows, feeling a little gossipy in his mind. It hadn't been masked for many years. Does Mr. Kai still have Charlotte Lingling's phone number? Is there really nothing between you? Soon the call came through, and the iconic laughter suddenly spread. Mom, Kaido, have you finally figured it out? As long as you join forces with me, even Whitebeard can only sink to the bottom of the sea. What's the meaning? Has Teacher Kai contacted Charlotte Lingling? Moreover, from what Charlotte Lingling said, it seems that Teacher Kai refused to cooperate. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Lingling, the boy you want is back. You can talk to him yourself. Teacher Kai said these words and threw the phone bug in his hand to Ian. What is the boy she wants? Ian answered the phone and swallowed. No way. The condition for Charlotte Lingling's cooperation with the Beast Pirates is that she becomes Teacher Kai's brother-in-law, right? The seniority is messed up. Ian hesitated whether to hang up the phone directly. Teacher Kai, I am superficial. I can apologize. Oh, is that Ian on the other side of the phone now? Phone bugs have a very wonderful characteristic. Their appearance will change into that of the caller on the other end of the phone. Therefore, the phone bug in Ian's hand has a captain's bicorn hat on his head, a pink dress on the boat, and a nose that also became huge. As you can imagine, the phone bug on Charlotte Lingling's hand over there has also put on a white shirt and grown black hair, so of course she can tell that the phone bug has been replaced. Hello, Aunt Lingling. Ian emphasized the asymmetry in seniority between the two parties. Auntie, Mom, you are really good at talking. Charlotte Lingling laughed loudly. She was old enough to be Ian's grandmother. After all, she was only 18 years old when she gave birth to her first son. Her eldest son, Perispero, is already 35 years old this year. Don't you want to come to my mother's side? No, Aunt, we don't want to date. Ian was about to blurt out subconsciously. Before he could blurt out, Charlotte Lingling continued, I have several daughters close to you in age. They are all very beautiful. Please be my son-in-law. In that case, we will be a family, and I can help you to fight against the Whitebeard pirates. Kaido snorted. The help from Lingling, a smelly old woman, is never free. Ian paused. Do you want yourself to be her son-in-law? Hiss. Charlotte Lingling, although many of her children have strange shapes, there are also some good-looking daughters. If I remember correctly, there was a very good-looking Charlotte Garrett who is only a few years older than me. That doesn't seem like it's not, Ian said firmly. Thank you for your kindness, Aunt Lingling, but I have no intention of leaving the Beast Pirates. If he really wants to agree, he will definitely be beaten to death by Teacher Kai. Moreover, doesn't Teacher Kai have a daughter? Although silly is a bit silly. Kid, are you going to reject me? Charlotte Lingling's originally gentle voice suddenly turned gloomy. We can find another way to work together. Ian said, as long as our two families join forces, no one in the entire new world can stop us. We can turn the entire new world into our inland sea. Don't use your empty-handed tricks on me. Charlotte Lingling sneered. Without enough reward, why should I help you share the risk? My territory is so far away from Whitebeard's territory. Even if I defeat the Whitebeard pirates, what can I get? Ian smacked his lips. This is a pirate. Although Charlotte Lingling and Teacher Kai do have a deep relationship, everything must still be based on interests. Talking about dominating the new world is indeed a joke. If it really means this, I'm afraid that it won't be long before the five old stars and their admirals will land in Wano. Or, Charlotte Lingling changed her tone. Isn't the trade in sea stones very popular recently? Your Wano country is the largest producer of sea stones. How about letting me get a share of this business? Don't even think about it. Before Ian could answer, Teacher Kai snorted coldly. Wano country is my territory. Yes, Teacher Kai would never share Wano country with anyone. Hades is right here. Then there is nothing to talk about, Kaido. Just wish you the best. The other party hung up the phone. Ian scratched his head. Pure fake brother-sister relationship. What a headache. It seems that he can only fight Whitebeard in a fair fight. 60. People who peeped. Yamato's special outfit. All nations, Cake Island. Smelly brat. After hanging up the phone, Charlotte Lingling was still angry. How dare you refuse my proposal? Then Mom. Under the throne she relied on, the tall man, the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family. Katakuri said calmly, What should we do? Katakuri, gather your troops. Charlotte Lingling, who had a big belly, slapped the armrest of the throne. That bastard Kaido actually dares to refuse my help. Then let me see how far he can fight with Whitebeard. It's best to fight both sides will lose. Let me swallow up their territory in one go. She suddenly laughed again. Of course, if that guy Kaido is defeated by Whitebeard and has to honestly ask for my help, that would be a good situation. I understand, Mom. Katakuri nodded slightly. Naval G-13 base. This naval base is penetrated quite deeply into the New World and is the Navy's front line in dealing with the great pirates of the New World. The top floor of the base building belongs to the base director's office. A man with a round afro, Navy Admiral Buddha Sengoku, stood in front of a huge sea map. The Whitebeard pirates have already moved towards the territory of the Beast Pirates. The war will be over in a few days. It's about to explode. Mr. Waring states, period. A man wearing a navy coat, a gray hooded sweatshirt, and a navy hat said solemnly, Are we going to wait until Whitebeard and the others have been defeated and then kill them all in one fell swoop? We'll talk about that later. The first priority is not to let others interfere with this war. Sengoku placed his hand on a certain part of the sea map. There was an archipelago, and the mark below was all nations. Kaido and Charlotte Lingling had a close relationship during the Rocks Pirates era, and they fought against the Whitebeard pirates. It's hard to say that Kaido won't ask for help from Charlotte Lingling. In that case, Whitebeard will never be his opponent, but this is a consequence that the government is never willing to see. The Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates unite, and there will no longer be any force that can stop them in the New World. Even if there is only a slight possibility, we must not take it lightly. Waring State's hand placed heavy points on the sea area of Wangwa on the map. Keep an eye on Charlotte Lingling first. Don't let her get in the way. As for Kaido and Whitebeard, let them have a good fight first. What the Navy will do in the end depends on the outcome of their battle. Beehive Island. Wangji stood on the temporary port. Ships had gathered here one after another, and a large number of pirates were carrying supplies up and down. Manpower has been assembled. Wangji said in a deep voice, It's time for us to take action. There was a man standing behind him. Boss Wangji, what should we do? Follow Whitebeard and attack Kaido's territory? Why should we help Whitebeard? Wangji said calmly. The man was stunned. That's Snake's hatred. That's why we have to wait. Wangji said, To obtain the maximum benefits, we can live up to Snake's sacrifice. Let Whitebeard and Kaido have a good fight first. It's best to wait until they both get hurt, and then we reap the benefits. The man was silent for a moment, then nodded, I understand. At the same time, in a certain sea area close to the territory of the Beast Pirates on the Moby Dick. Sorry, Dad. Marco sat on the side of the ship, his back slumped and his shoulders slumped. I didn't do anything, and I caused so much trouble to the pirates. Silly son. Whitebeard shook his head. You did nothing wrong. I underestimated that boy's strength. Oh, Marco, there is no need to blame yourself. What you can't do. Just let everyone do it together. This is family. The so-called family is people who rely on each other and can face all difficulties together. Marco shuddered. That's right, Marco. On the side, Foil Bista loudly said, Dad will help you, and we will help you. This time we have to make Kaido and that brat pay the price. Marco shrugged his shoulders. He once again felt how important family was. But Dad, how should this battle be fought? Diamond Josie said in a deep voice, Are you going to attack Wano directly? Isn't that too stupid? Bista said, We have all been to Wano country. The terrain there is tantamount to seeking death if you want to attack by force. Whitebeard's crescent-shaped beard trembled and then smiled slightly. That guy Kaido never refuses a challenge. Let all the pirate groups be ready. Next, attack Kaido's territory in an all-out way. That's right, with the beast pirate style, it's impossible for them not to fight back. Vista smiled excitedly. That's total war. I can't wait to see it. The Whitebeard pirates begin their attack. Ghost Island. Ian guessed that the Whitebeard pirates were already approaching with great force, but he didn't know that there were so many old men waiting for them to fight to the death. After the small meeting with Kaido, Ian and his friends were taking Runty and his brother to visit the Ghost Island. This island is neither big nor small, but the area inside the skull is quite large. After all, there are thousands of pirates resident here, so it can be said that all kinds of shops are available, and there is even a flower street dedicated to serving pirates. Of course, this is not suitable for children to visit. Brother Ian. Runty pulled Ian's clothes and asked happily, "Are we going to live here in the future?" The elder sister is very happy, but the younger brother is a little uneasy. This place is still too unfamiliar to him, and it is full of dirty pirates. Yes, this will be your home from now on, Shaoran, Xiaopei, but... Ian rubbed the heads of the two little guys and said seriously, "Don't forget what Mr. Kai said. I am the beast pirates. Life for the weak will never be easy. Even if they are their friends, even if they have their own protection and will not be harmed by the pirates, if they are weak, they will only be despised by the pirates." Silent contempt is not pleasant. Peggy Wan's eyes instantly became more uneasy, and her two little hands were twisted together. "Just what I wanted." But Sister Runty said proudly, "I will become very strong. In that case, I will be able to fight alongside you, Brother Ian, right?" Peggy Wan's eyes suddenly lit up and she hurriedly said, Me too." "Oh, Ian is so popular," Black Maria said with a smile. "Both children like Ian very much." "Ah, you're still far away. Shaoran, the only person who wants to be side by side with Ian is me." At this time, the person who disturbed the scenery appeared. Yamato smiled and put his face in front of Runty, feeling a little proud. "Ian and I are the strongest combination of the beast pirates." Runty puffed up her cheeks instantly. "Disgusting white hair. I will definitely become stronger than you in the future. Let you know who is qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with Brother Ian." All right. Ian is also a little helpless. Yamato is already 13 years old, but he feels that his mental age is no different from Runtai. I said fun to show off in front of children. Where to go next? The Ghost Island has been around for a while, and there is nothing interesting left. Go to the workshop. Yamato raised his right hand high. "I want to see that guy's progress." Oh. Ian understood instantly. "That's right, it's been almost 2 years. It should be almost completed, right? Then go take a look." Workshop. Runty's round eyes widened. The so-called workshop refers to a weapons workshop built on the inner edge of the skull. Wano Country was already a huge weapons factory at this time, producing a large number of weapons every day. But only this weapons workshop was built on Onigashima. The workshop area is not large. It can be said to be a small workshop. Amidst the respectful greetings from the pirates guarding the door, Ian pushed open the door of the workshop. Suddenly, a strong wave of heat hit us, and the air in front of us seemed to be distorted. Oh. Runty poked her head out from behind Ian and looked around in surprise. In the small workshop, the first thing that caught her attention was, of course, the huge oven. The flames were burning inside. There was a small pool connected to the outside of the oven, which was full of flowing lava. Next to the oven, in front of a huge iron felt, a man with white hair was wielding a huge hammer and pounding on it. He was banging on a red iron bar. "Hey, how's my weapon going?" Yamato stepped into the workshop, not understanding what it means to respect the elderly and cherish the young, so he said it unceremoniously. Hearing Yamato's voice, the man, Kazuki Sukiyaki, who was captured as a weapon craftsman, stopped what he was doing and turned around. 5 years have passed, and this guy has become older. There are thousands of wrinkles on his face, and you can tell that he is frowning every day. Kazuki Sukiyaki looked at Yamato, and then at Ian, who walked in. His eyes were quite complicated. It has reached the final stage, and it still needs to go through the last quenching, which will take about 2 or 3 days. He stepped aside and showed the lava pool in front of several people. Runty moved forward curiously, and despite the high temperature, she saw a weapon in the lava pool. It was a mace that was burned red, and most of it was submerged in the magma. "It's my exclusive weapon." A nasty white-haired voice came to my ears. Runty looked back at Ian subconsciously. "Are you awesome? It should be pretty awesome, right?" Ian looked at Kazuki Sukiyaki. The former general of Wano country was silent for a moment, using Miss Yamato's blood as the material, plus various rare metals, and after 2 years of hard tempering, if nothing else, the quality of this mace is it will surpass Tianyu Yuzhan and have the power close to the supreme sharp sword. Tianyu Yuzhan is a weapon he tailor-made for his son Kazuki Odin, but it is said to be a famous sword that can cut down even the sky. Kazuki Sukiyaki paused and looked at Yamato. Moreover, it will be the most suitable weapon for Miss Yamato. Understand, after all, it is made of body materials. Ian knew it. However, is it close to the quality of a supreme sharp knife? Ian glanced at Mitsuki Sukiyaki appreciatively. It must be said that this old guy's business ability and work attitude are top-notch that in the past few years, he has forged a lot of weapons for the Beast Pirates. Even Uncle Quinn sometimes invites him to help when he wants to refine new alloys. Perhaps this is the so-called craftsmanship, which is really touching. Of course, this should also have something to do with Mr. Kai's threat to kill 100 Wano people if a weapon does not satisfy him. It's decided. Yamato suddenly pointed to the mace in the lava pool and said, "It's called Aegean number 2, a name that suits your temperament very well." 61. Practice of Observation Hockey. Can number 2. Seeking follow-up reading. Chapter 61. The Practice of Seeing, Hearing, and Seeing. Aegean number 2. On top of the skull. Forehead. Ian is being beaten. He covered his eyes with a blindfold and had entered orc mode. A black shadow that was invisible to the naked eye flashed from one side and was kicked away by Ian. Before Ian could land, the black shadow had already jumped in the air again and punched him in the face. Ian's body circled, spinning in the air like a top, and then staggered to the ground. Is it necessary to use your domineering energy? Uncle Gene. Ian rubbed the cheek that was hit, and the dark substance covering his face slowly dissipated. Even if he used the weapon color as a defense, he was still stunned from the beating. It's so powerful, Uncle Jin's fist. This kind of power is no longer inferior to Marcos. Only real crises can unleash human potential to the greatest extent. Uncle Gene stood in front of Ian. The flames of the back of his head had been extinguished. He clenched his fists. Not to mention, the fists were completely black and still entangled with invisible waves. Ian, before you successfully awaken to the color of sight and hearing, I won't stop. If you die, blame yourself. Ian is asking Jin to help him practice. On the way back to Wano, he had mastered the art of hardening the hockey of arms to a near-perfect degree. But the hockey of seeing, hearing, and sex that was almost ready to be awakened has yet to be awakened. Not even a little exciting. The war with the Whitebeard pirates was about to begin, and Ian felt that he should evolve himself to the strongest state. To be honest, the hardening of armament hockey did not greatly improve his strength. In terms of attack, the flames of the winged divine dragon don't need the weapon color to make the final decision. In terms of defense, let alone the domineering power of the weapon color at this time, it can at most serve as the icing on the cake. But seeing and hearing is different. It can really enhance Ian's ability in close combat. So Ian thought before starting the war, he should learn how to see, understand, and understand. As for why Uncle Gene was the sparring person instead of Teacher Kai on the one hand, it was because Teacher Kai never said he was a sparring partner. He only asked Ian to beat him, and there was no theory that Ian asked him to help. On the other hand, of course, it's because Uncle Jin extinguished the flames behind him with an equally fast speed. It's perfect for training his knowledge and skills. Compared with him, because Grumpy Ian's bounty is higher than him, Uncle Quinn, who showed a strong desire to be a sparring partner, was passed. However, Uncle Jin seems to be a little too serious. No wonder you let yourself use your abilities. Coming. Jin's tall body pulled out a series of afterimages. Even if Ian opened his eyes, he would not be able to easily avoid them, let alone that he was still blindfolded. In less than a tenth of a second, Ian was kicked in the stomach, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball, crashing through several rocks and making the top of his skull vibrate. Ian gasped. To retract my preamble, the hardened weapon color is still useful. At least it won't hurt as much as Marco's fight. Before he had time to dig himself out of the rocky mountain, the sound of breaking wind suddenly came from ahead. Ian subconsciously crossed his hands on his chest, hardening his arms with domineering force. Boom! His arms were hit hard by a punch, and Ian smashed into pieces of the rock mountain, spinning and flying into the sky. Before he could fall down, Jin had already transformed into the orc mode, even faster than when he was running on the ground. The huge black wings were like two huge blades and slashed Ian flying all over the sky to a shallow wound. Boom. Ian landed hard. Cannot be done. He stood up unsteadily. What? Jin flapped his wings and floated in midair, looking down at Ian. Is this unbearable? Of course not. Ian shook his head. I just feel that since my eyes are covered, my ears are still causing interference. Do you need me to prick your ears to make you deaf? Uncle Gene said. Anyway, it can be recovered. Ha. Ian laughed dryly, as if he was torturing Uncle Kwang Jin. It doesn't have to go to that level. That's all it takes. Life is returned. His gold-like protruding auricles immediately bent and covered his ears. In this way, you can't hear it. Very good. Uncle Jin's cold snort also contained a smile. This boy was indeed the only one who never hesitated or compromised on becoming stronger. But Ian couldn't hear his praise. So here we come. Jin's speed was at full speed, as if he was moving instantly, and his merciless knee strike sent Ian flying. Ian was still flying in the air, but Jin had already arrived first, whipping Ian into the ground with one whip. With Jin's actions completely undetectable, he couldn't even defend himself. It hurts. But now is not the time to worry about the pain. The hockey of knowledge and information can only work when you are calm. Ian forced himself to calm down. The principle of seeing, hearing, and color is that when living things move, sounds are emitted from all parts of the body, and the ability to hear these special sounds is the basic seeing, hearing, and coloring. Ian began to listen hard, to listen to the voice of Uncle Gene who was coming at him. 3 days later, after another afternoon of fierce fighting with Uncle Gene, Ian slowly returned to the main building of Onigashima after recovering from his injuries, ready to find something to eat. Ian looked. After walking a few steps, he saw the excited Yamato. The little girl put a mace in front of Ian like a treasure. A black, ordinary-looking mace that was no different from the previous one. AG number 2. Ian glanced at the mace. Is it finally finished? Yes, it was just finished today. It was finished at the right time, right? Yamato said with a smile. That's true. It happened to upgrade a wave of equipment before the battle, so it was just in time to go to the dungeon. I can only say that Kazuki Sukiyaki knows how to get stuck. Ian, come and try with me. Yamato was eager to try. Try the power of Ken. Yes, I can. Ian did not refuse. But before that, let me eat something first. Yes. So after dinner, the two came to the top of the skull, because the next movement might be a bit loud. Ian, are you ready? Yamato excitedly clenched the mace, and the originally black shaft instantly turned white. Yeah. You can also transform. It's really cool. Come on. Ian waved at the girl, and his fists turned black. These days, Ian and Uncle Jin's sparring, not to mention the observation color, at least the proficiency of the hardening of the armed color is enough. Then dash. Yamato instantly ejected. Ice slash. The white iron rod instantly spread with thick mist. Ian did not dodge and punched. There was a loud bang. Yamato was knocked out by Ian's punch. The strength was originally inferior, and now Ian has mastered the hardening of armed color. In a head-on confrontation, Yamato is even less of a match. But Ian raised his fist. His right fist was now covered with a layer of ice, freezing his fist into a lump. Even without using the ability, Yamato has the power of freezing. It's not surprising at all. After all, it's impossible that the ability is just to turn white, right? Yamato smiled. Hockey and physical strength are being absorbed and then transformed into freezing power. So interesting. Ian shook his right hand, and the ice shattered. It still couldn't freeze his hockey, but his hand was still a little numb. Just use the ability, Ian said. Okay. The next second, a white werewolf appeared in front of Ian. Oh. Yamato suddenly shouted inexplicably, raised the mace in his hand, and cheered. So interesting. It seems to be something very interesting, and come on. Ian shrugged. Then, Yamato clenched the mace in his hand and took a baseball-playing posture. Ma Huan blade. She swung a mace. Whoosh. The white wave swept across the field in an instant. In front of Yamato, there was a small arc-shaped mountain range. Although it was a few meters high, it was indeed made of solid ice. And Ian was frozen in the ice. A few seconds later, golden flames shot up into the sky, shattering the ice, and Ian, who turned into a golden armored winged man, stepped out of the flames. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. Can it be amplified to this extent? It makes me want to get a special weapon. 62. Emergency at the border. Ian's plan. By the time the experiment was over, the top of the ghost island was covered with ice, and the ground was frozen into an ice sheet. The two finally figured out the capabilities of this new mace. Simply put, there are two. The first is the ability to create ice. The second one is the increased freezing ability. Both must be activated by absorbing Yamato's physical strength, haki, and even his own freezing power. It's similar to Yama. It absorbs and then amplifies it. Quite awesome. Ian's domineering power is completely unable to withstand Yamato's freezing power, and he has to rely on the fire of his ability to cope with it. Although there is no increase in Yamato's domineering and strength, it can be said that Yamato's strength has become a lot stronger just with this enhanced freezing power. Ian estimated that if he met an opponent of Skeward's level, Yamato should be able to win relatively easily. After all, Ian's weapon color is completely unstoppable. How much better can a guy of Skeward's level have a weapon color that is better than Ian's? However, Ian still did not let Kazuki Sukiyaki tailor a weapon for him after all. As for weapons, the higher the rank, the less useful they are. Baihu's Tsong Yunchi is certainly a supremely sharp sword, but is it necessarily more powerful than Teacher Kai's less famous Azaijie? Besides, what weapon could be more powerful than his sword of destruction? The morning after 2 days, Ian had just finished breakfast when he was called over by Teacher Kai. The two uncles Jin and Quinn are already here. As soon as he saw Ian coming, Uncle Jean said in a deep voice, "The war has begun." Ian guessed it was the same. Back in time. New World, Bighorn Island. What do you want to do? A pirate sat slumped in the port, looking at the man in front of him in fear. Do what? The man, Diamond Josie, was holding a flag in his hand, a flag of the Beast Pirates. He held a torch, lit the flag, and threw it into the air. The pirate sitting on the ground raised his head blankly, looking up at the flaming flag. That's what we're going to do. Josie grabbed the pirate and said very coldly, "Go back and tell Kaido that the war has begun." After saying that, he exerted force with his right arm and swung it hard, causing the pirate to fly into the sky like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a small black dot and disappeared into the depths of the sky. The pirate flying in the sky was so frightened that he cried bitterly. How could such power come about? The corner of his eye scanned the sea below. A huge whale-like pirate ship stood quietly on the sea outside the island. Around it, dozens of sea ships have dispersed, spreading in all directions. Lord Kaido, the Whitebeard pirates are coming. Ghost Island. Uncle Jean said, "The Whitebeard pirates and their 23 pirate groups broke into the sea area we occupied last night. Just now, Bighorn Island was attacked. All the pirates stationed on the island were wiped out. The person who took action was Diamond Josie. Over the years, with Wano as the center, the Beast Pirates have occupied a rather large sea area, with several kingdoms attached to them, and a bunch of small islands with populations only the size of small towns. However, not all places are stationed by the Beast Pirates. Teacher Kaido is only slightly interested in some special islands. For example, on an island rich in mineral resources, Wano Country is now a huge factory, and factories need raw materials. Although Wano Country is rich in resources, it cannot provide all the materials. For example, on some islands with a decent economy, the Beast Pirates will provide them with shelter and then charge heavy protection fees. Bighorn Island is a mineral resource point of the Beast Pirates. Whitebeard's pirate group has dispersed. It seems that an investigation has been conducted. Uncle Jean said, "Get ready to attack those key islands. Prepare to engage in an all-out war with us." Quinn looked excited. Boss Kaido, what should we do? Should we fight? This is what Whitebeard wants to see. Jin said calmly, "He hopes to lure us out of Wano Country. If the battlefield is in the country of Wano, it would be too detrimental to the Whitebeard pirates. But if we stand still, the losses will be too great." Quinn countered. "It doesn't matter how many people Whitebeard kills, but if he destroys the property of the Beast Pirates, the situation will be different." Boy. Kaido looked at Ian. "What do you think? How should we deal with it?" Ian glanced at Teacher Kai. Teacher Kai is really a very contradictory person. On the one hand, he is quite cunning. When he was dealing with Kid, he knew how to instigate Appu first, and then give Kid an unexpected surprise, and even tricked Kazuki Oden around. But on the other hand, he is quite competitive and seeks a fair fight. 20 years later, he is still bitter about Kazuki Oden's defeat, and he is also extremely angry that his battle with Luffy was disrupted by CP0. More important, This man likes to challenge the Navy and other top pirates alone. In the original work, he was caught 18 times just for challenging the Yonko and the Navy. So, no need to guess, you already know the teacher's decision. He definitely wanted to fight directly. But a direct confrontation is undoubtedly fulfilling Whitebeard's wish. Ian said, "But if we do nothing, we will be looked down upon, and the loss is unacceptable to us. The Whitebeard pirates will never take the initiative to attack Wano. They had the idea of wreaking havoc in the Beast's pirates' territory and forcing the Beast's pirates to go out to sea to fight. If we really want a fair fight overseas, it's really hard to predict the outcome, even if the Beast pirates have an extra member of their own. Since we have to fight, of course we can only accept the victory, right? So, since they are destroying our territory, let's destroy it too." Ian looked at Jin. Uncle Jin's flying speed is terrifying. Even if Whitebeard's territory is far away from Wano country, it won't take him long to get there. If you want to destroy it, let's do it together. All tactics change depends on who can't stand it first. However, there's no need to even guess. Teacher Kai doesn't care about the lives of those under his command at all, but Whitebeard can't. He will definitely send someone back to support, and because of the long distance, there is a high probability that it will still be Marco. After all, he is the only one who can fly. If Whitebeard dares to send Marco back for reinforcements, then Ian doesn't think he can come back before Uncle Jin. There can be a time lag for Uncle Jin to come back first, and then start the final battle with the Whitebeard pirates. "Ma, what a great idea." Quinn clapped his hands immediately. "If we suffer losses together, that's acceptable. But," Uncle Jin said, "if we don't respond to the frontal battlefield, we will eventually be considered by outsiders as us being timid and not daring to confront the Whitebeard pirates head-on. Didn't they disperse all the pirate groups under their command?" Ian said easily, "You can definitely start with these guys." Uncle Jin nodded slightly. "This plan is not bad. Only. So what you're saying is that you want me to endure Whitebeard's provocation, right?" Teacher Kai said coldly. Ian twitched the corner of his mouth. It's really not wrong at all. The great teacher Kai really intends to fight directly. Ian thought for a while. "Teacher Kai, it's not impossible for you to fight Whitebeard. However, it would be best if we can help hold Whitebeard in check after both actions have been carried out. Otherwise, it would be too much fun if Whitebeard suddenly ran out while mopping up the pirate group under Whitebeard's command." Ian did not forget to tell Teacher Kai. "But Teacher Kai, don't hit him on the head. It's not the time for the final battle yet. Anyway, Mr. Kai can fly. If he single-handedly challenges the Whitebeard pirates, as long as he doesn't get on top, he can run away easily. Of course, in the final analysis, these little tricks can only add a theoretical advantage to the Beast pirate. If we really want to decide the winner, it still depends on the duel between Teacher Kai and Whitebeard. If Teacher Kai loses, it's all for nothing. All the remaining members of the Beast pirates cannot defeat Whitebeard alone." Teacher Kai stared deeply at Ian. "Then let's go with this kid's plan. So, next, it's time to take action." 63. Hey Ray Cian. The war is about to begin. All the people around the world who are paying attention to the New World are aware of this. The Whitebeard pirates' massive attack on the territory of the Beast's pirates can almost be described as undisguised. The Moby Dick swaggered from island to island, exposing its existence to the outside world at every moment. Morgans even published the detailed trajectory of the Moby Dick in the World Economic News. So everyone knew that Whitebeard was challenging Kaido, and he was waiting for Kaido to leave Wano country to fight him in the final battle. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the response of the Beast Pirates. Everyone knows that Kaido and the Beast Pirates he leads are a group of reckless men. Kaido himself has challenged the top pirates and even the Navy on the sea several times alone. They are never afraid of challenges. The full-scale battle of the top pirates that has not happened for a long time is about to begin. In the New World, 3 different directions. Boss Wang Ji, we can attack at any time. Mom, the fleet is ready. Mr. Sengoku, the fleet of the Charlotte family, has assembled. Outside the New World. In the first half of the Grand Line, Paradise, there are also 2 losers in this sea area who are paying attention to this war. On a huge pirate ship, Kaido, you bastard, please don't die. Wait for me to take revenge. In Alabasta, the country of sand, Whitebeard, you bastard, please don't lose to Kaido. Wait for me. In the North Sea. In a castle. Umit was fidgeting as he flipped through the newspaper. The man sitting opposite him laughed out loud. Hey, Why not laugh, my friend? Since the Battle of Etwell between Roger and Golden Lion, the top pirates on the sea have not had a full-scale conflict for many years. Isn't this very interesting? What are you kidding, Doflamingo? Umit raised his head and gritted his teeth. It's not easy to reach a cooperation with the beast pirate. If they lose, then I'm not happy for nothing, right? So, why did he suddenly fight with the monster Whitebeard? Hey, isn't this uneasiness and waiting also a different flavor? The man named Doflamingo leaned back on the sofa leisurely, his hands open, one hand holding a blonde beauty. Where will the wind of the new world blow to? Wano country, Onigashima. Ian stood on the port dock, looking up. In the sky, a dark bird flapped its wings like lightning and disappeared into the depths of the sky in a few breaths. Uncle Gene had already headed for the back of the New World, the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. At his speed, it would take less than a day to reach the destination. Then should we set off as well? Ian's hand was pulled, and he lowered his head. Yamato looked at him with burning eyes. Yeah. Ian nodded gently. Yes, it was time for them to set off as well. Because of the fast-flying speed, Uncle Gene went to the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. And because he could fly, the pirates under the command of Whitebeard who invaded were left to Ian to deal with. Oh, no, it was left to Ian and Yamato to deal with. Brother Ian, do we really not need to go together? Behind him, Jack was still eager to try. Too many people will affect my mobility. Ian looked back. Take advantage of the time to train hard. IT will be a full-scale war soon, and there will be plenty of opportunities for you to fight. I understand. Jack nodded heavily. Then Ian, I wish you good luck in martial arts. Brother Ian, come on. Runty and his brother were also cheering Ian on. Then Ian attacked. The golden dragon flapped its wings and Ian attacked. Yamato stood on Ian's claws, holding his arm, laughing. Let's do a big job, Ian. Aegea number 2 was carried on her back. Let's find the people first. Ian said lightly. Their target is the affiliated pirate groups under Whitebeard. These guys are the main force causing damage in their own territory. But unlike the swaggering Moby Dick, these guys act normally. That is, if you want to kill them, you have to find them first. Fortunately, this is not difficult. The territory of the Beast Pirates is so small, and there are only these islands, so it is not impossible to determine their movement trajectory. At this time, Ian and his team were heading towards a certain island, the Kingdom of Donic, a human kingdom not far from Wano country. Of course, it is not a member of the world government, but a member of the remaining half of the world that cannot pay the heavenly gold and cannot be protected by the world government. Fortunately, this country has not become a paradise for pirates, gangs, human traffickers, and criminals like more non-member countries. Because many years ago, the Beast's pirates lent their flag to this country, and the Beast's Kaido will give this country shelter. Of course, in return, the country has to pay a considerable amount of protection fee to the Beast's pirates every year. Moreover, when the Beast's pirates had excess weapon production capacity before, the country had to grit its teeth and squeeze out a part of the already tight national finances to buy the Beast pirates' weapons. The result of this behavior is that the already poor country has become even more destitute, and the use of a batch of weapons just happened to provide the people who have been resentful with the power to resist. So a riot broke out here. Of course, this riot soon disappeared under the suppression of the Beast Pirates. It's just that it hasn't been calm for long, and a new storm has come. Wow. Although the country is poor, the king who still wears gold and silver and has a huge sapphire on his crown was pulled off the throne by his beard and then thrown to the ground with force. The pot-bellied king couldn't help but scream in pain, and tears flowed down. What are you going to do? The kingdom of Donic is the land of the Beast Pirates. A foot stepped on his face, erasing all the words he hadn't said yet. Most of the king's teeth were crushed, and the blood instantly dyed the floor red. Beast Pirates. The owner of the foot was a man without a neck. His round head was almost connected to his shoulders. He was wearing a captain's coat and a captain's hat. He looked down at the king, who was crying in pain. Soon there will be no Beast Pirates. Woo-woo-woo. The king just cried. Now. The round-headed pirate turned around and looked at the royal family and ministers who were controlled by the pirates in the palace. Hand over all the treasures to me. Brody is right. Hand over all your treasures. The speaker was another pirate, short and strong, dressed like a gangster, holding 2 guns in his hands, and wearing a black hat on his head. Now is the time to rob. In addition to these 2 pirate captains, there was another pirate captain standing at the door. He looked like a walrus, with two long fangs extending from both sides of his upper lip down, even beyond his chin, making people wonder how he eats. The man looked back at his companions who were robbing and said nothing. He was not interested in treasure. He just wanted to avenge the dead, especially Izo. But at this time, boom, the whole palace shook inexplicably, and the top even began to fall dust, as if some huge monster had hit the castle. What happened? The necklace man, the pirate named Baludi, looked up in confusion. The next second, his sight suddenly froze. That. His throat seemed to be strangled, and he couldn't make a coherent sound. What is that? The other two pirate captains also looked up. They saw that the pointed dome on the top of the castle was cracking at this time. It was as if something grabbed it from the outside, and then, snap, the dome was torn apart, revealing a huge hole. In the unbelievable eyes of the pirates, the huge golden head poked out from the outside of the hole. Found you. Here's Ian. Happy Mother's Day. 64. Powerful Yamato. Fighting on 3 fronts. Seeking follow-up reading. Ian, the round-headed pirate, Captain Brody under Whitebeard screamed, "It's Ian from Burning Heaven. Get ready to fight. Everyone, get ready to fight." Pablik, who was dressed like a mafia pirate and had just shouted in a funny voice to hand over all the treasures, was suddenly sweating on his forehead, and the palms of his hands that were clenching his guns were already slippery. Ian, a monster that could rival Marco, didn't follow Kaido to fight his father, but ended up finding them? Doesn't this guy have any pride in being a strong man? He seemed to have forgotten that the monster in front of him, whom he had been afraid of until now, was only 13 years old this year. The guy who looked like a walrus rushed directly into the palace from the gate without saying a word, his hand already pressed on the hilt of the sword at his waist. He was panting heavily, and he didn't know whether it was because of fear or excitement. In short, his eyes were locked on Ian. Ian looked at the pirates in the palace. Let him find it easily. After flying over the sea for more than a day, we finally blocked these guys here. The guy with a round head and no neck, Brody. Mafia guy, Pablik. A walrus-like guy, Erwin. Are the 3 pirate captains working together? Good news. There are a total of 23 pirate groups under the Whitebeard pirates. There were originally 26, but 3 were killed by Ian before. If each of these pirate groups disperses, it will not be easy to find them all and kill them. But if these guys work together to fight brotherly war, the workload will be much smaller. Anyway, just kill these guys, right? Yamato jumped in along the hole made by Ian and drew out the mace with joy. Be careful and don't be careless, Ian warned. The pirate captains under Whitebeard are all ruthless characters. Almost all have bounties exceeding 100 million. They can be called big pirates. New. Yamato responded cheerfully. At the moment of falling, white hair had grown vigorously from the surface of her body. Werewolf Yamato, come on. The Mesa Jin number 2 in his hand instantly became crystal clear, dragging a long line of mist down. She's Kaido's daughter. Pabrak, who was holding 2 guns, raised the guns as if reflexively and aimed them at the falling Yamato. His domineering power spread to the 2 guns, hardening the projectiles in the chambers. But, freeze it for me. The iron rod waved in the air. The white mist condensed into white waves that crashed down, sweeping across the entire palace in an instant. Everything was frozen. Everything in the palace, pirates, ministers, nobles, and even the king, everything was frozen into ice. Ian twitched the corner of his mouth. Yamato, you have to understand one thing first, that we are here to rescue, not to commit massacre. But forget it. This country lacks everything, but there should be no shortage of people who can be kings. That can't even a fool do this job. At the moment of being frozen, Pablik had subconsciously gathered his domineering energy to prevent his body from being frozen. Then, with the help of his domineering energy, he broke the ice that bound him. The ice on the surface of the body suddenly shattered, but the black shadow fell into the air. Jiang Sancher E Nailuo. Caught off guard, Pablik was directly smashed into the ground by Yamato with a stick, and his head turned into a large broken ice lump. He actually subconsciously used haki to harden his head, but it was not enough. The moment the pitch-black head collided with the white iron rod, Pablik's head was completely frozen. Smelly brat. At this time, the round-headed Brody also recovered from the ice. Seeing his companions being killed, he was so angry that he couldn't help himself. He was obviously quite short and stocky, but at this moment he showed agility like a cat. And the weapons he used were indeed like cats, 2 knives, each with 2 sickle-like blades, like the claws of some animal. Go to hell. Brody waved his claws. Hey. Yamato smiled happily and used his 2 slender arms to exert force. Jolly Longshengden. The white iron rod turned into a storm in an instant. Iron rods and claws began to collide. However, at the moment of the collision, Brody's arms were suddenly covered with a layer of ice. Before he could break the ice, the second collision came, and the ice was instantly reinforced again. His expression suddenly changed. But there was no time to do anything. After several collisions, his arms were wrapped in thick ice, which he could not break open with his domineering force. He could only watch helplessly as the storm-like iron rods continued to bombard him. In the end, Brody was blown away. The body is completely white, with many imperfections. Ian nodded slightly. The new equipment is really awesome. The strength of these 2 pirate captains is pretty good, probably not much better than that of Skeward. But when facing Yamato at this time, they were almost always crushed. Yamato also smiled, turned around, and there was still the last one left. Kid. The walrus-like Erwin jumped up, roared and slashed at Ian outside the palace with his sword. Pay for their lives for Izo and the others. Erwin is not an ordinary pirate captain. He was once a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Later, with Whitebeard's permission, he left the group and established his own pirate group. He and Izong used to have a very good relationship. To him, that man was his family. And this family member died in front of this kid in front of them. So, no need to say more about revenge. Ian just stretched out his hand, easily passed through the castle wall, and grabbed the guy's body. Erwin howled in pain. His body was as fragile as porcelain in Ian's hands, and just a little bit of force made all the bones in his body tremble. Yamato, here you go. Ian casually threw the guy towards Yamato. Thunder gossip. Yamato jumped up, swung the crystal iron rod in the air, and immediately blasted Erwin away like a baseball, crashing directly through the castle and flying into the sky, scattering a lot of crystals along the way. Ian turned his head and looked at the pirate flying into the sky. In this case, there are only 20 left. This is too much. I hope Uncle Gene will take action soon. In this case, the final battle can start earlier, and I will be less busy. At the same time, the second half of the New World. On a certain island where the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates is flying, a dark figure suddenly fluttered its wings and came over. Jin looked down at the town below, his eyes cold and indifferent. His right hand was pointed downwards. Fire Dragon Emperor. The huge flame dragon surged out from the hand and began to expand as it fell downwards. In an instant, it turned into a huge flame dragon hundreds of meters long. When the flame dragon fell to the ground, it caused a huge explosion, and the flames rose up like a reverse waterfall. And in the expanding flames, the flame dragon has not dissipated. It continues to roll forward until the entire town is engulfed in flames. Seeing that the town was in ruins, Jin spread his wings and left again without hesitation. The workload ahead was still very heavy. Soon after, Moby Dick. Dad, it's not good. Foil, Bista rushed to the deck in panic. Jin, that guy Jin ran to the rear. He is wreaking havoc on our territory. The 3 towns on Barkley Island have been destroyed, and Strawberry Island was also attacked just now. Everything that bastard passed by turned into a sea of fire. Looking at his route of action, I'm afraid the Sphinx will also under attack. Sphinx, that's Dad, hometown. Whitebeard's face instantly turned gloomy. The pirates on the deck were already excited. Is that guy Kaido so mean? Some people are outraged. The fight between pirates is despicable. We didn't think of this. Damn it, did that guy Kaido change his style? If it had been before, the Beast Pirates would have already fought. Some people are confused. Dad, what should we do now? Diamond Josie asked the frowning Whitebeard in a deep voice. We must not sit idly by and ignore Jin's actions. But now the Beast Pirates' frontal counterattack has begun. The captain of the 4th Squadron, Sachi, looked solemn. That bastard kid has already started taking action. What? Only then did Bista realize that he seemed to have missed something while answering the phone. That brat killed Apoida and the others not long ago. Sachi spoke in a low tone. It was the news sent back by the pirates under Iboida desperately. We immediately contacted everyone. Except for Ipoida and the others, Erwin and the others could not be contacted, probably. Bista suddenly felt a rush of blood rushing to his brain, and he couldn't help but clenched his fists. That kid, how dare you do it? Did you lose 5 pirate groups in a short period of time? Dad. Vista looked at Whitebeard. Marco. Whitebeard spoke. Dad. Marco, who was sitting on the side of the boat, raised his head and asked, Do you want me to go back? Only you kid can make it. Whitebeard said, I lent them the flag and promised to protect them. They also call me Daddy. Now that they are in danger, of course I can't just sit idly by. I see. Marco nodded slightly and said seriously, I will defeat that guy Jin and come back as quickly as possible. Cool la 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 la. Of course you can do it. You are my proud son. Whitebeard laughed. Then he looked at the other children on the deck. Don't that kid like to go out alone? Then let's give him a surprise. Whitebeard is going to catch the kid himself. After all, even Marco couldn't take down that kid, so it would be useless to send other cadres there. Even if several people are sent over at the same time, it is difficult to say that they will be able to catch the bastard who can fly. Only. Whitebeard suddenly raised his head. In the sky, the flow of clouds suddenly accelerated. Newgate, it's been so many years since I last saw you. In the dense clouds, a huge monster poked its head out and looked down at the ships below. Kaido. Vista's eyes widened. No way. He actually came to us at this time? Aren't they taking the initiative now? As long as they get rid of him here, won't everything be over? Lord Kai, you are really a brave man. 65. The plan is progressing smoothly. The final battle is set off, seeking follow-up reading. The sky is cracking, and the sea is shaking. The sea was turbulent, and the originally flat sea surface was now divided into areas, some bulging and some collapsing, like a patchwork of hilly areas. Kaido. Whitebeard stood on the bow of the Moby Dick, raising his head and looking at the Dragon Man standing on the clouds in the sky. The warm-up is almost over, right? It's just a warm-up. But it has caused the entire sea to be turbulent. Wave after wave of huge waves is spreading towards the surroundings. The island's not far away, maybe about to be hit by a ferocious tsunami. I really want to fight you to the end, but that's it for today. Kaido laughed loudly, and he once again transformed into a huge blue dragon and soared into the sky. My little devil said that now is not the time for a decisive battle. Don't run around, I'll come back to you tomorrow. The green dragon rose into the sky and rushed high into the sky. Whitebeard could not stop him and could only stand on the deck and watch this guy leave. What do you mean, Kaido, that bastard? Sachi was puzzled. You came all the way here just to have a fight with Dad? Kaido wasn't like this before. It's to prevent me from catching that brat. Whitebeard knew the purpose of Kaido's appearance here, so his eyes couldn't help but become serious. In this case, the form is too bad. Dad. Marco hesitated for a moment. How about I go find that brat? No. Whitebeard shook his head. According to the plan, you go back and the attack on Kaido's territory is temporarily suspended. Inform everyone to come back and be careful not to expose their whereabouts. We will agree on a meeting place. Vista and the others nodded slightly. As things have come to this is all we can do now. When Dad is targeted by Kaido, it is impossible for the captains to defeat the brat. Understood. Shortly afterwards, over a certain area of this sea, Ian flapped his wings and flew through the sky, looking down at the endless sea below. Hey, haven't you found it yet? Yamato lay on his back, complaining blearily. Logically speaking, it should be coming in this direction. Ian was also a little surprised. According to the news coming from Wano country, a group of pirates should be coming this way. Then why didn't you show up? Yamato turned over, quickly climbed to sit on top of Ian's head, and patted his head. Ian thought for a moment. I think the hunt is over. Yamato couldn't believe it. Is it over so soon? We just caught 2 groups of people. It's already quite a lot, Ian said. The first wave of white pirates encountered were 3 pirate groups, and the second wave was 2 pirate groups, which together accounted for more than 1/5 of the total number of pirate groups brought by Whitebeard this time. The Whitebeard pirates were certainly alert. Now Teacher Kai has already fought against Whitebeard once. That IT would be a bit irresponsible to continue to let these pirate groups wreak havoc when Whitebeard cannot come to stop him in person. I am afraid that the pirate groups have begun to gather towards the Moby Dick. Why is this so? Yamato pouted. Are you going back? Isn't this a good thing for you? Ian said, after all, this means that the final battle is about to begin. Uncle Jin's sabotage operation went very smoothly, so Whitebeard has probably sent Marco back. As long as this is confirmed, the decisive battle can begin. Yes. Yamato instantly became excited. It seems more interesting that way. Let's go back. It's time to prepare the entire army to attack. New World Sphinx. This island is like many small islands in the New World. It is barren, declining, lacking in resources, and sparsely populated. Even pirates are too lazy to plunder it. But it is difficult for outsiders to believe that the residents of this island are actually not as difficult as imagined. Every year, the island receives a substantial donation. The source of the donation is even more unbelievable. Is this the hometown of Whitebeard? Jin flapped his wings and floated over the island. Boyan said that this island is Whitebeard's hometown, and Whitebeard attaches great importance to it. The wealth he gained during his voyage will be secretly donated to the people of this island. Therefore, once he takes action here, Whitebeard will definitely not be able to sit still. I don't know how that kid knew about this. Jin stretched out his hand, and the flame dragon condensed again. It was about to hit the town below in the next moment. What you up to? However, at this moment, a blue shadow suddenly flew from the distance in the sky, wrapped in blazing flames, but the anger on his face was far more raging than the flames. Come yet? Jin's heart moved slightly. Ian's guess was absolutely correct. Also, besides Marco, who else can come back in time? Then, it's time for the plan to move to the next step. Jin didn't hesitate at all. With a wave of his right hand, the flame dragon with beard and hair crashed down, instantly triggering a nuclear explosion in the town below. A huge mushroom cloud suddenly rose into the sky. Ember. Marco's eyes were splitting as he approached rapidly. This expression is so beautiful. Jin chuckled. Being a sadist, he loved it. With flap of its wings, Jin instantly transformed into a huge pteranodon and flew forward. Next, it's time to notify Mr. Kaido, and they can start taking action. Before that, Marco needs to be held back for a while. Well, just destroy this country in front of this guy. His expression will be funny. Come on, Marco. You bastard. Don't even think about running away. Marco gave chase. In the past few days, this bastard has been wreaking havoc in this sea. Area Point 6 islands have been attacked by him. More than 10 towns have been destroyed, and countless people have died as a result. How can he be allowed to continue to act recklessly? Especially, this is my dad's hometown. A chase begins in the sky of this new world. Ghost Island. Ian landed at the port with Yamato. The port was already bustling with people at this time. Ma, kid, you came back just in time. That bastard Jin called just now, and that guy Marco really went back. Uncle Quinn stood out from the crowd. He was extremely excited. Then now is the time. What a coincidence. Before he could even return to his human form, Ian nodded slightly. Then let's go and make peace with Teacher Kai first. Great. Yamato was already cheering. Teacher Kai is still overseas and has not come back. After all, he is still harassing Whitebeard. This teacher has a big opinion about this. Fortunately, the harassment is finally over, and you can now go find him to make peace, and then officially start the war. The forces of the Beast Pirates have already assembled outside the harbor, and all the ships have been arranged neatly in the waterway below. Of course, the supplies and weapons have been prepared. Now all it takes is an order, and the large fleet can set off at any time. Of course, even though it was said that the whole army attacked, it did not really take away all the troops. After 5 years of development, the total strength of the Beast's Pirates has exceeded 20,000, which should be much larger than the Beast Pirates in the original work during the same period. If he really wanted to bring so many people to start a movie with the Whitebeard Pirates, Ian didn't think it was necessary. Anyway, the number of people is the part that has the smallest impact on the outcome of this battle. Moreover, there are still many samurai remnants lurking in the secrets of Wano. Ian doesn't want to have problems in his hometown before the battle is over. Only half of the 20,000 men were brought this time, and the other half stayed in Wano. Brother Ian, Jack and Black Maria also appeared in front of Ian. Ian looked at them. Are you ready? Jack nodded heavily. I can't wait to have a big fight. Now, we can only fight, right? Black Maria said with a smile. The ground is shaking. Yeah, the only thing left is to fight. Ian's body suddenly shrank and turned into a golden winged man. He stepped towards the dock. Then let's go and fight. Army attack. Attack. Yamato laughed. Oh. Jack cheered and strode after him. Only. Hey, Brad, this is what I want to say. Uncle Quinn thinks this bastard wants to seize power. And further back. Brother Ian, come on. The children are also cheering for the people going out. 66. The strongest in a modern world versus the strongest in the future, seeking follow-up reading. The latter part of the new world. Marco's eyes were extremely solemn, and his eyes were fixed on the figure flying in front of him. The chase had been going on for almost a day. This bastard Jean had no intention of stopping to fight him, but just kept running away. Then, in the process of running away, he smashed down the flames and destroyed the town below. Marco had forgotten how many times he had been angry. He only knew that in the end, when he saw the town engulfed by flames, he was numb. But there was one thing he never forgot. He must catch this bastard. And at this time, in front, Jean, who was flying forward, paused slightly, and the sound of Din Din Mushy sounded in his arms. There was no need to connect. Jean looked back at Marco, who was chasing him at a high speed. The game was over. The flames behind his head disappeared in the next moment, and then whoosh, Jean turned into a black shadow and flew forward. What? Marco was stunned. How could it be? So fast. Asshole, don't run. Marco almost screamed. Although he hadn't reacted yet, he instinctively felt that something bad was going to happen next. However, the speed difference was too big. Even if Marco had flapped his wings with all his strength, the final result was that he could only watch Jean fly farther and farther until he disappeared at the end of the sky. A panic suddenly rose in Marco's heart. This guy, where is he going next? It's bad. I must notify my dad immediately. Whitebeard pirates. Marco called back immediately. Dad, that's it. I suspect Jean is on his way back now. Marco's voice was anxious, but my speed is far inferior to his. Even if I want to catch up, I will be behind for a long time. I see. Whitebeard finally understood the plan of the Beast's pirates at this time. He looked back at the back of the Moby Dick. Above the clouds, the monster was not far away. Kaido, that bastard, has been harassing every day these days. Now it seems that it is also to determine their location. In order to take advantage of the time difference when Marco is not there and Jean can quickly come back, the final battle will be fought. Kaido is really good at calculating. But don't worry, Marco. Whitebeard laughed proudly. Who do you think I am? Even if you are not here, will I lose to Kaido, that bastard? Marco on the other end of the phone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing the words of his most admired father. Yes, Dad is the strongest man in the world. With him, what can I do even if I am missing? Kaido wants to fight, which is exactly what I want, Whitebeard said with a smile. If he keeps harassing, the Beast pirates will keep shrinking in Wano country, and I can't do anything about them. But now it's different. I understand, Dad. I will come back as soon as possible. Whitebeard, ready to fight. The time in the sea where the Beast pirates are located is after this day. One warship after another rode the wind and waves on the sea, and the waves on the sea were crushed by the heavy ships. The sails gathered together seemed to be dark clouds flowing on the sea, covering the sky and the sun with great momentum. Ian stood on the deck of the Golden Dragon, looking up, and the huge monster slowly descended from the sky. Dad. Behind Ian, Yamato greeted the blue dragon in the sky happily. The huge head was drooping, and just opening his mouth to speak raised a gust of wind. How long will Jean take? I contacted Uncle Jean yesterday. He said he would return soon, so he should be here soon. Ian said, it's time to start. Ugh, you really made me wait. Teacher Kai's laughter made the sails of the Golden Dragon swell up. The next moment, the huge blue dragon soared into the sky. Leave the white beard to me, and you can do whatever you want with the rest. As soon as the words came out, Teacher Kai had already grabbed the flame cloud and climbed into the sky, flying quickly towards the front. The Whitebeard pirates are in the sea ahead. Speed up, Ian ordered. Uncle Quinn protested unhappily from a nearby ship. I've already said that I'm the one who gives orders. The fleet accelerated and headed for the sea ahead. It didn't take long for an island to appear in Ian's sight. The Whitebeard pirates are on that island. They are waiting for the arrival of the Beast pirates. Ian could only sigh, worthy of being Whitebeard. Whitebeard should have known that Uncle Jean was returning, right? On the basis of the high probability of missing one high-level combat force, he still had to fight the final battle with the Beast pirates. This can only be said to be worthy of being Whitebeard. On the small island ahead. Dad, here we come. Thatch stood on a high rocky peak beside the coast. There are many such rocky peaks on the coast of this island. Thatch looked at the large fleet in the distance with a telescope. The total number of people is probably close to 10,000. The main force of the Beast Pirates is coming. On the ship are... He took a closer look. Quinn, and that brat, in addition to Jin, 2 big cadres are here. Cool-la-la-la-la. Is it finally here? It's really hard for me to wait. The man as tall as a little giant thrust the huge naginata in his hand into the shore beside him. Not far behind him, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates and the captains who joined the pirates under his command were all ready. Under the white-bearded captain's hat, his long golden hair was flying in the oncoming sea breeze. Children, get ready to fight. Oh, there was instant joy on the coast. The Whitebeard pirates are never afraid of fighting. Then, just say hello to them first. Whitebeard's right fist was clenched tightly, and the muscles of his right arm were tense. A translucent white light group suddenly appeared on the fist. A fine buzzing sound suddenly sounded, and the air around the light group was slightly vibrating. See quick. The fist suddenly hit the air in front of him. The air shattered suddenly like glass. Dense cracks spread suddenly, and invisible shock waves instantly pushed the seawater in front of it backwards. The wet seabed was forced to be exposed, and even turned upside down by invisible forces, forming a chasm directly in front of the island. Whitebeard artificially created the ebb tide. The water that was forced to retreat pushed more water, and soon formed huge waves one after another, heading towards the incoming fleet of the Beast Pirates with great momentum. What an exaggeration! Ian couldn't help but gasp. Having the power to destroy the world is truly a well-deserved reputation. Who dares to fight Whitebeard on the sea? With just one punch, huge waves hit the sky, and the boat was knocked directly into the sea. Ian looked up. No, 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 no. As if he didn't see the huge waves below, Teacher Kai laughed and accelerated towards the island. Does this mean that everything else is up to us? Ian twitched the corner of his mouth. Let me freeze the tsunami. Yamato is eager to try. You'd better take a moment. Yamato will definitely have such power in the future. But she can't do it yet. I'll open the way, and you prepare to land and fight. In a golden light, Ian instantly rose into the sky, and the huge golden flying dragon flapped its wings and took off. Oh. Whitebeard looked at the golden light rising into the sky in the distance. Is that the ability that makes Marco helpless? No, Newgate, let's fight. The green dragon has already soared. Then come on. Whitebeard casually pulled out the naginata beside him and looked up at the sky. I leave this place to you, children. The outcome of his battle with Kaido will determine the outcome of this war. Leave the rest to us, Dad. Foil Bista had already drawn the double swords from his waist. We will make it impossible for them to even log in. Cool-la-la-la-la. Whitebeard laughed loudly. Then let's start the war. Ian flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Below him was the huge wave surging towards the fleet. Divine Flame Cannon. The fiery breath turned into rays, randomly sweeping across the huge waves below. A violent explosion suddenly occurred, connecting together on the sea surface, forming a flaming mountain range. The explosion directly shattered the huge waves one after another, clearing the way for the fleet to move forward. Of course, strong currents can also impede the fleet's progress. But it doesn't matter. When the kinetic energy of Whitebeard's shockwave completely disappears, the returning sea water will greatly accelerate the forward process, but it may be a little rough. Ian flapped his wings and moved forward, quickly approaching the island. He could already see clearly the dark mass of people on the coast of the island. The Whitebeard Pirates headquarters and the 18 affiliated pirate groups have a total number of more than 20,000 people. Standing at the front are the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Each one of them is a true ruthless character. This battle is not that simple. So let's say hello first. With a mechanical right paw, a huge flame spear condensed in Ian's hand, and then he threw it forward. The flame spear instantly pierced the air, traveled across the sky, and fell towards the Whitebeard Pirates like a meteor. However, just when the missile-like spear was about to fall into the crowd, a huge mountain with a height of 100 meters suddenly rose into the sky like a cannonball. The mountain peak collided with the flaming spear, instantly detonating it in midair. A brilliant firework exploded in the sky, while rubble flew all over the sky. Are you going to throw a mountain at someone? Ian couldn't help laughing. It's really exaggerated. What an imaginative way of fighting. Among all the monsters with all kind of strange abilities, it was really touching to see such a simple and unpretentious fighting method. and the man who was thrown out of the mountain was looking up at Ian with murderous intent on his face. Kid, get down. I'll crush you. Oh. Ian narrowed his eyes slightly. Diamond Josie, what an amazing power. But are you targeting me? Don't you know the tradition of pirates? Number 1 against number 1, number 3 against number 3. Your opponent should be Uncle Quinn. Not far behind Jaws, Vista shouted, That brat is coming. Everyone scatter. Don't repeat the mistakes of Honeycomb Island. The destructive power of this brat is still too strong. Ugh, ugh. Come on, Newgate. In the higher sky, Qinglong's body shrank, and suddenly the human form of Teacher Kai fell from the sky. He had taken out the mace and fell from the sky with a long black lightning. Whitebeard raised the naginata in his hand, and the blade instantly turned black, and the same black lightning began to spread. The next moment, the iron rod and the naginata collided. No, they did not collide with each other. The two weapons bombarded each other in the air. The two invisible forces clashed fiercely, forming a small black, like a black hole in the middle, and a large amount of domineering lightning was radiated unscrupulously, plowing thousands of gullies and the surrounding ground like a laser. The violent wind swept everything on the island in an instant, and many pirates on the coast were even blown away, which made Ian narrow his eyes slightly. Even on the other side of the island, the ship of the Whitebeard pirates was blown so hard that the anchor was almost pulled out of the seabed and blown away. Even more amazing changes appeared in the sky. A huge gully appeared in the center of the clouds that originally covered the sky, and the clouds began to dissipate rapidly with this as the boundary. Ian blew a whistle. The Emperor-level combat power started to fight the sky as usual. Their laughter can be heard here. Ugh, 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 old man. Come and please me. Kolalalala, little brat. You are the challenger. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, and Mr. Kai, the man who will be called the strongest creature in the world in the future, started a battle at this moment. Mr. Kai, will he win? 67. The Return of Ashes. Diamond Jaws. Seeking follow-up reading. Boom, boom, boom. The whole island began to shake violently, and the surrounding seawater was turbulent. All this was because of the fierce battle between two monsters on the island. The battlefield between the two of them gradually moved to the island. On the other side of the sea, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were ready. Ian looked back, and behind the fleet, a torrent rolled in, and the backflow of sea water pushed the fleet of the beast pirates to approach rapidly. Then the problem of landing must be solved. Ian lowered his head and looked at the pirates of the beast pirates gathered on the coast. The pirates' positions were very scattered, as if to prevent their own bombing. These guys learned from their mistakes. However, after all, the number of people is here. No matter how scattered the positions are, they can't be too sparse. Then, the golden body instantly melted into the flames. Bright red and golden coexisted, and the bird of fire spread its wings in the sky. God of a mortal bird, attack. Ian flapped his wings and flew down. But it was at this moment. Ian suddenly heard the crackling sound of glass breaking. He looked up and saw an invisible shock wave whistling, and the air along the way was shattering. Ah! The flame bird was blown away by the surging shock wave in an instant, and the brilliant flames were directly shattered. Whitebeard. Ian looked at the center of the island filled with smoke and dust. Teacher Kai, what are you doing? Whitebeard, what are you doing? Inside the island, Teacher Kai, who had turned into a dragon man, roared. His body became stronger, his eyebrows curled like clouds, and he was as ferocious as a devil, roaring thunder bagua. What, you are not convinced? Whitebeard laughed loudly, and the cloud cut was wrapped with two-color domineering and translucent shockwaves at the same time. It collided with Kaido's iron rod. The terrifying aftermath of the clash of weapons spread in all directions, and the jumping domineering lightning alone broke the surrounding rocks in half. The battle here is still inconclusive, or rather, without anyone interfering, it will take a few days to determine the outcome. Ian sighed. The golden body gradually emerged in the flames. He didn't plan to consume too much physical strength at the beginning of the battle. Now it seems that this is very advanced. With Whitebeard intervening, it is not easy to bomb. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly came. Ian looked back and saw that the fleet riding on the huge waves was very close to the island. Quinn stood on the bow of a warship in the middle, looking at the coast of the island that had entered the range. Ma, fire, hit me hard. All ships opened fire, and shells flew towards the coast of the island. Prepare to meet the attack. Facing the falling shells, Flower's sword Vista jumped up, and the two swords in his hand suddenly turned black. Ha! With a loud shout, the two blades spun, and the flying slashes like flowers dancing in the sky gathered into a storm, directly piercing the flying shells and causing violent explosions all over the sky. However, he alone could not block all the shells. It should be said that even if all the captains and captains now attack together, there are still many shells falling. The coast immediately exploded one after another. However, the Whitebeard pirates did not just take the beating. The heavy artillery that had been deployed on the shore fired at the same time, and the same black shells went towards the fleet of the beast pirates. There. However, the flames all over the sky came across the sky, forming a wall to block the shells heading towards the beast's pirates and directly detonated them in the air. But this is not Ian's flame. Uncle Gene. Ian turned his head and looked at the pteranodon that was coming like a heavy bomber. He couldn't help but laugh. You're back just in time. Gene. Sachi on a rocky mountain gritted his teeth. This bastard is back too soon. Has it been a day since Marco contacted them yesterday? It will take at least twice as long for Marco to get back. Gene, you bastard. On the side of the beast's pirates fleet, Quinn was cursing. Jin's flames not only blocked the shells of the Whitebeard pirates, but also blocked their shells. However, there's no need to bombard at this distance, right? Riding the huge waves, the fleet is about to rush to the coast. Here we go. Diamond Jaws shouted, back off. It's not that they deliberately gave the beast's pirates a landing position, but mainly because of the surging waves and the fast-moving ships that came at the same time. If they stayed on the shore, they would be crushed directly. The pirates began to retreat quickly. At the same time, Ian flew to Jin's side. He noticed that Gene was panting slightly. It seemed that flying back at full speed all the way was quite exhausting for him. What are you looking at? Get ready for battle. Gene regained his human form and drew out the long sword at his waist. Fire Dragon King. The flames wrapped around the blade, and the next moment it turned into a huge fire dragon and launched out, falling towards the Whitebeard pirates below with its fangs and claws. I'll do it. Flower's sword Vista jumped up again, slashed with a few consecutive swords, and cut the falling fire dragon into several pieces, making it impossible for it to fall. But at the same time, Ian had his hands in the air. The flame in the right hand merges with the flame in the left hand. The brilliant flames of the winged divine dragon. The flames condensed in the beast form are hundreds of meters in size, just like the second sun in the sky. And as Ian swung down, the sun fell. Hey, this is too exaggerated. Huh? Thatch quickly jumped off the rocky mountain. He felt the mountain trembling under his feet. Drink. Below, Diamond Josie grabbed the bottom of the rocky mountain with both hands, and at the same time used his hockey to strengthen the mountain so that his hands could grasp the mountain well and prevent it from collapsing. With the man's loud shout, he tore the rock apart, and then with all his strength, he threw the nearly 100-meter-high cylindrical rock into the sky. Josie. When Sachi saw this, he cheered loudly. Oh, that's it. The rock mountain collided with the fireball, instantly detonating the fireball in the air. It's so difficult. Ian sighed. On the sea, huge waves have already hit the coast first, splashing the sky with spray. After several consecutive waves, huge pirate ships rushed towards the coast driven by the current, unstoppable. With continuous loud noises, the pirate ships plowed deep ravines on the coast. The beast pirates are landing. Ma, come on, you trash. Quinn put her foot on the bow of the boat and laughed loudly. Rush. The white shadow jumped out first. It was Yamato. The girl had transformed into a werewolf form, stepping on the air and sprinting forward. Immediately afterwards, a large number of pirates jumped from the deck, cheering and charging. After that, huge figures began to appear on the decks of ships. There were 10 in total. Monsters as huge as mountains appeared with strange smiles. The ground shook as they jumped to the shore. What is that? On the side of the Whitebeard pirates' camp, Thatch was extremely shocked. Ancient giants, that's an exaggeration. Teach. Go and kill them all. Oh, me. Beside him, a fat black man with a hook on his hand pointed at him blankly. Huh, just kidding, but Thatch pulled out the 2 swords on his waist. As a chef and a swordsman, this is understandable, right? Marco is not here. We have to fight no matter what. Black fat man Marshall D. Teach secretly complained in his heart, but he nodded solemnly on his face. I understand, Captain Sage. Then come on. The Whitebeard pirates are also charging. The pirates of the two pirate groups collided together in the next moment. Gunpowder and blades, screams and death began to play music at this moment. Ah! Raining to the third world, Yinaraku. Yamato suddenly fell from the sky, and the iron rod that fell suddenly exploded into a white mist of ice. Large number of pirates approaching her were instantly frozen into ice blocks. Sacred foot, a white snake drive. The girl turned into an afterimage and shuttled among the crowd. Every time the iron rod was swung, a group of pirates were beaten into ice sculptures and then shattered. She had a great time. But Ian in the sky frowned. What is this idiot doing? Don't you know how to look in the direction when charging? Yamato's iron rod hit a man on the back of the head. But this time, not only did Yamato not smash the head, but she was shocked so hard that her hands hurt and she was thrown away. The tall man turned around and looked down at Yamato, who was a little surprised. Kaido's daughter? Well, Yamato tilted his head. Who are you? Diamond Josie frowned. There should be a limit to looking down on people, right? Half of his body instantly turned into diamonds and crashed towards Yamato like a locomotive. Sparkling crash. Women don't matter. Children don't matter. He is an egalitarian. Yamato was suddenly startled. So fast. Although it is such a huge body, the collision speed is astonishingly fast. Oops, too late. Boom. The ground shook, and a huge thing fell from the sky, punching Josie on the body. The earth suddenly shattered, and just the aftermath of the spreading force caused the surrounding soil and rocks tens of meters to explode and fly into the sky. Josie took 2 steps back and looked up in surprise. Such power. This guy is not the opponent you should face now. A faint voice came from above. Yamato raised his head in surprise. Ian, above her head is a huge golden flying dragon. Go play somewhere else. Ian grabbed Yamato and threw her towards the coast. Ian, so treacherous. The girl's unwilling shouting made Ian roll his eyes. He originally planned to be lazy and deal with the other captains. The 2 big cadres, Josie and Bista, were left to the 2 uncles Jin and Quinn. Just in time. Josie's face was cold and stern, and the veins on his arms appeared like snakes and then twisted. I will crush every bone of yours to commemorate Izo and all the companions you killed. How scary. How about replacing someone else? Ian turned his head. Not far away, Uncle Gene was already wielding a flaming sword and slashing at Vista. And Uncle Quinn had also turned into a giant brachiosaur and was besieged by a group of Whitebeard pirates captains, including a familiar black fat man. It was a pirate-style group battle, captains versus captains, cadres versus cadres, and small fish versus small fish. There was no way. Then let me break the situation. The huge body began to shrink, and Ian's limbs were covered with eggshell-like shields, and his slender body became thick. It's best to use this form to deal with you. Ian moved his neck and grinned. Come on, Diamond Jaws. If it's a comparison of strength and defense, I'm confident that I won't lose to anyone. Shining charge. Jaws didn't hesitate and once again rushed towards Ian like a locomotive. Ian also started. The ball-shaped beastman mode moves slowly, but shave. It's different with this move. Ian catapulted forward, and at the same time, the flames behind him spewed out to speed him up again. The iron mountain of the winged dragon. The 2 figures, one big and one small, collided with each other in an instant. The air seemed to be torn apart, and thunder exploded here. 68. The natural enemy. The fist that breaks diamonds. Seeking follow-up reading in 4K. You seem a little tired. It seems that rushing back in such a short time has consumed you quite a lot. After splitting the huge blade that was coming towards him with a knife, Vista stepped forward and slashed his opponent's waist with a backhand knife. But it was meaningless. His blade was like cutting on sea stone, and it couldn't cut at all. Could this guy really be the legendary clan of gods, the Lunaria clan? It's enough to deal with you. Gene didn't care about Bista's attack at all, and grabbed a ball of fire with his right hand and smashed it down. Flame Emperor. Boom. The flame exploded. At the same time, on the coast. Ma, you idiots, just come at me. Quinn has turned into an orc form, and the 3 laser cannons on his tail, whip, and mechanical arm fired at the same time, and his opponents could only flee in embarrassment with continuous lasers one after another. Damn it, what on earth has this guy transformed his body into? While dodging the laser, Thatch complained loudly. Don't get hit by his laser. This is not an attack that our armament hockey can block. We all understand the truth, but we can't get close to him like this. The black fat man Teach dodged flexibly and shouted, Captain Thatch, think of a way. Method. Quinn smiled jokingly. What can you do with just you? Without Marco, we're these guys. Even though Captain Thatch of the 4th Division is also a famous pirate in the New World, his strength is still far behind Marco, Jaws, and Vista. So what if a few more trash are added? Ma, let's try the new plague bomb. In addition to the battle of the big cadres, the most eye-catching ones are, of course, the barbarian tyrants. The 10 monsters bought from the world government showed extraordinary combat effectiveness at this moment. Although they were the failed products of the giantization experiment, and although their brains were not very smart, their destructive power was undoubtedly strong. 10 giants just waved their maces, and a large number of pirates were beaten into flying all over the sky. Even if the captains wanted to contain them, it was not easy because of the huge difference in strength. The whole coast was in chaos at this time. Thunderous Bagua. Yamato hit a pirate captain who was attacking her with a stick and broke him into 2 pieces of ice. Then the girl leaned on the iron stick and looked a little uninterested. So boring. Aren't there any stronger guys? Little devil, don't be so presumptuous. A cold voice came from behind. Yamato turned around. It was a woman, wearing a captain's hat, long light blue hair, and a thin and long sword in her hand. Ice Witch, Wady Bi. The battle entered a stalemate at the beginning. At the same time, in 3 places not far from the sea here, people became restless. Boss Wang Ji, Kaido has launched a general attack. The final war is about to begin, but Whitebeard's situation doesn't look good. Jean has come back. Kaido is actually playing this trick. That's not good. We have to do something. Mom. Kaido has started to act. Mom. Let's go and have a look. Mr. Sengoku, Kaido has launched an attack, but the Charlotte family is also taking action. What should we do? Go stop Big-O. We can't let them mess things up now. The island of decisive battle. In the dense rocky jungle on the coast, the explosions continued, and the towering rocks around were constantly shaking. And the source of everything was the 2 people who were constantly colliding at this time. Ian was constantly punching. The fists wrapped in dark domineering and golden flames hit the tall body of Diamond Jaws in front of him one after another, hitting the head, chest, waist, and abdomen, and hitting wherever they could. While attacking, he was also constantly being beaten. Jaws' huge fist was also wrapped with hockey, or a higher level of flowing hockey, which also continued to hit Ian like a storm. Both of them gave up dodging and let the other party attack them in exchange for the opportunity to attack each other. What are their bodies made of? The pirates fighting around them couldn't help but be stunned. How could they fight like this? However, neither of them had any effect on the other. Ian's fist only made a bang when it hit Jaws' diamond body with hockey attached. Similarly, when Jaws' heavy fist hit the surface of Ian's golden armor, it also had no effect. Ian in the ball-form Beastman mode had a defense power no less than Jean. Only they can be each other's opponents, right? Even the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates couldn't help but have such thoughts at this time. If it were someone else, they couldn't break the defense at all. Don't get close. Don't disturb their fight. The pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast's Pirates all said this in tacit agreement. They couldn't intervene at all. At this moment, Ian and Jaws punched each other in the chest at the same time, sending each other flying. Ian crashed through 2 rocks head-on and then fell deeply into the 3rd mountain. Deep in the mountain peak, Ian stood up forcibly, and the result was that the entire rock mountain collapsed directly. When he walked out of the falling rocks and soil, Ian raised his head, and a thick shadow enveloped him. A mountain, 100-meter-high rock mountain, crashed towards him from the sky. So cool. This guy, Josie, is exaggeratedly powerful, and his attack power is even stronger than Marco's. Coupled with the indestructible diamond defense, the level of trouble will never be lower than Marco's. Ian jumped up, and a huge hole was instantly created in the ground by him. Then with this force, he lifted into the air like a cannonball. Ian jumped directly to the side of the rock mountain and kicked hard. The moment his feet came into contact with the rock, his domineering strength strengthened the rock so that it would not collapse. Then, the 100-meter-high rocky mountain was like a ball. A tee was kicked back by Ian and fell towards Josie, who was thrown out of the rocky mountain not far away. What kind of strange power is this? Forget about Captain Josie. Why does that brat do it? The pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates simply don't understand. But Ian still said that if it was a competition of strength, he didn't think he would lose. The falling rock was shattered by Josie's punch in an instant, and the man once again hit Ian like a running locomotive. What a hassle. It stands to reason that Ian's flames can completely restrain Josie's diamond. After all, the ignition point of diamond is only 1,000 degrees. Ian can directly burn Josie to ashes with a fire, and his physical defense will not work at all. However, there is such a thing as domineering in the world. Josie's domineering power could completely insulate him from the high temperature, and Ian's attack could only leave a faint scorch mark on his body. You still have to use a trick. The two began to fight with fists again. But suddenly, for a moment, Josie's punch suddenly missed. No, it's not empty. Josie's pupils suddenly shrank, and his right fist penetrated Ian's body. This guy turned into flames. Entered the state that Marco said. This is the second stage. Taking advantage of the moment when Josie was punching hard and the old strength was gone, but the new one was not regenerated, Ian, who turned into blazing flames, hit Josie hard with his backhand punch. His fist was bright red. Ah! Josie groaned in pain and shot backwards as if he was electrocuted, crashing directly through a rock mountain. He clutched his chest and lowered his head in disbelief. Without the domineering force as a defense, the mere diamond is nothing more than firewood. The more difficult it is to destroy something, the slower it will be destroyed by the flames of destruction. Masters like Marco Josie are very domineering, and it is good to be able to continue to contact them. If it is only the moment of collision, the flames can only barely destroy their domineering power. However, just this barely is enough. Even if there is no destructive power, as long as the domineering energy is penetrated, the flame's restraint on the diamond will be revealed, and Josie's body will be directly evaporated. Coupled with the power of destruction, it is completely normal to carve a hole in Josie's chest. It would be better to say that he did not punch through him directly. This guy's already domineering enough. How to say Tinka. Josie, are you okay? Among the Whitebeard pirates who were fighting with the beast pirates next to them, the big-headed fishman noticed what had happened here and exclaimed, "That Muir! Don't come here!" Diamond Josie shouted loudly, "Don't ever get close to this guy." Josie knew very well that even he was hit hard by a punch. If other friends came over, I'm afraid this kid could kill them with just a touch. Marco said that this guy's moves have time limits. Drag. It must be dragged over. Stay away from this guy. Josie shouted loudly, turning around and running back. This is not cowardice, just tactics. But, Humph, want to escape? The speed of the phoenix form is different from that of the ball form. The flame spurt turned into an accelerator, and Ian's speed increased again, turning into an afterimage, and rushed in front of Josie in almost the blink of an eye. So fast. This bastard is no slower than Marco. Diamond Josie gritted his teeth and turned back. Since you can't avoid it, then. Sparkling punch. Josie protected his chest with his left hand and used his right hand to deliver a powerful and heavy punch. The domineering energy wrapped around his fist surged out like a torrent and was about to blow Ian away. The same is true of Marco's experience. Wing Shenlong's destructive fist. Ian just sneered and punched without fear. The destructive fist was like a fish swimming upstream, directly breaking a hole in the torrent of domineering force, and then punched Josie's fist. It's really stupid. The attack power of radiating hockey is indeed stronger, but the defense power is weakened. Ugh. Jaws fell back with a cry of pain, clutching his arms. His right fist was punched through directly, and several fingers that lost support fell to the ground. Josie gritted his teeth secretly. Facing this guy's form, he could only choose to delay for time. But how to delay it? Jaws, run. At this time, the fishman Namuel rushed over with a group of pirates. We are here to help you stop him. That Muir. What are you doing? Chowsie's body was shaken. Don't go there. Josie, leave us alone. Everyone come together. But Muir didn't care at all. Josie couldn't die. He is the great fighting force of the Whitebeard pirates. The fishman just took a deep breath and said, Yaman karate yomi taiko. The fishman swung a forward fist, and the air in front of him was distorted. The moisture in the air was pulled at this moment and turned into a shock wave towards Ian. Ian just stood there, and the shock wave of water vapor had dissipated due to the high temperature before it approached him. And more pirates were rushing towards him. Ridiculous. Ian didn't even bother to attack. He just sprayed flames and flew forward with his wings vibrating. Blades, guns, fists, and feet. A lot of attacks fell on Ian. But it couldn't stop Ian from flying forward at all, and he was melted directly without even being able to pass through Ian's body. The flaming winged man passed directly through the group of pirates. Only charcoal was left on the ground. Bastard thing. Seeing his companion die, Josie not only did not take the opportunity to escape, but instead rushed towards Ian with eyes wide open. I'll kill you. Shining crash. The Diamond Man crashed directly towards Ian, his front spraying domineering energy. It's true of the white group. Everyone is risking everything to let you escape, and running back would be an insult to their sacrifice. But of course, you can't escape by running. In order to get rid of this guy in one go, Ian did not skimp on his physical strength. This time the Phoenix will last a long time. The fire of divine wrath. Not only was it unstinting, it was simply luxurious. The red flames condensed on his hands had not dissipated. Ian's body once again bloomed with red flames, like a scarlet flower. It's like the second stage of Valkyrie. In Josie's tightened pupils, red flames instantly engulfed him. The destructive force exerted force in an instant, and Josie's domineering energy covering the surface of his body began to be destroyed rapidly. Even if he continued to condense the domineering energy again, the speed of destruction was almost proportional to the speed at which he condensed the domineering energy. At this time, a figure suddenly came in among the red flames. It's over. Ian threw a punch. Asshole. Jaws roared, swinging with his intact left fist. But the next moment, the left arm was punched by Ian from the fist to the elbow, and then the entire forearm turned into nothingness. Ian's fist, which was completely unimpeded, hit Josie's chest hard. Then it penetrated. Forehead. Josie's body stiffened instantly, and his right arm that was about to hit Ian also stiffened. A red pillar of fire penetrated his body and spurted out from behind. The hole in his chest expanded at a jaw-dropping speed. Not only that, the surface of the body is also disappearing rapidly. Ian took 2 steps back. A few seconds later, he was the only one left in the red flames. It's so tiring. The load of being a phoenix for a long time, plus 2 rounds of the fire of God's wrath, was indeed too great, and more than half of his physical strength was consumed in one breath. However, it is easy to win. Kid. An angry roar came from one side of the island. Ian felt the earth shaking, and he turned his head. The huge slash was accompanied by a violent shock wave that swallowed up everything and crushed him. Come again. Teacher Kai, is there something wrong with your playing this time? The shock wave swallowed up Ian, swallowed up everything in its path, penetrated the entire island, rushed into the sea, and set off huge waves in the sky. Brother Talboa, he will always only do big things. 69. Desperate situation. The Troublemaker. Seeking follow-up reading in 4K. After the raging storm, a huge crack was left on the ground, like a scar across the island. Ian had disappeared long ago, and no one knew where he went. On a rocky mountain above the rift stood a woman with green hair. Kazuki Toki lowered her eyebrows. She also came, or rather, how could she not come? She had noticed Ja's predicament and ran over to send him to the future away from Ian. But it was too slow, too late. The woman shed tears silently. Was everything because of herself? Because of revenge. Izo died, and now even Jaws died. Many people have died. How many more will die? She thought she was strong and could do anything for revenge. But now it seems that this is not the case. On one side of the island, the battlefield of monsters. Hee. Whitebeard, are you crying? Kaido, who was swinging the iron rod vigorously, stopped laughing. Ian, that kid did a great job. Otherwise, it would be difficult to see you like this. What father would not be sad for the departure of his child? Whitebeard gently wiped the tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. Kaido, you deserve to die. The island suddenly began to tremble. Not only that, the sea surface outside the island also began to distort. Pieces of the sea surface rose into mountains. Pieces of the sea surface collapsed into basins, and the whole sea boiled. Oh, come on. Teacher Kai rushed forward with a wild laugh. It would be best if you could kill me. Whitebeard, he's angry. The location was above the battlefield, quite high in the sky, and hanging basket under a hot air balloon floating here. A birdman holding a telescope in one hand and a den mushy in the other was explaining excitedly. Well done. Ian the Skyburning. This nickname is so good. Even Diamond Jaws was burned to ashes by him. Whitebeard was completely enraged by him. But that kid was also directly hit by Whitebeard's attack, and the result is still unknown. But in general, the final outcome depends on the outcome of the battle between Kaido and Whitebeard. If Kaido is easily defeated, then everything is empty talk. What are you doing? When the explanation was in full swing, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind. The birdman paused, all the feathers on his body stood up, and he turned around in horror. He saw a golden figure, slender, ferocious, and majestic. Oh, Ian, it's Ian of Burning Sky. The birdman shouted in surprise. Are you still safe? The Whitebeard pirates are in big trouble. He said to the Den Mushi in his hand, Friends, this kid looks very good. No one in the Whitebeard pirates can stop him. So, Morgans, what are you doing? Ian raised his eyebrows. Big news, Morgans, the president of the World Economic News. How could this guy be here? Just now, he was directly blown away by the shock wave of Whitebeard's slash. It should be said that it was fortunate that he was still in the Phoenix state at that time. Otherwise, it would be hard to say what the current situation is. But even if he turned into an untouchable flame, he was blown directly through the entire island and blasted into the sea by this blow. If it weren't for his ability to ignore the restraint of the seawater, he should have been buried in the sea now. I wanted to find a place to rest and recover my strength, but I saw this hot air balloon floating in the sky. When I flew up, I saw this birdman. Could it be that he was broadcasting live? Is it obvious? Morgan shook the Den Mushi in his hand. I want to provide the frontline situation of the war to those who want to understand this war. By the way, since I met you, Morgans handed the Den Mushi in his hand to Ian. Ian of Burning Sky, do you mind if I give you a brief interview? The world is really curious about you. The war zone anchor, right? Ian took the Den Mushi from his hand. I'm Ian. I like singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. Then he threw the Den Mushi in his hand down the hot air balloon. Hey. Morgan subconsciously wanted to rush over to catch the Den Mushi, but although he was the albatross fruit ability user, he could not fly, and could only watch the Den Mushi fall into the sea. Before he could say anything else, Ian had already grabbed his neck. So, who are your listeners? I will decide whether to make you into a roast chicken based on your answer. Morgan's body suddenly trembled. Don't be so irritable, Brother Ian. Morgan's laughed dryly and said carefully, There are quite a few people who listen to my live broadcast, including the Navy, the government, some kings, and guys like Big Om, Wangji, etc. This guy's network of relationships is really exaggerated. Compared to Minggu, he is the real black and white. Brother Ian, I can also give you a piece of news. Morgan said, Now Wangji pirates, Big Om pirates, and the Navy fleet led by Sengoku are all eyeing this place. Ian was really confused. So many? Now, because of your existence, the Whitebeard pirates are completely at a disadvantage. Maybe someone can't hold back and has already started to act. In other words, will there be anyone who will mess up? Below, on the island. How could it be? Flower's sword Vista's eyes were filled with tears. Are you still sad? The blade of the Jean sword suddenly cracked into gaps, directly blocking Vista's double swords, and then Jean kneed Vista and knocked him away. Then Jean flew into the air, swung the long sword in his hand, Amulet Fire Dragon King. A huge dragon of fire rushed out, and then dozens of small dragons of fire were separated, overwhelming the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. Destruction came from this moment. The flaming dragon rolled forward on the battlefield, instantly igniting countless pirates, and many unlucky pirates of the beast pirates were affected. Desperate screams instantly spread on the battlefield. No, don't hurt them anymore. Toki was shuttling around the battlefield. She wanted to save the people engulfed by the flames. However, Jin's magma-like sticky flames melted all the people directly, and she couldn't send them to the future even if she wanted to. The woman grabbed her hair in pain. How many more people are going to die? After 3 years of getting along, she had already regarded the members of the Whitebeard pirates as real family. Now her family is being slaughtered. And all this is all because of her. The strong sense of guilt was like a tsunami, swallowing her up in an instant. Don't fight anymore. Just stop here. I want to stop this war. Toki showed a determined look. Kill him, Teach. We must kill him. Thatch roared, waving his swords desperately and rushing towards Quinn. Oh. Teach responded a little weirdly. Not good. Jaws was killed so quickly and so easily. He didn't really lose, did he? What should I do in that case? In addition to the two of them, there was a group of pirates charging. A bunch of idiots. Quinn fired several lasers in a row, piercing through a group of pirates. At the same time, his shoulder cracked, and a row of shells emerged. The whizzing shells made it impossible for the pirates to show their heads. At this time, Teach's eyes turned, and he took a step forward. Boom. A shell suddenly exploded in front of him, and the guy screamed and was blown up into the sky, falling into the distance like a kite with a broken string. Thatch's eyes were bloodshot. Has another family member who has been with him day and night been killed? You still have the mood to worry about others? Behind the smoke, Quinn laughed strangely, put a special shell into the barrel of the mechanical arm, and then aimed it at Thatch, who was rushing over. Bang! The shell was fired and flew forward rapidly. Who do you think I am? Sachi cut the shell with a sword. Just a shell. Bang! The shell exploded, and a white smoke suddenly spread, covering Thatch and the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates around him. What? Idiots! Quinn laughed. You are finished. Have a good taste of my new plague bomb. Plague bomb? That's when Thatch realized something was wrong. He suddenly felt an itch. It spread from the depths of his throat, and he couldn't hold it back at all. Cough, 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 cough. Sachi began to cough heart-wrenchingly. The pirates who had come into contact with the white mist just now also began to cough violently like him. Haha, the virus will first invade your lungs, then enter the blood circulation through the lung mucosa, and eventually enter the brain. The virus will damage your brain nerves, and eventually destroy your sanity, turning you into a beast dominated by animal nature. Quinn looked at Sachi and others who had fallen to the ground and twitched constantly, and couldn't help laughing. How about calling it beast virus? Sachi and others' skin turned red, their eyes turned dark, and saliva flowed from their mouths. At tea this time, they turned over and pounced on the surrounding pirates like mad dogs. It's a pity that the kid would never let me use the infectious version when there are people of my own. Otherwise, Quinn sneered, and he didn't forget to shout, Idiots, stay away from these guys. He paused suddenly. He caught a figure from the corner of his eye. The guy who was slowly trying to get away from the coverage of the plague bomb smoke. Quinn had an impression of him. The black fat man following Sachi had some strength, but not much. Is he still alive? The mechanical arm raised and fired the laser. Quinn's eyes widened in surprise, and he missed. Thief, The fat black man who dodged the attack turned around with cold sweat on his face. Can we reconcile? Reconcile? At this moment, are you kidding? Quinn, who felt insulted, sneered and aimed 3 gun barrels at Titch. Go to hell, bastard. Titch's face darkened instantly. He couldn't die before his dream came true. Then, he ran away without hesitation. Who wants to fight someone who has such a dangerous weapon? Ian was falling. The news from Morgan's was not good. Although I don't really want to, I have to report to Teacher Kai. When passing through the air, Ian saw Yamato fighting a blue-haired woman. The woman's sword blades were filled with ice spreading between them, which looked very cool. But ice? Isn't it funny to use ice to deal with Yamato? Sure enough, soon, Yamato almost completely ignored the woman's offensive and hit the woman with a few sticks with his backhand until her whole body was covered with ice. This girl shouldn't have to worry. Ian noticed a fat black man running away on the battlefield. Uncle Quinn ran after him. Blackbeard. Forget it, it's probably not that easy for Blackbeard to deal with Uncle Quinn at this stage. Uncle Quinn even has the time to fire lasers and cannonballs to attack the surrounding members of the Whitebeard pirates, so let them have fun. Ian stopped staying and spread his wings forward. Soon, he saw the 2 people who were fighting fiercely. The battlefield was so shaken that it looked like the end of the world. Ian didn't get too close either. Whitebeard should hate himself quite a lot now. Teacher Kai. Ian shouted at the top of his lungs. There is bad news. Wangji, Big Mom, and the Navy are all watching us. Someone should be coming to disrupt the situation now. There shouldn't be anyone who wants to see the Beast Pirates' complete victory, right? Isn't that just right? As expected, Teacher Kai responded to Ian with a loud laugh. Then let them come together. Kid, is that you? A pair of eyes locked firmly on Ian. The violent momentum is already coming. Again, as expected. That's why I said I didn't really want to come over. At the same time, in a sea area not far from the island, a fleet was rapidly approaching. Newgate can lose, but it can never lose so simply. Wang Ji stood at the bow of the boat, his expression extremely solemn. If Kaido wins complete victory, what should I do? If the Beast's pirates want to connect the Whitebeard pirates' territories in the back of the New World, what should they do with the Honeycomb Island at the pass? Will Kaido still allow him to exist? It would be much better for Whitebeard to achieve complete victory than Kaido. At least, Whitebeard really has no intention of fighting for hegemony. If you don't provoke him, he won't bother to talk to you. The best case scenario is to prevent them from continuing to fight, but if that doesn't work, we'll just have to prepare to fight. Yes. 70. Wang Ji's trouble. Battle against Wang Ji. Kazuki Toki. Seeking follow-up reading. Not far from the sea where the beast pirates are located. The two fleets are facing each other across the sea. Navy. Paraspero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, is looking at the fleet in the distance with telescope. Admiral Sengoku and alternate Admiral Akainu. They have some terrifying combat power. Why are they here? Like us, they are waiting for Kaido and Whitebeard to lose both. Katakuri said calmly. That's troublesome. Paraspero licked the candy cane with his long tongue and said with a smile, After all, one fisherman is enough, right? Mom. He looked at his mother sitting on the throne on the deck. What should we do? Mom. It seems that they won't let us go. Charlotte Linlin laughed. Are you afraid that I will join forces with Kaido? Kaido, that bastard, should thank me. Opposite, the fleet of the Navy. Mr. Sengoku, do you want to fight? The man codenamed Akainu was full of impatience in his tone. There's no time to go to war with Big Mom now. Sengoku said calmly. Besides, even if we fight, I'm afraid there won't be any result. If Charlotte Linlin is so easily defeated, how can the Big Mom pirates have the chance to grow to this extent? If that bastard Garp also comes, it's not impossible to fight. But it's definitely not enough now. What about Whitebeard and Kaido? Akainu frowned. Wang Jiji went over. Sengoku said, I'm afraid that the battle will end in vain. Will that guy help Whitebeard? He has no choice. Compared to Kaido, he can only choose Whitebeard. The island of decisive battle. Ian is facing Whitebeard's anger at this time. Kid. The violent momentum has substance, and the dark red lightning splashes from Whitebeard's body. The ground is shattered, and the rocks on the ground seem to have lost the restraint of gravity and rise into the sky. Ian's body suddenly shook. The dark lightning fell on him, almost pressing Ian, who was floating in the sky, to the ground, as if a mountain had pressed down on his shoulders. This kind of domineering color? Ian felt his scalp tingling. His muscles were trembling. It was clearly a spirit, but it had turned into a substantial attack. Is this the momentum that Green Bull felt in Wano country? It's really exaggerated. Even a master of the level of the captain of the Whitebeard pirates would not be able to withstand the domineering shock of Whitebeard. Air shock. Without hesitation, Whitebeard aimed at Ian and slashed down with his Naginata. The huge shock wave that Ian had just seen roared out again, trying to crush Ian directly. But this time Ian was not panicked at all. Gee. Teacher Kai laughed out loud and leaped forward. Newgate, make no mistake, your opponent is me. Great mighty thunder, Bagua. The ultimate move roared. The iron rod was not enough to stop the huge shock wave, but the strong domineering aura wrapped in the iron rod could. The shock wave and the domineering aura collided with each other like a shocking, earth-shattering force, and the whole island trembled instantly. At the center of the collision, the ground below shattered, and the thick cracks spread in all directions of the island. In just a blink of an eye, the surface of the entire island was covered with spider web-like cracks. Even the sea water around the island was forced back again, and the area of the island was more than doubled. Exaggeratedly strong, Ian said sincerely. Both of them. Teacher Kai at this time should be stronger than himself at the same time in the original work. After all, he has mastered the armed color of internal destruction at this time, and his attainments in the three-color domineering aura can be said to be perfect. The gold medalists of this era should be none other than the two of them, right? Even though Mr. Kai is weaker than Whitebeard, he is still as weak as Akainu and Akiji. Charlotte Linlin should be weaker. Perhaps only Red Hair 10 years later can be compared with the two of them. Compared with the two of them, Marco, the strongest enemy he has ever fought, is simply not in the same dimension. If he does not use the Phoenix mode, he may not be able to withstand a few of their moves. Kid, get out of here. Mr. Kai said this, rushed forward, and collided with Whitebeard again. In an instant, the sky and the earth shook again. It's very lively. Before Ian could turn around, a figure approached quickly in the sky, stepped on the air and stayed in the air, looking down at the two people fighting below. He was dressed in a suit, a scarf, and a hat, just like the godfather of the gangster in the movie. Wang Ji. The The troublemaker, is he here so soon? Could it be that this guy has been rushing here just after the battle started? Ian flapped his wings and flew high into the sky. Looking in the distance, a fleet was also approaching quickly. So, why did Wang Ji come here? Wang Ji? Teacher Kai looked up. You guys want to join in the fun too? I'm here to end this war. I hope both of you can give me some face. Wang Ji said frankly, we were all partners in the past. There's no need to fight to the death. Ian couldn't hold back. You also want to save face, right? Do you have the strength? Go back to where you belong. Whitebeard's backhand sent a shock wave, and the shattered air spread towards Wang Ji in an instant. Wang Ji threw out a backhand punch. Newgate, you don't seem to understand the current situation. The domineering shockwave collided with the shockwave, and the roar resounded across the sky again. Wang pointed directly at Ian floating in the sky. That brat killed Josie, and now he wants to go back and kill your other sons and daughters, and you have no choice but to rage in vain with Kaido here. Ian twitched the corner of his mouth, trying to attract hatred to me. Although that's what I thought. Whitebeard's expression suddenly changed slightly. He looked at Ian again. Wang Ji from BYD, just wait. Wang Ji, I only say this once, or get out of here now. Teacher Kai's eyes were cold and stern. Either get down now, and let me crush you. Wang Ji's expression also turned cold. Kaido, I tell you the truth, if you are still unwilling to give up, then prepare to face Whitebeard and me at the same time. This guy is also very stubborn. Does he really want to fight? Ian raised his eyebrows. Didn't he know that the Navy and Charlotte Lingling were also watching? Well, Morgans would send messages to his friends, but their friends didn't know who he was sending messages to. Did Wang Ji think he was the only one who wanted to make a profit? Newgate, do you have any objection? Wang Ji looked at Whitebeard. The best outcome is that both Whitebeard and Kaido are injured, and then he reaps the benefits. Then the two sides just give up and maintain the status quo. Wang Ji actually didn't want to start a war with Kaido. Even if he won a big victory, the losses on his side would probably not be too small. Moreover, Kaido's horse can fly. If he and Whitebeard didn't wait until they were evenly matched and fought to exhaustion, what were the chances of killing him in one fight? Realizing that the situation is not good, this guy will run away, no matter how stubborn he is. But if Kaido insists on fighting, he has no choice. Just stay out of the way. Whitebeard snorted coldly. Wang Ji wanted to help, so of course he had no objection. Pirates don't seek fair fights. And as Wang Ji said, the existence of that brat in the sky has largely put the Whitebeard pirates into absolute adversity. Oh, great. Teacher Kai laughed loudly. Then come on, Wang Ji, with 1 against 2, I have nothing to fear. It has to be Teacher Kai, the world's #1 iron. Ian sighed. If there is another Wang Ji pirate group, it will not be good. Even though Wang Ji's strength is not as strong as the top monsters in the sea, he is still a real strong man who is superior to the disaster generals. There's really no point in fighting this, Teacher Kai. Then don't blame me for ignoring our friendship back then, Kaido. Wang Ji rolled up his sleeves. If you want to fight, let's fight. Kid. Teacher Kai suddenly raised his head and said, I'll leave this bastard Wang Ji to you. Ian was stunned. Should I beat Wang Ji? Real or fake? To describe it in terms of Tieba combat mechanics, Wang Ji is a guy with quasi-4 Emperor strength, no matter how you say it. But us? Ian raised an eyebrow. Here I come, Mr. Kaido. Accompanied by a rumble of sound like a bomber flying across the sky, Uncle Jin, who transformed into a huge black pterosaur, came across the sky. He looked at Wang Ji with slightly solemn eyes. Is that Wang Ji? It turns out that Uncle Jin sensed Wang Ji's arrival, so he rushed over immediately. Oh, if we join forces with Uncle Jin, we should be able to fight Wang Ji. Together, Luo and Kid can defeat Charlotte Lingling. He and Uncle Jin may not be as strong as the awakened Luo and Kid, but Wang Ji is far inferior to Charlotte Lingling. However, the premise is that both himself and Uncle Jin are in full condition. We are all very tired now, etc. Ian remembered something. Uncle Jin, aren't you fighting Bista? You are here, so who is facing Bista now? Quinn's dealing with that guy. Uncle Jin said calmly. Ian was stunned again. What about Uncle Quinn's opponent? The strength of that fat black man should not be underestimated. Fat black man? Who? Jean was stunned for a moment. Is there such a person? Is BYD Blackbeard still hiding? The other side of the island. You guys stop. Yamato ran around furiously. I'm going to beat you up. Who wants to fight you? Teach didn't look back. Kaido's only daughter, Ian's little girlfriend. If I really want to kill you, can those two bastards let me go? Might as well go find that damn fat guy just now. Dealing with him is better than dealing with this stinky girl. Tiki thought so. Now I can only trust my father. You can always trust Edward Newgate. This side. Go ahead, Ian. Without any hesitation, Jin flapped his wings and struck out, raising his hand to reveal a menacing fire dragon. Ridiculous. Wang Ji just ejected and fired out an iron fist. The majestic domineering cannon directly scattered Jin's fire dragon. I don't have time to play with you. He didn't stop and rush directly towards Kaido. Stop him. Jin didn't hesitate and flew close quickly. Ian took a deep breath and could only follow. Unlike the two of them, Wang Ji had the strength to interfere in the battle between the two monsters. The two of them landed instantly and blocked Wang Ji in front of him. Get out of the way. Wang Ji didn't take Ian and the two of them seriously at all. He raised his hand and punched the two of them directly. Get away. I leave the attack to you. Jin stepped forward and blocked Wang Ji's fists with his body. You guy. Wang Ji couldn't help being surprised. Can't beat it. His fist couldn't hit this guy. However, Jin couldn't help but groan. A fist of this magnitude would hurt him. Without any hesitation, Ian directly entered Phoenix mode, pounced forward, passed through Jin's body, and slashed with his right hand. The moment he slashed down, a scarlet flaming sword was held in his palm and slashed directly at Wang Ji's chest. Forehead. Wang Ji retreated instantly. He lowered his head in shock. The clothes on his chest were torn out, a huge hole. Although there was no serious defense, Haki was cut open. This kid. He looked at Ian, especially the scarlet sword he held in each hand. No wonder Marco was beaten so badly. Continue. Jin ejected again. Emperor Dan Gong. The huge wings struck Wang Ji like blades. Wang Ji raised his hand to resist, and the powerful force pushed him out. At the same time, on the other side of him, Ian had entered the ball-shaped orc mode, ejected, and slashed with the sword of destruction. When? This sword struck Wang Ji firmly on the waist. But, kid, who do you think I am? Wang Ji sneered. If you concentrate your domineering energy a little, this kid's sword will be nothing. However, the domineering spirit is still being destroyed. What's going on with this kid? Everyone knows that Haki can counter devil fruit abilities, but what about this kid's abilities? Fire Dragon Emperor. Jin waved his left hand, and the fire dragon, as thick as lava, immediately engulfed Wang Ji. Nice Uncle Jin. In this case, this guy won't be able to concentrate his domineering energy. Ian rushed into the fire dragon. Mysterious meaning, Red Lotus Phoenix Blade. Ian suddenly began to spin, and the two scarlet sword blades stirred up a storm, turning into a red tornado that swallowed Wang Ji in an instant. However, this spin did not last long. Wang Ji punched out, hitting Ian in the abdomen and knocking him away. A fire that can burn everything. The next second, Wang Ji, who was covered in darkness, rushed out from the top of the penetrating fire dragon, but looked at Ian. His expression became a little solemn. You seem to have mastered some incredible power. The clothes on his body were burned and torn, and there were still some burnt marks on his skin. Compared to defending against Jin's flames, he was indeed even more invulnerable to being cut by this kid's sword. No, this brat cannot be allowed to continue to grow. He is only a teenager. After 10 more years, who else in the new world can stop the beast pirates? Wang Ji is determined to kill. It hurts like hell. Ian stood up with a grin on his face. Fortunately, it was in ball form, so although it hurt a lot, I didn't suffer much damage. This is a gold content comparable to the defensive power of the Lunaria clan. However, it should be quite painful for Uncle Jin to be beaten, right? It's a shame that he can still act like nothing happened. That's it. A voice that could be called sad sounded. Ian turned his head. Seeing a green-haired woman staggering over, she shouted loudly, almost in tears, "Let the battle end here. Guangyueshi?" Our. Whitebeard was startled. What are you doing here? Kaido was also slightly startled. He knew this woman. Kazuki Yoden's wife? Stop fighting. Guangyue's shoulders were shaking. Everything is my fault, Brother Newgate. It's all my fault. What does this woman want to do? Ian narrowed his eyes. You are right about everything, Whitebeard said loudly. Odin is my brother. What's wrong with avenging your own family? No, just because we are family members, I cannot allow my family members to sacrifice in vain because of me. Guangyue was in great pain. Maybe I shouldn't have gone to find you from the beginning. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates truly regards the mother and daughter as family. But now, these people are dying one by one. Our Whitebeard paused for a moment and then said seriously, now it is no longer about avenging you and Odin, and why beloved child was killed. How can I pretend that I didn't see it? Just because enough people have died. Guangyue sobbed. So don't let more people die. Aren't they all our family members? Whitebeard was slightly startled. Ian was also stunned. Are you Kirby? How can there be no death in war? I can't forgive myself. Guangyue covered his face with his hands. Everything, in the end, is my fault. Originally, it was just him, the pain and misfortune of the Kazuki family. But in the end, the Whitebeard Pirates were involved. Everything started because of me, then. Mitsuki Toki said, let everything end with me. Brother Newgate, please agree to my last request. Our Whitebeard looked shocked. What do you want to do? Hiyori, please tell her that she has an irresponsible mother. She pulled out the saber from her waist and swung it across her neck, causing blood to splash instantly. Ah. Ian was at a loss. What did I see? No, where are you from? With Wang Ji disrupting the situation, isn't our side now at a disadvantage? The Whitebeard Pirates also have their own Kirby? 71. Ending in vain, Charlotte Lingling, seeking follow-up reading. Chapter 71 ended without any illness. Charlotte Lingling, please read it. Our Whitebeard instantly went crazy and rushed towards Kazuki's direction like crazy. Teacher Kai didn't even mean to stop him. Because I really can't bear to laugh anymore. Ugh, what is this idiot woman doing? Is there another such a wonderful clown in the world? Teacher Kai was almost laughing to death due to Kazuki Toki, laughing his head off, leaning forward and back. As expected of Kazuki Odin's wife, the two of them are such a perfect match. If Whitebeard took the opportunity to attack him at this time, he might really be able to give him a hard blow. It's just a pity that Whitebeard can't care about Teacher Kai at this time. He strode to Kazuki's side, but it was already too late. The sharp blade had already cut through the main artery in the woman's neck, and blood spurted out like a fountain, leaving a large pool of radioactive blood on the ground, which looked a little oozing. Whitebeard's face was full of pain, and he looked down at the woman lying on the ground. Sure, why? Everyone died because of me, but I can't bear the lives of so many family members. A look of relief appeared on Guangyue's face at this moment. All I can do is atone for my sins. Let's stop here, Brother Newgate. Please. Should it be said that this is a world where every person has a blood cow? The blood spurted out like that, and now he can still talk like this. Ian thought so. But it's so disgusting. So many people have died, and if they fall short in the end, wouldn't their deaths be even less valuable? What did this woman take for the determination of those who fought desperately? But good to die. Her death will probably bring an end to this battle. Why do you have a sense of déjà vu? Wang Ji suddenly appeared and said to give him face and stop the war. Then Kazuki Toki also stood up and said at the top of his lungs not to fight anymore. But now is not the time to think about such things. Uncle Jean, be careful, Ian said. Jin nodded slightly, and he also realized it. Kaido, the furious Whitebeard, suddenly turned around, and the majestic surging momentum made his crescent-shaped beard stand on end, and his long golden hair flew all over the sky. Whitebeard's skin was all red, and the light wave belonging to the shock fruit on the Naginata was brighter than ever before. With a backhand knife, the world seemed to be shattered by this knife. The air hundreds of meters around was cracked instantly, and the magnificent shock wave was like a tsunami, crushing Kaido and Ian behind Kaido. It works. Teacher Kai, willpower really works. Whitebeard explodes. Teacher Kai didn't hesitate at all. In fact, before the Whitebeard opened up, Teacher Kai had directly transformed into a huge green dragon. At the same time, flames poured out of his mouth and turned into a shell of flame that enveloped his body. Fire Dragon Torch. The huge flame head wrapped with two-color domineering energy collided with the terrifying shock wave of Whitebeard. Boom! Raging winds hit him, and Ian heard thunderclaps. Centered around the place where the two collided, the ground below began to shatter and collapse, turning into a bottomless abyss in the blink of an eye. Ian was almost blown away. This is their true all-out effort, which is really exaggerated. The aftermath of the collision between the two finally slowly stopped, but almost all of the towering rocks on the island had collapsed. "Nu, come on, Whitebeard." In the sky, the flame dragon hovered, and the astonishing heat burned the earth mercilessly. Part of the head was smashed, but during the rapid repair, Teacher Kai shouted excitedly, "Keep going. That's it." However, after the blow was over, Whitebeard picked up the light on the ground with his backhand and raised his head and said this. "What?" Kaido immediately sneered. "Can it end when you say it's over? Who do you think I am? You have to fight even if you don't want to. It seems they don't want to let us leave so easily." Wang Ji also spoke up at this time. "Damn it, I already participated in the war, and now you say you don't want to fight." He glanced at Ian. "That kid is too dangerous." Ian noticed Wang Ji's gaze. "There's something wrong with this Lao Dang's eyes. This is Shi's last wish." Whitebeard said, "No matter what, I will at least let her leave with peace of mind." "I feel so too." At this time, Ian also spoke. "Let's stop here, Teacher Kai." "Kid." Teacher Kai suddenly lowered his head and looked at his apprentice fiercely. "Teacher Kai, the Wangji pirates are landing soon." Ian said, "If we continue to fight, I'm afraid we won't get any relief." Teacher Kai turned his head. On the sea, the fleet of the Wangji pirates was indeed very close at hand. He looked down again. Both Chevalier and Jin's breathing was quite rapid, and their physical strength was expended quite a lot. Can they defeat Wang Ji? It's so boring. The flames dissipated. The huge green dragon fell to the ground and returned to the appearance of Teacher Kai. Ian breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. If we really want to continue fighting against the combination of Whitebeard and Wang Ji, it's hard to say what the outcome will be. Later, Ian flapped his wings and flew in the sky, looking at the Whitebeard pirates and Wang Ji pirates who were drifting away on the distant sea. This vigorous war ended like this. Is it considered a win or not? The Whitebeard pirates were severely damaged, several captains died, and even Josie was burned to ashes. However, it is far from breaking the bones. Ian, below. Yamato was waving to Ian. Ian flew down. "Have fun." "Well, listen to me, listen to me. There was a woman who used ice to attack me, but her ice didn't work on me at all. Her expression at that time was so funny. I used Aegean number 2 to attack her knocked to pieces. There is no need to go into such detail about this kind of thing." In the fleet far away from the island. On the Moby Dick, the atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates was very depressing. Josie, Sachi, Wadaibe, Namwir. Bista sat slumped on the deck, leaning against the side of the ship. The famous swordsman in the New World wept silently. "So many people have died. Does it end like this? If we continue to fight, more people will die." Captain of the 6th Division, the fat Bermank, was equally sad. "And whether we win or not, those dead family members will never come back." "Sure, that's what I mean." Whitebeard spoke in a low voice at this time. She also wanted to prevent more people from dying at the cost of her life. More important than revenge is to keep more family members alive. The pirates on the deck shed tears one after another. "Mrs. Sure, she is so stupid. It is all our fault. She is completely furious." Wang Ji sat on the side of the boat and watched coldly. The Whitebeard pirates are a big family, and all members love each other. If they are really a family, then this is so loving. But Newgate, what kind of pirate would you want to be if you wanted a family? See you next time, Newgate. Without hesitation, Wang Ji ejected into the air and left. The bastard mustache is totally unreliable. That brat, it's not easy to deal with. The Whitebeard pirates are still immersed in sadness. "How should we explain to Sister Hiwa when we go back?" Bista said in a low voice. Whitebeard was silent. A corner of the deck. Tiki tried to look sad. Then he heard it. "Tiki, but you performed very well today. I saw that guy Quinn chased you for a long time, but he couldn't do anything to you." Tiki's heart skipped a beat. "Is that so, Tiki?" Whitebeard looked over. Tiki cursed in his heart, but squeezed out a few tears on his face. "But I still failed to protect Captain Sachi and the others. That's not your fault. Marco's not here, and no one can do anything about Quinn's bastard virus." Whitebeard shook his head. He looked at Tiki. Could it be that this child who had been on his boat since he was 12 years old was now able to take charge of his own business? It's my own fault for not getting to know this child well. Tiki, from now on, it will be you who takes over Sachi's position. Me? Tiki stammered and prepared to refuse. However, in this atmosphere, how can I refuse? I know, Dad. In the end, Teach could only nod sadly. Trouble. I don't want my name to get out. The beast pirates are here. Ian sat on a piece of gravel on the shore and bit into a piece of barbecue viciously. Today was really tiring for him. Although he was not injured, his physical strength was almost drained. Yamato sat next to him, chirping and sharing with him the interesting things that happened during today's battle, probably including how she used Ajin number 2 to knock every enemy into pieces. Intention to kill Yamato. Although it is not version T0, it still performed well in this war. Ma, what a great victory, Boss Kaido. Beside, Quinn was laughing. The statistics of casualties have come out. More than 5,000 pirates have died in the battle, close to 2,000, and more than a dozen pillars have died. Overall, the casualties are not too great. Compared with the Whitebeard pirates, it is indeed a great victory. Snored. Teacher Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the beach and drinking a glass of wine, just snorted coldly. He was really unhappy that he and Whitebeard didn't decide the winner. Teacher Kai, are you back? Ian finished eating the meat and licked his fingers. Feeling that his strength had recovered a little, he raised his head and asked. Teacher Kai didn't reply, just raised his head. In the sky, a hot air balloon is landing quickly. Ian raised his eyebrows. Hasn't this guy left yet? Kaido, what a beautiful victory. Birdman popped out of the hot air balloon and greeted with a smile. I'm witnessing the whole process. Morgans. Teacher Kai snorted. They are also old acquaintances. What are you doing here? Of course, I want to give you an exclusive interview, but before that, Lingling is here. Lingling? Ian twitched the corner of his mouth. Come back. 72. Warring States Report. Charlotte Lingling's second recruitment. Chapter 72. Sengoku's report. Charlotte Lingling's second recruitment. A sea area not far from the island where the Whitebeard pirates and the Beasts pirates had their final battle. The Navy's fleet has already evacuated. On the leading giant warship, Admiral Sengoku is reporting the battle situation to the Navy headquarters. Yes, Mr. Kong, the Whitebeard pirates have already evacuated, and the Beasts pirates have no intention of continuing to pursue them. This war should have ended here. We have ended the confrontation with the Big Mom pirates and are now on the way back to the G-13 base. There is no doubt that the Beasts pirates have achieved greater results in this war. Diamond Jaws was killed by Ian, and 3 other captains were killed, including Captain Sachi of the 4th Division. The pirates under Whitebeard suffered heavy losses. But overall, the situation in the New World will not change. Whitebeard is still there, and the main force of the Whitebeard pirates is still there. Most, they are injured, but not seriously injured. But, Zhangguo paused. I think we must focus on the Beast pirates, especially Ian of Burning Sky. That kid is only 13 years old this year, but he already has the strength to easily kill Diamond Jaws. What is certain is that I am afraid it will take a long time. In a few years, he will have the strength to rival the top powers on the sea. The information we know now is that the kid is an animal-type mythical beast ability user with multiple transformations. His common abilities are amazing defense and the ability to control flames with amazing temperatures. His most commonly used form is a golden flying dragon, but the Beastman mode can also transform into a more defensive posture. His strongest form is a posture that completely transforms into flames. In this form, even attacks with domineering power have no effect on him. In this form, he can also use a red flame with amazing destructive power. Even Diamond Jaws cannot block this flame attack. Fortunately, both the flame form and the red flame have time limits, and it seems that they cannot be used casually. The Navy has a good understanding of Ian's abilities. After all, Ian has made many moves, and it is impossible to hide such obvious abilities. At the same time, on the sea near the island where the decisive battle with the Whitebeard pirates took place, Ian stood on the bow of the Golden Dragon and could already see that 3 huge ships appeared on the horizon in the distance and then approached quickly. As the 2 sides rushed in both directions, they soon became clearly visible. There was a face on the front of the leading ship that was not a sculpture, but a vivid grin. Big MOM pirates. Jack stood behind him with his arms crossed, pretending to be a master. It is said that it is a powerful pirate group that is not much inferior to the Whitebeard pirates. Oh, that's really interesting. Yamato sat on the side of the ship next to him, swinging his feet. Are we going to fight them next? This is not a good idea. Black Maria said leisurely. We just experienced a battle with the Whitebeard pirates, and everyone is very tired. Don't worry. Ian said lightly. Charlotte Linlin and Teacher Kai are old acquaintances. She probably isn't here to fight. Huh. Yamato looked very disappointed. It looks like he is just like Mr. Kai, and they haven't had enough fun yet. Wait, is that ship alive? Black Maria noticed the cheerful face on the front of the ship. Is it singing? The sound can be vaguely heard, as if there are sirens swimming in the water. Charlotte Lingling is a superhuman soul fruit user. She can give life to everything. Ian explained briefly. How to say it, this ability is indeed very powerful, but it seems to be useless in high-end games, and the increase in combat power is quite limited. As I said, high-end games are the stage for mythical beasts. Otherwise, it must be a fruit with top-level destructive power such as the Tremor fruit. Otherwise, in this version where domineering can resist abilities, other fancy fruits are not very useful. Give life to everything. It feels so powerful. Black Maria thought it was very powerful. It can only be said that the version has not been penetrated. The two fleets finally stopped hundreds of meters apart. A woman in a pink dress sat on a white cloud and flew up from the opposite deck. Mom. Kaido, aren't you coming to greet me? Here she comes, Charlotte Lingling. Teacher Kai turned into a huge blue dragon and soared into the sky, looking at Charlotte Lingling, who was approaching. Lingling, what are you doing here, old woman? Instead of having a baby at home, aren't I here to congratulate you for defeating that old bastard in Newgate? Charlotte Lingling laughed out loud. Ian looked at the woman. She was not as fat as she would be 15 years later. At tea this time, she could only be described as sturdy, with a fat face and arms, broad shoulders and waist, big arms and waist, and a strong back and waist. It was obvious that she was not easy to mess with. Relying on his good eyesight, Ian looked at the opposite deck, where several senior cadres stood at the bow. The first is a man with a long tongue, holding a cane and licking it with his tongue, Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family. The man with a rough face and a tall body, but a stiff face with no expression at all, must be the cracker hiding in the biscuit armor, right? Besides, standing in the middle of the two men was a man with a slender and strong build, whose lower half of his face could not be seen due to his scarf. Charlotte Katakuri. A weird laugh came from behind. That guy is a real monster. His knowledge is exaggerated. It has said that he has never touched the ground on his back since he was born. Brother Ian, maybe he will be more difficult for you to deal with than Marco. Ian turned his head slightly and saw a bird face. Are you still there? Seemingly sensing Ian's doubts, Morgans chuckled. Lingling and Kaido's gathering may be the precursor to the resurrection of the Rock's pirates. How could I miss it? You want to make big news, right? I advise you to take care of yourself. However, Katakuri is just a girl control, Ian thought. When they looked at the other side, the people on the opposite side were also looking at them. It's that kid, Ian of Fenshin. Perispero tilted his head in Katakuri's direction. It looks smaller than Chiffon, but is it stronger than Cracker? I won't lose to him. Charlotte Cracker, who hid herself in the biscuit armor because she was afraid of pain, snorted, just a little brat. Ha! Are you not convinced by Cracker? Perispero laughed in a low voice, like an unscrupulous brother who was fighting against each other. Then if a fight breaks out later, will you deal with him? I will beat that boy back to find his mother. Crackers are confident. Katakuri didn't speak, just looked at Ian quietly. Too young. Mom and Kaido, when they were young, were probably not as good either. In another 10 years, who else in the new world will be able to fight against the beast pirates? No wonder, Mom. Mommy. Charlotte Lingling's loud laughter made Ian raise his head. Kaido, have you forgotten my previous proposal? Teacher Kai snorted coldly. Are you talking about the sleep talk before? Because it's funny enough, I won't forget it for a while. Charlotte Lingling suddenly lowered her head. She looked at Ian. Ian felt a chill on his back instantly. How should I put it? Charlotte Lingling's eyes are very haunting. Just like Gollum looking at the Lord of the Rings, he just wanted to shout, "My precious." That's great, Kaido. Charlotte Lingling said, I have many children, but compared with them, this disciple of yours reminds me of myself when I was a child. This kid is much more diligent than you. Kaido sneered. Ian nodded in agreement. Start to have children at the age of 18. You will either have children or be pregnant throughout your life. The number one person who wastes talent in the pirate world is Charlotte Lingling. I admire this boy very much, Charlotte Lingling said with a smile. I didn't even say that I would let him come to my side, but Kaido, let him marry my daughter. That way we will be a real family. In the future, it is not impossible for this boy to inherit my mother's country. Ian blinked. Garrett, come out and show your future husband. Following Charlotte Lingling's call, a beautiful red-haired girl walked up on the deck of the battleship opposite. She was tall and slender, wearing a red dress. Her appearance was quite cool, but she had no expression. "Aw?" Ian looked at the girl, then looked up at Charlotte Lingling. "If you are not satisfied, I still have many daughters." Charlotte Lingling also looked down at Ian. "Aw? No, you have traveled through time and still want to go on a blind date? Want to blow your pillow? You can draw a pie for me, by the way, right?" "Uh-huh." Teacher Kai laughed loudly. "I'm still saying the same thing. Let's see what the kid says." "So?" Charlotte Lingling stared at Ian. "Little Ian, what's your answer?" Ian glanced at the girl named Garrett. "It's really beautiful. But joining forces with the Charlotte family is not a good choice. At least not now. Although it is a bit embarrassing to say it, but the same sentence remains. If there is a superstandard power in the new world, the world government will never remain indifferent." Ian could imagine that at his wedding to Garrett, one of the 5 old stars landed and remotely summoned 4 other 5 old stars with his backhand. Together with General Garp, the hero of the Warring States period, and other naval powerhouses, the wedding turned into a funeral. Beside him, Yamato asked curiously, "Ian, what does getting married mean?" Black Maria leaned down and whispered, "If Ian marries that girl, he will live with that girl forever, get along day and night, and never be separated." "Maria, how many years ago did you have this old concept? Don't you know that today's independent women feel that marriage is a kind of bondage? It is recommended to update the version first and wake up." Moreover, Charlotte Lingling clearly wants to explode her own gold coins. Yamato was suddenly startled. How can that be done? She shouted angrily at Charlotte Lingling in the sky. "I'm the one who wants to be with Ian all the time. We have always been together." Charlotte Lingling was suddenly startled. She looked at Yamato, then at Kaido. "Your daughter." Kaido chuckled. "She's not very smart, but she's always very energetic. She and the kid grew up together." Charlotte Lingling was at a loss for a moment. She could hardly believe it. "Kaido, you kid, is this bastard laughing? When it comes to his daughter?" Charlotte Lingling couldn't imagine that Kaido, a bloodless and tearless guy, could have family ties. "All right." Ian held back Yamato, who was about to rush up. "There's no need to be so loud. This girl looks like she really wants to rush up and give Charlotte Lingling a stick. That was a diplomatic accident." "But..." The little girl puffed up her face and turned back angrily. "She wants to take you away." "It's not that she wants to snatch me away." Ian twitched the corner of his mouth and then emphasized seriously, "What a horrible topic you are talking about. Do you want to call me Uncle Ian? I'm the one who's going to be with Ian all the time anyway," Yamato declared loudly. I know. Ian said a few perfunctory words. "The white-haired girl is quite possessive." Then he raised his head and looked at Charlotte Lingling. "So I refuse." "Oh. Did you reject me again?" Charlotte Lingling's originally kind expression suddenly turned a little sinister. "Kid, do you know what will happen if you reject me?" Ian knows exactly what will happen. Charlotte Lingling's tea party is called the Tea Party of Hell. If everyone who is invited by her chooses to refuse, they will be mercilessly destroyed by the Big Mom pirates. The consequences of rejecting the tea party should be far less serious than rejecting Charlotte Lingling directly in person, right? Well, it seems that someone has done this kind of thing and left a famous saying, "Just the 4 emperors or something." An inexplicable fire lit up in her eyes, obedience or soul. Coming. One of the most terrifying abilities of the soul fruit. Its name is Soul Spell. I've always been a fan of G2 Xiaomao. Let's take the brothers to fight again. 73. The Aftermath. And the big news, seeking follow-up reading. Soul Spell. As long as there is fear of Charlotte Lingling in the heart, then the soul will be controlled by her. But are you afraid? To be honest, you should be afraid. Charlotte Lingling is one of the strongest people standing at the top of the world, one of the 4 people who will be called emperors in the future, a real monster. Even if there are 3 of me now, I will definitely not be able to beat her." But Ian didn't even want to move at all, let alone use his ability to be immune. He even wanted to yawn. It's too contemptuous to want to defeat me with just one sentence, right? Teacher Kai has to rely on a mace. Don't use such a boring trick to embarrass yourself. Teacher Kai didn't care, just snorted coldly. "If you're done with the joke, you can get out. Lingling, you're not welcome in my territory. Or, do you want to go to war with me?" The violent spirit has been surging mercilessly, shaking the big ships of the Charlotte family. They are trembling, literally trembling. and the faces on the ship are showing expressions of fear. Katakuri and others on the deck are ready for battle in an instant. On the side of the beast pirates, Ian and Yamato are also ready to transform. But it's okay. Mom. Charlotte Lingling stared at Ian deeply, and then, it seems that I'm not welcome. Then remember what happened today, Kaido. It won't end like this. Charlotte Lingling snorted coldly, and finally turned around and left, landing on the deck of her own battleship. Return home, Charlotte Lingling said. Mom, is that it? Parasparrow licked his candy cane. That brat is so ungrateful. He touched the head of his cold sister next to him. Garrett is so cute. The red-haired beauty said nothing, without even raising her eyelids. And Charlotte Lin was talking to herself. It's so interesting that Kaido actually has family affection and someone who cares about him. Has the bastard finally grown up? Mom. Parasparrow, I remember when I gave birth to you for the first time as a mother, I also felt the love from the bottom of my heart. How can a parent not love their children? And Parasparrow's cheeks froze. Then he tried to force out a smile. Love? Parasparrow felt creepy. Does Mom have such feelings? But that brat? Charlotte Lin's eyes darkened. Since he can't help me, if I want to become the Pirate King, he will be a huge obstacle. She is indeed a longtime friend of Kaido. But the position of Pirate King can only be hers. Keep an eye on that brat for me. There will always be a chance. Parasparrow was relieved to hear this. Fortunately, he is still not ready to completely turn against Kaido. But I'm afraid there will be conflict sooner or later. The Charlotte family returned, and the Beast's pirates also set off on their return journey. This war that attracted the attention of the whole world has come to an end. However, the aftermath of the war has just begun. Morgans left immediately after not seeing what he wanted to see. He was anxious to spread the results of the war between the Beast's pirates and the Whitebeard pirates to the world. After all, this guy's lifelong dream is to make a big news. Before he left, Ian exchanged contact information with him. Morgans was the world's top paparazzi. If there was any intelligence need in the future, this guy could help. Before the fleet returned to Wano country, the newspaper of the World Economic Society had already fallen from the sky under the precise delivery of the newsbird. Ian flipped through the newspaper, and then his mouth twitched subconsciously. Whitebeard Kaido turned against each other for love? He couldn't hold it back at the beginning. Could Morgans really be a genius? Fortunately, in addition to the title, this newspaper also described in detail the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates. Of course, there was a little bit of Morgan's own artistic processing. For example, Ian of Burning Sky easily killed Diamond Jaws, a general under Whitebeard, and ravaged the entire Whitebeard pirates with unparalleled power, and even fought a 50-50 fight with Whitebeard's ally, the Great One Piece, who came later. For example, the Beast's pirates completely suppressed the Whitebeard pirates. Even though the Whitebeard pirates had the Wangji pirates as reinforcements, the two sides were only evenly matched. As for why this title was given, it was because it was a woman who ended the war in the end. A woman Morgans did not know. A woman from the Whitebeard pirates stood up and committed suicide, and the two sides finally stopped fighting. Morgans did not know the identity of Kazuki Toki, so he boldly guessed that the woman was someone that Whitebeard and Kaido had admired, but later fell in love with Whitebeard, which led to the two of them turning against each other. And she finally stopped the two crazy men with her life. Ian's mouth twitched. BYD Morgans, you have played the heat. Of course, at the end of the article, Morgans also solemnly asked the whole world, has the King of the Sea changed? People in the world are indeed very interested in the emotional entanglement between Whitebeard and Teacher Kai, but no matter what, the result of this war still shocked the world. The Whitebeard pirates did not lose, but they also did not win. It could even be said that it was ugly. Whitebeard is as powerful as ever, but Kaido is not inferior to him. In the confrontation at the cadre level, the Whitebeard pirates encountered serious setbacks, including the killing of several captains within Diamond Jaws and countless other dead pirates. People all over the world could not help but be shocked at this time. Is it true that the era of Whitebeard, which has continued since Roger's death until now, has to end here, as the World Economic newspaper said? Is the name of this era going to be changed to Kaido? At the Chambord Islands, Pluto Rayleigh sighed, what an amazing young man, Roger. Is he the person we were waiting for? Sure. Did you also follow Roger Odin? An Alabasta crocodile, who was already known as a hero, was furious. Damn it, Whitebeard, what the hell are you doing? Are you in such a mess? Somewhere in the world, on a huge ship like an island, Moria was angry and happy at the same time. Damn Kaido! Damn you brat! Well, one, you all wait for me. Your dog head must be I cut it off with my own hands. Somewhere in the new world, in the red-haired pirate group, there was a little girl sitting on the shoulders of red-haired Shanks. He was flipping through the newspaper inside. Sister Sure, are you here to stop the war? She is still so kinda. Besides, is Josie actually dead? He remembered the battle with the Whitebeard pirates in the New World. Phoenix Marco, Diamond Josie, Foil Bista. I'd already seen how powerful they were at that time. Besides, the red-haired hand subconsciously touched the scar on his left eye, and he saw a familiar figure in the newspaper photo. Tiki. Shanks. The little girl riding on his neck tilted her head. Ha, it's nothing. Let's continue playing games. Let's ride a big horse. Ha, Shanks charge. A certain island in the back part of the New World. A series of newly built tombs stand in the cliffs along this coast. In front of the tombstone of each grave is placed the favorite thing of the owner of the tombstone during his lifetime. Whitebeard stood in front of these graves. The man known as the strongest man in the world pursed his lips and said nothing, with his head lowered and his eyes sparkling. Behind him, Marco burst into tears. It was all because he came back late, causing everything to fall into an irreversible abyss. Further back, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates either shrugged their shoulders or simply burst into tears. And in front of a tombstone. Mother. The girl knelt in front of the tombstone and burst into tears. Her little body was constantly shaking. The air around her was so heavy and suffocating, as if there was a wall of sadness separating her from the surroundings. Hiyori. Whitebeard's lips moved. I want to say something, but I don't know how to say it. The one I'm most sorry for is this child. Uncle Newgate. The girl suddenly raised her head and looked back at Whitebeard. I want to become stronger, become as strong as my father. Whitebeard was silent for a moment. He looked down at the girl, who just stared at him. Good. Whitebeard nodded. I'll teach you. No matter how turbulent the world is, the beast pirates have returned to Wano, docked the fleet at the submersible harbor, and returned to Onigashima. As soon as the ship docked at Ghost Island Pier, Ian saw two little guys cheering on the pier. Brother Ian. Runty and her younger brother waved to Ian, jumping up and down on the pier. Welcome back. Ian noticed that both siblings had some bruises on their faces. It seems that the past few days on Ghost Island have not been peaceful. But Ian didn't say anything. He just waved to the two siblings, making the two little ones jump up happily. As soon as they stood firm on the dock, the two siblings rushed over. Brother Ian, tell us about the battle with the Whitebeard pirates. Runty's eyes sparkled. Peggy Wan is also looking forward to it. Ian rubbed her chubby head and said, You should tell me first what happened to the injury on her face, right? Then Ian knew that these two little guys had encountered some trouble on the island these days. After all, Onigashima is full of pirates, and they are unlikely to be of high quality. The main idea is that all living beings are equal. It doesn't matter whether you are an old man or a child. If you are unhappy, you will be beaten. And little sister Runty also has a flamboyant personality and has offended some pirates. They don't care whose friends the two siblings are. If they are weak, they should be beaten. This is the corporate culture of the beast pirates. Fortunately, although Runty is young, her strength is decent, and she can be said to have fought back and forth with the pirates. After knowing the detailed situation, Ian did not intend to interfere. Anyway, Runty was having a good time. Ian thought he could take a good rest after this battle. But a few days later, another big news shocked the world, and the image of the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates instantly disappeared. After all, this big news is a bit too big. It was so big that Mr. Guy specially convened the cadres of the Beast pirates for a small meeting. The meeting started with Uncle Quinn's crazy laughter. Ma, no way. The celestial dragon's lair was attacked. Fisher Tiger, even I have to praise him as a madman. Just yesterday evening, when it should be night in Marahoa, the fishman Fisher Tiger climbed up the Red Earth continent with his bare hands. He attacked the celestial dragon's slave house and freed a large number of slaves. 74. The idea of the Fishman Army. Xiao Ming's invitation, seeking follow-up reading. This is really earth-shattering news. The big pirates in the New World call the shots, and monsters like Kaido and Charlotte Lingling are like aloof emperors in this sea. However, everyone in this world knows that thieves can only be thieves after all. The real ruler of this world is the world government and the celestial dragons enshrined by the world government. The descendants of the 20 kings who created the world government 800 years ago. These ethnic groups called gods who look down on the common people from the top of the Red Earth continent are the real rulers of this world. The place where they live, the White City Marijoa on the top of the Red Earth continent, is called a holy land, a divine realm where gods live. But now the divine domain has been invaded. This is a truly major event that has not happened in hundreds of years. Fisher Tiger, this originally unknown man, has undoubtedly shocked the whole world at this time. Ma, it's just a pity that the guy named Tiger didn't kill a few Tianlong people. Uncle Quinn laughed. That would be fun. Of course, it's impossible for him to really rush into the gathering place of the celestial dragons and cause destruction. Uncle Gene crossed his arms and said calmly, the power possessed by the celestial dragons is definitely beyond what outsiders can imagine. Oh, indeed, Uncle Jin understands. Ian nodded in agreement. The Lunaria tribe was originally a race that lived on the Red Earth continent. It's hard to say that the celestial dragons didn't rob their home. After all, the Lunaria tribe is still being hunted by the world government. The victim's statement is still very credible. Attack Merigio? At this time, Teacher Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the soft cushion, suddenly lit up and said, it doesn't sound bad either. Teacher Kai, don't be impulsive. Ian quickly stopped the dangerous thoughts in his mentor's mind. Wouldn't it be courting death to directly attack Mary Joan? Not to mention the mysterious Im and the Knights of God. Even the 5 old stars alone can't handle it. An immortal body that can recover from any damage is even more unreasonable than Marco. Not even Nika Luffy can do anything against them, let alone Mr. Kai, who has no mechanism and relies solely on numerical values. That's right, Boss Kaido. Uncle Quinn also quickly spoke to dissuade her. It's better to forget it, Merigio. There's no need to rush. Ian said, one day we're going to be in Merigio. Arrival at Marijoa? Teacher Kai glanced at Ian and grinned. I like what you said, you're right. The superior celestial dragons should have made them realize the reality of the world long ago. I will let them know sooner or later, this world is a violent world. Strength determines everything. Teacher Kai, is it possible that the senior leaders of the Tianlong people know this fact better than you? Is it possible that they have mastered the strongest violence, so they can become celestial dragons? Fisher Tiger. Teacher Kai flipped through the newspaper. I like him. But Mr. Kaido, Uncle Jin said, the world government will never let him go. If we recruit him, we will have to face the wrath of the world government. And Teacher Kai, there is another most important question. Ian reminded, after doing something like this, Tiger will definitely not dare to return to Fishman Island. Won't even be able to find him. The Navy relied on people's tips to kill Fisher Tiger. How should the Beast Pirates find a Beast's Pirates whose intelligence system is basically zero if they leave their own territory? Snored. Teacher Kai snorted and crumbled the newspaper in his hand. If it doesn't work, forget it. Although I can't find Tiger, but, speaking of Tiger and Fishman Island, Ian suddenly had a good idea. Teacher Kai, can we put some thought into Fishman Island? Fishman Island? Teacher Kai raised an eyebrow. Fishman Island is the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. Jin reminded, unless you want to start another war with the Whitebeard Pirates, it's better not to think about Fishman Island. We've just finished one game. Are you so anxious to start a second game? There's no need to directly occupy Fishman Island. It's too far away and difficult to control. Ian said, I just thought, could we get some fishmen and merfolk to immigrate to Wano? Is there a second country in the world that is more suitable for fish people and mermaids to live than Wano country? The towering cliff walls can block almost all threats from overseas. Not only will human traffickers not be able to get in, but once they get in, they will never be able to leave. And more importantly, there is a vast inland sea within the high walls of Wano country, which can fully support the survival of fish people and mermaids. There are even flooded towns left by the ancient Wano country 800 years ago, under the inner sea of Tama, and even the houses are ready-made. Ian felt like a genius. Flocks and merfolk? Quinn frowned. What do you want those guys to do? There is no shortage of labor in Wano. Why can't we form an army of fishmen? Ian expressed his idea. Think about it, the average strength of the fishmen is 10 times that of humans. More importantly, they can move freely in the water, dive into the deep sea, and control the currents. They are natural sea warriors, a team of with such an army. What other fleet on the sea can rival them? Well, of course, this story is clearly called One Piece, but almost all the battles take place on land. But having an undersea force is never a bad thing, right? How many fleets in the world can resist the organized Murlocs wreaking havoc underwater? But why has no one in this world ever done this? Ian could only understand that this was a deliberate move by the world government. Vegapunk said that this world will sink into the deep sea one day. Is that possible to guess? The celestial dragons feel that, or some of the celestial dragons think, they have to hide at the highest point in the world and wear diving suits and helmets, but the fish and mermaids can live freely in the sea. What do these lowly guys deserve? So we need to step them into the dirt so that this ethnic group will never get over from being discriminated against by the whole world. Interesting. Uncle Quinn rubbed his chin. It's not impossible. Uncle Gene also felt that Ian's idea was indeed very thoughtful. Of course, very thoughtful. The corner of Ian's mouth curled up slightly. The residents of Fishman Island all yearned for the sea and sunshine. Then do it, kid. Teacher Kai nodded slightly. Go to Fishman Island. Me? Ian pointed at himself. I thought I was just making suggestions and the people below would execute them. Not you or who? Teacher Kai snorted. Since it's your plan, of course it's up to you to implement it. Fishman Island, an island located in the deep sea 10,000 meters below the sea surface. It's far away from Wano country. This is not a good job. But forget it, I can't say such words. Ian scratched his head and said, Okay, just treat it as a trip. The scenery of Fishman Island is also very beautiful. Thus, the plan to go to Fishman Island was finalized. But of course, Ian didn't set off immediately, and there was no need to rush. Moreover, he had just finished a big battle, so he had to give himself some time to rest. However, it was during this break that a phone call brought Ian another piece of good news. Mr. Ian, that's amazing. The battle against Marco on Honeycomb Island, the decisive battle against the Whitebeard pirates, and the killing of Diamond Josie. Your name has already been resounding throughout the world. The friend on the other end of the phone first gave Ian a nice compliment. That's all for compliment. So, Umit, the person on the other end of the phone was Shipping King Umit, who had come to Wano to seek cooperation. Ian was a little curious. You called suddenly. Did you find a suitable partner for us? Yes, Mr. Ian. Womit said quickly. I'm in Beihai now, and there is a person here who is very suitable for cooperating with the Beast Pirates. He is by my side. I will ask him to come and have a few words with you. There was a new person on the phone. When the phone bug put a pair of sunglasses on his face, Ian guessed who Umit had found. Hey. This is Ian of Finchin. I've been so famous for a long time. A weird laugh came from the other end of the phone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Don Quixote da Flamingo. I don't know, would I have the honor to cooperate with your beast pirates? Don Quixote da Flamingo? Ian sat on the windowsill of the room, overlooking the wide square below. I have heard of this name. You are very famous in Beihai. This is not nonsense from Ian. Even in 1509, 13 years before Luffy went to sea, Doflamingo was already very famous in the North Sea. The Don Quixote family he commanded was a famous mafia family in the North Sea. They also worked as pirates and were always known for their cruelty and violence. Doflamingo even destroyed a town with his own hands 2 years ago. If Don Quixote's family wasn't dangerous enough, there would be no need for Sengoku to send his adopted son Rocinante to lurk around Doflamingo. Hey, my name is actually spread to Wano country. It's really flattering. Doflamingo smiled broadly. In this case, I shouldn't have to introduce myself anymore. I think there are still some forces in the North Sea, which should be enough to shoulder the task of helping the beast pirates sell weapons. However, the words are unfounded. Tio proved this. I wonder if Ian can come to Beihai and I will prove my ability to you. Oh. 75. Go to the North Sea. Cross the calm belt. Please read more. I know this request is a bit presumptuous, but Ian, some things can only be more credible if you witness them with your own eyes. Doflamingo's attitude can be said to be sincere. After all, he also knows who he is talking to now. I just want to show my sincerity to the maximum extent. I can send someone over, Ian said. This guy wants to show me the strength of the Don Quixote family. He probably doesn't want to be just a distributor of the beast pirates. He wants to go further. Doflamingo is not very strong, but he is ambitious. In the original work, he did become the most important partner of the beast pirates. He could be called the little king of the beast pirates. If he hadn't been defeated by the Straw Hat too early, he would have been qualified to get a place in the Battle of Onigashima and be beaten up. Maybe he was against Yamato at that time. But going to the North Sea, where can I get so much time? I just decided to go to Fishman Island. Although the North Sea is separated from the New World by a narrow doldrum, who knows where the Don Quixote family is in the vast North Sea.it, maybe even farther away than Fishman Island. Please come in person, Doflamingo said. Oh, Ian was puzzled. Are you asking me? Only Mr. Kai and Yamato in the world can ask me so confidently. Who are you? Don't get me wrong, Ian. I just think I should be worthy of you coming in person. Doflamingo was not panicked. He said, Don Quixote, my surname is the surname of the royal family of Dressrosa 800 years ago. Ian was slightly startled. This guy, is he self-destructing? Dressrosa, do you mean that your Don Quixote is the royal family of Dressrosa 800 years ago? And the Don Quixote of the celestial dragon Don Quixote family? Ian asked knowingly. It used to be, but not now. Doflamingo sneered, but at least I know a little about Marijoa and the celestial dragons. Ian was surprised. Will he go to such lengths? That being said, it seems that there is a reason to go. Doflamingo knows a little about the national treasures of the celestial dragons, and he may even have some knowledge of the five elders, the knights of God, and even the inside story of him. This is a serious matter, and it seems to be a good thing to go and talk to him in person. It sounds interesting. Ian smiled. Then you better not let me down. I hope this guy doesn't do anything weird, and just tell me what he knows. Otherwise, it will make both sides unhappy. Dot. There was a pause on the phone, but Doflamingo's reaction was also very fast. Wow, great. Ian of Burning Sky. You will never regret it. Then I will be waiting for you in the port city of Spedimras in the North Sea. The person on the other end of the phone changed. Umit took back the Den Mushi and said, I'm waiting for you here too, Mr. Ian. See you later. Ian hung up the phone. The North Sea. I haven't been to the Four Seas yet. I wonder if there are people as simple as those in the New World. But before that, I still have to report to Teacher Kai. At the same time, the North Sea. Umit looked at Doflamingo in surprise. You never told me. It's not a big deal. Doflamingo just snorted. But you know what the consequences will be if you tell this matter out, right? Umit's face changed instantly. If it involves the celestial dragons, it will not be a small matter. If you are not careful, you will really disappear from the world. Of course, I understand. I won't tell anyone. Umit vowed, but he still couldn't suppress his curiosity. But is it really necessary to do this? Of course it's worth it. Doflamingo said firmly. What's some information, if it can be exchanged for the friendship of the man who will lead the world's strongest pirate group in the future? Isn't it worth it? The strongest pirate group in the world? Is he talking about the Beast Pirates? That's right. When Ian grows up, the Whitebeard Pirates will be even less likely to defeat the Beasts. Moreover, when Kaido gets old, Ian is indeed the most suitable successor to the Beast Pirates. So it's really worth it. Doflamingo smiled. He said it, but he didn't say that he couldn't hide something. Come on, Ian. So later, the top of Onigashima. You kids said you want to go to the North Sea? Teacher Kai carried a mace. Just for a nobody? Ian sighed. What bad luck. I was caught on the top of Onigashima as soon as I got there. Didn't I fight Whitebeard enough before? My teacher Kai? Yeah, it seems that he really didn't fight enough. Are you going to the North Sea? Yamato, who was also caught beside him, looked at Ian in surprise. I want to go too. It seems that we have to wait a few more days now. Ian looked at Yamato. My own injuries can recover quickly, but this girl can't. After being beaten up today, I have to leave time for this girl to recover. Great. Yamato didn't care whether he could wait or not. He knew he was going out to play, and he was so happy that he couldn't help himself. Ian then looked at Teacher Kai. Don Quixote, this is indeed the surname of the royal family of Dressrosa 800 years ago. They later moved to Marijoa and became the new celestial dragons. I saw it in the book. This was said with confidence. Although the blank 100 years of history had long been erased, the history after that was still normal. The surnames of the 19 families of the celestial dragons were not a secret. Teacher Kai said disdainfully, how do you know what he said is true? This kid was picked up by him when he was 2 years old, and the only time he left his sight since he was a child was when he went to Beehive Island. You can't really know the so-called Don Quixote, right? Teacher Kai sneered. The celestial dragons want to be pirates? Kid, are you kidding? I'm not kidding, to ask Morgans. More than a decade ago, in the North Sea, there was indeed an incident where a family of celestial dragons who returned to the secular world were attacked by local people. Ian didn't ask, of course, but he can make it up later. Really? The corners of Teacher Kai's mouth finally curled up. That seems really interesting. Then go, kid, bring that guy back. Bring Doflamingo back? That's fine. Ian shrugged. No problem. But before that, Teacher Kaido sneered. Kid, come on. Ian took a deep breath. The body instantly turned into a raging flame, and the scarlet mace was held in his palm. Then come on. A little later, in Ian's room, the friends had gathered together. North Sea. Black Maria put Yamato on her knees, and her slender fingers carefully wiped the wound for the girl, and said in surprise, "Are we going to the North Sea next? My idea is that the four of us should go together." Ian sat cross-legged on the cushion leisurely. "Of course, this is just my plan, if it is inconvenient for you, Dash." "Of course, no problem." Jack expressed his attitude at the first time. Jack always agreed with Big Brother Ian. Where Big Brother Ian goes, I will go. As for the North Sea, it is outside the Grand Line, right? Black Maria smiled and said, "It seems quite interesting. I've only left Wano country twice in total. Did I leave the Grand Line this time?" "Not bad. Very good." Ian nodded gently. Jack and Black Maria are indeed far from good enough in the New World, but if they are in the Four Seas, they can really beat a wave of noobs. Brother will take you out to show off. Brother Ian. Runty crawled to Ian with her hands and feet, begging him to pull at his clothes. "We want to go too." "Sorry, Shaoran." Ian patted the girl's head. "You are still too young. Although Beihai is a relatively advanced novice village, who knows what will happen on the road, it is still too risky to bring two little ghosts." "But..." Runty still wants to clarify. Ian has raised his right hand and gently touched the girl's forehead with his index and middle fingers, making Runty's round head retreat. "Forgive me, Sharon, next time." Runty covered her forehead and nodded gently. "I understand. Brother Ian said he forgave him." "Of course, we can only forgive him, right? Brother Ian is unwilling to take us with us. It must be because we are still too weak. We must become stronger, Sharon." The girl swore secretly in her heart. So a few days later, the Golden Dragon, which stayed in Qiangang, set sail again. "Lord Ian, please rest assured the route has been determined, and we will reach the destination in the shortest time." On the deck, the old acquaintance Babanuki spoke loudly. Ian just nodded slightly. "If you want to go to the North Sea, of course you have to go all the way north and then cross the doldrums. Generally speaking, it is not far." "Let's go." Yamato laughed while leaning on the side of the ship. The big ship set sail. It should be said that the speed of the Golden Dragon is quite fast. After a few days, they have arrived in a special sea area. The never-ending sea breeze has gradually stopped at some point, and the endless waves have disappeared, and the sea surface has become extremely flat, like a smooth mirror. There are no clouds in the sky, just a blue sky, and the sun is high. "Is this the doldrums?" Hey Maria was surprised. "There is really no wind at all? Not only is there no wind, there are no clouds, no waves, and no currents. This is the calm belt, a natural barrier that is difficult for all sailing ships to cross. But there are many sailors on the Golden Dragon who can use oars to push the big ship forward. Although the speed will be slower, there are not many calm belts, and they can enter the North Sea in more than a day." Ian stood by the side of the ship, lost in thought. Speaking of the calm belt, the three Hancock sisters were also liberated by Tiger before, right? Had they been sent back to the Kingdom of Women by Rayleigh? Another question is that the method of inlaying sea stone on ships to cross the calm belt was thought of by me. What is the current situation of the Kingdom of Women? The Nine Snakes pirates can no longer rely on the calm belt to hide. How will the Navy deal with them? I can only wish them good luck. The journey through the doldrums was smoother than expected because the bottom of the ship was inlaid with sea stone, and they did not stop all the way, so they did not encounter any sea kings blocking the way. After a day, the group successfully entered the North Sea. Next, it was time to go to Doflamingo's territory. 76. Drake, please read more. After entering the North Sea, the most significant change is that the climate and ocean currents have become stable. The sky will not be clear one moment, rainstorms the next, and snow in the blink of an eye. The seawater will no longer change without regularity. IT was clearly moving straight forward just now, but if you don't pay attention, the direction of travel will be directly reversed. The sailing conditions can be said to be directly from hell to heaven. However, there are of course inconveniences. When sailing in the New World, only a permanent pointer is enough. Just follow the direction pointed by the pointer. But in the Four Seas, the magnetic field returns to normal, and neither the permanent pointer nor the recording pointer is useful. The only thing that can guide the direction is a proper compass and a nautical chart. To some extent, it may test the ability of the navigator more. Of course, the navigator equipped on the Golden Dragon is of course the top level, maybe not as good as Nami, but it is definitely the top-level navigator that can be found on the market. Even though I haven't been to the Four Seas for many years, it is not difficult to sail in a peaceful sea like the North Sea. The only troublesome thing is that the port city of Spadamelas, where the Don Quixote family is located, is still a distance away from the doldrums, and it will take at least half a month to sail there. The trouble is not the sailing time, but the sailing time is too long, and some people are going to get angry. So boring. Yamato sat on the side of the ship unhappily, and her screams even scared away the seagulls flying in the sky. Ian was not surprised. In fact, Yamato started to complain about boredom after sailing on the sea for almost half a month, and Ian already felt that she had made some progress. Ian, think of a way. The next moment, the white-haired girl rushed over directly, grabbed Ian's hand and begged, "I'm bored to death." Ian, who was sitting in the shadow cast by the cabin and flipping through a book, raised his hand and pinched the girl's face. The girl's face is no longer as fleshy as it was when she was a child, and it doesn't feel as elastic to the touch, but probably because of the fruitability, it feels cold to the touch, and the touch has not become rough because of the beatings from Teacher Kai every other day, and it is still as delicate as a baby. In general, it is still quite pleasant to pinch. If you can't even stand the loneliness on the sea, then don't be a pirate. Yamato was not annoyed by being pinched on the face, but just stretched out his hand to pinch Ian's face, pinched his nose and pulled it up to prevent him from breathing through his nose and said vaguely, "But it's just boring." That Miss Yamato. At this time, Babanuki suddenly interrupted. A pirate ship was found in the sea ahead. Oh. Yamato immediately ejected and looked towards the sea ahead with great surprise. Ian also stood up. There really is a ship. Although it is still far away and can't be seen clearly, the flag hanging on the mast should be a pirate flag. There really is one. To be honest, the probability of encountering a pirate ship at sea is not much higher than going out to pick up money, even if there are countless small fish pirates on the sea. Finally, I can have some fun. Yamato cheered and jumped off the deck without hesitation. As a person with special abilities, jumping into the sea on her own initiative will definitely make people wonder if this girl has any brain problems. Of course, Yamato's brain is not very good, but she is not an idiot. There is no time to fall on the sea. Yamato has already stepped on the air and launched into the air, walking in the air and heading towards the pirate ship in the distance with a graceful posture. Yamato still likes to play so much. Black Maria said with a smile as she looked at Yamato, who was leaving eagerly. I don't think she went there to play. Well, of course, the purpose was indeed to play. I'll go and take a look. You guys just come slowly, Ian said. Although there are no powerful characters in the North Sea, it doesn't mean that Yamato is invincible in this sea area. What if? Ian launched himself up and also used the moon step to chase after Yamato's back. Drake is a pirate, but he doesn't want to be a pirate. His original name should be Dies Drake, but he doesn't like this last name. He is 17 years old this year, already a man, but still as thin as a child in his early teens, because there has always been a mountain pressing on his head, making him unable to grow taller or smaller. Hey, Drake, what are you still standing there for? Don't you see that the deck is dirty? Clean the deck quickly. On the deck of the pirate ship, a man sitting on a wide chair yelled at Drake, who was huddled in the corner. Drake said nothing, just stood up, picked up the mop beside him, and began to clean the deck seriously. Is this boy really your son, Captain? A pirate on the deck couldn't help but ridicule Drake as he watched him remain silent. He is cowardly and soft-hearted. He has not inherited any of your good qualities. Good qualities? Drake sneered in his heart. If he didn't look exactly like me when I was a child, I would have doubted whether this stupid son was my own. Captain Dies Barreras also looked like a man who was disappointed with his father. He said he would take me as his role model when he was a kid, but now he is like this. I really want to spray him on the wall. The deck burst into laughter because of this sentence. However, Drake pursed his lips. He still takes his father as his role model to this day. However, his role model is his father, who was a lieutenant colonel at that time. Drake never thought that one day his most beloved Navy father would betray the Navy and become a pirate who did all kinds of evil. From that day on, Drake never grew taller, and he stayed on that day forever. Don't worry about that annoying kid. A pirate laughed. Captain, let's find a city to have fun next. Brothers haven't vented for a long time. Of course. Barreras didn't care. I've been holding it in for a long time. Oh, long live the captain. Cheers suddenly rang out on the deck. Drake didn't say anything. He just held the handle of the mop tightly in his hand. But at this time, what a lively scene. A girl's voice suddenly came from the sky. Hello. The pirates looked up in surprise. Where did they come from? Aren't they in the middle of the sea? The scattered pirates have not noticed the huge ship coming from behind. She is floating in the air. A pirate suddenly screamed. In the sky, the white-haired girl stepped on the air leisurely and jumped around. Dot. And Captain Barrelis's expression changed drastically. His pupils almost shrank to the size of a needle tip. Moonstep, 6 styles. As a former lieutenant colonel of the Navy headquarters, although he didn't know the 6 styles, he certainly knew it. Are you a Navy or a CP? Navy? Drake raised his head instantly. Me. Yamato landed lightly on the side of the ship and said with a smile, I am Yamato. I am here to kill you. CP? Barreras instantly determined. Is it necessary to deal with such a small lieutenant colonel who is not involved in any secrets? But no matter what, there is only one thing that can be done now. Fine. Barreras roared. Kill her. He did not look down on Yamato because of her young age. You know, all those who can master the 6 styles can be called supermen. The pirates instantly picked up their weapons, and the blades and muzzles were directly aimed at Yamato. The pirates with guns had their hands on the trigger and were about to open fire in the next moment. Yamato grinned, revealing 2 rows of small white teeth, looking a little silly. However, the pirates could not laugh out loud because of this stupidity. Because at this time, the violent momentum roared out from the girl's body, and in just a blink of an eye, it overwhelmed most of the pirates on the deck. Even those who didn't fall down with foam at the mouth were already staggering and unable to stand steadily. Even Barreras himself couldn't help but stagger back, feeling weak. Drake was also shocked by Yamato's spirit and sat on the ground, but his face was indeed full of surprise. So powerful, so brave, worthy of being a Navy. Conqueror Haki. Barreras' face turned pale instantly. At this age, he not only mastered the 6 styles, but also possessed Conqueror Haki and was so skilled. Whether in the Navy or the CP, he is definitely a monster. Finished. Dead. At this time. Please let me join you. Drake crawled forward in a panic, regardless of his sore body. He tried to raise his head and looked up at Yamato, with an expression on his face that was almost fanatical. I am Drake. Ex-Drake. Please take me away. Yamato was stunned for a moment. She looked down at Drake, who was crawling quickly. You said your name is Drake? Ian fell from the sky and landed beside Yamato. He looked at Drake, who was crawling over with interest. Is it such a coincidence? Ian, Yamato said in surprise. Did you hear what he said? Drake was also stunned when he saw Ian. Ian? Such a familiar name. Such a familiar person. Barrelis' face turned pale in an instant. His body trembled like a sieve, and he sat down on the ground. From Ian of the burning sky, Ian smiled and looked down at Drake. You said you want to join us, join the Beast Pirates? 77. Make money on the ship. Chapter 77. Make money and get on board. It should be said that to this day, the name Ian of Burning Heaven has long been resounding throughout the world. The young monster, the strongest in the future. Yes, the strongest. He already possesses such terrifying power at such a young age. When he grows up in the future, wouldn't it be natural for him to seize the strongest position from his teacher or Whitebeard? This is what people in the world think. Therefore, the moment he recognized Ian, Dies Barreros was in despair. His whole body was trembling with fear, his teeth were chattering, but he could not even say a word. What can you do if you encounter the Beast Pirates and a monster like Burning Skies Ian? What else can be done besides killing them at the first glance? Derek was also stunned. Pirates, not Navy. And is it still the Beast Pirates? How so? But Ian felt very interested. Is this destiny? Drake, one of the 6 future Ling Kong disciples, unexpectedly met him here. In the original work, this guy was an undercover agent sent by the Navy to infiltrate the Beast Pirates. However, at this moment, this guy has not been rescued by the Navy. The only connection with the Navy is that his father used to be a Marine. Speaking of which, this guy must be a few years older than me. Why does he look younger than me? He looks very powerful in the original work. Another Graham, right? It started to develop abnormally in a short period of time. Yamato, what do you think? Ian smiled with interest and said, about this guy's request. Yeah. Is this guy? Yamato looked Derek up and down carefully and then said with disdain without hesitation, he's so weak. That seems to be true. Ian did not deny Yamato's statement. In fact, what Yamato said is very correct. Drake is very thin, not to mention compared to pirates of the same age, even compared to an 11 or 12-year-old child who often exercises, his aura is considered ordinary. But this guy does have potential. He is one of the few young people in the Navy who can still watch the new generation in the original work. After all, he is also one of the 6 future Lincoln disciples, and he still has some talent. But people have made requests. Ian smiled and said, "It seems a little impolite not to agree." Yamato was shocked. "Is that so?" Barriris, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, instantly widened his eyes. He looked at his stupid son in disbelief. "No way. Drake, what kind of luck did you get, kid?" "Great, Drake." Barriris had already screamed. He screamed like a eunuch. "It is a lifetime blessing for Sir Ian to like you. Why don't you thank him properly?" He knelt on the ground like a dog, moved his legs hard to crawl forward, raised his head extremely flatteringly, and looked up at Ian as if he were worshipping a god. "Master Ian, thank you very much for your grace. I thank you on behalf of my stupid son." Derek looked at the man kneeling next to him with his pupils trembling. Humiliation. Once again, Drake felt genuinely humiliated at being the son of the man in front of him. Where did that upright and awe-inspiring father go? Why can you kowtow to a boy who is a few years younger than your son so naturally? Now, I only see one dog. Quick, kneel down for Sir Ian, Drake. Barriris carefully raised his waist and reached out to press Derek's shoulders, trying to get him to kneel down and kowtow with him, thank him for his kindness. However, Drake just straightened his back and remained motionless. His face was ashen and his heart was withered, but he just didn't want to kneel down. "Brad, what are you doing? This is my only chance to survive." Barriris roared in his heart. "You are the one. Kneel down. Just think of it as repaying me, the man who gave you life." Derek finally turned his head and looked at his father. The muscles in Barriris' cheeks were twitching, and his eyes were bloodshot. Derek saw surprise, joy, and annoyance in his eyes. Then, "It's so noisy, bastard thing." Drake suddenly burst into flames and punched out with all his strength with his thin body, hitting Barriros directly in the face, knocking his old father to the ground. The words that had been hidden in his heart finally burst out. "I'm Drake who wants to be a Marine, not Drake who wants to be a pirate." Barriros was dazed for a moment, and then subconsciously roared angrily. "Dre?" He didn't even finish shouting Derek's name with all his strength. Derek roared at Ian at the top of his lungs. "I will not join you. Pirates are evil. The beast pirates are the worst of evils, the true most evil legion." Drake knew that to say no was to die. But even if he dies, he doesn't want to be with these people. He didn't want to be as low as a dog like his father. "Oh, this guy is quite interesting." Yamato started clapping his hands. I want to beat Daddy like this too." "Don't say this in front of Teacher Kai," Ian warned. "Teacher Kai may not be very angry, but he will definitely be more serious when beating her in the future, because since he said he was going to beat him, he must be stronger." "Then take him away," Yamato said. "I think so." The corners of Ian's lips curled up. A 6-level combat power is quite useful. As for Drake's resistance at this time, it is not a troublesome thing. Such childish justice, this boring longing for the Navy, it is really easy to crush it. Who made the so-called righteous Navy just a bunch of clowns? If pirates are scum, then the Navy is a cesspit with gorgeous packaging. And no matter how glamorous the appearances and no matter how deafening the slogans, the one thing that can never be changed is that they protect a piece of shit that makes the whole world stink. Shit. "I won't dash." Derek subconsciously wanted to argue, but Ian just looked at him and made him fall down. "Overlord Color, boy." Barriros huddled in a ball, terrified. Ian looked down at this cowardly man, but had no intention of killing this man. "Do you want to gain the friendship of the Beast Pirates?" Barrero paused for a moment, then stood up, extremely flattering. "Yes, of course I am willing. My heart is about to jump out of my chest. The friendship of the Beast Pirates. With such a thigh in my arms, who else in Beihai dares to provoke me? Is my fortune finally turning?" Of course, Ian could see how complacent this man was. The corners of his mouth turned up. "Listen, you can do whatever you have to do next. The Beast Pirates will not give you any help, and you will not be allowed to hit us. Flag action." Barreros was a little confused. So what is the difference between this self and the past? "But when one day you feel that you have encountered something that you must notify me, you can contact me again." Ian said, "If I think that thing is useful, then I will reward you. But if I think it is irrelevant, I will kill you. Barreras' body trembled. He's obviously a child with an immature face, but why is he so scary? He nodded repeatedly with a smile on his face. Yes, sir, Ian, I understand. Great. Ian chuckled. Why give such an inexplicable order? Of course, for the fruits of the surgery. In the original work, Barreras is the one who finds the fruit of the operation. In order to maintain the inertia of the plot to the maximum extent, Ian made this decision. Let's go back. Ian said to Yamato, let's see if Barreras can surprise him. Yamato was a little disappointed. It would be boring if we didn't kill these guys. But Ian said so. Then go back. Oh yes, and leave a contact information for Barreras. Drake suddenly woke up from the darkness. He stood up and found himself on the deck of a large ship. Looking around in panic, what caught his eye was a giant man, sitting cross-legged next to him. Even sitting, he was taller than the two of them. Quiet. The giant man lowered his head, and Drake realized that this was actually a young man. He looked about 13 or 14 years old, a few years younger than him, and his voice was also very childish. Listen, although you were brought back by brother Ian, don't think about messing around here. Drake was a little shocked. What a big man. The huge boy leaned down and grabbed Derek's shoulders. If you dare to cause any trouble to brother Ian, I will crush all the bones in your body one by one. Derek said nothing. Not too scared. So, was he really taken away by Ian from burning heaven? Okay, Jack, there's no need to threaten him like that. Derek heard Ian's voice and turned his head. Not far away on the deck, Ian was playing cards with a white-haired girl. There were already a lot of notes on his face. At tea this time, the white-haired girl also smiled and put another note in his face, posted on. After all, Drake will also be our companion from now on. I won't mess with you, Derek said firmly. It was just death. After punching his father again, he no longer felt fear. Don't rush to conclusions. Ian allowed Yamato to put stickers on his face and just said lightly, I know you want to be a Navy, but is a Navy better than a pirate? Is this another fallacy that pirates have more freedom? Drake sneered disdainfully. How do you guys, who have brought destruction to the world, understand the preciousness of justice? Justice? Ha ha. Ian couldn't help laughing. He rarely laughed like this, so much so that Yamato's eyes widened in surprise. I told you, don't rush to a conclusion. I'm going to meet someone next. After meeting him, let's discuss whether the Navy is just. What? Derek was a little confused. What does this guy want to do? What he was even more puzzled about was why this man went to such great lengths for him. To be honest, although I hate pirates, this feeling of being valued is the first time in my life. 78, Dover, what did I do wrong? North Sea, Port City Speed Ameraus Port. As a port that this port city is proud of, the amount of cargo that this deep-water port can handle every day is huge. That a large number of cargo ships dock here every day, delivering large amounts of goods. But today, this port is particularly quiet, and the bustle of people passing by has completely disappeared. A group of men in black suits blocked the port, not allowing anyone in or out. Logically speaking, this kind of behavior is seeking death. How many interest groups are involved in the logistics of the port? If they dare to block the port so openly, there will no doubt be the siege of the entire city and even the entire island. However, everyone in Speed Ameraus was quiet. Just because the person blocking the port at this time is not a simple character, but the overlord of this city and even this country without a doubt. The Quixote family. They have been here for a while, and no one in this small, non-governmental country dares to disobey their orders. Everyone knows that the man named Don Quixote da Flamingo is the real master of this city. At this time, on the port pier, Da Flamingo, the master of this city, is wearing a sultry red suit, paired with a red feather cloak and black sunglasses. He looks really handsome. There were several men standing beside him. One is Umit. One is the family leader Torbo, a slimy man who looks like his nose turned into semen. The other one is Pika, who is also a big cadre. He is ridiculously tall and stands quietly behind Da Flamingo like a giant carved from rock. The last man wore the same feathered cloak as Da Flamingo, but the color was black and his face had exaggerated makeup like a clown. Behind these people were the ordinary cadres of the family and a few little devils. Young Master actually wants to come to greet you in person. A fat man with round cheeks laughed in surprise and whispered, I wonder who the big shot is coming this time. Next to him was a little girl, probably less than 10 years old. At AT this time, she looked at the other boy next to her curiously. Lua, what do you think? The boy named Luo is older than the girl, but younger than the round-faced boy, and looks to be in his early teens. Wearing a spotted fur hat, he has thick dark circles under his eyes. His face is expressionless, his clothes are ragged, and his eyes are full of murderous intent. The boy didn't answer, but glared at the girl fiercely. The little girl was instantly frightened to tears and turned her head away in fear. It's so scary. The round-faced boy couldn't help but complain when he saw this. If you're scared, don't provoke him. Quiet, little devils, here we come. In front of the three of them, a gentleman in a suit with a cigarette in his mouth and a silk scarf tied around his neck scolded them in a low voice. Yes, brother senior. The round-faced boy responded immediately, and the two of them stopped talking at the same time. However, the three of them stretched their necks curiously and looked into the distance. They saw a ship, a huge ship coming from the sea. Yeah, finally here. Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh softly. Dover, don't be too arrogant in front of Ian. Womit, who had dealt with Ian, couldn't help but warn his friend again. Although he is young, he is not easy to fool. Of course I know, Doflamingo said casually. Just kidding, he just pointed at the beast pirates to take his career to the next level. How could he offend the heir of the beast pirates? It's finally here. The slimy man, Toribold, breathed a long sigh of relief. Ian of Burning Sky. During this period, he's the most famous in the world. No one noticed that the man in the black feather cloak was yawning, and the hands in his pockets were already clenched. Doflamingo alone is troublesome enough, but now he is actually connected with the beast pirates. If the Don Quixote family and the beast pirates really cooperate, who in the North Sea can contain them? My brother may become even more unscrupulous. Mr. Waring states, what should we do next? In any case, the big ship was getting closer and closer, and finally, it slowly docked at the port, and the stairs were lowered from the deck. Oh, is it finally here? The first person to jump up the stairs was a girl with white hair. Her long, beautiful hair was tied into a high ponytail. She wore ultra-short suspenders, a white t-shirt, and a pair of yellow sunglasses on the bridge of her nose, making her look youthful and energetic. Oh, how are you? The girl smiled and waved to the people below, revealing a clear sense of stupidity. Of course, no one here dares to underestimate her. Kaido's daughter. The man wearing clown makeup, Doflamingo's dearest brother, Don Quixote Rocinante, whispered in his heart. Although she is not wanted, it does not mean that she is weak. In fact, in the war between the Beast's pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, she defeated several of Whitebeard's men pirate captain. The intelligence was right. She was inseparable from Ian of Burning Sky. Rocinante's eyes suddenly fixed. The black-haired boy appeared from the stairs. He held the girl's hand and walked down with her side by side. He was quite handsome and even looked a little thin. However, his face did not show much maturity beyond his peers. He was just a handsome boy. However, he was definitely not just a boy. Ian of Burning Sky, the de facto second-in-command of the Beast Pirates, the disciple of Kaido of Beasts, the king of Wano country, and the person in charge of all the business of the Beast Pirates. Of course, more importantly, he was a monster with a bounty of 800 million at the age of 13. Even after the war between the Beast's pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, his bounty should have been increased again, but the headquarters felt that his first bounty was already exaggerated enough, so they did not increase it for him. He was only 1 or 2 steps away from being able to stand on the top of the world. Ian of Burning Sky, the round-faced fat boy, Buffalo couldn't help but exclaimed, the big cadre of the Beast Pirates, this is a real big shot. Ian of Burning Sky. Beside him, the spotted hat boy, Trafalgar Law, also stared at Ian in a daze. The Beast's pirates are more qualified than the Don Quixote family to represent the pirate group that destroys this concept. If it were them, they would be able to destroy more things, right? Welcome to you, Ian. While Rocinante was thinking, Doflamingo had already come forward, laughing and welcoming the arrival of Ian and others. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Ian greeted the man in front of him meaningfully. I have heard of your name for a long time. Isn't it a long-standing name? The title of the newspaper reading king can also be said to be famous in the previous life. Of course, Doflamingo didn't know that Ian was a time traveler, but just thought that Ian was being polite to him. So he just laughed in a low voice. Really, that's flattering. Long time no see, Mr. Ian. Umit also came up to say hello. I was really nervous when I heard that you were going to fight the Whitebeard pirates. Thank you for your concern. Ian smiled. While they were chatting, Jack and others had already walked down the stairs. Drake followed Jack. In a few days, he had almost gotten used to staying with these guys. Since Ian didn't kill him, he didn't care that he ate and drank every day, and he grew a few centimeters in these few days. But at this time, he was still a little shocked. Don Quixote da Flamingo. He knew this man, the pirate with the highest bounty in the North Sea. The bounty has exceeded 100 million. It's hard to imagine that this amount can appear in the four seas. Of course, this is far worse than Ian. What do they want to talk about? Hey, that's enough for the greetings, Doflamingo said with a smile. Next, I prepared a banquet to welcome you, Ian. The man paused. I was going to say that, but I think, Ian, you should want to get down to business first, just like me. You should also want to confirm whether it's worth it to come all the way here. Let's talk while we walk. Ian chuckled. Hey, of course, I prepared a carriage outside the port. Then lead the way. So Ian and his party left the port under the leadership of the Don Quixote family. Outside the port, carriages were ready. Ian took Yamato and followed Doflamingo to get on the largest and most luxurious carriage in the middle. The soft cushion made Yamato quite like it. He slammed himself on it hard, feeling the feeling of being bounced up and down. Be quiet. Ian put his arm around the girl's shoulders to stop her from making noises, then looked at Doflamingo. Okay, Doflamingo, let's start. Hey, of course. Doflamingo sat down leisurely on the soft cushion, leaning against the backrest, stretching out his two long legs that had not yet become bow-legged. Let me think, where should I start? First of all, since you were here, it means, Ian, you have at least confirmed my identity, right? Ian shrugged. Confirmed with Morgan's. Hey, that guy is really well-informed. Doflamingo chuckled. Then let's start with the most basic structure of the celestial dragons. Of the 20 kings who created the world government, only 19 actually led their families to Marihoa, and the Nefertari family of Alabasta chose to stay in their own country. Ian was unmoved. I even know that the Nefertaluri family should be called the Nefert family. These 19 families gathered in Marihoa have been multiplying for 800 years and together constitute the current Tianlong people. BY now, their total population is almost close to 100,000. 19 families have multiplied for 800 years and still have less than 100,000 people. Tianlong people are quite good at family planning. If I remember correctly, the old Zhou family of the Ming dynasty had hundreds of thousands of people in 200 or 300 years. With more people, power will be generated. There are also differences in the ranks among the celestial dragons. The five elders are undoubtedly the pinnacle of the celestial dragons and also hold the highest power in the world. Below them is the Knights of God. Finally, someone is interested. Ian said, tell me about the Knights of God. The Knights of God is an organization that manages and even judges the celestial dragons. Doflamingo also became serious. They even have the power to execute celestial dragons. Even the celestial dragons are afraid of them, and more importantly, they are the strongest armed group directly composed of celestial dragons. Oh. Of course, there are many elite talents among the celestial dragons that in fact, they can get the resources of the entire world, and the number of strong people is much more than outsiders imagine. Doflamingo said, the entire Knights of God probably has the strength that is no less than the Beast Pirates. Oh. Ian raised his eyebrows. It's just the Knights of God. Isn't it considered the five elders? Counting the five elders and CP0, the power directly controlled by the celestial dragons may be even greater than that of the Marine headquarters. Next, Doflamingo introduced Ian in detail the Knights of God, the organizational structure, and some important figures. Of course, the version may be a little behind. After all, this guy hasn't been back to Marihoa for a long time. After the Knights of God, he began to introduce the 19 families of the celestial dragons. There are also differences in the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons who eat and wait for death and love to be lazy are revered as gods in the outside world, but they have no status in the celestial dragons and are just parasites. The celestial dragons who truly lead the 19 families are often elites, and almost every family is involved in some aspects of the world government. These are indeed inside stories that Ivan has never heard of. Finally, it's the five elders. Doflamingo's tone became more serious. I don't know much about the five elders. I only know one thing. He looked at Ian. The five elders haven't changed for a long time. Really? Ian was not surprised by this. After all, Saturn in the Valley of the Gods was already that old. Are they immortal? I don't know about that. Doflamingo spread his hands. Maybe some means were used. Some means. Ian's mouth corners raised. Then what? That's all. Doflamingo said, it should be enough, right? These secret inside stories of the celestial dragons are not known even to the top leaders of the Navy or the government. Enough. Ian crossed his legs, leaned on the soft backrest, and sighed softly. Dover, what did I do wrong? Make you disrespect me so much? 79. Crushing battle. Doflamingo's fear. Please read more. Ian looked at Doflamingo with interest. This guy is fooling himself into thinking he is a fool. Some of the inside information about the celestial dragons is indeed important, but the really key national treasures of the celestial dragons, the role of immortality surgery, the secrets of the 5 old stars, and the existence of him, none of these are mentioned. At least the first 2 guys have some understanding. Ian thought that Doflamingo would fool him, but he never thought that he would be so fooled. Am I too gentle, or have you reached a rebellious stage? Hearing Ian's words, Doflamingo's cheeks stiffened slightly, and then he laughed. Where do you start? I've already told you everything I know about the celestial dragons. I was only 8 years old when I left Merijo, and I couldn't have known too many secrets. What a tough talk. There are at least 2 more things you should tell me. Ian sighed. First, what is the national treasure of the celestial dragons? Second, what is the role of immortality surgery? Doflamingo suddenly stood up. No matter how well he managed his expression at this moment, his face could not help but change color in horror. He knows. How did he know? How could he know? Hey. The muscles on Doflamingo's cheeks were twitching, and he smiled dryly. The national treasure of the celestial dragons? What is this? Why have I never heard of it? And immortality surgery. All right, Doflamingo. Ian waved his hand. If it's just a lie, then it's enough here. Hey, is this guy lying? Yamato, who was leaning on Ian's shoulder, raised his head in surprise, and the red horn on his forehead poked Ian unceremoniously. The girl suddenly became angry. This guy actually dared to lie to Ian. Want to get spanked? Ian rarely felt that Yamato's suggestion was very constructive. Indeed, since language no longer works, we may only have to rely on violence. Doflamingo paused. The next moment, boom. The roof of the luxurious carriage exploded, and a figure rose into the sky. Dover. The side windows of the carriages in front and behind opened immediately, and the heads of the Don Quixote family poked their heads out. Jack and others also poked their heads out. Doflamingo fell from the sky and stood in mid-air, as if he were stepping on an invisible platform. It's a thread. On the broken carriage, Yamato looked at Doflamingo in the sky. The little girl had sharp eyes. He stepped on the line. Dover. Torbull squeezed out of the narrow car window, his face covered with cold sweat. Do you want to fight? Brother Ian. Do you want to fight? Jack kicked the car open and shouted towards Ian, holding 2 strange blades in his hands. Calm down, everyone. Ian said calmly, It's just that Dover wants to spar with me. Everyone, please don't move. Doflamingo didn't say anything. He just looked at Ian. Something bad happened. How does this guy know those things? Want to say something. The current situation is that if we don't say anything, this guy Ian will never give up. He had no time to think. Ian had already shot up like a cannonball, wrapped in brilliant golden flames. When Ian rushed out of the flames, he had transformed into a golden armored winged man. Ian. Below, Yamato is jumping. Damn Ian, he's 1 step ahead again. She obviously wanted to take action. When Ian flapped his wings, he was in front of Doflamingo in the next second. So fast. Doflamingo didn't have time to think too much. His instinctive reaction completely took over his body at this moment. Foot chassien, throwing his right foot in the air. Several threads extending from the heel were like the sharpest blades, cutting directly towards Ian. However, Ian didn't even mean to dodge. He raised his hand and grabbed Doflamingo's right at the same time. The silk thread cut into Ian's chest. However, the silk thread covered with domineering force and capable of easily tearing apart steel was drawn to Ian's body without even leaving a mark and was directly shattered. What kind of defense is this? Doflamingo couldn't understand it at all. And Ian had already swung down with his backhand, causing Doflamingo to fall down like a meteorite, directly crashing through a private house and hitting the middle of the street behind the house, sending smoke and dust everywhere. Mr. Ian, Dover. Umid held his head. Why did they start fighting all of a sudden? Dover. Pika, who was as tall as a little giant, made a sharp voice like a young child and subconsciously wanted to rush over to help. However, I couldn't lift my feet at all. He lowered his head in shock that a thick layer of ice had formed on the ground, and all their feet were frozen in the ice. Ian, tell you guys to stay still. The Mason Yamato's hand hit the ground, completely freezing the surrounding ground. Then don't move. This guy. Pika was stunned. Ian fell from the sky and crashed directly into the smoke that Doflamingo threw out. The smoke was suddenly torn apart, and a scarlet long whip suddenly came towards the face. Super Strike Whip. The other party has already started. If I still take the beating honestly, wouldn't it be too stupid? Doflamingo no longer hesitated. Ian grabbed the oncoming silk whip casually. Too slow. Even before awakening the observation hockey, it would be easy to deal with such an attack. With a casual pull, Doflamingo below already felt a terrifying force suddenly transmitted from the silk whip. He couldn't resist at all and was instantly pulled up to the sky. Then a touch of gold came towards him. Ugh! Doflamingo groaned, and his neck was grabbed by a hard palm. Just this one time, he felt that his throat was about to break. Then he was carried and hit the ground. Boom. The big pit that was originally smashed was hit for the second time, and the gravel flew and the ground was shattered. Wow. Doflamingo screamed. What kind of power is this? His neck is about to break. Ian flapped his wings and flew up, looking down at Doflamingo lying on the ground. Okay, Ian said calmly. The most important thing for a man is to keep his promise, right? I have kept my promise, so Doflamingo, you shouldn't lie to me. This guy is too weak. He hasn't even awakened yet, right? If this is his full strength, then he is not as good as Moria, who he met in Wano country 8 years ago. That's right. How can someone who has been wandering around in the North Sea compare with the heroes who are exploring the New World? This guy's fruit ability is indeed fancy, but his domineering is too weak. He won't break his defense even if he stands and hits him. However, his attack power and defense power are not good, but his endurance is really endurance. I didn't even hold back on purpose, but he didn't even break his bones. He is worthy of being the man who dragged Luffy through the 4th gear time limit by being beaten. The only strong man who didn't unlock the Bloodlock by Luffy, but unlocked the Bloodlock by himself. Hey. Doflamingo was still laughing at this time. He sat up, rubbing his throat and laughing. What a monster, I don't seem to have any power to fight back. Laughing, but the fear in his heart was no less. What kind of monster is this guy? Doflamingo couldn't understand. Why is he so strong? His strength is hard to resist. His defense can't be broken by himself. It's not a contest of the same level at all. He's already like this. Then how invincible should Kaido be? Now that you know, you should make a decision. I said, Dover, answer me. It seems that I can't refuse, okay? Doflamingo raised his head and looked up at Ian. The national treasure of the celestial dragons, I don't know much. It's probably a weapon passed down from 800 years ago. He was caught lying, and after being exposed, he was no match for him in the fight. He was not as skilled as others. What else can he say? The other party had already shown mercy. Weapon. Ian landed in front of him. It is said that it is a ship. Doflamingo said, a very special ship. How special? I don't know about that point. One thing I know is that this national treasure seems to be unable to be used normally. Why? Ian asked. Because there is no energy. Doflamingo said, there is no energy to supply it. Oh. Ian raised his eyebrows. Sure enough. Is it the weapon that blew up the kingdom of Lelicia? It will not work again until Vegapunk creates the Holy Mother Flame. But it is not absolute. Doflamingo added. What do you mean? Ian immediately became alert. If that thing can be used normally now, it is not good news. Because I heard that as long as the immortal surgery is performed, the weapon can be controlled. Doflamingo said, but this is all I know, and I just heard it. Yes. In the original work, this guy also said that if he performed an immortality surgery, he would be able to seize the national treasure of the celestial dragons. Then what is the effect of the immortality operation? Ian asked solemnly. The secret of the operation fruit, what is its effect? Does it make people immortal or immortal? Hey. Ian, you know so much. Are you asking the 5 elders? Doflamingo laughed. Maybe, I'm not sure, but they do have real immortality, and they have lived for many years. I guess they are the recipients of the immortality operation of the operation fruit. Ian thought for a while. Then, how much do you know about Doflamingo was stunned for a moment. I seem to have heard of this name. You mean one of the 20 kings 800 years ago? King Im of the Nerona family? That was a figure 800 years ago. Is there anything special about this guy? Ian observed Doflamingo carefully. This guy doesn't look like he's faking it. Don't you know about Im's existence? Then there's nothing useful about this trip. Doflamingo, a celestial dragon, knows little more than an outsider like you. Don't you feel ashamed? The information that the only person who received the immortal surgery can drive the celestial dragon's national treasure is still in doubt. Then this trip was in vain. Ian glanced at Doflamingo. Fraud, right? Should we bring him to justice? Oh, I'm a pirate. Forget it. Later, the Don Quixote family and others who were anxiously waiting saw a scene that shocked them. Ian and Doflamingo came back talking and laughing. Hey, let's have a party. Doflamingo laughed and said, Welcome, my good friend. 80. Undercover Rocinante. Doflamingo's plan. In the castle of the Don Quixote family. A banquet to welcome Ian and others is already in progress. At the same time, inside a certain toilet, a man named Don Quixote Rocinante is holding a telephone bug and talking to someone. Mr. Sengoku, Ian, and Doflamingo had a brief battle, but the two soon stopped and made peace. Now Doflamingo is hosting a banquet for Ian. It's unimaginable that Doflamingo, who was born with no idea of awe and was self-absorbed and unscrupulous, would swallow his anger in front of Ian. He was obviously beaten all over by Ian, but he still had fun getting along with Ian. If the Don Quixote family saw this scene, they would probably be shocked and confused. Isn't this guy Rocinante a mute? That's Ian of Fenshin, a disciple of Kaido. That guy Doflamingo knows that when he encounters someone stronger and more cruel than him, what he should do is to protect himself wisely. A man's thick voice came from the other end of the phone. However, if Doflamingo and the Beast Pirates are really put on the line, Doflamingo will become even crazier. Mr. Waring states, Do you want to seize this opportunity? Rocinante said seriously, Kill Doflamingo and Ian in one fell swoop. It's not that simple. Who knows, Sengoku immediately rejected his proposal. Capturing Ian is not a difficult task, but if we really want to capture Kaido's disciples and daughter, the Beast Pirates will go crazy. That guy is different from Whitebeard. He has no lower limit. Why then, I don't know how many people will die from his anger. I have to discuss this with the higher-ups. Rocinante frowned. Yes. What if Kaido goes to a franchised country to wreak havoc wantonly? That guy can definitely do this. As for Doflamingo, Xiao has already gone over to deal with what you said he did a few days ago. Please be careful. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Rocinante put away the phone bug, sat in the toilet, and calmly lit a cigarette. Wow. He suddenly screamed that it turned out that the lighter was too high, and his hair was accidentally set on fire. But the strange thing is that even though he yelled so much in the toilet, no sound was transmitted. After sorting himself out a little, Rocinante walked out of the toilet and went to the banquet hall. Even before the door was opened, the bustle inside could already be clearly heard. Rocinante opened the door. The top leaders of the Don Quixote family and everyone from the Beast Pirates were sitting around an exaggeratedly long table, currently feasting. Rocinante, you boy. Doflamingo, who was sitting on the main seat and having a drink with Ian, looked at his younger brother with some dissatisfaction. When I went to the toilet, I thought you fell in. With distinguished guests present, he, as a younger brother, could still stay away from the table for so long. Rocinante showed a wry smile and raised his finger to point to the burnt hair on his head. Huh? You kids should be careful sometimes. Doflamingo laughed. His younger brother was always very reckless. Ian also looked at this man with interest. Don Quixote Rocinante. Unlike Doflamingo, who was born a bad boy, this boy inherited the kindness of his parents. He was an undercover agent placed by General Sengoku in the Don Quixote family, but in the original work, he was deceived by the Navy for Luolian. Overall, a good guy. Rocinante felt a little numb from Ian's burning eyes. If he hadn't been 100% sure that he had never seen this young man in his life, Rocinante would have even doubted whether this guy had guessed his identity as an undercover agent. Leave him. Doflamingo also noticed Ian's gaze. He smiled and said, This kid has a bad mind. I happen to be good at communicating with people who are mentally ill. Is it? Ian just chuckled. Next, Ian, let me show you how I can help you sell weapons. Doflamingo decisively changed the topic from his stupid brother to business. Oh. Ian raised his eyebrows. I'd like to hear the details. Baba Ummeet. Doflamingo turned to look at Ummeet, who was sitting on the other side of him. Tell me, when is the best time to buy weapons? Umit was holding a huge piece of meat and tearing it into pieces. His rude look was like a brown bear snatching food. The brown bear grinned. Of course, it's a war. Indeed, few participants in the war are not short of weapons. But, Doflamingo asked again, what if there is no war? Isn't it easier? Womit said matter-of-factly, then just start a war. Bah, that's right, that's it. Doflamingo laughed loudly, slapping his hands on the table and laughing. Is there anything simpler in the world than provoking a war? Human beings are the best at killing creatures of their own kind. Drake, who was engrossed in eating, almost choked on his food. The muscles on his face stiffened instantly. He raised his head in disbelief and looked at Doflamingo in shock. Start a war? Just to sell weapons, start a war? How crazy these guys are. However, there was nothing he could do. I could only eat in silence. Oh, that sounds good. Ian nodded slightly. It's not something that should be shocking. Rather, this is how weapons should be sold. Isn't that what those arms giants in previous lives did? Ian looked at Doflamingo. So, Dove, when are you going to start showing me? In fact, just a few days ago, in a nearby country, the war had begun. Doflamingo chuckled. Tomorrow we can go to the battlefield and have a look. Rocinante pursed her lips. This is what Mr. Sengoku said before. Doflamingo spent a little effort to start a war in a nearby country. It is foreseeable that as the cooperation with the beast pirates continues, there will only be more such things. We are still in non-franchise countries now, but what about the future? Therefore, he must be stopped. Tomorrow, Ian curled his lips and said, since we have to seize the time, we might as well go now. Doflamingo was a little confused and couldn't figure out why Ian was so anxious. Little did he know that Ian was worried about him. This guy Rosinante has probably reported this matter to the Navy a long time ago, and maybe the Navy has already started taking action. Ian really hates trouble, so he should get it done and go back early. If you think so, then of course it's fine with me. Doflamingo nodded. So after this lively banquet, Ian and his party boarded the Don Quixote family ship and sailed overseas. After sailing for half a day, around dusk, an island appeared in front of everyone's eyes. There is a city on the coast. Even from a long distance, one can clearly see the continuous explosions in the city. The flickering firelight is accompanied by thick black smoke. From a distance, it is a scene of doomsday. Actually, it's really not a difficult thing. Doflamingo laughed loudly. There are as many careerists as there are in the world. Why can you become the king, while I can only be stepped on by you? Many times, all it takes is a push, and the usually suppressed emotions can completely burst out. I found a powerful general in this country, and easily convinced him that I would help him seize the country, and then let him launch a rebellion. Ian nodded slightly. So, will you help him seize this country? Bah, if he gets this country, how can the war continue? Doflamingo chuckled. If the war cannot continue, then who should we sell our weapons to? Genius. Ian commented. This is not genius. What is genius? Also understand sustainable development. Next, let's go to the island and have a look. Doflamingo said, at least I have to prove that this war really just started a few days ago, and it was indeed me who was pushing it. He wanted to prove that he didn't just find a country where there was a war to fool Ian. He wants to prove that he has the ability to easily provoke a civil war in a country. Okay. Ian readily agreed. I haven't seen what ordinary war looks like. It seems interesting. Yamato also said. Anyway, logged in at the same moment. It's just that neither Ian nor Doflamingo knew that at the same moment they landed, several warships were rapidly breaking through the water in another area of the sea not too far away from the island. On the bow of the ship, an energetic old lady had her hands folded across her chest. She was wearing a blue shirt and a navy justice coat. She looked quite sassy and was meditating silently. That bastard Doflamingo actually got in touch with the beast pirates. Standing next to the old lady was another female navy with long black hair, a red sleeveless top and ultra-short denim shorts, which perfectly outlined her hot figure. The woman also wore a coat of justice and wore a long knife on her waist. She put her fair hands on her slender waist and said angrily, this time, let's take the opportunity to catch them all. Doflamingo too, Fention's Ian, you bastard should send them all to Impel Down City. The old lady, the chief staff officer of the Navy headquarters, Lieutenant General Tsuru said calmly, it's not that simple, Guillaume. 81. Island War, The Rescuer. Please read more. It's not that simple, Guillaume. On the Navy warship, Lieutenant General, he said calmly, Doflamingo holds the secrets of the celestial dragons. The government is afraid that he will jump over the wall if he is desperate. Ian is Kaido's disciple, and the girl next to him is Kaido's daughter. Tio deal with them. We must also consider Kaido's madness. The beast pirates are no longer powerful enough to declare war on them casually. You can't just transfer me here just to play a game of Navy catching pirates with them, right? The woman named Gion was a little dissatisfied. Then I might as well chase the pirates with Sakazuki Senpai in the New World. It depends on what they say. Lieutenant General, he said. Oh, I see. Gion's eyes lit up. We can't attack them casually, but it would be different if they attack us, right? Lieutenant General, he said nothing. Only one Gion was transferred here. Is it really enough to take down Finch's Ian and Doflamingo? Of course, Ian didn't know at this time that even though he had tried to seize the time to avoid trouble, trouble had already come. He had now landed in a country that was at war. There were not many people who landed with him. Apart from Yamato, there were only Doflamingo and his subordinate Pika. There were only 4 people in total. It didn't matter if there were more or less people. Anyway, neither Ian nor Doflamingo thought that there would be anyone who could threaten them on this island. It is worth mentioning that Doflamingo took all the cadres away when he went out. According to what he said, he was actually being hunted all the time. Although he had stayed in Spadameras for a long time, he would run away at any time once the pursuer came to his door. Therefore, he will not leave his men there. Only then did Ian remember that this guy seemed to have been hunted by Vice Admiral Crane of the Navy before he became a Shichibukai. However, it's a shame that this guy was able to escape so many times. Lieutenant General Crane's strength should definitely not be weak. After all, he is also a naval legend of the same era as Garp Sengoku and others. Not to mention the general level, the level of general disaster must be there. Definitely much stronger than Doflamingo at this time. Entering the city that was at war, there were still traces of gunpowder smoke everywhere, collapsed houses, broken walls, and occasionally corpses on the roadside. The whole city was displayed in front of Ian, only a ruin. Of course, when you enter a chaotic war zone, you will definitely encounter a sudden encounter with soldiers from both sides of the war. However, these soldiers could not have any impact on Ian and others. Before they even had time to get close, Doflamingo wiped them all out with his overlord look. Speaking of which, this guy seemed to be the same age as himself and Yamato when he awakened his overlord color. Judging from this point in time, he was definitely quite remarkable. It's just a pity that the follow-up did not follow up. If you get fat first, you are not fat, but if you get fat later and it overwhelms you, you are. Across the city, there is an even more chaotic battlefield. 2 distinct armies were fighting fiercely on a plain. Heavy artillery roared, muskets roared, and soldiers armed with swords charged in groups. What unfolded before everyone's eyes was the most brutal and brutal purgatory, where blood and death never stopped for a moment. But, it's so lively. On a high ground behind the battlefield, the white-haired king of hell not only did not feel any discomfort, but was able to comment with a smile, "They are just too weak, so it is not very interesting. It would be more interesting if there were some powerful guys." Even Doflamingo couldn't help but look at Yamato. Should I say that she is worthy of being Kaido's daughter? This ferocity was beyond his reach. Behind them was a man who was quite strong, dressed in military uniform, and carrying a big axe on his back. He is the general that Doflamingo said was instigated by him. At this time, after hearing Yamato's words, he couldn't help but change his face slightly. Don't you think enough people have died? However, he did not dare to say anything. How dare he say anything in front of Ian from burning heaven? Doflamingo, you bastard, why didn't you say before that the weapons in your hands were from the beast pirates? And now the supplier is coming to inspect the buyer. On the contrary, it belongs to Tiangang. Ian crossed his arms over his chest and had no particular reaction. He is not a person with strong empathy. He generally adheres to the principle of respecting the misfortunes of strangers rather than blaming them and not intervening. He just felt that, as Yamato said, it was boring. Pure killing and war are really boring things. Killing and war should be a means to achieve an end. Ian never found these things interesting. Instead, Doflamingo said with a smile, "If some powerful guy disrupts the situation, then our weapons will not be sold." "You're right, David," he asked the general with a huge axe on his back with a smile. The general named David's face was stiff. If Doflamingo, a bastard, was willing to help himself instead of just selling weapons, how could the fight be so lively? The war has ended long ago. He himself has already become a king. In the end, he still put on a smile and said, Of course, of course." Only now did he understand. Doflamingo the bastard didn't care about the outcome of this war at all. He only provoked himself because he wanted to sell weapons. However, it was too late. The rebellion had already started, and it was not possible to stop it if it wanted to. Doflamingo on horseback. You damn bitch. However, General David only dared to laugh. Because I can only laugh. How's it going, Ian? Doflamingo walked up to Ian. Have I proven my ability? Now that General David has been called over, it is naturally easy to prove that Doflamingo started a war in just a few days. If you still don't believe it, we can also go to the palace and ask the king to come as a witness. David pursed his lips upon hearing this. Yes, why would the king be taken seriously by this guy? He suddenly felt discouraged. So what if I become a king? Facing these monsters on the sea, why don't you just let others slaughter you? For countries that are not members of the world government, the Navy will not provide them with protection at all. But immediately, he changed his mind and thought, if the horse rider still gave up halfway after suffering so much anger, wouldn't that anger be in vain? At least, when he could still buy weapons, Doflamingo wouldn't turn a blind eye to him, right? No. Ian shook his head. There was nothing to doubt. Country, this concept is too small in this world. Most countries in the world are at the mercy of the strong men in the world and have no power to fight back. Doflamingo didn't have to lie about this. It was enough after confirming the efficiency of his actions. Let's go back, Ian said. Certainly. Doflamingo smiled brightly. It should be regarded as approved by Ian, right? But in this case, the cooperation with the beast pirates is completed, right? When Ian and others were preparing to go back, time returned to earlier times. The royal palace of this country. Damn David, how dare he? How dare that bastard? The old and pot-bellied king angrily smashed the crown on his head to the ground, causing all the huge rubies embedded in the crown to fly out. What are the people below doing? How many days have it been? Why haven't we captured the rebels yet? The king roared furiously. The ministers who were scolded by him lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. David, that bastard, got a large number of weapons from nowhere. In addition, he already had a group of elite soldiers and generals. Even the king's army, which couldn't even get the weapons together, had not been defeated for so many days. It was already full of soldiers. The will to fight is very strong. After all, where did all the military spending that should have been spent on the military go? Of course, no one dares to say that. Never mind. The king, who was furious just now, suddenly sat back on his throne calmly. His change of expression was so fast that all the ministers were unable to react. When they come here, David will be nothing more than a chicken and a dog. He is completely vulnerable. However, the calm face only lasted for a few seconds. The next moment, the fat old king became furious again. But why haven't they come yet? Damn bastards. Why haven't they come yet after taking my money? He roared, jumped up, and kicked the minister directly to the ground. All the courtiers lowered their heads, not daring to say a word, not even daring to breathe hard, for fear of irritating the nervous king again. That's the time. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. A guard stumbled in with a phone bug. He cheered in surprise. Here they come. They are here. Oh. The king looked up in surprise. Offshore of this island, huge snails came across the sea one after another, and behind these snails were densely packed buildings. This was a country wandering on the sea. 82. Vinsmoke is coming. When Ian and others landed on the island, they docked on the coast of a pirate ship with a flamingo-like head. Drake stood on the side of the ship, looking far away at the city with the continuous sound of gunfire. This country should have been peaceful before. However, just because someone wanted to help the beast pirates sell weapons, it became what it is today. Pirates are indeed a bunch of scum, he thought. Do you also want to join the war on the island? Suddenly, the girl's soft voice came to my ears. Derek turned around and saw a little girl with a big bow tied on her head. She looked less than 10 years old, but Derek knew that she was already a member of the Don Quixote family. Drake said nothing. Luo also wants to go to the island to destroy it. The girl did not shrink back because of Drake's indifference. Instead, she said to herself, he always wants to kill people. He always talks about destroying the whole world. Destroy the whole world? Drake couldn't help but look at the other boy standing on the side of the boat. Wearing a spotted hat with an expressionless face, he looked at the city not far away like him. Is such a young child already full of thoughts of destruction and killing? It was the Don Quixote family that turned him into this. Pirates are truly the cancer of the world. Derek's face was expressionless, and then he saw that the cancers were back. Ian and others returned from the island. Little Lord. The little girl beside him was already waving happily towards Doflamingo. Derek pouted. Several people boarded the ship. Brother Ian, Jack and Black Maria also come to welcome Ian and Yamato back. How about it? Black Maria asked with a smile. It's not fun at all. Yamato pouted and shook his head. I wasn't asking you. Ian rolled his eyes. That's good. Dover is a genius in this area. It seems that the weapons trade in the North Sea can be left to him. Just leave it to me. Doflamingo let out a long sigh of relief. This was considered an official conclusion, right? Let's go back. Ian said, after one night's rest, it's time to go back to the New World. Womit was a little confused. Are you so anxious? That's right. Doflamingo also said, there are many interesting places in the North Sea, and I also said that I can take you around. I don't have time to follow you around. Ian shook his head. Next we have to go to Fishman Island. There are quite a lot of things to do. But he glanced at Doflamingo with interest and said, you can come with us to visit the New World. What's the meaning? Doflamingo's expression suddenly changed slightly. Ian said bluntly, Mr. Kaido said that he wants to see you. Doflamingo's smile became a little stiff. Kaido? Of course you can't refuse this, but you don't have to worry. Ian said calmly, he probably just wants to ask about what I asked you before. Just say whatever you want. Is it? Doflamingo chuckled. 100 Beast Kaido, one of the most powerful pirates in the world. I have long wanted to meet him. The friendship between the Beast Pirates and the friendship with Beast Kaido shouldn't be the same concept, right? Moreover, it seems good to use this to enter the New World. Although the North Sea is vast, it is still too small compared to the New World. After all, in this world, the world is still a remote place, and the Great Sea Route is the stage for the strong. The stage where the Don Quixote family is active should be in the New World. But of course, Beihai's business cannot be stopped. After all, the basis of cooperation with the Beast Pirates is the weapons business in the North Sea. Then you can look forward to it. Ian chuckled. Even though Doflamingo is smiling happily now, he may not be able to smile anymore after seeing Teacher Kai. Teacher Kai has never looked down on the weak. In the original work, Mr. Kai's evaluation of Doflamingo was, Joker, you are too weak. Just as they were preparing to return, the ship had already sailed away from the island, and the phone in Doflamingo's pocket suddenly buzzed like a buzzer. Doflamingo was a little surprised and took out the phone to answer the call. Who is it? It's me, David. General David on the other end of the phone sounded extremely frightened. Doflamingo, hurry. Come and save me. Ian turned around in surprise. In addition to David's voice coming from the phone bug's mouth, there was also a series of roaring sounds. It seemed that the guy had reached the center of the battlefield and was in the middle of a bombing. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth dropped. I just said that I won't let the war end so soon. I asked this guy David about to be killed. What the hell is he doing? Does the king's army in this country have such strength? Don't worry, David. Doflamingo said, tell me first, what happened? Yes. David gasped violently, and the next moment he screamed miserably. Germa 66. Even Doflamingo was stunned for a moment. You mean Germa? Drake and Luo, Baby 5 and Buffalo. The children all turned to look over at the same time. Children in Beihai grew up watching Germa's story. Ian raised his eyebrows. Outside the city on the island, the scorching battlefield was now littered with corpses. On one side of the battlefield, the defeated rebels fled like a tide, without the courage to look back. In their time, it was another army, wearing neat uniforms with a large 66 pattern printed on the chest. Almost every soldier is quite strong, and the weapons in their hands are not comparable to those of the rebels. They are also muskets, and their range is much farther than the rebels' firearms. They have already beaten the rebels in a few volleys. The army was defeated. Not to mention that behind these soldiers, heavy artillery with exaggerated calibers had been dragged into position by giant snails. The bombing of these heavy artillery was also an important reason for the defeat of the rebels. And at the forefront of this army, there are several special figures charging into the battle. They were several small figures, just like children. They were wearing special combat uniforms and were charging into the rebel ranks. Although they look like children in size, their strength is amazing. They can break the enemy's spine with one kick and break the enemy's ribs with one punch. What's even more amazing is that they can also use fire, use thunder, release poison, and release nooses. Of course, in addition to this, there is another important factor for just 4 children to be invincible among thousands of armies. No, it doesn't work at all. A rebel army collapsed. He hit a child who was rushing towards him with several shots, but the bullets could not penetrate the red combat uniform at all. The combat uniforms worn by these children are too strong, and all attacks have no effect on them. The next second, sparks swirling. A ball of fire appeared in the hand of the child wearing a red combat uniform, and the next moment he pressed it on the face of the rebel, directly blowing the head to pieces. "Go to hell, you scum." The little child blurted out the most cruel words. The rebels have no chance of winning. The rear of this army. Amazing, amazing. This is the power of the German kingdom. This is the power of Windsmoke. The obese old king came to the battlefield in person at this time. He sat behind a servant and happily slapped the servant on the back. The force was so strong that the strong servant could not help but grin. The old king was still unaware. He just laughed happily. "Your Majesty Gaji, is this Windsmoke's technology?" There was a man standing in front of him, wearing a helmet on his head and 2 upturned mustaches on the lower half of his face. Hearing the old king's praise, Gaji, the man named Windsmoke Gaji, curled up his lips. Germa is invincible. It is natural that the enhanced human soldiers transformed by the blood factor enhancement liquid, coupled with the weapons made by Germa, will have such an effect. They are the strongest army in the entire North Sea. Even this is not the limit, and my highest expectation is to use blood factor technology to create clone warriors. Use the lowest cost to create the strongest warriors. He raised his head and looked at the invincible, colorful figures on the battlefield ahead. As for my children, they are my proudest creations. Coupled with the experimental version of the battlesuit, it is powerful, needless to say. Apart from, Gaji lowered his head and looked to one side. A yellow-haired child cowered and hid behind a soldier, not daring to turn around and look at the battlefield. A glimmer of gloom flashed in Gaji's eyes. The other 3 brothers all succeeded, but this kid failed. Ahead, on the battlefield. The rebel General David is fleeing in embarrassment. The army has completely collapsed. It is impossible to regroup even during the day, let alone night. Germa 66. This legendary army actually exists. Run. Now there is no other way but to escape. But, forehead, there was a sudden sharp pain in my vest. David flew out directly and fell heavily to the ground. Regardless of the pain, he looked back instantly. Behind him, under the moonlight, a child in a blue combat uniform approached with a wicked smile. "Hey, do you want to compete with me in speed?" David gritted his teeth, stood up, and struck the child heavily with a battle axe behind his back. But the child with blue hair showed extraordinary fighting skills. With a roundhouse kick, he kicked the giant axe out of David's hand and then reached out towards David. Crack! Brilliant lightning was released from the child's palm, instantly making David scream in agony. "Doflamingo, come and save me." On a high platform not far away, Ian stood here, and what he saw was this scene. "Windsmoke, it's great to meet you here." 83. Windsmoke Technology Judge. "It's really Germa?" Doflamingo stood next to Ian. His tone was slightly solemn. "Ian, have you heard the legend of the Windsmoke family? In the North Sea, the names Germa and Windsmoke can really stop a child from crying at night. The kingdom of Germa once briefly unified the entire North Sea, and the Windsmoke family that ruled Germa became the royal family of the North Sea. Although the rule of the Germa kingdom over the North Sea was short-lived, the huge Beihai kingdom was quickly eliminated by government interference. The Germa kingdom even lost its territory because of this and became a kingdom wandering on the sea. However, this does not mean that the kingdom of Germa is silent. Not to mention anything else, when the current head of the Windsmoke family, Windsmoke Gaji, returned to Beihai, he chopped off the heads of 4 kings in one go and created the appalling massacre of the 4 kingdoms. Although the Germa kingdom is now in decline, it is also a well-known war expert in the North Sea. They gain wealth by accepting employment to participate in the war. Doflamingo said, "Bah. Hey, you must have been hired by this country to put down a rebellion. What a coincidence." Windsmoke Gage. Ian chuckled. He was once a member of MADS, the research organization led by Vegapunk, and was a colleague of Uncle Quinn. It's not just his colleagues. Uncle Quinn is also very unconvinced with Gaji, just like Caesar with Vegapunk. Mads. Doflamingo recalled it, but he had no impression. But of course Quinn knew. The leader of the Beast Pirates. Is that guy friends with Vinsmoke, Gage? Of course, Doflamingo misunderstood. So he said, "Hey, is that so? Since we are friends, there is no need to fight. D. Oh, you want to say hello? Friend." Ian couldn't help but laugh. If Gaji was placed in front of Uncle Quinn, he would be eager to skin Gaji. That is naked hatred between peers. Ian thought about it again. But you're right, you really should go say hello. The two achievements that Gaji is most proud of, the blood factor transformation technology he can no longer use, but the battle uniform is still very good. Well, it doesn't seem to be of much use. However, it is still perfectly possible to use it on Yamato Jack and the others, which is basically equivalent to the second Devil Fruit ability. But until then, Ian looked down and looked at the colorful imps on the battlefield. Are you interested in seeing Vinsmoke's technology? In addition, he looked back. The white-haired girl was looking at him eagerly. Go and play. Great. Arriving together, the girl who had long been unable to hold back cheered, ejected into the air like a cannonball, and then crashed downwards in an instant. Jiang Sanshir Yinaraku. The white mace suddenly fell, creating a huge hole in the ground. White mist overflowed, and everyone who was touched was frozen into ice sculptures. What? The green-haired kid noticed the falling Yamato. Who is that guy? Are you also a reformer? The fiery red-haired kid's eyes lit up. Is she Bing? Then I'll take care of her. He is fire. Ha ha. Yamato looked around. The soldiers of the Vinsmoke family were fearless and surrounded her. Though Yamato raised the mace in his hand, and then flicked it casually, horse phantom blade, the white mist turned into a circular slash and spread, sweeping across the entire field in an instant. Many Germa soldiers around were swallowed directly into the white mist. When the fog dissipated, there were already ice sculptures all around. Oh. Doflamingo couldn't help but exclaim. This performance is actually not too exaggerated. However, this ghost girl obviously hasn't used her ability yet, right? How did she manage to freeze everything? Sparks spin. At this time, the red-haired child rushed towards Yamato. Wanted to burn this woman with his flaming fist. But a black shadow fell from the sky and grabbed his fist. What? The red-haired kid, the eldest son of the Vinsmoke family, 6-year-old Vinsmoke Iji, was stunned. This black-haired bastard who suddenly appeared actually grabbed Lian's flaming fist with his hand. Is this also a flame? Ian, who had a domineering hand wrapped around his hand, made a sharp comment. Honestly, it's not very hot. Yeah, of course you shouldn't compare yourself to him, Ian. Doflamingo fell down with a smile. Bastard thing. Iji yelled angrily, jumped into the air, and whipped his legs. Ian just let go of his right hand, and then tapped his right index finger lightly. Flying finger gun. Iji's right leg twitched like an electric shock, and then was bounced away. Oh. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow. It's very hard. This combat suit looks very soft. Of course, he could see with his eyes that the power of Ian's understatement was superior to that of a musket, but it couldn't shake that battle suit at all. It's pretty good, isn't it, Vinsmoke's technology? Ian said softly. However, has Judge developed a combat suit this year? Double spark spin. Iji was very angry at being teased, and his hands burst into flames, and he rushed towards Ian again. He was greeted by a finger. Ian poked the boy's forehead with his index finger. Ugh. Iji's eyes rolled back instantly, and a dent was poked in his forehead by Ian. The whole person flew out like a cannonball and fell heavily to the ground. Iji. Not far away, the pink girl, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Reiju, exclaimed. Who is this guy? Huh? Iji, this idiot. He was killed in an instant. The green-haired kid, the fourth son, Yonji, couldn't help laughing at his eldest brother's miserable appearance. He died well. The Vinsmoke family doesn't need trash. That's right. The blue-haired second son, Niji, also smiled. He had already electrocuted David to the point of foaming at the mouth, and at this time, he rushed to the scene as soon as his eldest brother was in trouble and laughed. He's just as trash as Sanji. Hey, that unknown guy. Kill him quickly. Reiju lowered her eyes. Her brothers are different from her. They don't have human emotions, sadness, pain, anger. They are killing weapons created by their father. He. Is this the Vinsmoke family? Doflamingo couldn't help but be surprised. What a brotherly and respectful relationship. He was pretty good to Razanani. But Ian, since we want to talk, is it really okay to kill him? He had some doubts again. His forehead was dented by this kid, right? Look carefully, Dover. Ian just walked forward and looked down at E.G., who had already fainted. This is Vince Smoke's technology. Doflamingo was slightly stunned. It seems it's really amazing. The hole on E.G.'s forehead on the ground has now returned to normal, as if he had not been attacked at all. This is the exoskeleton that Judge customized for his sons. IT not only has a hardness beyond steel, but also has the ability to automatically recover. Of course, E.G.'s exoskeleton is far from mature now. In the original work, after Sanji awakened the power of the bloodline factor, he could even stand and fight with the Seraphim who reproduced the bloodline of the Lunaria clan. Oh, although you did a good job, you still have to die. Laughing loudly, the blue Niji came with lightning. Let me hang you. The green-haired Yongji threw 2 nooses at Ian. Ian smiled, grabbed Niji's head with his left hand, grabbed the noose with his right hand, and pulled Yongji over. Then let me taste your abilities too. Quack, let me go. Niji desperately released lightning. Well, it's a bit numb. Asshole, watch me break your hand. Yongji grabbed Ian's hand and tried to break it. The power is much stronger than the 2 brothers. So why did Judge separate all the abilities? Wouldn't it be better to give all the abilities to everyone equally? Do you really think that mass-produced machines are not as good as prototypes? Or does the convergence of abilities affect his formation of the 5 colors team? Shenzhou White Snake Drive. Flash of lightning. A white lightning instantly penetrated the entire Germa army array, and with the white flash, soldiers flying all over the sky appeared. Ming Di. Yamato held Kin number 2 with both hands, and white mist filled up from the mace. With a strong swing of his hands, the white shockwave instantly penetrated the army like a spear. All the soldiers were frozen along the way, and then directly shattered by the shockwave. It's so exaggerated. Doflamingo couldn't help but marvel at Yamato's performance. With this kind of strength, if she uses her ability, Pika and the others are no match for her at all. However, he glanced at Ian. Well, after looking at this guy again, he immediately felt that Yamato was also normal. Interesting technique. I'm going to talk to Judge. Ian grabbed 2 little ghosts and hit them in the middle. With the sound of metal collision, the 2 little ghosts rolled their eyes and slid to the ground. Then he turned his head and said while looking at the pink girl not far away. The pink girl paused, then raised her hands and surrendered. Mind if I come with you? Doflamingo said with a smile. Oh. Ian raised his eyebrows. Don't you want to save David? That guy is still unconscious on the battlefield, and he might be trampled to death at any time. Hey, anyway, Doflamingo said, it's all proven, isn't it? Ian laughed and stomped on the air to launch himself into the air. Doflamingo followed closely behind the army of the Germa Kingdom. What? Judge found something wrong. The army in front was collapsing. Some guy was slaughtering people wantonly. E.G. and his men seemed to be in trouble too. Judge's expression became visibly flustered. Those kids were his lifelong hope. Reviving the Vinsmoke family and reconquering the North Sea all depended on them. Judge was ready to go over and see for himself. But, Vinsmoke Judge, I've heard of you for a long time. Accompanied by the voice of a young man and a voice changer, 2 figures fell one after another. The leading young man smiled and greeted Judge. I've heard a lot of your stories from Uncle Quinn. This is not a lie. Uncle Quinn is a big mouth, and he will tell everything if you compliment him a little. I really heard a lot of inside stories of the MADS organization from him, including the fact that they created the number 1 android, Stussy. You mean Quinn? Judge's face changed. Then, when he saw Ian's face clearly, his cheeks twisted even more instantly. You are Dash. Ian of Burning Sky. 84. Judge's Despair and Hope. Please subscribe. Gaji watched as Ian's mind went blank. Of course, he also reads newspapers. Rather, because the World Economic News has been serializing a comic strip with Germa as the villain, he paid more attention to the newspaper than the average person. Therefore, he was naturally aware of the war that broke out in the New World some time ago. Burning Skies Ian, the young monster who shined in the Battle of Beehive Island and the Whitebeard Pirates battle against the Beast Pirates. The real monster with a bounty of 800 million belly for the first time made Marco even call him invincible. Diamond Josie was also burned to ashes. He is a famous strong man in the New World and the leader of the Beast Pirates. How come this guy is here? Gaji found it hard to understand. What are the big cadres of the beast pirates doing here in this remote Beihai? Etc. Quinn. Could it be that guy Quinn asked him to come to him? Do you hate it that much? Seeing Gaji's frightened expression, Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh. Ian, I'm completely frightened by you. It seems that having a big name has its disadvantages. Ian shrugged. But still very cool. This feeling of being scared every time someone sees you is really not bad. The old pot-bellied king was frightened even more and collapsed directly on the back of his servant, shivering and not daring to move. Ian even suspected he might be incontinent. This is deterrence. Don't be too proud, you brat. Gaji suddenly roared. Don't think that I will be captured without mercy. Ian was confused for a moment. If you're not a buddy, why am I so proud? Haven't I said nothing yet? Let me show you Vinsmoke's technology. Gaji took out a jar. It seems like I don't want to talk to you. Doflamingo smiled. Then it seems that he is planning to use another method to talk to me. Ian said nonchalantly. Isn't there a saying? It is enough for men to rely on fists to communicate. It seems that this is Gaji's plan. This guy is surprisingly rich in martial arts. This is a technology that Quinn will never be able to develop in his lifetime. Gaji pressed the jar to his waist. Instantly, the jar began to glow. Ouch, it would be even better if you shout henshin at this time. Which boy can resist the temptation of transformation? Give me one, too. Immediately, when the light dissipated, Gaji was already wearing a gray combat uniform and holding a spear with flashing lightning in his hand. Vinsmoke Gaji, known as the strange bird Garuda. Doflamingo took 2 steps back consciously. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of strength he has. Then you might be disappointed, Ian said calmly. Unlike Uncle Quinn, Gaji is more of a researcher. It cannot be said that the combat effectiveness is not at all, but it is indeed only a little. Explosive kick. The jet hole in Gaji's heel instantly sprayed out blue flames, causing his speed to suddenly increase. In an instant, he rushed in front of Ian and kicked him. It's too slow. Ian just casually moved one side of his body to avoid Gaji's blow. Gaji was a little angry when the blow missed and pointed the spear in his hand at Ian. Discharge. Brilliant blue electric light suddenly spread towards Ian like a spider web. It's both fire and thunder. How worthless are these 2 elements in this world? However, the thunder can't rely on positioning to hide. Ian swung his slender right leg and directly kicked the brilliant thunder to pieces. Otherwise, it is a domineering version now. Electromagnetic crushing attack. The heel spurted fire again, and Gaji ejected and directly used his electrifying right knee to hit Ian with a flying knee strike with a power of 130. Paper painting. The body twisted like a piece of paper, casually folding to the right, and once again easily avoided Gaji's blow. After all, the reason why Sanji is so powerful is not just because he is a reformer, domineering, and hard work are also essential. As far as Gaji's fighting skills are concerned, what can he do no matter how strong his skills are? Ian could even be distracted by his thoughts. Electromagnetic thrust. The spear wrapped in electric light came towards him and was about to penetrate Ian directly. But I've almost had enough fun. Ian's eyes narrowed. Buzz. Dark lightning jumped from his body. Even Doflamingo suddenly changed his expression. Such a level of domineering color. The menacing Gaji suddenly felt a heavy blow to his brain, and his resolute and powerful thrust instantly softened, and he staggered and fell directly to the ground. Doflamingo looked at Ian with surprise. As we all know, Boang's domineering energy cannot become stronger through practice. This type of domineering energy is a direct reflection of courage and strength and can only become stronger through its own strengthening. On the other hand, the strength of the Overlord's domineering energy can also prove the owner's power. What Doflamingo had to admit was that although he also had Overlord color, his Overlord color was nothing compared to Ian's. The gap in strength is quite large. Monster. This guy is a real monster. This is not the first time that I have sighed from the bottom of my heart. Doflamingo couldn't help but feel frustrated. Jiaji raised his head tremblingly and looked up at Ian in disbelief. Behind the young man is the bright moon. Under the moonlight, the young man's slender body looked even thinner. However, it was such a frail young man who fell to the ground with just one look. How could it be so strong? In this case, What use of the technologies he has painstakingly researched? Is it not possible for the Vinsmoke family to be revived? No, let alone the Fushing family. I will die here today. Whoa. Thinking of this, Jiaji couldn't help but feel sad and actually burst into tears. No, you can't kill me. If I die, the centuries-long cherished wish of the Vinsmoke family will be completely in vain. Ah. Doflamingo was stunned. Are you crying after being beaten? The famous Vince Mock Gage was beaten to tears. He had never seen this scene before. After a brief moment of astonishment, Doflamingo laughed loudly. His words became pale and weak, and he didn't even know what to say. Then just laugh. When you don't know what to say, just laugh. No, don't hurt father. At this time, a small figure staggered up to Ian, opening his thin arms to protect his father. Ian looked down at the child in front of him. Yellow hair, the Vinsmoke family's signature curly eyebrows, a timid expression, and dirty clothes. Sean, Sanji. Gaji, who was crying loudly, was stunned. Sanji, this failure, this cowardly son who has not shown any blood factor transformation, is now actually protecting himself in front of Ian? The corners of Ian's mouth raised. Vinsmoke Sanji, Gaji's true, highest masterpiece. He not only possesses the terrifying physical talent modified by blood factors, but also possesses normal human emotions. Emotion is the force that promotes human progress. Jealousy, greed, love, care, responsibility, whether positive or negative, feelings always push people forward. Yes, but... Ian smiled and said, what are you going to trade for? Sanji was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously groped around on his body, but found nothing. Then he mustered up the courage. I can cook, I can help you cook. Sanji. Gaji had already started shouting, but his meaning was a bit unclear. There is no doubt that this guy is a scumbag. He can even transform his own children without hesitation, and he doesn't treat Sanji, a son who has not shown the power of transformation, as a son at all. In addition, vanity, cruelty, arrogance, coldness, hypocrisy, selfishness, desire for power, and arrogance are all the character traits of the villain in the story. However, this guy only has two advantages. Repaying kindness with kindness is a promise worth 1,000 pieces of gold. In the original work, after being rescued by Sanji, he was willing to lead his family to fight for the Straw Hats. For this reason, he did not hesitate to fight against the Charlotte family and gave Sanji the invisible black battle uniform. Therefore, facing the protection of this son whom he usually looked down upon, Gaji felt a lot for a moment. However, what Gaji looks forward to more than his feelings for his son is, he looked up at Ian. Will this man agree to Sanji's request? He looked forward to it. But I also know that this is delusional. Cooking or something. Deal. Gaji heard Ian say this. Even Doflamingo was stunned for a moment. Deal done. Is this a deal? I happen to be short of a cook on my ship. Ian said, you will be my chef from now on. Sanji was stunned for a moment, then nodded happily. Yeah, he has been a very gentle person since he was a child. Although I don't know what will happen to him next, it will be nice to be able to save his father, even though his father has always been very bad to him. Sanji. Gaji instantly burst into tears again. Actually, was this boy the one who saved him? In addition, Ian looked down at Gaji, who was lying on the ground crying. Gaji, maybe you misunderstood something from the beginning. Want to come and chat? Gaji was stunned for a moment. What's the meaning? I mean, do you want to come and talk about cooperation? Ian said, the collaboration between the Beast Pirates and the Vinsmoke family. Gaji's eyes widened instantly. A collaboration between the Beast Pirates and the Vinsmoke family? The huge surprise exploded in my mind like a nuclear bomb. It directly blew up Gaji until he was dizzy. Doesn't that mean there is hope of regaining the glory of our ancestors? From despair to now hope. Gaji didn't know what to do. Now, can we open the champagne? 85. Cooperation matters. Artificial devil fruit, please subscribe. The surprise came so suddenly that Gaji even wondered if he was hallucinating. Is it really possible to cooperate with the Beast Pirates? Because he has been paying attention to the news, even Gaji, who is far away in the North Sea, knows that the Beast Pirates are one of the strongest pirate groups in the world. Even the Whitebeard pirates are facing them, return in vain. If we can get their support, who else in the entire North Sea can stop the expansion of the Vinsmoke family? Thinking of this, Gaji's heart was already burning. Is it true, Ian? Gaji had completely forgotten the conflict just now, and looked at Ian with immense anticipation, eagerness, and hope. Doflamingo even felt that he was looking up to Ian like he was looking up to his adoptive father. Can the Beast Pirates really cooperate with the Vinsmoke family? Uncle Quinn said that Gaji, your accomplishments in bloodline factors are only inferior to Vegapunk in the world. Ian was talking nonsense. Of course, Uncle Quinn had never praised Gaji. Every time he mentioned Gaji, he always had a face of hatred and disgust, but now he was not around. This is the art of language. This is emotional intelligence. Those of your children should be the products of blood factor transformation, right? Isn't that awesome? I think that the strength of our beast pirates, coupled with your technology, will definitely produce a good chemical reaction. So hurry up and bring your technology to Wano. Gaji cried excitedly again. That's right, with my skills and your strength, what else in this world can resist? What can stop him from riding a horse? Ancestors, there is hope for the revival of the Vinsmoke family. Doflamingo looked at Gaji, who was so excited that he burst into tears again, and wanted to laugh a little. This guy seems a bit easy to deceive. Why didn't you let yourself meet him first? However, he also admitted that the power of the Beast Pirates and the Vinsmoke family was already unrivaled in the entire North Sea, and no one could stop it. But right away, Doflamingo discovered his blind spot. It seems that regardless of whether the Vinsmoke family is included or not, the Beast Pirates can easily sweep across the North Sea. Just sending one of the 3 big cadres here is enough. That's okay. Ian. Gaji got up from the ground in disgrace. He was extremely excited and swore to Ian, I swear as long as you, the Beast Pirates, can help the Vinsmoke family reunify the North Sea, I will do anything. Ian twitched the corner of his mouth. You can do everything. Let's talk about this to your daughter. Oh, your daughter is only 9 years old, so forget it. Let me show my sincerity first, Gaji said loudly. Then, he shot the old king to death with a backhand shot. Old king. No, buddy, what does it have to do with me if you show sincerity? This guy hired me to be your enemy. Gaji had his own theory, so he deserves to die. That's okay. Ian nodded slightly. Since he has shown his sincerity, he should also show his sincerity. Ian shouted towards the distance. Yamato, it's ready, come back. From a distance, the girl's unhappy shouts could still be heard clearly. Then Ian looked at Gaji and said, Then let's find a place to have a good chat. Later, outside the island, among the sea buildings guarded by giant snails, there was a certain palace. Razanandi came out of the toilet with a normal expression and returned to the palace where they were entertained. Gaji sincerely invited everyone to enter the kingdom of Germa. This time, he went to talk with Ian and the others, and everyone was waiting here. Vinsmoke, though. Rasanante sighed inwardly. The bad news comes one after another. Mr. Sengoku, make your decision quickly. Inside the palace, Drake was looking around in surprise. Is this the palace of the evil army, Germa 66? Now he is colluding with the Vinsmoke family again. That guy Ian is indeed extremely evil. All children who grew up in Beihai have more or less read the comic strips serialized in the World Economic News, and Germa 66 is the villain legion in it, and the Vinsmoke family is the ruler of the villain legion, the villain. Even Luo couldn't help but look around. Before he was terminally ill, he grew up reading comics. Jack and Black Maria were a little confused about this. Vinsmoke? Where did this little brat come from? Do you know that I am also worthy of the New World? Vinsmoke, this name is not unfamiliar even in the New World. Womanside, this trip is really more lively than expected. Dover, will the Beast Pirates really help the Vinsmoke family unify the North Sea? Toribol asked Doflamingo, who was sitting on the sofa in a low voice. Doflamingo just laughed. And you're not an idiot. In another palace, negotiations on cooperation are also underway. Participants included Gaji, who represented the Vinsmoke family, and Ian and Yamato, who represented the Beast Pirates. Of course, Yamato mainly listened. However, before the conversation lasted a few words, Yamato was so sleepy that he fell asleep on Ian's shoulder. I have 2 demands here. Ian got straight to the point. First, combat uniform. The combat uniforms you and your children use just now seem very good. Can you make some for our people? Not too many, just for some core members. This. Gaji, who just said that he could do anything, suddenly hesitated. The battle suit is still just a trial version, but it is already his proudest work, second only to his sons who were transformed. Not only the technology, but the materials used to make the combat uniforms are also very precious. They are made of an extremely precious memory metal. However, looking at Ian, Gaji gritted his teeth and said, "No problem. I will do my best." "Great." Ian nodded happily. "If nothing else, give Jack, Maria, Sharon, and Xiaopei a set. The increase in combat effectiveness is obvious, and the protection is also very strong." Then the second request. "This is the real point," Ian said. "Gaji, you are very accomplished in blood factors, right? So, can you make artificial devil fruits?" "Artificial devil fruit?" Gaji stood up in shock. "How do you know this?" "Vegapunk once studied this topic. I just heard that devil fruits are also closely related to blood factors." Ian said, "So I was wondering if I could make a man-made devil fruit." Gaji was silent for a moment. "I have not conducted any research in this area. His specialty is human body modification based on blood factors, which has nothing to do with devil fruit. There is no need to completely reproduce it, and there is no need to reproduce those troublesome superhuman or natural devil fruits." Ian said, "You only need to copy the ordinary animal system. Even some shortcomings are acceptable. You just need to increase the number. Of course, the beast pirates must have all the beasts. The beast pirates would be incomplete without artificial devil fruits." "Is that so?" Gaji twirled his raised beard and narrowed his eyes. "In this case, it doesn't seem impossible. Although he has not studied artificial devil fruits, he has heard from Vegapunk that the ordinary animal type is the easiest to copy, followed by the superhuman type and fantasy beast type, and the natural type is the hardest to copy." "Very good." Ian nodded with satisfaction. "Don't worry, Gaji, your efforts will not be in vain. We will provide financial support. Teacher Kai probably wouldn't mind either." "It would be great." Gaji's eyes lit up. He was working as a mercenary everywhere because he lacked research funds. Then, regarding Gaji's request, Ian paused. "Your request is to unify Beihai, right?" "That's right," Gaji declared loudly. "I want to restore the glory of my ancestors, make Vinsmoke great again." "It's not difficult to conquer the North Sea," Ian said. Gaji's eyes lit up instantly. "Indeed, this will certainly not be difficult for the beast pirates." "So," Ian said next, "however, it is impossible to conquer the North Sea in a short time." "What?" Gaji stood up directly. "You should understand, right, Gaji? How did the Beihai kingdom collapse back then?" Ian said. Gaji was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth. "World government." "That's right, world government." Ian snapped his fingers. "The world government will never allow the North Sea to fall into someone's hands, even if it is conquered again, as long as it cannot resist the world government. Its decline will be nothing more than the blink of an eye." Gaji's body softened, and he sat on the sofa dejectedly. "If the enemy is the world government, how can Vinsmoke be made great again?" "So, there's only one thing we have to do," Ian said. "Overthrow the world government. As long as we overthrow the world government, won't the whole world be at our mercy?" "Overthrow the world government?" Gaji couldn't believe it. "Ian, are you kidding? Is such a thing possible?" "It's not that it's impossible, it's that it must be done." Ian looked at Gaji. "Or you can give up your family's centuries-old wish." "Give up? Of course I won't give up." Gaji slapped the table and stood up. "How could I give up?" "Great, Nagaji. What do you think?" The corners of Ian's lips raised. "Who in this world is most likely to overthrow the world government?" Gaji was stunned for a moment, and he looked at Ian. "Apart from the world government, the most powerful forces in the world are the several monster pirate groups in the New World, right?" "Just a reminder," Ian said happily. "Charlotte Lingling and Teacher Kai are good friends. Of course, they will join hands to fight against the world government. Anyway, they joined hands in the original work, and I didn't lie." Gaji then understood. "Of course, it's the beast pirates. Apart from the beast pirates, who else has a chance to overthrow the world government?" "Whitebeard." "Everyone knows that Whitebeard has no desire to dominate. It can only be the beast pirates." "So, I see," Gaji said solemnly. "I completely understand. Now is not the time." Ian said, "We have to wait until our power becomes more powerful. And you, Gaji, your research is the key to our enhancement. Then leave it to me. Gaji is magnificent." Ian raised his lips. "Doesn't this mean that prostitution was successful? Do you like the cake I drew for you?" "Gaji, as for what Beihai should do after the government is really overthrown, let's talk about it at that time." Ian extended his right hand towards Gaji and said, "Happy cooperation." Gaji held Ian's hand and said, "Happy cooperation." 86. Sanji's counterattack. The Navy is coming. Please subscribe. Inside a room of the Vinsmoke family, Sanji is packing his things. No one asked him to do this, but he felt that he should do it. After all, he was going to leave the Vinsmoke family next. Is this a good thing? Sanji, who is only 6 years old this year, didn't know. Everyone here treats him badly. His 3 brothers always bully him, his father looks down on him, and his only sister doesn't treat him well. His only mother who cares about him and loves him died not long ago. Staying in this house just makes him feel at a loss. But he grew up here since he was a child. He is familiar with everything here. What will happen to him in the future if he leaves here? Sanji doesn't know. But being a chef shouldn't be a bad thing, right? I heard you're leaving. A voice suddenly came from behind. Sanji was startled and turned back in panic. His sister Reiju, who has beautiful pink hair, leaned against the door and looked at him quietly. Sanji was a little panicked. Although this sister rarely took the initiative to target him, she did a lot of bullying with the other 3 brothers, and Sanji was also afraid of her. He nodded gently. Well, that man Lord Ian said that I should be his chef. Ian of Burning Sky. Reiju raised her hand and scratched her hair. I only knew that he was a senior cadre of the Beast Pirates. IT might not be a bad thing for you to leave with him. Sanji was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why this sister would say such a thing. Is she worried about herself? Reiju looked at this brother quietly. After a long time. Good luck, Sanji. She turned and left. Sanji was still a little confused. What exactly was she doing here? At the same time, the palace where the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates were. Hey, so has the cooperation been confirmed now? Doflamingo smiled at Ian and Judge, who walked in side by side. Well, there is also the sleepy Yamato, but she was ignored. Yes, Ian said with a smile. We have decided to work together next to overthrow the world government. Overthrow the world government? Doflamingo smiled even more. Then can I participate in this cooperation? Overthrow the world government? Then I, Doflamingo, will also help out. Of course, no problem. Ian said with a smile. The more power to overthrow the world government, the better. After all, the world government is really super strong. That's great. Our power has become stronger. Judge was also very happy. Then let's have a party. Have a party? Ian estimated that it was already late at night. Turning his head, Yamato, who was standing next to him, had fallen asleep on his shoulder again. But forget it, let's have it. Anyway, I'm a little hungry. I haven't eaten since I had lunch at Spedimura's at noon. Then let's have a party, Ian said. So the party was held. Because there were too many people attending the party, Judge specially chose a fairly large banquet hall with several long tables lined up side by side, which was more than enough for everyone to sit down. In addition to the Beast Pirates, the Don Quixote family and Umit, Judge's children, also came to the party. The red, blue, green, and pink kids sat with their father. Sanji's 3 brothers were still pretending to be fierce and grinning at Yamato, looking unconvinced. Yamato was not interested in them, too weak, and could not be interested at all. Sanji came late because he was packing up, and he didn't know where to sit. The way Sanji is here. Yongji, the youngest of the 4 brothers, laughed without hesitation. If you are a waste, just go and have dinner with the dog. Yongji, you can come up with good ideas occasionally. The second brother Niji laughed. That's right, Sanji likes to prepare food for cats and dogs anyway. The eldest brother Iji was equally merciless. Sanji lowered his head, just like in the past. The family relationship doesn't seem to be very harmonious. Umit looked at it with a smile. He even hoped it would be more exciting. Watch the fun. Shut up. But at this time, someone suddenly interrupted them. The 3 brothers immediately quieted down, because it was their father who was talking. The 3 brothers without human emotions did not necessarily respect their father, but they could not resist Judge. Judge looked at Sanji with a complicated look in his eyes. He said, You are already Ian's chef, so go to Ian. Sanji looked at his father in surprise, then nodded slightly and walked towards Ian. Wait a minute. At this time, Ian suddenly spoke. Sanji's footsteps stopped abruptly, and he looked up in surprise. Did he regret it? The Beast's pirates shouldn't be insulted like this. Ian supported his face with his hands and said lazily, Sanji, Uh-huh. Sanji responded in a low voice. Ian pointed at the three brothers who were sitting there without saying a word. Go and beat them back. Beat him back? Sanji's eyes widened. He had never thought of such a thing. Just as he was about to say something, his old father shouted from behind. Didn't you hear that? Sanji, Ian told you to beat him back. Sanji turned around and couldn't help but look at his three brothers. Although the three brothers did not speak, they stared at him with terrifying eyes. Sanji couldn't help but bow his head again. Listen, Sanji. With this hand, Ian said, You are already my chosen chef, and that is my partner. Since you are my partner, I will protect you. There is no need to be afraid or worried. Just do it. Sanji's body was shaken. Will he protect himself? Sanji sniffed. He gritted his teeth. Bulkhead rushed out. Funly punched Iji in the face, causing the elder brother to fall off the chair. It hurts. Sanji bared his teeth. Although Iji's exoskeleton is not fully mature yet, its hardness is already quite exaggerated. However, Sanji felt very happy. So when he knocked Niji off the chair with his second punch, a smile was already on his face. Finally, the third punch made Yongji follow the footsteps of the two brothers, and the three brothers fell to the ground collectively. Sanji's smile was extremely bright at this time. The suppression that I had been feeling was finally released. Remember what this moment feels like, Sanji. Ian said, You can do without violence, but you can't live without it. Sanji nodded and looked at Reiju. Reiju didn't move or say a word. She even closed her eyes. But Sanji thought of Reiju, who suddenly ran over and said some incomprehensible words. He turned around silently, then walked to Ian and found a seat to sit down. Introduce. Ian pointed at Sanji. This is Sanji, who will be the chef on the Golden Flying Dragon from now on. Hello. Yamato, who was feeling sleepy, still showed a bright smile. I am Yamato. Jack nodded slightly. Jack? Black Maria also smiled gently. She really likes children. Black Maria? Sanji was a little happy, but tried hard not to laugh too happily. He nodded slightly cautiously. Hello, I'm Sanji. Then Ian looked at someone who was silent and said, Drake, why don't you introduce yourself? I'm not one of your people. Drake's words directly confused everyone present. What is this guy talking about? Derek glanced at Sanji, another child about to be taught evil. But he won't. He is no longer a child. I want to be the Navy's Drake. I'm not the pirate's Drake, Drake said solemnly. Womit directly sprayed Rice. Did he hear correctly? Razanandi was suddenly startled. Navy? This kid wants to be in the Navy. Then why did he get together with Ian and others? Navy. Doflamingo was also stunned. Hey, how interesting. Ian, is there such a maverick guy on your ship? This dream is quite rare among pirates. Ian just chuckled. It seems. Doflamingo looked at Drake. You really lack a correct understanding of the Navy, boy. Derek didn't bother to reply at all. He just buried his head in eating. Love as much as you like, he doesn't care anyway. The worst-case scenario is death. So Doflamingo looked at Ian again. Then later, I will share with him the glorious deeds of the Navy. What do you think, Ian? He didn't know a lot of dirty stuff about the Navy, but there was so much dirty stuff about the Tianlong people that it couldn't even be described as dirty stuff. As we all know, the Navy is the dog of the celestial dragons. That would be great. Ian readily accepted. In fact, the original plan was for Doflamingo to teach Drake a lesson. Let this kid know that the justice he thinks does not exist from the beginning. Then, boom. The door of the banquet hall was suddenly pushed open. A guard from the German kingdom hurried in. Your Majesty Gaji, the Navy is here. Gaji was stunned. Navy. Umit panicked. Doflamingo was also stunned. Ian also raised his eyebrows slightly. He came really quickly. Yes, the fleet from the Navy headquarters is approaching. The guard loudly said. Besides, the leader is Lieutenant General He, the chief staff officer of the Navy headquarters. What? You mean Crane? Doflamingo perked up. Is that smelly old woman catching up again? He looked at Ian apologetically. Ian, it seems that I have caused trouble for you. Yeah. Ian smiled meaningfully. Why do I feel like something is wrong? How did they know we were here? Doflamingo was also stunned. Yes, how did the Navy know? This country is a non-governmental member country and has no channels to inform the Navy. Moreover, the Navy did not pay attention to the rebellion that occurred here, so there was no reason to know that it was him. So, How did the Navy manage to find them right after they came? Doflamingo took a deep breath. Hey, Ian, it seems that I really let you down. Damn it, there are bad guys in the family. Ian stood up and stretched. Anyway, let's go out and take a look. He lowered his head and was met with Yamato's burning eyes. Are we going to fight? Ian thought for a while. It depends on what they say. 87. Eat shit justice. Drake's blackening. Lieutenant General, he said before that he chased Doflamingo away, but now he came to his door. This old lady is not an easy character to get along with. As a member of the Navy legend, although this old lady is a civilian employee, she is definitely not weak in strength. Even 15 years later, when she is completely aged, her strength should not be weaker than that of the 3 disaster generals Xingliu. But now 15 years ago, everyone has not yet reached their peak, and the disaster generals and so on are much weaker than they will be 15 years later, and even Jack is still a child. On the contrary, the current lieutenant general, he is still on the tail end of his prime, and she is stronger than she would be 15 years later. After such a trade-off, is it possible that the old woman is stronger than the current Marco or Uncle Jin? Trouble. What's even more troublesome is that she brought someone with her. Momoda Gion. At a young age, he's already a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. Doflamingo said with a smile. Moreover, she is not an ordinary major general. She still stays at this rank just because her achievements are not enough. In fact, her strength is far higher than that of ordinary lieutenant generals. Everyone said that if Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji weren't so outstanding, she and Otago should also be strong contenders for the position of general in the future. Hey Ian, why? Why is the Peach Rabbit, who is supposed to suppress the pirates in the New World, now blocking us with a crane? Ian didn't speak, just leaned on the sofa leisurely. Yes, although they said they wanted to take a look, Ian and others did not come forward directly. Let Gaji handle it first. After all, the Kingdom of Germa is also a member of the world government. Although Gaji has no cards in front of Ian, he can still show off in front of the Navy. However, the chances of being fooled directly are not high. Therefore, the place where Ian and others are at this time is in the living room on the side of the entrance to the Kingdom of Germa. They can advance, attack, retreat, or defend to win. Ian just waited. However, Doflamingo continued to be angry. Why exactly? Doflamingo glanced at all his cherished family members, although he still had a smile on his face. Could it be that someone among my most cherished family members betrayed me? Who is it? Who did it? Pika even screamed with his extremely sharp voice. Who dares to betray us? If someone did it to me, I would definitely cut off every piece of flesh on his body. There were 2 marks on his face with oil paint, and the man named Diamantai, the leader of the Don Quixote family, was also roaring angrily. The traitor is more worthy of death than the enemy. Rocinante also tried hard to look angry, but he knew that he might not be able to hide it for long. But at least there's one more thing to do before being completely exposed. Rosinante glanced at Derek imperceptibly. This kid who dreams of becoming a Navy should not be ensnared by pirates. Doflamingo's eyes scanned his family members one by one. Who is it? Torbol, Diamantai, and Pika have all been loyal to him since childhood. Senior, Yura, Gladius, Mahabais, and Rauji were also recruited into the family very early on. There's only one guy. Since his return, the Navy has always been able to control its own movements. Bumba. That's so much fun. At the same moment, in front of the Germa kingdom floating on the sea, a Navy fleet lay across here. At this time, a man walked up on the head of a big snail on Germa's side. Coming. Guillaume narrowed his eyes. Who would have thought that even the Vinsmoke family would be involved now? Sister he, is it still too late to ask Senior Porcelino to come over for support? Lieutenant General, he didn't speak, just looked at the top of the snail's head quietly. Navy, what are you doing in front of me? Gaji looked down at the naval fleet below. His tone could be described as unceremonious. Just kidding. Why should the king of a participating country be polite in front of the Navy? He also carries a phone bug with him, which can immediately transmit what happens on his side to Ian's side. I won't say any more nonsense, Vinsmoke Gaji. Lieutenant General, he said calmly, Ian of Burning Sky, Don Quixote Doflamingo, let these 2 guys come out. I have no idea what you are talking about. Jiaji yelled arrogantly. Get out of here. Otherwise, I will complain to the government. It can't be done. Guillaume sneered. You don't think you can get away with it, do you? Since we are here, of course we have conclusive evidence. I advise you not to resist stubbornly. Be honest now. and maybe you can be given a lighter sentence in the future. Or you can just fire the cannon and try it. Gaji's face stiffened slightly. Now he was in trouble. In the back in the living room, Ian stood up and stretched. It seems it's time for us to appear. Ba, I don't care. Doflamingo smiled and said, but Gaji will be in trouble. The king of the Alliance country colludes with the pirates or something. Ian said calmly, it doesn't matter. The beast pirates will protect him from now on. Wouldn't it be better if the Vinsmoke family were pursued by the government? This means that Gaji will rely more on the beast pirates. Doflamingo laughed loudly. Let's go. Ian said that he looked around at the people around him, thought for a moment, and then said, keep those who are not strong enough to fight. Doflamingo looked at someone, then raised the corner of his mouth. That's it. So a group of people set out. In this living room, only Drake, Luo, Baby 5, and other young people with little fighting ability are left. Of course, there are also. Rosanandi looked at Drake. He stayed too. So, great opportunity. Ian walked forward and climbed up the stairs to the top of the snail. What caught his eyes were the Navy warships. I have been in this world for so long, and it seems that I have never had any serious fights with the Navy. Coming. On the warship, Guion had already put his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Get ready, Ian. Gaji looked back at Ian, a little ashamed. It's nothing. They have already grasped my movements and will never give up. Ian said, but Gaji, in this case, there should be no way back for you. I never thought about looking back. Gaji said firmly. Since the world government wants to stop his dream, then the government is his enemy. Great. Ian nodded slightly, stepped forward, and said loudly, I'm sorry, but Granny could you please get out of my way? This kid is quite polite. Guion muttered. However, when she saw Ian with her own eyes, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Too young. So young, yet so powerful. The Navy has no say in making way for pirates. Lieutenant General, he looked at Ian calmly. Is there another bad boy? It's here. Yamato stepped forward with a smile and stood side by side with Ian. I'm probably not talking about you. Ian chuckled. Hey, isn't this Lieutenant General He hasn't been seen for a while. Bad boy Doflamingo stepped forward and looked down at the warship. Are you feeling well? It's better to skip the pirates' greetings. The energetic old woman spoke indifferently. That's right, don't get close to evil pirates. Guion sneered. Your fate today has been determined. Evil. Ian was confused at this time and asked, where do we start with this? What? Guion was really stunned by his answer. After she figured out what Ian meant, she laughed angrily. Do you mean to say that the evil ones are not pirates, but the Navy? Oh, you really don't say that. Ian looked like he suddenly understood. Although I have never thought about it before, but after thinking about it carefully, it seems that it is really the case. Guion didn't even bother to refute. If the celestial dragons are the cancer of the world and the most evil existence in the world, then the Navy that protects them must be at least the second most evil, right? Ian said so. Yeah, I feel like I'm helping the tyrants do harm, but I think I'm just... Doflamingo smiled and agreed. This kind of behavior can be called evil. Shut up. Guion's pupils suddenly trembled. Also, is this kind of thing? Hey, Ian, you know so much. Doflamingo answered with a smile. That's right, the God's Canyon incident was caused by the celestial dragon hunting competition that attracted the Rocks pirates. It's amazing. Ian sincerely marveled. Teacher Kai has worked hard for decades, and he may have killed only a few 100,000 people. In front of the Tianlong people, it is not worth mentioning at all. Killing a country casually, the number of people killed, the number of humans is probably several times that of Teacher Kai, right? In the past 800 years, how many people have died in the Tianlong People's Massacre game? 10 million, or 100 million, or 1 billion? I don't know. Doflamingo looked at the Marines. Why don't you ask the Navy? Every time the Draco people hunt, there are Navy warships guarding them. They may have statistics. Oh, speaking of which, Iron Fist Garp is called a naval hero because he protected the celestial dragons who were attacked by the Rocks pirates in the God's Canyon. TSK. The final result is that the Canyon of the Gods sinks and all the indigenous people die. He is truly a naval hero, and he has perfectly maintained the image of the celestial dragons. What are you guys saying? Guion's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and she subconsciously looked at Lieutenant General Tsuru. This legend, who had led the Navy since before the Great Pirate Era, now had his mouth lowered and said nothing. Sister, what they said was false, right? At the same time, in the living room just now. What? Are all the celestial dragons such scum? Baby 5 shouted loudly. What kind of world noble is this? Impossible. How could such a thing happen? However, Drake turned pale and roared in disbelief. It must be the slander of those two guys. How could the celestial dragons and the government do this? How is it possible? How is it impossible? Luo, who had always been gloomy, sneered at this time. My country was destroyed because of the world government. Derek looked at Luo blankly. Platinum lead mine. Have you heard of it? Platinum lead? Drake had heard about it. It is said to be a very precious mineral. You should have heard the name of my homeland, the white town of Free Fans. Luo clenched his fists. There is a lot of platinum and lead there, and the government has been coveting the benefits of platinum and lead and participating in the trade since 100 years ago. But they never told us that platinum and lead are highly toxic, and the toxins will continue to accumulate. Until a year ago, the toxin broke out and the entire country fell into a state of complete destruction. But what are the world governments doing? They have made huge profits from the platinum and lead trade and turn a blind eye. Let our country be thought by neighboring countries that a large-scale infectious disease has broken out and directly send troops to eliminate it. Derek stumbled back. He looked into Luo's eyes, and those dead eyes filled him with fear. I have 2 years left to live. I want to take revenge on this world. Destroy everything I see. Drake was suddenly sweating. What made him become like this was not a pirate, but a world government. But the navy that protects the government? Outside. Justice. If you act like a dog to the celestial dragons, once the celestial dragons are harmed, you will have to dispatch the general's navy. Do you deserve to talk about justice? Ian shook his head. After all, who are the reasons for so many pirates on the sea? Half of the countries in the world are not protected by the navy, just because they cannot afford the heavenly gold that provides the celestial dragons with entertainment. Then, Ian stretched out his hand and pointed at the Marines below. You just ignore them, and the justice you talk about doesn't exist. Really? Ian shook his head. It's not as good as Senior Whitebeard. At least for the islands owned by the Whitebeard pirates, Senior Whitebeard will not charge huge protection fees, and he is really willing to help if something happens. Ian consciously did not compare the beast pirates. By Awea, isn't this very simple? Doflamingo added insult to injury. Justice also has a stand. Only those who are willing to worship the celestial dragons will be recognized as human beings. In the reception room, Derek had collapsed on the ground, his eyes dull. Justice, is that so? He expected the Navy to retort, but none. He suddenly thought of his father. Father, did he fall after realizing this reality? The celestial dragons are the celestial dragons. The Navy is the Navy. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Luo and Baby 5 both looked at the man who spoke with blank expressions. Rosinante stood up. He looked at Drake and said seriously, At least the Navy's justice in protecting order is not deceitful. You can talk. Luo and Baby 5 couldn't help but scream. Derek also looked at him blankly. At least. Rosinante's tone was also bitter. For 800 years, we have protected the world. He added, half the world. You. Luo was stunned. Derek was silent for a moment. So what they said is true? Rosinante said nothing. He took a deep breath and then said, Now is your chance. Come with me, Derek, and I will take you to the Navy. Derek lowered his head. Then, I'll give you a mud horse. The young man who looked like a teenager suddenly jumped up and knocked Rosinante, who was caught off guard, to the ground. What bullshit justice? Let me all die. This kind of justice, this kind of Navy, let him eat shit. Drake turned to look at Luo and Baby 5. What are you two still doing? This guy's a traitor. On the snail's head, the expressions of Ian and Doflamingo became a little strange. They looked at each other. This development was indeed unexpected. This live broadcast seems to be very effective. Rest assured, Doflamingo said calmly, I asked Senor to stay. So, finally, Ian looked at the Marines. What to do with them? 88. God is not affected. Egalitarian. To be honest, Ian doesn't know what to do with these Marines now. Not to mention Lieutenant General Tsuru, Mimosa Gion's strength will never be weak. 15 years later, Tao Tu Xiao, the general's backup, is said to have the power of Uncle Marco Jean or even higher. So 15 years ago, her strength couldn't have been much worse than Uncle Jin's. There was no doubt that her strength was at the disaster level. coupled with Lieutenant General He, who is likely to be more powerful than Disaster, the Navy's combat power is a bit subtle, to be honest. You said you need to be able to fight. It seems the opponent is very strong. But if you say you can't hit it, it seems that you can touch it. There is another question. What should I do if I win? Ian is not alone. There is a beast pirates behind him, so he should also consider the club. This old woman's prestige in the Navy is probably not much inferior to that of Garp Sengoku. She guides the Navy forward with her wisdom. If we really want to kill Lieutenant General He, how will the Navy react? Garp Sengoku Zifa, an old comrade for decades, might not be directly parachuted into Wano next time. What to do then? Even if the beast pirates can escape, what about Wano country? You don't want the inheritance you've built for many years, and the Pluto buried in Wano country. So Ian felt that it was okay to fight, but only a little. Pirate tradition stopped there. Gaji, Ian said, turn around and get ready to leave. Gaji was stunned for a moment. Aren't you going to fight? Leave the fight to us. Ian said, we will stop them. Just leave and we will catch up soon. Doflamingo instantly understood what Ian meant. Ba, so be it. Understood. Gaji also knew that he shouldn't be indecisive now, so he nodded briefly and quickly returned. Ian looked at the Marines again. Let's make it look good on both sides. He didn't believe that the Navy would dare to attack him and Doflamingo casually. In the original work, Doflamingo was always bossing around with the government, and he was satisfied with the blackmail. But now the Navy dares to directly kill Doflamingo? That's enough nonsense. Ian smiled and spoke. The goal has been achieved, and Ian is too lazy to argue with these self-brainwashed guys. Let them think they are protecting justice. Again, respect. Come on horseback. Gion drew his beloved sword Kenpyra. She now desperately wants a fight to make her forget the hesitation in her heart. Yamato, freeze them, Ian ordered. No. The little girl jumped up, with white hair growing on her body the moment she soared into the air, and the white mace in her hand was wrapped in thick mist. Horse Phantom Blade. With a vigorous swing, a huge white slash roared down. As a great swordsman, Gion used a backhand flying slash to directly cut off Yamato's cold wave. However, Yamato's blow was not a slash at all, and the white mist continued to fall. The next moment, the surfaces of these warships were covered with a layer of frost, and many Navy were directly covered with a layer of ice. What's even more astonishing is the sea. The sea surface where these warships are located has been completely frozen and turned into a solid ice sheet. This stinky girl. Gion couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. I thought only Kazan Senpai could do it. Not even close. Lieutenant General, he said calmly, but this is fine. Having a place to fight isn't all bad. Then get on it. Gion ejected from the warship, stepped on the air, and rushed towards Ian like a phantom. Thundered gossip. However, a figure shot up, and a white mace suddenly came towards him. Gion blocked with his horizontal sword. There was an explosion, and Gion fell to the ground lightly. She looked at the blade of her favorite knife, which was covered with a layer of ice. In front, the white-haired girl chuckled. Your opponent is me, Kaido's daughter. Gion frowned slightly. Although equally extraordinary, this girl is certainly far less impressive than Finchin's Ian. I'm Yamato. Yamato emphasized. Dover, go help Yamato. Ian said, take everyone with you. Yamato alone would definitely not be able to defeat Gion no matter what. Or should I say, even with Doflamingo, we can't win. Therefore, everyone must come together. Everyone? Doflamingo was speechless. What about you? Leave everyone on the other side to me. Ian ejected into the air, and the next moment his body was wrapped in flames. Immediately afterwards, the golden-winged god flapped his wings and flew straight towards the Navy warship. Am I the target? General, he looked up at Ian, who was falling with blazing flames, as if the sun was falling from the sky. She glanced at the group of pirates jumping off the snail's head. Or us. Don't blame me for not respecting the elderly and loving the young enough, Grandma he. The violent aura suddenly crushed them down, instantly causing a large number of sailors on several warships to faint with foaming at the mouth. Lieutenant General, he frowned. The fleet she commanded was all female. You kid who doesn't know how to respect women, let me teach you a lesson. Lieutenant General, he ejected into the air at an astonishing speed. In just an instant, his hand was already stretched out towards Ian. True respect means treating everyone equally. Ian is a true feminist and will never tolerate the idea that women need privileges because they are inferior to men. Divine flame cannon. Fiery flames roared out. But Lieutenant General, he reacted faster. His body ejected in the air, and he easily avoided the blow. The sight and color may be a bit shocking. Ian fluttered his wings and distanced himself. The flames in his left hand and the flames in his right merged into one. The brilliant flames of the winged dragon. A huge fireball hit his head. Lieutenant General, he frowned. Bad kid, if she avoids it, the warship below will suffer. So Lieutenant General, he extended his hand. The palm, already covered with many wrinkles, touched the falling fireball. Then, Ian exclaimed, "Is this okay?" The round and full fireball he smashed down instantly shriveled up and turned into a round golden curtain. What's even worse is that it is obviously a flame, but it has become a little wet. Your flame is as dirty as your heart, and both need to be cleansed. Lieutenant General, he threw the flaming blanket back toward Ian. TSK. Somewhat unreasonable. Washing the fruits, can even the flames wash them? The superhuman system is really rich in all kinds of weird abilities. Below on the ice, the battle for the siege of Guion also reached a stalemate. Strictly speaking, no one can take Guion's sword head-on. The gap in domineering power is too big. Even Doflamingo can't do it. If he hadn't reacted quickly, a hole would have been pulled out in one test. Except Yamato. Of course, Yamato's domineering power is far less than that of Doflamingo. But she has Jin number 2. Top-notch sword-level weapons. In addition to amplifying her freezing ability, its strength is also top-notch, its hardness exceeds that of a sea stone, and it can completely compete with Guion head-on. As a result, the battle here became Yamato at the front, constantly confronting Guion, while others supported him from the side. Doflamingo waves the thread, Jack charges from time to time, Black Maria spits out spider silk, Diamante throws darts, Toribol throws snot, Gladius throws bombs. Mahabas Yura does this if you lack long-range means, use a gun. Bastard thing. Guion never gets tired of it. Although she was very strong, it was a headache to face the siege of so many guys at the same time. She is not like Ian, who can blow up the scene at will. Ian breathed a sigh of relief after noticing the fighting situation here. As long as you can withstand it. Looking out of the corner of his eye, he could see that the kingdom of Germa was already fading away. Put it off a little longer. Ian thought. What are you still looking around for? The crane will come trampling the air. Ian fired several balls of flames in succession, but all of them were washed away by the old woman. You can't touch this. Ian said this and pulled back. But air extraction. General, he suddenly clasped his hands together. Ian suddenly found that the surrounding air was twisted, and the invisible force curled them up. Of course, he himself in the air was also curled up. The airflow was turbulent, and the wings could no longer flap. Is this okay? Air can also be used for washing? He watched helplessly as Lieutenant General he rushed in, and could only punch with all his strength, the winged dragon's iron fist. Lieutenant General, he once again showed his unusual insight. He avoided Ian's blow with one side of his body, and then put his hand on Ian's arm. It's over, the Navy's chief staff officer said calmly. After a living body is attacked by the ability of the washing fruit, it will not die directly, but it will lose its power. Yeah, it's over. Lieutenant General He's hand was suddenly grabbed, caught by a hand made of blazing flames. Wing Shinlong's destructive fist. The scarlet fist suddenly hit Lieutenant General He's abdomen. Gender equality punch. 89. Retreat. The pursuing peach rabbit. Lieutenant General, he fell down like a cannonball and crashed directly into the deck of the warship below. The entire warship was shaking violently. If the quality of the naval warship was not strong enough, then the Vice Admiral might have directly crashed through the entire warship and been smashed into the sea. Ian had regained his composure and chuckled. I admit that your cleansing fruit is very powerful, but if I am not affected, how should you deal with it? Now that the information has been leaked, it is not that easy to hit an opponent of this level with destructive flames under normal circumstances. But you are too confident in your abilities, Grandma he. What did Teacher Zifa say? Crane, you rely too much on your own abilities. Ian shook his fist. Of course, it is really amazing and domineering. A stronger armed color than Marco. One punch, even with the destructive flames, could not completely penetrate the domineering power of Grand Mahi's defense. But it cannot be said that it has no effect. Most of the domineering energy was penetrated, which meant that Lieutenant General he almost used his physical body to receive Ian's hot but violent punch. It shouldn't feel too good. Sister Gion, who was fighting Yamato and others, noticed the scene and couldn't help but exclaimed, "How can it be? Sister, he was actually shot down by that brat," thundered Gossip. The moment she was distracted, Yamato's attack came in an instant, hitting the side of Gion's face, just like hitting a baseball, and directly blew the future star of the Navy away. "Why are you distracted?" Yamato was still very dissatisfied. "Fight me properly." Gion flew through the air like a cannonball, flying almost 100 meters before turning over and landing. She put her hand on her face, which was covered with a piece of solid ice. This stinky girl's frozen power is probably even more powerful than that of Kazan-senpai when she was a child. Dominance surges. With a click, the ice shattered, but my face still felt numb. I don't know whether he was beaten or frozen. Major General Gion calmed his mind. Winwins can feel Sister Izora, she is fine. No need to worry too much. Just concentrate on the battle in front of you. However, this time, it's so awesome. Torbull shook his nose in surprise. That's Lieutenant General He. Lieutenant General He, who has chased them several times and has no way to go to the sky or the ground. Was he shot down so easily? Burning skies, Ian. What kind of monster is this boy? Bah, don't be stunned. Keep fighting. Doflamingo laughed loudly. Ian is like this, but Kaido is much stronger. With allies like the beast pirates, he can do whatever he wants with his business. Ian flapped his wings and flew in the sky, scattering a burst of flames, and some of them got off the warship and went down to support the Navy in Gion. He turned around and saw that the German kingdom was leaving very quickly. In just a short time, a large distance had already been opened. Well, the warship shouldn't be able to catch up, right? That seems to be almost done. Ian lowered his head. On the deck of the warship below, Lieutenant General, he was holding his stomach, his face a little pale, and he looked at him in surprise. How come? How could the ability not work? Lieutenant General, he was puzzled. This guy's domineering strength shouldn't be enough to ignore her abilities. Also, the power of this punch is really exaggerated. It felt like his intestines were about to be broken, and his skin and muscles were scorched black by the high temperature. Such exaggerated power, such hot flames. Red flame. It is indeed as powerful as the rumors. Yamato, Dover. Ian shouted at the top of his lungs. Retreat. Yamato raised his head reluctantly. It's just begun. That's enough. Ian said, there will be many opportunities in the future. Yeah, just listen to Ian. Doflamingo smiled and said, there is indeed no need to continue fighting with them. Don't even think about it. Gion shouted angrily. Fight whenever you want, run away whenever you want. Will you think of their navy? Moreover, the hesitation in her chest has not dissipated yet. She will continue to fight. It's not up to you. Doflamingo chuckled and pointed at the sky. Gion, back away. Lieutenant General, he shouted from behind. Gion looked up. In the sky, the flaming phoenix has spread its wings. Gion's pupil shrank, and he subconsciously stepped back. Ian's move is no longer mysterious. A conclusion has been reached within the Navy. Since almost all attacks are ineffective when in the flame state, keep distance from him. Anyway, this move is time-limited. You must not fight him at this time. But this is exactly what Ian wanted. All right. Ian looked at Gion, who took the initiative to push away, and then said, I will take the lead and go after Gaji. Well, Yamato puffed his cheeks unhappily. Then he turned around and ran towards the direction where the German kingdom left. Where she ran, the sea froze and opened a wide road. Ian, you have to be careful too. Black Maria warned Ian. Jack, on the other hand, followed Yamato directly. Just kidding. Does Brother Ian still need to worry? He is invincible. Follow him. Doflamingo also gave the order, and then he looked up at Ian and said, Then it's up to you, Ian. Easy as hell, Ian said. The Don Quixote family also quickly pursues Germa. After they were all gone, Ian no longer suppressed his own temperature. A white mist instantly appeared on the sea surface, accompanied by the sound of evaporating water, and the icy road melted instantly. So hot. Guion used Moon Step to fly into the sky. She gritted her teeth and looked at Ian, who was flapping his wings across the sky. How terrifying is this guy's flame? He hasn't even used the red flame yet. Don't worry, Ian said calmly. I will leave if I stay for a while. Guion felt a string in his head tighten. This bastard kid didn't take them seriously at all. Lieutenant General, he observed Ian carefully. Elementalized? But it is a very special elemental form, and even the domineering energy cannot touch him. If you want to defeat him in this state, you may have to rely on some special abilities. However, Lieutenant General, he was also very concerned about the moment when the ability did not work. Ian looked back and saw that Yamato and the others had run away. Then it's time for me to leave. Ian said goodbye to the Marines. He spread his wings and turned around, leaving behind a sentence. Justice? How ridiculous. He could not detect that Lieutenant General. He had no intention of going all out. There is a wonderful tacit understanding between the Navy and pirates. Guion seemed to hear a bang. The string in her mind was immediately broken. Asshole, stop. Guion roared and pushed through the air. Guion. General Hezhongjing Mubua's face finally changed color at this time. Come back. Oops, what I heard today made Guion completely lose control of his emotions. And that's exactly what happened. Guion has never been an irritable person. But at this moment, she felt that if she couldn't defeat this kid, it would prove that what he said was true. That proves that the Navy is really not as righteous as she thought. Ian flapped his wings forward and heard the roar from behind. No, are you really pursuing me? Ian was too lazy to pay attention to her and just flew forward on his own. It was just a series of flying slashes coming from behind. Although it could not hurt Ian in the Phoenix state, it was still annoying enough. Moreover, if this guy is allowed to continue chasing, he will catch up with Yamato and the others. You are really ignorant. Ian finally stopped and turned around. I've deliberately let you go. A mere pirate. How dare you speak so brazenly? Although angry, Guion did not forget the precautions for fighting Ian, and she did not get too close. Only. This is in heaven. How can you be as fast as me when you can only rely on moon steps? Ian turned into a burning man. His wings vibrated, and flames spurted out from behind, and he streaked towards Guion like a shooting star. So fast. While retreating, Guion swung his sword and released a flying slash to attack Ian. However, such an attack will naturally not be of any use. Then let's compete with swords. Ian flew over and drew out a scarlet sword. Guion's pupils tightened. Coming. A weapon made of red flames. But there is nowhere to hide. Guion. Behind him, sister, he was approaching. Just hold this guy back. Just delay his transformation time. Guion's eyes were solemn, and Haki used all his strength to strengthen the beloved sword in his hand. She swung her knife in air. When? The scarlet sword and the pitch-black blade collided. As the dark lightning jumped, Guion felt an astonishing heat, but blocked. Guion cheered in his heart. Sure enough, as long as you are domineering enough, you can block his red flames. Ian didn't care and just slashed hard with his sword. Guion calmed down and blocked with his sword. This guy's swordsmanship is really not worth mentioning. He just swings the sword with strength and speed. If he hadn't been in a state where he couldn't be attacked at this time, then he could have penetrated his chest with one sword. Guion suddenly felt his hand light up. From the corner of her eye, she saw half of the blade of her beloved sword, Jinpyra, flying in the air and then disintegrating. The quality of the knife is very good. Ian laughed. You can actually block 3 of my swords. Don't get me wrong, Guion is no more domineering than Marco. It's just that the quality of her saber is really good. It was only the 3rd sword that completely destroyed it. Then, the scarlet sword blade stabbed the woman's abdomen. Guion reacted quickly and tried his best to defend with Haki. So much so that the sword of destruction only penetrated the tip of the sword. But enough is enough. 90 captives. Drake's transformation. Law's request. Major General Guion let out a shrill, inhuman scream. In just an instant, a hole was created in her stomach. At this time, all it takes is to push the sword of destruction forward to open a big hole from the belly to the waist of this despised female Marine. But Ian glanced at Lieutenant General, he who was rushing over anxiously, finally gave up this decision. He condensed a golden mace with his backhand and smashed it down hard. Thunder Bagua. The golden mace hit Major General Guion in the head. The terrifying temperature directly scorched the woman's black hair, and the astonishing power made Guion, who was unable to defend himself at all, faint. After grabbing the woman's shoulders to prevent her from falling into the sea, Ian slowly looked at the flying Lieutenant General. He Stop, Granny Crane, if you don't want your little sister to die. General, he stopped immediately, and the 61-year-old woman frowned deeply. Guion was defeated in such a short period of time. At least in this state, when holding a red weapon, this kid's strength is even higher than his own. Don't worry, I won't kill her, Ian said. Of course, the beast pirates were not ready for a war with the Navy. Perhaps we can talk business? Business? Lieutenant General, he asked, what can we discuss between the pirates and the Navy? Don't you want her alive? Ian raised the unconscious Guion in his hand. The time limit for the Phoenix had expired. He returned to the form of the Golden Winged Man. Anyway, wait for my news. Also, don't catch up. Without hesitation, Ian flapped his wings forward, spraying flames and flying away like a fighter jet. It's impossible to catch up even if you want to. General Hejon remained in the sky, his expression a little bitter. Now there's trouble. I still don't know what this kid wants to exchange for Guion. Still, it's at least a good thing to be able to trade. As long as Guion is fine. When Ian returned to Germa, Yamato and the others were already waiting for him in the square behind the gate. Ian. Yamato looked at Ian falling from the sky and accused him unhappily. Didn't you say it's over? The little girl looked angrily at Guion, who was being held by Ian. How despicable. He asked me to leave, but he ended up going to fight. Ian, you are so despicable now. This guy took the initiative to catch up and seek death. Ian said he was innocent. He really didn't want to fight anymore. One of them will catch you and die. Doflamingo no longer wanted to be amazed by Ian, but he still couldn't help but sigh at this moment. The future star of the Navy, just caught so casually? That's amazing, Mr. Ian. Womit sent a rainbow fart again. This woman is the most outstanding new generation in the Navy. Obviously, she's not outstanding enough. Ian responded and then looked at Gaji. Gotsi, this woman can't die yet. Can you treat her? Her injuries are not serious. There is a big piece missing from my belly. Not to mention whether I can be a mother in the future, but whether I can still poop is the key question. I'll prepare for surgery right away. Gaji nodded quickly. Don't worry. I will let her live even if she wants to die with this kind of injury. Okay, there's a hint of a top scientist in it. So Gaji immediately called a team of nurses and carried Guion away on a stretcher. Gaji also hurriedly prepared for the operation. But, Brother Ian, what are you doing to capture this woman? Jack was a little confused. Wouldn't it be better to just kill her? That would be a shame. Ian looked at her and said, This woman's status in the Navy is not low. I'm going to use her to trade with the Navy. Trade. Doflamingo came closer. What are you going to trade? I didn't think about it, Ian said. How can you think of this? Never thought about it at all. I really planned to leave directly, but this guy showed up at my door. Let's talk about it later. Isn't there still business now? Ian said. Yeah, there's more business to do. Doflamingo was obviously smiling, but at this moment his entire face was stiff and filled with murderous intent. They returned to the living room just now. It's a bit messy here. It seems like there was a battle. It doesn't seem like there was a battle here before. Don Quixote Rocinante, Doflamingo's good brother, was tied up and sitting on the ground in a state of disgrace, his face covered with traces of beatings. There was also a man standing next to him, gentleman in a suit and tie, Senior Peak. Rosinante's eyes were dark. Drake didn't even say a word about his retaliation. Before he could even do anything else, Senior, a water-type energy user, had already emerged from the ground and beat him up. Young master, it's confirmed. Senior said to Doflamingo calmly, Rosinante is an undercover agent placed by the Navy in the family. He can even speak. Bah. Really? That's really good news. Doflamingo laughed loudly and walked up to Rosinante. Rosinante, my brother, you have so many surprises for me. Rocinante was silent for a moment. He raised his head and looked at Derek, who was standing against the wall. I'm just sad that a child who should have a bright future has been polluted by you. Pollution? Doflamingo laughed nervously, then suddenly got angry and kicked Rosinante on the chin. He kicked the man flying up and hit his head against the wall, causing his head to bleed immediately. Every child knows that the government and the Navy are stinky shit, but you trampled on the only family ties I have. You have broken my heart. Rocinante fell to the ground, her body twitching, but she didn't speak. At this point, what else is there to say? Call. Doflamingo breathed a long sigh of relief. Diamandi, I'll leave this guy to you. I want to know everything about him over the years. Leave it to me? The man named Diamond Type pointed at himself in astonishment, then shook his head repeatedly. No, I can't do it, Dover. Ian felt quite déjà vu. Doflamingo was used to it, and he said calmly, then Pika. Give it to me. Diamond Type suddenly shouted. I will torture this guy out of everything he knows, even if I have to crush all his bones inch by inch. I think it's difficult. Ian shook his head. He walked over to some guy in the corner, walked over to Drake. How does it feel? Ian asked. The so-called justice of the Navy is bullshit. Drake almost gritted his teeth. Just like the collapse of an idol, no matter how much I admired it before, I hate it now. You should have understood. Ian smiled and said, the justice of the Navy is the justice of the Celestial Dragons. Maintaining the rule of the Celestial Dragons is the Navy's first mission, and the Celestial Dragons are the cancer of the entire world. Even regardless of the massacre that occurs every 3 years, the Heavenly Gold alone is terrifying enough. How many countries have destroyed countless families because of the Heavenly Gold? Compare with the Celestial Dragons. Who are we pirates? There are countless pirates on the sea. Are all pirates careerists? All pirates aim at the secret treasure? Are all pirates born evil? I think there is another reason called desperation. Derek didn't speak. He just gritted his teeth. He thought he understood what his father was thinking. Of course not. His father just wanted to have fun. Is the world government your enemy? Derek asked Ian. Certainly. Ian nodded slightly. The biggest and probably the last enemy. Then let me join this war. He no longer knows what true justice is, but he thinks that overthrowing the world government shouldn't be a bad thing. Welcome, Drake. Ian rubbed the guy's head. Well, there seems to be something wrong with a 13-year-old boy rubbing the head of his immediately 18-year-old brother. But no one said that it didn't exist. Let me join in. Another child came over. Lowell. Trafalgar Law came over and looked at Ian hard. Oh. Ian raised his eyebrows and looked at Doflamingo. Hey, Lowell, do you want to change jobs? Doflamingo laughed softly. This is betrayal. Compared to you, Luo just looked at Ian and said, you can destroy more things by following this man. His life is short, so he wants to waste no time in causing more damage. It seems interesting. So Ian said, give that boy to me, Dover. I don't care. Doflamingo didn't care. Although this kid had some talent, he said, Ian, he's infected with platinum lead disease, and his lifespan is only a little more than 2 years. It doesn't matter. Ian said, I will cure him. Cure me? Luo was stunned for a moment. Anyway, welcome to the Beast Pirate, Luo. Ian also extended an invitation to this kid. Luo nodded uncomfortably. It's Drake, Sanji, Luo. On this trip, I picked up 3 little ghosts and went back. Oh no, too, Drake is the big brother. Although Doflamingo's secret of the Celestial Dragons was in vain, it was really a good deal, right? 91. A deal with the government. Artificial blue dragon fruit. Well, the darkness recedes. Guillaume slowly opened his eyes. Pass. The first reaction is pain. My head hurts and my stomach hurts. It broke our hearts. Lost. Losing so easily. There is absolutely no way to fight back in front of that guy. However, he's not dead. Guillaume struggled to sit up, but found that he couldn't. Thick chains bound her layer by layer, tying her up into a rice dumpling. Guillaume tried to use his strength to break free of the chains. Although she is not good at strength, the power she can unleash cannot be resisted by mere steel. Again, how can mere steel compare to a body that has been tempered for thousands of years? However, this is obviously not a simple chain. Even though Guillaume felt a tearing pain in his stomach, even though all the muscles in his body were trembling, there was still nothing he could do with these chains. Stop struggling. These chains are made of Father's special alloy and cannot be broken with brute force. At this time, a little girl with pink hair walked in. The little girl looked at Guillaume calmly. The injury on your stomach cannot be repaired by simple suturing. Father used some artificial tissues and organs to fill it. If you continue to struggle, these tissues will fall off. Guillaume finally realized that his actions were in vain and stopped. Who are you? Reiju, Vince Smoke Reiju. The little girl carried Guillaume up. Father said, if you wake up, I will take you to see Mr. Ian. How strong is this girl? Guillaume was slightly surprised. Then, was he really captured by him? Sister, I seem to be causing trouble for you. Reiju carried Guillaume through the complex of buildings in the German kingdom and soon came to a wide terrace. Ian, the others and the cadres of the Don Quixote family are having a barbecue here. The weak Guillaume looked up at the sun. The sun is heading west. Is it the afternoon of the next day? Are you awake? Ian, who was grilling a big meat skewer, didn't even raise his head. Remember to say thank you to Gaji. A doctor with an average injury can't handle it. After being hit by the sword of destruction, the flesh on Guillaume's stomach was directly wiped away, along with part of the intestines in his body. I'm not in the habit of saying thank you to sinners. Guillaume sneered. Snored. Gaji sneered. If it's to revive the family, then it doesn't matter if you become a sinner. Next to Ian, Sanji, who was grilling meat, couldn't help but look up at Guillaume. Such an ungrateful person. It was obviously her father who saved her. Sinner. Derek snorted. He has completely gone dark. I no longer have any faith in the Navy and their justice. You woke up at just the right time. Ian picked up the meat skewers in his hand. The roasted ones are already fragrant. What, my cooking skills are also pretty good. Ian handed the meat skewer to the salivating Yamato with his backhand. After wiping his hands, Ian looked at Guillaume. I'm about to contact the world government and discuss with them what exchange you can have with them. Exchange. Guillaume was stunned. You want to trade me with the government? So you should thank me too. Ian slowly took out a phone bug and said, I'll spare you again. The first time was yesterday when I was about to leave, but Guillaume caught up with me on my own. As for Guillaume, let alone thank you, the only emotion in his heart at this time was shame. Will the government have to pay more for her? Etc. Guillaume suddenly realized something. You mean the government? How did this guy get connected with the world government? She was a little confused as she watched Ian dial the phone skillfully. Bulu, bulu, bulu. The phone bug started chirping. Everyone be quiet, Ian said. Soon, the other party connected. Your Majesty, Ian. A man's voice came from the other side of the phone. How's it going, old friend? What do you say? Ian said, what price are you willing to pay to have Major General Guillaume go back? Are you so audacious that you dared to kidnap the Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters? And now you even want to use her to make a deal with the government? Government? Guillaume's eyes widened. Is this guy an old acquaintance with someone from the government? Don't say that, goat. Ian said leisurely, you can't blame me. I was already ready to leave, but that Major General Guillaume insists on catching up. What can I do? How could this happen if you didn't go to Doflamingo? The goat on the other end of the phone was the little CP0 leader who went to Wano to talk to Ian about the seafloor stone trade. He'd been doing business with Ian over the years, and the two were old acquaintances. So much for the nonsense, goat. Ian looked at Guillaume and smiled. Just tell me directly what you are willing to pay for Major General Guillaume. We and your world government have been doing business with each other for so many years, and there is no need to test each other. Guillaume couldn't believe what she was hearing. Doing business with the government? Derek even sneered. This is the world government. This is the world government that the Navy is loyal to. There was silence for a moment. What do you want? Look, Major General Guillaume, at least the world government still values you. Ian smiled at Guillaume again and then said, then I will tell you my request. First, Gaji is a very good person, and he has not done anything to disgrace the world government, so don't hold him accountable. Responsibility. Ian. Gaji on the side was so moved that he almost cried. Brothers. This is a good brother. Humph, it seems you have reached a deal. This is not a problem, is that it? Of course not possible, Ian said. To be honest, this request doesn't make much sense. Even if the government retains the status of a franchising country of the German kingdom, this is only superficial. Once the opportunity arises, the government will not let Gaji go. What else do you want? Asked the goat. Yes. Do you have any other requirements? The government will not give anything that is too important or precious. I am not interested in things that are not important. Ian thought for a long time and finally came up with something useful. Maybe it will be quite useful. Give me 10 large warships. Ian the lion opened his mouth. Are you kidding? 10 warships? Undoubtedly, words of rejection immediately came from the other side. Who do you think you caught? Is it the general who will take over? What is the concept of 10 large warships? The demon-slaying order has this configuration. In terms of firepower alone, 10 large naval warships are enough to easily destroy a small island in a short time. The only ones in the entire Beast Pirates that can rival large battleships in terms of scale are Ian's Golden Flying Dragon, plus the ships of Teacher Kai, Uncle Jin, and Uncle Quinn. 3 ships. The goat said, "We can accept this amount. 3 ships, 8 ships." Ian counteroffered. "No way, Ian, you have no sincerity at all." "Sincerity? I only know that this woman is the future star of the Navy, maybe the future admiral of the Navy. 0.4 ships. 7 ships. This is my bottom line. 5 ships." The goat gritted his teeth. "This is our bottom line. If you are still not satisfied, the deal ends here." "TSK, how stingy," Ian snorted. "Well, it seems it's all for the sake of old friends. 5 ships is 5. Call." The other side breathed a sigh of relief. "When will the transaction be made?" "Don't worry." Ian smiled and said, "The price was cut in half for me, so at least allow me to make an additional request." "Ian, don't push yourself too far." The goat's voice suddenly became loud. "Don't worry, it's not a great thing. IT can even be said to be worthless." Ian's tone became heavy, even angry. "When Mr. Kai was caught by the government, you extracted his blood factor, and then Vegapunk made a devil fruit based on it. Right? You were really brave enough, Dotto." "What?" The goat on the other end of the phone was stunned. He had never heard of such a thing. "But the research on that fruit failed, so Vegapunk sealed it away. IT is of no use to you, so give it to me. The existence of that fruit is for the Beast Pirates. Insult. An insult to my most respected teacher." "Wait, I need to confirm first." The goat hung up the phone in a hurry. On the other end of the phone, Marie Joa's face was blank. "Vegapunk? How does that guy Ian know what Vegapunk did?" "Vegapunk's research is classified even within the government. Things are getting serious." Ian sighed. "Of course, warships and everything else are just a cover. The real highlight is the artificial blue dragon fruit." Ian felt that the most suitable one should be that fruit. The government thought it was a failure, and Vegapunk also thought it was a failure and didn't pay much attention to it. The chances of getting it are pretty high. Although I don't know who should use it yet, it's not a bad thing to get it first, right? While waiting for the goat to respond, Guillaume supported his sick body and asked Ian in disbelief, "What's going on? This guy has a deal with people from the world government?" Ian shrugged. "I told you that the Navy is justice and pirates are evil?" Guillaume was speechless. Punk has said, Naval Scientific Corps Research Base. Managers at a certain base receive a call from their superiors. Yes, the doctor did use Kaido's blood factor to make a fruit, but it was a failure. After making it, the doctor just threw it into the storage room without even looking at it. Confirmed. Of course, it is confirmed. It is indeed a failure. What? Find that fruit. Does anyone want it? Want a failed artificial devil fruit? What do you mean by internal rectification? You said there are pirate spies in the base. How is this possible? Let's not mention Punk Hassid's side for now. Ian quickly received a call back from the goat. "We agreed to your request. Where will the transaction be conducted?" "Let's go to the New World. I will return to the New World soon." Ian raised his lips. "Great. 92. Return to the New World. Cousin. 10 updates completed. Speed Amiris. Port. It's time to say goodbye." Gaji felt a lot of emotion. "Won't you come with us to the New World?" Ian asked. "The New World doesn't have that much entrusted to me." Gaji said, "It is not that easy to run a country. Even if the Beast Pirates would pay him research funding, it would only be for research on battle suits and artificial devil fruits, and would not be enough to run the entire Germa Kingdom. Therefore, the mercenary Germa 66 must continue to exist, and must work hard to fight for those countries that spend money. Be careful. Although the government says they won't pursue your crimes, they won't let you go if they get the chance." Ian reminded me very directly. "It means that the government will not let you go. So if you want to live a stable life, then hold on to our Beast Pirates." "I know." Gaji nodded repeatedly. "If you encounter any danger, Ian, you guys must help." Finished cowardly. But Ian admires Gaji's cowardice. If he is not cowardly enough, how can he effectively control him? "Certainly." Ian smiled broadly. "We are friends." "That's right." Gaji nodded repeatedly. "We are friends." Then Gaji left. The Vinsmoke family's maritime kingdom rumbled away. Ian sincerely hopes that he will be fine. Then research an upgraded version of the battlesuit and an artificial devil fruit that can be mass-produced as soon as possible. It is worth mentioning that before leaving, Gaji also left a gift for Sanji. It was a black can with a 3 printed on it. Sanji rubbed the jar in confusion. Was this specially prepared for him by his father? Of course, it was specially prepared. Each battlesuit is specially made and requires specific talents to use it. This is why Gaji agreed to help Ian make combat uniforms, but now he can't deliver them. Sanji, who was stroking the jar, suddenly felt 2 hot gazes. He turned around and saw Luo and Derek looking at him expectantly at the same time. They both said almost in unison, "Try it." Sanji blinked. He looked down at the jar. "So give it a try. Press the black jar on your waist, and white light blooms." The next moment, Sanji had a black battle suit on his body. "Oh!" Luo and Derek exclaimed excitedly at the same time. Which boy can resist the temptation of transformation? Sanji clenched his fists. "I have become stronger, he can be sure of this. However, it is not as powerful as imagined." It should be said that the fact that he has not become stronger is all due to this battlesuit. Only, Sanji always felt like there was something inside him that was ready to move. While the boys were playing, a group of pirates from the Don Quixote family were constantly carrying supplies to the family fleet docked at the port. "Are you planning to completely move the headquarters to the New World?" Ian stood on the dock and asked Doflamingo beside him. "The North Sea is no longer safe." Doflamingo said, "Since we are going to Wano country this time, we might as well move our headquarters to the New World." "But Ian, don't worry, I won't give up my business in Beihai. This is the foundation of my life." Ian nodded slightly. "Have you decided where to stay?" "There's a perfect place for it." Doflamingo smiled strangely. "Dressrosa. Is it the country of Don Quixote's family?" Ian was not very surprised. After all, Doflamingo chose this country in the original work. But that country is a government-affiliated country, so it's not easy to attack it. Doflamingo recounted his troubles. He really dared to attack Dressrosa, and the Navy really dared to whip him. "That might be." Ian made a suggestion. "You can try to become a Shichibukai." Shichibukai. These days, the Shichibukai is far from full. And although Doflamingo's strength is a little worse now, the average level of the Shichibukai is not that high. The Decadent Moria and the Decadent Sand Crocodile are not as powerful as Doflamingo at this time. And is there anyone better suited to become the Shichibukai than Doflamingo? As a former celestial dragon, he has also mastered the secrets of the celestial dragons. The government will be threatened by him and dare not touch him easily. At tea this time, if there is another identity that can be put on the table, the Navy can no longer directly attack him. Not invincible yet? The innate Kawaii holy body belongs to yes. "Oh, yeah, no. That'd be why that seems very interesting." Doflamingo smiled strangely, as if it was true that becoming a Shichibukai would be beneficial to him without any harm. "But how to become a Shichibukai?" Ian said casually, "Maybe you can start with gold from the sky." This is how this guy became a Shichibukai in the original work. Heavenly gold? Doflamingo felt his eyes light up. "Ian, you are really a criminal genius." "Don't. I'm just spoiling it." Anyway, we started to return to the New World. The Golden Dragons set sail from Spedimers and headed back to the New World in the direction they came from. The Don Quixote family also sailed with them, and they were ready to migrate. On the deck of the Golden Dragon, Drake, Sanji, and Law were running along the side of the ship breathlessly. Jack urged them, "Hurry up, since Brother Ian chose you. You can't be weak." The 3 of them gritted their teeth secretly and stepped forward with all their strength. Even the weakest Sanji did not give up training when he was in the Vinsmoke family. His willpower should not be underestimated. Needless to say, the Blackened Drake and Law both had a fire in their hearts that supported them and never gave in. Run. Then run hard. Drake and Law started running wildly. However, Law was actually faster, and even faster than Drake. After all, he had undergone rigorous training in the Don Quixote family, and his physical fitness was stronger than the underdeveloped Drake. However, Drake has grown up very fast recently. Ian, who was playing cards with Yamato under a parasol nearby, glanced at Drake. In this short period of time, Drake has grown a lot taller. If he looked about the same age as Law before, He is now about 13 or 14 years old. Is he really the same abnormal development as Kobe? Come to think of it, Doflamingo, who was watching the game nearby, suddenly said, "What did Judge say? Didn't you ask him to give Law a full body check? Platinum lead toxins accumulate in various parts of the body, and it can no longer be cured by surgery." Ian didn't even raise his head. Judge said that unless every bone can be scraped, no one can save him. So Judge has no way? Doflamingo smiled. Or do you think Quinn can save that kid? Then Law has to become a robot first, Ian said. Uncle Quinn specializes in viruses and human body modification. But if Law is transformed into a robot, this kid's life can be saved. Hey, what are you going to do? Have you heard of the healing fruit? Oh. Soon after, the group came to the calm belt. At this time, they encountered a little trouble. The bottom of the Golden Dragon is inlaid with sea stone, but the Don Quixote family ship does not have it. So naturally, the Sea Kings kept attacking. Fortunately, there are 3 holders of Conqueror's Haki here. When the Sea Kings attack, the Conqueror's Haki will tremble, and the Sea Kings will retreat. Although there are some bumps, the group still quickly pass through the calm belt. Then, it's time to trade with the government. In order to prevent the government from having any inappropriate ideas, Ian contacted Teacher Kai in advance and asked the Beast Pirates to go out and patrol the periphery of the territory. Once there is an abnormality on the government side, they will take action without hesitation. But in fact, the government also thinks so. On the agreed island, a man with an afro wearing an eye mask is standing upright on the beach, tilting his head and snot bubbles coming out of his nostrils, sleeping soundly. Overseas, 5 huge warships are quietly lying here, and next to the warships, there are several smaller ships. On the coast, a group of government agents in black suits and some Navy are busy moving supplies. The snot bubble burst, and a curly-haired man yawned, rubbing his head while pushing up his eye mask. Haven't they come yet? Really, Sister Guion, you are so troublesome. Vice Admiral Kuzan, here they come. They are coming. The man, Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Kuzan looked out to the sea in the distance. A huge sea ship is approaching. It's finally here. Ian of Burning Sky. 10 chapters are completed. More than 30,000 words should be okay. I owe the Big Brother by Lan Tianlong 1 chapter tomorrow. It's burned out. 93. Do you want to freeze the sun? 4K subscriptions requested. Ian stood on the bow of the Golden Flying Dragon, and the island in the distance was clearly visible. Hey, it looks like this business is not going well. Doflamingo stood beside him, holding a telescope in his hand and looking at the island in the distance. There is an incredible guy here in person. It can't be Iron Fist Garb. Ian squinted his eyes, but the distance was too far, and he couldn't see clearly. It's not Garb, but... Doflamingo handed the telescope to Ian. He is his disciple. Garb's disciple. Ian picked up the telescope and took a look. What comes into view is a fluffy mushroom head, which looks a bit obscene in shape. Wearing an eye patch on his forehead, wearing a long black coat lined with a blue t-shirt and white trousers, he was looking over here with dead fish eyes. Ian put down the telescope and said, what an exaggerated sight. That's Kuzan, Doflamingo said with a smile. Everyone knows that the current Marshal Cyborg Kong is a bit too old, and it was only in the past few years that he was promoted and left the Navy. When he is promoted, the current General Sengoku will undoubtedly become the new Marshal. The position of General will be filled by those 3 people. Porcelino, Sakaski, Kuzan. The most famous monster in the Navy headquarters in recent years is also commonly known as the Admiral's replacement. Babanuki, Ian shouted. Lord Ian, Babanuki hurried over. Take me and take you over to receive the warship. Ian turned around and gave the order. As for the others, get on Dover's ship first and don't get any closer. It's better to return home first. Ian, the white-haired girl looked at him eagerly. Ian raised his right hand and tapped the girl's forehead with his index and middle fingers. Forgive me, Yamato, next time. Don't treat me like a child. So, of course, the white-haired girl shouted. But forgive me, Yamato. That's Kun, a monster in the true sense of the word. No matter how cautious you are, big trouble can happen if you are not careful. If I could, I would just turn around and leave. So, at Ian's insistence, the others boarded the Don Quixote family ship and immediately turned around, and then the Golden Flying Dragon continued forward, heading towards the island not far away. Aloha, you're really cautious, aren't you? On the coast of the island, Kazan looked at the ships being diverted and couldn't help scratching his head. Why do you need me to face such a troublesome brat? Is it just because I am active in the nearby waters? I really envy poor Salino, who went to the paradise to hunt down the sun pirates. Get out of the way. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Let them come here, aboard the golden flying dragon. Ian watched the government ships gradually disperse and said to the woman he was holding in his hand, so there's no need to be depressed, Major General Guillaume. Look, doesn't the government take you very seriously? It's a lot of trouble. Guillaume was still bound by extremely tough chains. The woman lowered her head. Her face was gloomy, and she said nothing. She has been in this state since she heard first-hand the communication between Ian and the government about the transaction that day. He looked suspicious of life. Finally, when he was about to get close to the island, Guillaume raised his head. His hair was singed by Ian with a stick. Although it had grown a lot now, it looked uneven, just like what a dog had chewed. Why? She asked. Why? Ian was stunned for a moment. Why? Why are you doing this? Guillaume gritted his teeth. Did I do something? Ian was confused for a moment. Why do you look so bitter and resentful? She wouldn't think that she was a Navy brat, would she? It's so pathetic. I just talked about what the government has done. Isn't it okay to tell the truth now? So Ian said, I just can't stand the way you confuse right and wrong. Confusing right and wrong? Guillaume was stunned for a moment. The next second, her pretty face turned distorted. This bastard said I was confusing right and wrong. Who is it that is turning black upside down? If pirates are black, then is the world government white? For the first time in his life, Guillaume thought about this problem. Then she gritted her teeth again. It was this bastard kid who made her become weird. The big ship did not completely dock, but stopped some distance away from the coast. After all, the boat is too big. If it really wants to get too close to the shore, it will be difficult to turn around later. Small boats were put down one after another on the Golden Flying Dragon, carrying Babanuki and a group of pirates to disembark, but they did not dock immediately. Ian directly entered the Orc mode, and in a brilliant golden light, he lifted up Guillaume and flew towards the island. Come yet. Kazan took out a pair of naughty little sunglasses and put them on. Looking up at the brilliant golden color, he raised his voice. Spread away. This guy is not someone you can approach casually. If you are not careful, you will be directly burned to ashes. The Navy and government agents on the coast dispersed without any hesitation, leaving the place empty for the two monsters. Ian landed lightly, his flapping wings kicking up dust in the sky. First meeting, Lieutenant General Kuzan. Ian took the lead and greeted Qing Ji in a friendly manner. Have you eaten? The paella made by the chef on the ship is a bit boring, but it still tastes good. Kazan answered honestly. How about it? If you haven't eaten it, why don't you go and taste it? Really, I quite like seafood. Ian also smiled and said, definitely next time. Is that so? Kazan nodded. Then he lowered his head and looked at Guillaume, who was caught in Ian's hand. Sister Guillaume, are you okay? Guillaume just shook her head, and then she felt as if she had gotten into trouble. At least she had a better attitude. She said, I'm fine. I've caused trouble for everyone. What are you talking about? I can't blame you for this. Kazan looked at Ian. I think she's the one to blame. Ian said, if she doesn't catch up, then nothing will happen. Are you talking about asking a navy to give up chasing pirates? Kazan scratched the back of his head. I've never heard of this theory. Ian just smiled and said, anyway, can I inspect the battleship? He looked at the 5 huge naval warships docked on the coast. Lieutenant General Kazan shrugged. Any time. So Ian shouted towards the sea, Baba Nuji. The pirates rowed their boats hard to get closer. Then they divided into 3 groups and quickly boarded 3 naval warships. Their next job is to inspect these warships carefully, not sparing any corner of the ship, to prevent the government from playing tricks on the ship. Although Ian has no interest in these battleships at all, he still needs to look like them. And this, Kazan tossed Ian a small box. Ian's agile tail stretched forward to wrap it up, and he used his other hand to open the box. Inside is a pink fruit with a scale-like appearance covered with spiral patterns. Great. Ian was secretly happy, but with a nonchalant look on his face, he casually checked the integrity of the fruit and threw it back into the box. Don't worry, it's just a failure, Kuzan said lazily. No one cares about it except you. Although I said that, I still asked Dr. Vegapunk carefully before, and only took it after confirming that it was a failure. Any more? Ian looked at Kazan seriously. Are there any creations created by Teacher Kai's blood factor? I don't know that, and besides, Kazan yawned. Don't forget the content of our deal. Even if there is, it is not included in this transaction, kid. Ian snorted coldly. I'm very curious. Since Vegapunk can copy Mr. Kai's blood factor, will he copy yours under the instruction of the government? Maybe I will be able to see you that day. The clones are fighting for the government. Guillaume was stunned, but Ching Pheasant was unmoved. That would be great. With him, we can have a good rest. So, how will the unwanted people be dealt with? Ian sneered. Retirement, of course. Aoki looked expectant. Actually, the Navy's pension is quite high. Ian immediately smiled and said, Really? I think a strong man like you, Lieutenant General Kazan, is completely worthy of better treatment. How about joining our beast pirates? I can't directly join a country gives you a fiefdom. Alala, you are so proud. After Kuzan sighed, he shook his head again. But it's a pity, despite my unrestrained appearance, I'm actually quite dedicated. This guy can't get enough oil and salt. Moreover, why do you look so unruly? If you say anything about your horse face, it's an insult to the horse, okay? After a stalemate for a while, those warships. Sir Ian, inspection completed. Babanuki shouted at Ian. No problem. There is no problem except that it is not equipped with ammunition. Ian looked at Kazan. The lieutenant general shrugged. You didn't say it must be equipped with ammunition. What a stingy world government. The cannons are fully equipped. What's the point of equipping them with some ammunition? Send the ship away, Ian said. Yes. Babanuki grunted and ran to the deck, preparing to sail away. Alala, since the inspection has been completed, then, Brother Ian. Kazan raised his hand and pointed at Guillaume, who was slipped into Indy's hand. Isn't it time to return a person to me? Still waiting a moment. Ian said, Otherwise, if Major General Guillaume is returned to you too early, with Lieutenant General Kazan's ability, these ships will definitely not be able to leave. Facing a guy who can freeze the sea at will, it is not a wise choice to just sail away. Rest assured, Ian reassured Ching Pheasant, I will stay. Kazan thought for a while, but finally said nothing. As a result, the 5 warships slowly started to set sail, driven by the wind, and gradually moved towards the distance. They met up with a golden flying dragon, and then continued to move away without stopping. Ian watched them leave quietly until the ships had completely disappeared from sight, completely disappearing at the end of the horizon. Then it's time to leave. Almost in the next moment, flames spurted out from Ian's feet, causing him to suddenly rise into the air like a rocket. But, Alala, it's not good to do tricks. Aoki's reaction speed was astonishingly fast, and he managed to keep up with Ian by relying on his terrifying jumping ability in an instant. The person has returned it to you. Ian threw the Guillaume Major General in his hand towards Akiji with his backhand. The main thing was to keep the promise. Aoki paused and caught Guillaume, but he himself couldn't help but be knocked down by the huge force carried by Guillaume. As they came and went, the distance between him and Ian instantly widened. But, Ice Age, Ching Pheasant waved his hand. The air freezes instantly. The atmosphere and clouds were frozen, and huge ice blocks like mountains instantly stretch across the sky, and Ian was directly frozen in the ice. It's really an exaggeration. This kind of freezing ability is much stronger than Yamato. But, Bear. The golden flame instantly shattered the blue ice from the inside, and the broken ice cubes were completely vaporized by the golden flame before they even had time to fall. This is not the way to see off guests. Also, Ian looked down at the blue pheasant. Do you think you can freeze the sun? Sun. Aoki stepped on the air and aimed his right hand at Ian. However, it seems that this guy can't be frozen. It's just as troublesome as Sakaski, Ice Cube, and Two Thorn Spear. 2 huge ice spears condensed above his head, and the next moment they bombarded Ian like cruise missiles. Covered with domineering energy and using the color of knowledge as navigation, these 2 spears are enough to penetrate the mountains. Ian curled his lips, and the flames surged behind him, and the golden flames also condensed into 2 spears. Whoosh! With 2 soft sounds, the flaming spear also shot out. The next moment, fire and ice, 2 completely different but equally fast spears, were created together. White mist and golden flames surged instantly, triggering 2 huge waves of explosions in the air. Riding on the violent wind of the explosion, Ian flapped his wings and flew high. However, the smoke cloud of the explosion was instantly penetrated by ice, and a huge ice bird spread its wings. Then came the name of Kuzan's slow move, Ice Cube, exploding pheasant mouth. Ian raised his right hand high, and a huge fireball condensed into shape in his hand, the brilliant flames of the winged dragon. The huge fireball crashed down, crushing towards the ice-bird with its overwhelming size advantage. Juri's ice-bird was not afraid and bumped into it. Ice and fire clashed fiercely again, extreme cold and high temperature, and the climate in this sky became completely chaotic. Half of the sky was filled with snow, and half of the sky was distorted by scorching heat. That's almost it. Ian laughed and sprayed flames from behind. Your ice can't stand up to my fire. Just kidding, Ace 13 years later can even outmatch Kuzan in a duel of moves. Ian doesn't feel that he is inferior to the disabled Ace who faced the war. In the sky below, Kuzan sighed and watched Ian go away. It's as difficult as the rumors say. He sighed.